can't escape. And the metaphors veterans often use for the challenges of life are not exaggerations.
I got you.
Extending a helping hand doesn't have to be just another metaphor. Learn how you can support the veteran in your life at maketheconnection.net.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had a very interesting weekend. Saturday night with Devin Booker still sidelined, won a double overtime thriller over the Magic thanks to a game winner from Jalen Green to win it 113-110, but in the process lost Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night the Suns felt the absences in a 92-77 loss to Portland, and now the Boston Celtics will be in town tomorrow night. Spring training rolls on here in the Valley as the Diamondbacks against the Guardians is this afternoon. First pitch will be at 1:05. And in case you missed it, the United States hockey is golden. An overtime goal from Jack Hughes sealed a 2-1 win over Canada for their first gold medal in 46 years. And that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. A new week has begun in the Valley, and the Winter Olympics are over. What shall we do with our time?
What are we going to do
now
without
that
curling?
the Winter Olympics are over?
How's NBC going to fill all that airtime with no more curling?
Yeah, it's exactly right.
They're going to have to fill, they're going to have to actually, write shows now.
They're going to show the Michael Jordan interview again and again.
the one that they did 6 months ago? Yeah, they're getting a lot of play out of that one, too.
The closing ceremonies were really, really cool. Generally, I don't spend a lot of time or energy with closing ceremonies. In fact, all the years that I covered the Olympics, you always avoided those like the plague, because by the closing ceremonies, you're fed up with riding buses and everything that the Olympics entail. And the last thing you want is one more late night and one more busing fiasco. So you generally stay away from that stuff. But I thought from the couch, the closing ceremonies were pretty cool last night.
I mean, most of the athletes avoid the closing ceremonies.
They do, yeah.
They get in, they get out, and they're boom.
Yeah.
They're back on home soil by the time the closing ceremonies hit.
And a lot of the big-time athletes are already gone.
Yeah.
The closing ceremonies, the delegations are noticeably smaller than the opening ceremonies. Put it that way.
Seemed like a successful fortnight of Olympic
I would
action.
think so. Yeah, it seemed like the host city was kind of cool, and a lot of winterscapes. And as I said a couple of weeks ago, drones saved or made the Olympics. The drone footage you got everywhere outside of the hockey rink, which basically sold itself because it's hockey.
Yeah.
But the drone footage as it applied to other sports was the new technological advancement in the Olympics.
The Winter Olympics are full of good sports for that technology.
Yes.
Because of the wide breadth of the skiing and the snowboarding and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a huge, I've said this before, I'm not a huge winter sports guy.
Yeah.
So I'll sample.
and I was not really aware until you said something, but when I did tune in to the downhill skiing with the drone coverage, it was pretty breathtaking.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
You had drones going 70, 80 miles an hour following skiers down a mountain.
Well, the more amazing part is that the skiers are going 70 or 80 miles per hour.
There is that.
The human beings on blades doing that. Yeah. But, it was pretty cool.
I've said this many, many times. In terms of covering the Olympics up close, there's a couple of sports that you look at, and you look at the apparatus or the equipment up close, and you go, there's no way in hell I would ever do this sport. No. One would be the pommel horse in gymnastics, the balance beam in gymnastics. Oh. You see that up close and personal, and you're like, really? Female gymnastics are literally doing flips on it and landing on this thing? Well, I wouldn't even try.
There's a reason that most female gymnasts are like 4'8".
Okay.
It is tiny.
Yeah. Then there's the high dive in the swimming event, the 10 meter.
Nope.
You know
what did it for me in high school? I wouldn't even try the pole vault.
Oh, I pole vaulted in high school.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
I tried pretty much every sport I could get my hands on as a kid, just even as just an introductory level. I looked at that and said, I'm good. How many times did you eat it when you were first learning, Sammy?
Oh, there were plenty. Because as a freshman,
What made you want to learn that?
So I was a decent track athlete, and they wanted me to try the decathlon, and a lot of decathlon athletes, they don't do the pole vault. They're really good in everything else. So they're like, okay, you're pretty good at the long jump, the high jumps, all these. Go learn the pole vault, so when we need a decathlete, you can do it. And so I learned the pole vault, and then I did the decathlon.
Wow.
That's interesting.
See, I was a top peak track athlete.
See, I can see you getting jealous next to Sammy. Wait a minute, I'm the track star on the show.
I tried the pole vault once, and I got up.
Yeah.
And
then fell right back down. Yep.
Back like a cartoon character, like Wile E. Coyote.
Uh-huh.
That was the end of that.
Wow. Yeah, the other thing, too, is when you see how high hurdles really are on a track, you're like, I need a ladder to get over this.
That's, to me, the sprint, the 110 hurdles or whatever it is, that's the hardest event. To go at full speed, and they clear each thing by just like this much is amazing. Timing it takes.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. That's another one I didn't want to try in high school. For anatomical reasons.
Rip your brain out of your nose.
Hey, same with the balance beam, brother. Anatomical reasons.
That's not a male event, the balance beam, for
exactly.
a reason.
Start the show, track star.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
You know what, Vic? You were instrumental, I think, in writing columns and supporting Larry Fitzgerald getting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on a first ballot. I think we need to start a push to get Jarrett into the Track and Field Hall of Fame at his old high school. What was that, Shadow Mountain?
No, Horizon.
Horizon. I always get those two mixed up. They need to be hanging those golden spikes from the rafters. Because the stories he tells are just dripping with legend.
I feel like I need to challenge Sammy to some sort of track event.
That'll go well. Hey, we will start with the Winter Olympics today. For the first time in 46 years, the U.S. men's hockey team wins gold. A tense 2-1 overtime win over Canada on Sunday. Jack Hughes scored the golden goal game winner on minute 41 into the overtime period to provide the winning margin. Goalie Connor Hellebuck stopped 41 of 42 shots by Team Canada. Third Olympic gold medal ever for Team USA and the first since 1980. That win yesterday came on the 46-year anniversary of Team USA's stunning upset of the Soviet Union at the Games in Lake Placid, now known, of course, as the Miracle on Ice. Former Coyote Clayton Keller, now a member of the Utah Mammoth, he wins gold. Head coached by Mike Sullivan, former Coyote who wore the Kachina sweater for the last 4 years of his career, and 3 native Arizonans part of that team, too. Brady and Matthew Tkachuk, both born in Scottsdale. Tage Thompson, born in the Valley as well. Very cool moment. We'll have a lot
we're
of
going to
reaction
talk about this
to it.
game hopefully a lot this morning.
Yep.
There's a lot of angles to this game. It led to a lot of people opining about how great hockey is. Will this help the sport? Had a lot of people in Arizona clamoring to get a team back after one game. One game had the power to do all that, to make you feel all that.
Well, to make you feel it is one thing. For anything to come out of it is another thing. But we'll get into that. U.S. second in total medal count with at the Olympics. 33 total, 12 golds behind only Norway's 18 golds and 41 total medals.
I love gold.
Isn't that weird?
It's amazing how they dominate. I mean, it's not amazing. It's illogical that they dominate the Winter Olympics. And then in the Summer Olympics, Norway is probably like 48th in countries in golds.
You really think that's strange that an Alpine?
It's just funny that because like USA is like usually 1 or 2 in both.
Yeah, I can't figure out why a country covered with snow would be good at all those events. If you wanted to know what the Suns would look like without 4 of their top players the day after an improbable double overtime win on Saturday, 90. Wow.
They sucked.
Yeah. Sunday's 92-77 loss to Portland was a good indication of it. Suns did not score more than 20 points in any single quarter. They shot 36.5% from the floor. A percentage that was only that high because they shot 53.8% in the fourth quarter. Portland's Donovan Clingan, 23 points, 14 boards, 4 blocks for Portland. Jeremy Grant had 23. Colin Gillespie had 18 for the Suns, who had their lowest offensive output in a game since opening night of the 2017-2018 season, when they lost 124-76 to, you guessed it, the Portland Trailblazers.
I was at that game.
Yeah, so was I.
Weird how in this great season now, we are all kind of collectively gripping about where this thing is going.
The Suns started the weekend with a 113-110 double overtime win over Orlando on Saturday, a game in which Dillon Brooks exited with a broken left hand and Jordan Goodwin left with a calf injury. Suns homestand continues with a visit from the Boston Celtics tomorrow night. College hoops over the weekend. Huge win for 4th-ranked Arizona. They went on the road and toppled 2nd-ranked Houston 73-66. What has gotten into Anthony Del Orso? He came off the bench, scored a team-high 22 and had 4 steals for the Wildcats. 25-2 now is U of A. They leapfrog Houston into first place in the Big 12 standings. Cats in Waco tomorrow night. ASU was in Waco, and they let one slip through their fingers late on the road, losing 73-68 to Baylor. ASU led for much of the second half, but went cold late. They scored just 1 hoop over the last 7 minutes. And GCU dropped a 70-65 decision to Wyoming Saturday night at Global Credit Union Arena. Lopes will host UNLV Wednesday night. Football world mourning the death of NFL wide receiver Rondale Moore on Saturday. Moore, a member of the Vikings, but came into the league, 2nd-round pick of the Cardinals in 2021. 3 years here in Arizona, 135 catches. He was traded to Atlanta after the 2023 season, but hadn't played in 2 years due to suffering torn ACLs in each of the last 2 preseasons. He was just 25 years old. Tragic story. D-backs dropped a wild 10-9 Cactus League game to the Angels on Sunday. Jorge Barrosa had a 2-run homer. Alec Thomas, a 2-run double during a 6-run six for the Snakes. But it was not enough. They'll get their first taste of Cactus League play away from Salt River Fields today when they visit the Guardians in Goodyear at 1:05. And in golf, Jacob Bridgman didn't exactly finish strong at 1/72 on Sunday, but he hung on for a 1-stroke win over Rory McIlroy and Kurt Kitayama at the Genesis Invitational in Pacific Palisades, California.
Riviera.
Is Pacific Palisades not like the most glamorous sounding name for a city? It just sounds like everybody's happy there.
I agree.
And things are perfect.
I agree.
It's much better. When I grew up on Long Island, I used to live next to Hicksville. Not as glamorous.
Bridgman's first PGA Tour win. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, February 23rd. Coming up, Suns weekend filled with the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. We'll hit them all next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
With 3 seconds to go, Brea is going to try a deep three, and it rims around and comes off, and that'll do it. Suns fall tonight to the Blazers, 92-77, the final score. Portland picks up its first win in Phoenix since 2022, ending a 5-game losing streak in the series here in the Valley.
A lot of injuries and a rough night for Suns shooters. More reaction to this one on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And does it work? Yes, it works. The nationwide patient satisfaction report and rate at QC Kinetics is 92%. That's a staggering number. It includes me. I've twice leaned on QC Kinetics, both times to dramatic results. It includes Emmitt Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with all the joint pain he incurred after a career in the NFL. These are all organic, natural treatments. No surgery, no steroids, no downtime. You walk into their office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. Simple procedures with life-changing results. So if you are sidelined by joint pain, go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. The consultation is free. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. 2 Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Welcome to adversity, folks. The Suns are dealing with it now. We'll give you all the latest on the injuries on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2. Find us on the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, here on 98.7.
Hey, good Monday morning to all of our listeners and viewers in Queen Creek. We appreciate you. enjoying the show, supporting the show in Queen Creek today.
I think it was an overall slower paced game. Not a ton of possessions out there. This is not just a one night thing. We've struggled to score for an extended period of time. Our shot quality has not been good. So we'll continue to try to figure it out.
That is Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Kind of brass tacks. Last night was asked, hey, what went wrong in the third quarter?
Everything.
The third quarter, the Suns scored 17 points, and that was their lowest total. Their highest total in any quarter last night was 20. They did that the other three quarters.
They were consistent.
They were consistent, and Jordan Ott is exactly right. This was not an issue just last night. Even in the win on Saturday, early on especially, it was right about the time Dillon Brooks left the game. Jordan Ott was incredulous over what his team was doing in the half-court offense. And Dillon Brooks, who did get injured, and we'll get into that, was taking some shots that had the coach shrugging and kind of just muttering to himself on the sidelines. Early, contested, mid-range shots in the shot clock. The Suns are not a good offensive team right now. Yes, we know they're shorthanded, but for an NBA team of any makeup roster-wise to score 77 points in a game, Bick, against an opponent who the last time out gave up 157 points. Think about that. The shorthanded Denver Nuggets played without Aaron Gordon, without Peyton Watson, scored 80 more points than the Suns scored against Portland in a matter of 3 days.
More than twice as much?
Yeah, it's an unbelievable stat.
That is wild. And when you think about it, the Suns scored 113 points the day before in 58 minutes in double overtime, which also is not very good.
No.
And what separates that from Sunday is you won one of the games on a great shot at the end of the game, the other you didn't win. So I agree with you. This is not a problem that has arisen over the weekend. This did not arise on Saturday. There have been kind of signs looming that the offense was kind of falling apart a little bit.
Look, the blueprint. Well, Devin Booker said it earlier this year when he made a comment about Oklahoma City, and he said, the book is out on them. Remember that?
I do remember that.
And then they handed him a 49-point loss. Book got some criticism for that. The book is out on the Phoenix Suns right now, especially as currently constructed. And that is, if you pressure the ball, if you give them a hard time getting into their offense, which the Portland Trailblazers did for 48 minutes last night, they are going to have to settle for bad shots. I mean, how many shot clock violations were there last night?
Many.
5, 6? Bad late clock shots that weren't going in. Nobody is shooting the ball well right now. Royce O'Neal earlier in the year was seemingly automatic from three-point range. He was not good last night, and that's an understatement, but it's just not him. There's nobody that is really picking up any of the slack offensively.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. And then I think that what you're also seeing here now in the coming, I guess, next 2 games at the very minimum, you're going to get to see Jalen Green have the sort of the palette, the wide open canvas to show how much he can do offensively. But that's going to also be a hit and miss thing because, like I said, he's not the greatest decision maker. His basketball IQ is the one area of his game that suffers, and I think because of that, it's not inducive to having a free flowing, very consistent kind of offense. So fingers crossed, as Bernsey said in that rejoin or that comeback, it's adversity is here.
Yeah, it's a hit and miss and miss and miss and miss.
Yeah.
And eventually sometimes hit thing.
Yeah, going back to Saturday, Dillon Brooks did leave that game early. It was diagnosed right after the game, reported by Shams Charania first. Broken left hand. Apparently, there's more testing going on. This is a multiple week, maybe a multiple month injury for Dillon Brooks. Here was Jordan Ott yesterday pregame on how Brooks broke his hand.
Yeah, it was tough for me to see, too. It appeared to be on the defensive end. Just his hand was in there and must have been the exact wrong place to be. I'm sure it happens. That's why I asked. It probably happens 20, 30, 40 times a game. Just happened to get him in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I went back and watched the video over and over again. I was trying to pinpoint when it happened, and there was not really any on-court reaction in real time. And I know Dillon Brooks was getting some work done on the sideline, and Kellen Olson even tweeted out that he was fiddling with his hand at a certain point. But it was not really pinpointable. That's a huge loss.
Oh, yeah.
If you use your hand to fiddle,
if you're looking a few weeks in a cast, few weeks recover, it's about a 6-week generally, 6-week injury. And then you do the math, and that's no bueno for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, and that wasn't it.
No.
I mean, if you went back to the first game where you knew the first game after the All-Star break in San Antonio, you knew Dillon Brooks was not going to play.
Mm-hmm.
They lose Devin Booker. They lose Grayson Allen at shoot-around that day. Allen plays in the Saturday game, and he obviously helps the offense out a lot, but then didn't play last night. It seems like a minimum of 2 injuries per game. And Tim Ring was talking, he was filling in for Mitch doing the post-game show this weekend, and he talked about it, and this is the real bummer, is we've been waiting so long to see what this team can look like, fully functional and close to full health.
Yep.
And it will never happen in the 25-26 season. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's very fair and accurate. So it's a tough thing to swallow because it doesn't necessarily tank the season, but I do think that the people that had hoped to watch and enjoy a lengthy playoff run, I think now you're looking at this going, how is that going to happen? How are we going to facilitate that this year? And the answer is, in short, it probably isn't going to happen. But that doesn't mean that this year can't be year one of the next great Phoenix Suns team.
Yeah.
And look, I as somebody who's grown up in sports, maybe I'm different. I don't think I am. I tend to think that most sports teams deal with their share of injuries and whining about them as sports fans. It accomplishes absolutely nothing. It's just part of the landscape in athletics. But a thing like Dillon Brooks, that's a bad break. That's bad luck.
Yeah.
Oh, and I don't even know if that's an oxymoron. I don't even know if there's such a thing as bad luck. It's just bad.
Well,
because luck is luck, right?
Luck is luck. It certainly you can perceive it as you like, but I know Grayson Allen said it over. It just seems like bad luck because of what they're dealing with.
Well, the Dillon Brooks thing definitely does, because if you're talking about a play in which a defensive player gets his hand caught in a metaphorical cookie jar or a cookie grinder, if you will, and it's a play that you do all the time, and this is the one time where whatever circumstances kind of align to cause a break in your hand or a fracture in your hand, that's a bad deal.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that you have a hard time explaining away.
But good news. The Celtics are coming to town tomorrow.
Yeah, and then the Lakers. There you
then
go.
The Lakers on Thursday night. Coming up next, we will get into the Olympics. And do you believe in slight upsets? It doesn't have the same ring. We'll talk about Team USA's gold medal win over Canada next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Meckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. And yeah, I did have LASIK a long time ago, over 25 years ago. It did change my life. But now what's changed is my vision. I'm getting older, still pretty good overall, but I find myself squinting at times. And yes, I have had to grab readers on occasion. Dr. King at K2 Vision gave me a thorough exam. And like many people who have had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange. That's a permanent solution that would ensure I'll never get a cataract. But what I did love is that the doctors at K2 Vision gave me a lot of info on my vision with options without any pressure. The ball is in my court. And the team of surgeons at K2 Vision has performed over 400,000 procedures. And I know from my personal experience that they will know what the best procedure is for you. You can schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk? Next level. And the stakes? Oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per 1,000 BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per 1,000 BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns this weekend split the back-to-back. Saturday, Jalen Green's buzzer beater lifted the Suns to a 113-110 double overtime win against the Orlando Magic in a game where the Suns lost both Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night, the Portland Trailblazers were too much for the shorthanded Suns in a 92-77 loss. They'll look to bounce back Tuesday as the Celtics come to town. Spring training got underway from Salt River Fields this weekend. The Diamondbacks off to a 1-2 start to start Cactus League play. They'll be back in action today at 1:05 for the Cleveland Guardians, and the Arizona Wildcats notched a huge road win against second-ranked Houston over the weekend, 73-66. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery, Arizona. Eat for a cause. February 25th, visit any Babbo Italian Eatery. All 7 Valley locations, and 100% of the profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction items at babboitalian.com.
Boretsky. Now Jack Hughes puts it around the car. United States with numbers. Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
That was Kenny Albert on NBC on the final call gold medal game won by the U.S. Jack Hughes of the New Jersey Devils, the hero after his brother Quinn had scored the golden goal earlier. in a semifinal match, or a match leading up to the semifinals. Jack Hughes does the honors. It was great theater yesterday. It was really entertaining, and you give credit to the players, and that's what hockey is all about. You mentioned this earlier, Bick, that right now hockey is on a wave because of what happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But what hockey has failed to do as a sport is capitalize on it long term. I don't care about that so much as opposed to just soaking in what we saw yesterday, because that was basically the last event at the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
And what a way to put a cap on 2 weeks. That was fantastic.
It really was. Listen, high-stakes hockey, a lot of geopolitical drama attached to the game. A lot of people got up early to watch the game. And then I think you saw a lot of interesting wave of reactions after a thrilling game. And I believe it would have been thrilling no matter who won the game.
I totally agree with you.
It was that kind of game. It was just really, really high stakes. And this morning, in a way to cope, the Canadian team, the Canadian market, the Canadian fans, they're all claiming, and probably rightfully so, that they were the better team. They did dominate large swaths of play, but part of winning games is sustaining barrages by better teams, and that's what Team USA did. And yet the reactions are also steeped in just immense disappointment because of all the, as I said, the geopolitical drama. Canada as a nation wanted to flex in the worst way. USA wanted to flex in the worst way. This matchup between two formerly very brotherly nations has now taken on this really dark undertone because of political forces.
Yes.
Now, that being said, you watch these games, and it's funny because some people come away from it and they go, oh, man, I got to get into hockey more. Maybe I'm going to watch Tuesday night's game between the Islanders and the Predators. And not every hockey game looks like last night's game. Okay, first, that's number one.
True.
You can't generate the kind of stakes that comes with high-stakes hockey. It's why playoff hockey is so scintillating. Because when the care factor, another term fast becoming on my not like terms, the care factor of players goes up dramatically in the postseason. Then you get into an Olympic showdown, particularly between these two nations at this point in time, and you get a ton of it. And that's what you get as a result.
It also was essentially an all-star game where people cared.
Yeah.
I mean, both rosters were stacked with stars.
Hall of Famers.
Which you won't necessarily see, in just a regular season game.
No, it was a magical moment. I absolutely loved Jack Hughes' interview with NBC after the game. We're going to play a little bit of that for you, too. But part of it was, he said, we're such a team. We've been together for 2 weeks. One of my big takeaways walking away from that was, this is a really cool moment. This is great for American hockey because the women did it too.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it in very similar fashion, same exact score against the same exact country as the opponent for the gold medal. It's a shining moment for USA hockey.
Yeah.
But my biggest takeaway was 46 years ago, it made what the 1980 Olympic team did even more amazing to me, because that was a team. That was a team that gave up a year and a half of its life training together, going through all of the exhibitions, going through getting your teeth kicked in by the Soviet Union in the lead up.
Jack Hughes literally got his teeth kicked in yesterday.
Well, he did. And again, this is the system that's in place. I would much rather have it this way with the NHL players playing as opposed to the amateurs playing, which we have seen in recent Olympic history. This was fantastic, but it's different, but you'll take it. It's still a victory.
The obvious takeaway was, okay, after 3 periods of incredible hockey, when you go to 3-on-3 skaters in overtime, there's a lot of people obviously on the losing side who says that's not hockey, and you're right, it's really not.
It's not.
But it doesn't matter. This is one game in one moment in time. These were the overtime rules that were put in place for Olympic hockey, and that's what you get. And clearly it was wild to watch. Wild. Because it was just so different than you're taking 4 players off the ice.
And Canada gets the face-off in the overtime, and the puck is on the stick of Connor McDavid, and you're like, this is over.
Or Nathan McKinnon.
Nathan McKinnon.
his windup and his skating ability, it was like, I think Nathan McKinnon also kind of sunk the Canadians with that last rush of his. He got trapped way behind the play, and there's some danger to it. But the point is there's a lot of people, depending on whose side you are, if you're on the losing side, you're complaining about this. The Canadian coach mentioned that, hey, this is not really hockey.
It is
No,
weird.
It's not, but it doesn't have to be all things.
Or are you going to diminish it and say, we won the gold medal, but it's not really hockey, 3-on-3? I would prefer 4-on-4 even in the overtime. But some of the reaction coming from north of the border on social media. Quote, honestly, if you're an American celebrating that win, you're a casual who doesn't know puck. Totally fine. Grow the game. Celebrating a gimmick 3-on-3 goal after getting dog-walked in the real game for 60 minutes tells you everything you need to know about who still runs this sport.
Yeah. Well, if they got dog-walked, then there wouldn't have been a need for overtime.
Exactly.
No!
So then win the game.
But again, that's coping mechanisms for a country that badly needed that, badly for their own sanity.
This is also this wasn't a super Canadian team. They barely got to the gold medal game. They had to come back in their 2 games leading up to that.
Well, they didn't have Sidney Crosby.
That's the other thing they're saying. The USA has never beaten us when we've had Sidney Crosby.
That's the other thing they're saying. You're exactly right.
Here's the other thing, too, and I think I also understand why this does happen, but when a niche sport like hockey, and it is a niche sport, has a moment on the big stage that draws in a massive audience of casual fans, the people who really know puck and live it, they have to kind of cluck. They have to get up and make sure their voices are heard the loudest, because we're here every day and you're not. How dare you think you can indulge in the game? You know what I mean?
Don't try to get on the bandwagon now.
And I've never understood that. You see that in soccer. You'll see it during the World Cup in soccer.
Absolutely right.
You're totally right. But going back to the point of the Canadian notion that we dog walk you for 60 minutes, sorry about that.
Sorry.
But how many times, and this happens throughout hockey history, how many of the better teams lost a Stanley Cup final because they ran into a superhuman goalie?
It's happened.
That's exactly what happened yesterday in that final. Connor Hellebuck was the best player on the ice.
Yeah, he made a couple of ludicrously great saves. Yeah, so I thought it was great, and it also introduced us to one of the greater moments in sports that you don't remember until you watch a high-profile hockey game. High-stakes hockey, when you get a team that can nullify and run out of 5-on-3 penalty disadvantage, the momentum infusion and what it does for a crowd when you can withstand that kind of barrage, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
Well, how about the American team didn't give up a power play goal the entire tournament?
It's
just unbelievable stuff.
That's pretty good.
Here was Jack Hughes, who scored the game-winning goal. His initial thoughts.
This is all about our country right now. I love the USA. I love my teammates. It's unbelievable. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we have so much support from ex-players. I'm so proud to be American today. So proud.
Yeah, it was one of those moments, too, that when you look back and say, yes, it was hockey, but there was patriotism involved. It was one of those moments, hey, you know what? This country needed that right now. To see the reaction on social media from all people, to see it from other athletes. If you saw the George Springer video, he was taking batting practice in a USA Hockey jersey yesterday and celebrating at the Toronto
Charles
Blue Jays.
Barkley wore a sweater.
Yeah,
and that's what they call them in hockey, folks, just so you know. For all you casual fans who just came to hockey, that is the working term for a uniform, a sweater. Just so you know.
And it's called a rink, not an ice field. Nobody says that.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that.
Yeah, an ice field.
Coming up next here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, we'll get into some NFL hash marks and, unfortunately, a tragic story in NFL hash marks. That's straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks, brewed for every inning. Message and data rates may apply.
Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Cebulka taking you up until 10 o'clock. Unfortunate, very unfortunate, tragic news coming from the NFL, and it had a local tie-in, obviously. The news that broke on Saturday on the death of Rondale Moore, who played 3 years for the Arizona Cardinals, was a second-round pick. Found in a garage, suspected self-inflicted gunshot wound at the age of 25. And look, the tributes are pouring in. This is anybody that dies at 25. It's a tragic story. When it's by somebody's own hand, it's even more tragic.
Yeah.
And it's a reminder. And I focused a lot on the Hollywood Brown tweets that came out and said he had been in contact with Rondale Moore. They were teammates for 2 years. And the amount of encouragement that Rondale Moore was getting from around the league, because we talked about it last summer, Bick, during preseason. Rondale Moore had made his way to the Minnesota Vikings. He had a lost season with Atlanta, blew out a knee in preseason. You work your way to get back to play football, get another chance with Minnesota. He blows out his knee again in a meaningless preseason game. And all the support that was pouring in from around the league, guys like Hollywood Brown and others. Hey, keep with it. And then imagine the feeling that those people have when, you were reaching out, you were checking on the people that you love, and it still wasn't enough. It's unfathomable that now the NFL too, since November, has had two active players take their own lives.
They've also had a handful of deaths of former football players at a relatively young age. It's apropos of nothing other than a very ominous coincidence, but there's been about 6 or 7 of them all under the age of 60 that have passed from the NFL family for a variety of reasons. Yeah, listen, the Rondale Moore thing came as a shock because of how young he is. I think it was interesting when people like Hollywood Brown or Kyler Murray they went on social media to express how surprised they were because they had just communicated with them. And that's look, that's sort of the nature of suicide. Yeah. People who don't see it coming are flattened by it. I also think that when Hollywood Brown screenshot that message about I always wanted to speak life into you, I thought, this is odd, too. Are there friends that knew he was dealing with depression or mental issues? And are any of these related to playing the sport of football? It's way too early to speculate on that. But it's just a tragedy that hit a lot of people right between the eyes because of how young Rondale Moore is and how frustrating his NFL career was primarily with him to himself, not being able to stay healthy at all.
Yeah.
A terrible story, like you said.
Yeah, the Cardinals released a statement. We are devastated and heartbroken by today's news concerning Rondale Moore. Our thoughts and deepest condolences are with his family, friends, teammates, and everyone who loved him and had the privilege of knowing such a special person. Not quite 26 years of age, just an unbelievably sad story coming from the NFL. And there's no way really to transition out of it, but we'll continue to talk NFL. And we're in the offseason. We're a few weeks away from the start of the league year. But there was an interesting story that came out over the weekend. Rich McKay, former Atlanta Falcons executive, now on the competition committee, came out and said, we're not expecting – the game's in a good place. We're not expecting many big, substantial rule change proposals, which is interesting because the last 2 off seasons, Vic, as you know, there's been a lot of talk about the potential elimination of the tush-push play. And for Rich McKay to come out and say this at this point of the offseason is curious because some people are speculating maybe he said it to spur a team to actually write up a proposal to eliminate the tush-push.
Because up till now, no team has. And we know that the team in the past was the Packers.
Yes.
And there were people that speculated why the Packers. Were they trying to get ahead of the Eagles in the NFC playoff picture? Was it because they didn't have an owner that fellow owners could be mad at league meetings? Why the Packers? Well, there is no team this year spearheading that fight, which is ironic to me because I don't think the play is any less odious than it was going into last year.
I don't think so either. And there's other people that are speculating, well, Philadelphia, who runs it more and more effectively, at least historically, than any other team, they weren't as successful with this specific play. They weren't as successful using it to make a push to a Super Bowl title, so maybe that's quieted a lot of the noise. I agree with you. I don't think that changes anything.
Well, it changes perception, though, because the 2 teams that use it the most, the Eagles and the Bills, neither one of them made, the championship games in their conferences. It's like in baseball.
But that doesn't ensure that they won't make it again by using that play.
I'm just saying
Jarrett's right. I think that's a big reason why there's no outcry to get this thing gone, because the teams that used it the best didn't win anything.
They didn't win this year. The Eagles won last year. So it's like the salary cap in baseball is continuing to gain momentum every year because the Dodgers have now won 2 years in a row.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I do think there's something to that. I do think it's because no team wants to be the one up in front of this. And I also think it's because the Eagles didn't get to the Super Bowl. And they were not the same team. And the end result of having access to that play and using that play better than anyone didn't get them a trophy.
Yeah.
Like you said, it doesn't mean it won't next year.
Yeah. Well, so what are people going to say if the Eagles go?
I know.
All the way to another Super Bowl title, and they score the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl, and the tush push, is that going to light the fire again for people to eliminate the play? The bottom line is this, and some will point at the safety issues of it, and I don't know if there's any real applicable data that you can apply consistently there. But what continues to be, it's not a entertaining play, and it's become increasingly more difficult to officiate. That was the big plot turn in the 2025 season with the tush push, regardless of whether or not teams were as successful with it. How many times did we come into work on a Monday where that was a storyline? They were offsides. They're always offsides on it. It was talked about constantly because it's a hard play to see anything, making it a very hard play to officiate. And I think that's enough to eliminate it, or at least tweak the rules around it.
I totally agree. I listen, I don't know why there isn't a coalition that is pushing this thing through for any number of reasons. I think most logical, rational people look at that play and go, that's not football.
No.
That might be a loophole. That might be real good scheming on behalf of the Eagles. That might be the function of having a great center and a good offensive line and a quarterback who can squat 600, 700 pounds, but it's not football. And also, there are people close to the commissioner who claim Roger Goodell wants no part of this play. And so you would think that if there was that much animosity towards the play, including from the guy that runs the league, why is this thing still a thing?
I don't know.
I don't know whether it's part of that hardcore NFL mentality that, okay, look, you have to stop us. Don't whine about the rules. Stop us. Everything is supposed to be proven or not proven between the lines. I don't know, dude. I just know that I think the play is stupid, and I just don't think it even looks like football when you see it. And it's raised a lot of anger and tempers in the game. I don't see the point of it.
Yeah.
For a league that is really concerned with the optics of its product, how it looks on television, the aesthetics is what I should say, not the optics. The aesthetics of it. I don't understand why this thing continues to kind of just live on.
Yeah, and we'll see if Rich McKay's comments kind of spur some team to, hey, oh, by the way, here's our proposal.
Wait a minute, I do object.
We were
Does
working on
anybody
this.
here object to this marriage, these couple in front of you?
Speak now.
Or forever hold your peace.
Or forever, or at least until next offseason, hold your peace.
Right.
Coming up next, it was all kinds of ugly last night for the Phoenix Suns against Portland. We'll share more of our thoughts on the game and the weekend coming up in Vinny's View. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
As far as Dillon Brooks, I don't know how much to read into that last night, but they didn't look right without him. I don't want him to change the way he plays, and that's why this is frustrating that he's already at 16, because just playing the way he plays, he's going to get some technical fouls. I think we've all long accepted that. And some people probably want him to change the way he plays now, too, because every other tech gets him suspended. I don't want him to change the way he plays, but it's just not worth his time to argue with the officials, because every time he walks away with a tech.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had a very interesting weekend. Saturday night with Devin Booker still sidelined, won a double overtime thriller over the Magic thanks to a game winner from Jalen Green to get a 113-110 win, but in the process lost Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night the Suns felt the absences in a 92-77 loss to Portland, and now the Celtics will come to town tomorrow night. Spring training rolls on as the Diamondbacks against the Cleveland Guardians is this afternoon. First pitch will be at 1:05. And in case you missed it, United States hockey is golden. An overtime goal from Jack Hughes sealed a 2-1 win over Canada for their first gold medal in 46 years. And that's what's trending now.
That boy's good. It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
The Phoenix Suns were missing 4 of their top players on Sunday night. Suns fans knew that was the case going into the game against the Portland Trailblazers at Mortgage Matchup Center. And many of them probably figured, okay, we're going to get blown out by 50. Well, that didn't happen, but the Suns did struggle mightily on the offensive end. in an ugly 92-77 loss to the Blazers. I won't dwell on the loss in this space today. The bigger picture is more interesting. Head coach Jordan Ott said it himself following Sunday night's loss. Quote, "This is just not a one-night thing. We've struggled to score for an extended period of time. Shot quality has not been good. That was evident over the weekend, so much so that maybe I should be sharing my amazement that the Suns were actually able to win a game on Saturday against Orlando, where many of the same offensive ills were evident. The Suns right now have a very hard time getting into their offense. Dribble penetration hasn't been completely eliminated, but really only Colin Gillespie and Jalen Green can make that happen and create shots for their teammates. Three-point shooting is almost non-existent. Well, that's not true. There's plenty of threes going up. They're not going in. Before a 6-for-8 showing in the fourth quarter against Portland, the Suns had 7 quarters in which they went 19 of 82 from deep over the weekend. That's 23% and not nearly good enough to win in the NBA. Their 2-game field goal percentage of 35.1% is tied for the 9th lowest for any 2-game stretch in the 58-year history of the franchise. The Suns have been fun to watch for most of this season, but not having close to full health for now and the foreseeable future could sap a lot of the fun right out of things. That is today's edition of Vinny's View.
Can somebody in the Valley jersey be a hero in double overtime? 1.1 on the clock. O'Neal standing at the hash on the far side, waiting for Pat Frere to hand him the ball. Banchero defending the inbounds pass. Royce gets it, holds above his head, fakes, looks, gets it to Green. He'll try a 3 in the right corner. He got it at the buzzer, and the Suns win! 113-110, the final in double overtime. Jalen Green, the hero, as time expires.
Yeah, that was the scene on Saturday night at Mortgage Matchup Center. You want to talk about an improbable trajectory/win. That was it. Jalen Green had one of the more unreal nights in recent memory for the Suns because he got 26 shots up. He made 6 of them. He was 4 of 24 before he hit his last 2 shots. He had a driving layup to put the Suns up 3, and then that one in a tie game to win it from the corner. But he went through the whole range of everything. He was missing free throws. He was getting jeered by the crowd. He actually bent over at the waist in frustration after missing a free throw in one of the overtime periods. It was a surreal night, and I kind of do feel that way because the Suns didn't play well on Saturday either, but they had just enough to get over the hump against Orlando, and they didn't have – I mean, there was – not a hump that they were going to get over last night with the offensive performance. And I think maybe fatigue was involved. And it's interesting now because Jalen Green finally, for the first time, played 3 straight games. He's been in there. He's played substantial minutes. He's had an offensive workload. But now you're asking him to really shoulder all of the load because Grayson Allen wasn't there. Devin Booker wasn't there. Dillon Brooks is not going to be around for a while. Just really, really unfortunate timing for all of this.
Yeah, when Dillon Brooks went down very early in that game on Saturday, if somebody would have said, okay, at this point in time, we'll grant you 1 victory and 1 loss by the end of the weekend, I think most Suns fans would have taken it at that point, and that's even before Jordan Goodwin left. But Dillon Brooks is on a different level in terms of his importance to this team and how they prepare and the vibe they take on the court, all that stuff. I don't know the last time an NBA team or an NBA city ended up booing and then celebrating a player who missed 20 shots in a game.
Yeah.
Like Jalen Green did on Saturday.
Yeah.
That's quite something. 6 of 26. That was quite something.
Look, he didn't have a good game, but when you make the game-winning shot, it turns into a pretty good game.
Or it turns into a pretty good way to end a bad game.
Yeah. And he talked about it. That was his first game winner, he said, in the NBA, but he kind of went further than that. He's like, that's my first real game winner. And the smile on his face, the reaction from his teammates said it all because – obviously, for the Suns to accomplish anything, they're going to need Jalen Green to be there. And it looks like he's finally over the injury hump. And now it's just getting used to being able to be himself. But can he be himself now with all the players around him missing? That's the question. But I don't think we're going to see a game like last night very often, 77 points. I mean, they actually shot the ball better from the field last night. than they did on Saturday, which is another amazing statistic. But
I mean, the idea is,
listen, ever since I made that comment about how great they are in the third quarter and how Jordan Nutt wants the Suns to be the team to make the other team call the panicky, angry timeout, the first timeout of the third quarter. Everything's gone to hell in a handbasket ever since.
I knew it was your fault somehow. I knew it was your fault.
It's always my fault,
but
Jared.
I guess the idea is like, when Booker comes back, can the combo of Green and Booker give you the same thing that Brooks and Booker did? Because unfortunately, we're not going to see all three of them for a while.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good question. And listen, you don't know if you're going to see Dillon Brooks, period. I don't know how many weeks are left in the season, but 6 weeks of rest and recovery and cast on, cast off, that pretty much gets you right to the end of the season.
But I think you're going to have, ideally, knock on wood, about a 20-game sample of Booker and Green together to see how well they can coexist. Now, their offense is going to be different because Dillon Brooks and his ability to get shots for himself just by muscling people and backing down and hitting turnaround jumpers has been a huge part of the Suns' offense this year, and you're just not going to have it.
And I'm more about the defense and the intangible things with the loss of Dillon Brooks than I am the offense. I think they can make up the Dillon Brooks offense. I think the Dillon Brooks offense is a function of Dillon Brooks sort of making sure that he's part of the offense. But I don't know. Look, the Suns have got other issues as well. Mark Williams, his level of play has deteriorated, especially defensively. Ryan Dunn is a hot mess right now. They're going to have a hard time hanging on to what they've had.
Yeah, the Ryan Dunn thing, I'm glad you brought it up. It is concerning, and I had said it a few weeks ago that Ryan Dunn was in one of those stretches where it just doesn't look like he can do anything right on the offensive end. And I think it's all confidence-based. And he's in one of those stretches again last night where, he played almost 31 minutes last night and scored 2 points.
Yeah.
Kobe Brea came in at the end of the game and played a minute 37. He outscored the combo of Ryan Dunn and Royce O'Neal last night. Royce O'Neal's offense is solely a function of what happens around him because he's a great catch-and-shoot three guy, and now he's not going to get those opportunities because the offense is broken.
Well, last night marked sort of the re-entry of Kamen Malawach, and it was like, okay, because for about a week now, the fact that Malawach was drafted as high as he was and yet stashed on a G League team, I think a lot of people initially when the Suns were winning, we were all cool with that. Oh, why not, man? This is a luxury. Let the young kid grow. And
Redshirt year.
Yeah, redshirt year, exactly. You let him grow, let him get some confidence, let him get some double-doubles, stack them up in the G League. And yet there are people like, oh, this is not normal. When you draft a player that high, generally there is integration at some point during the regular season. Well, you got some of it last night. And how ironic that unless I saw this wrong, wasn't the first three made of the whole game by Kamen Malawach?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm not a gambler.
Yeah.
But if you could get odds on the first three of the game, because the Suns were so off on their threes, and they have the NBA record intact of hitting at least one three-pointer in several 1,000 games at this point. I thought it was in jeopardy with the way they were shooting. And for Kamen Malawach to come in and hit the first three, you're like, oh my goodness. What would the odds be on something like that? And Rasheer Fleming hit the second one.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that's those odds are astronomical.
And we talked so much about Booker, Green, and Brooks. Real quick, the underrated can't stay on the court guy is Grayson Allen also.
Yeah, he was magnificent on Saturday. They don't win that game without Grayson Allen's contributions, but it was one game back after the ankle sprain, and injury management is a thing now.
Very much with this team.
Yeah, well,
and maybe with the entire league, but this team in particular, they're very, 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 very conservative.
Yeah. Here was Jordan Knott real quick on Malawach making another step.
Yeah, I think we've seen it even in his time with the Valley. Like, he's taking those steps. I think our Valley group does a really good job of laying out some intentions for him specifically each night. They give us great reports on what he's doing there. I think that's helpful when we're connected. To then it translates when he gets here. So I thought he took another step. It's always good to see young guys take steps.
Yeah, he played more minutes last night than Mark Williams did when it was all said and done.
That's wild.
And Mark Williams had a real tough time with Donovan Clingan just kind of owned that matchup last night.
Yeah. And Kellen Olson did a real good job of kind of showing the splits, the defensive splits of Mark Williams versus Oso in the game defensively. It used to be Mark Williams was by far the better defensive player, and now those metrics have kind of reversed.
Yeah.
And it's just, listen, one of the things about having an injury history in your recent past and all throughout your NBA career is that when you get into seasons where you're never injured, you're now going into uncharted territory of games played.
Yeah.
And you never know what that's going to look like.
No. How sturdy is that wall that you could be running
that's
into?
it.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more information on how to get that discount. Coming up next, in a season filled with injured superstars, who is the NBA's MVP? That and more next. It's the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double, and the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And people of my generation, we all know the anxiety that comes with the big question, the one we all ask at a certain point in our lives. Do I have enough money to retire? Will my money last? Will I end up having to take a job in my retirement years to supplement my income? Am I missing anything? If any of that sounds familiar, if you're dealing with any anxiety related to retirement, highly recommend you call my friends at Trajan Wealth. Because if you're like most people, you probably don't have the peace of mind you need, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's quite another to feel totally prepared. The latter is what you'll get from Trajan Wealth. Remember, they're veteran-owned, they're locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. Not their best interests, your best interests. They can review your current portfolio to see if there are any gaps, things you're missing. Then they'll give you personalized strategies, tailor-made game plans built around your needs and desires and what you want your retirement to look like. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships, so give them a call. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisor Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. At Trajan Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
One thing sports taught me is how to look beyond the moment, to think about what comes next. Hey, it's Tom Chambers. When I retired from basketball, I learned quickly how important it is to have a long-term plan, not just for money, but for peace of mind. That's why I partner with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. Goal stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. But to me, it's the Get Out and Live loan because it helps people work towards something huge, retiring with their home paid off sooner, using the income they already make. And here's the truth. When retirement gets close, it's not about chasing interest rates. It's about whether you're still carrying a mortgage when you want more control over your time. Goal helps shorten that timeline so retirement feels more real and a whole lot more comfortable. If you want to see how it works and whether it fits your situation, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is delivering big opportunities all month long.
Absolutely, Dave. Our President's Day savings event is happening all month long. Lease an all-new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month, or purchase with $6,000 in savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options as low as $769 a month.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
We are getting down to the home stretch of the NBA season. And before we get to this, I wanted to send a shout out and a good morning, a thank you to everybody listening and watching the show in Avondale today. We appreciate you taking in Bickley and Murata mornings in Avondale this and every morning. Yesterday, you had a match between the Celtics and the Lakers. Always gets a lot of attention when the Celtics and Lakers get together. And
the next two Suns opponents, too. How fun is that?
Yeah. Not back-to-back. There is a day in between those games, but, man, not a great time for those teams to be coming in for the Phoenix Suns. The Celtics
you could make an argument that it would be worse if there were bad teams coming in that you should beat.
To give away games that you should.
It.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, listen.
That's true.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah. I mean, real quick before we move on. Last night's game against Portland on paper, when you Phoenix, Portland, that was one of those rare games because the Suns have been really good at beating teams that they should beat this year. Just based on the identities, the DNA of those teams. It probably should have happened last night. And Portland had their injury issues, too. I mean, Denny Avdia going out in the first minute of the game was very strange.
That was odd.
They played without their best player all night, too. But, yeah, that was one that got away from the Suns. But yesterday, the Celtics beat up on the Lakers pretty good, 111-89. The Celtics are 37-19.
Yeah.
In second place in the Eastern Conference. And they've done it all year without Jason Tatum, who's yet to play, obviously suffered the injury in the playoffs last year and is making his way back. After the game, LeBron James on the losing team, LeBron had 20 points, crossed the 43,000 career point threshold yesterday. He was asked about the MVP, and he kind of made a case for one of his opponents, and Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics.
Motivation of a lot of people just saying that they're going to have a down year because of, obviously JT being out, them losing Drew. Al, leaves, Porzingis leaves, their whole championship team pretty much is kind of revamped, and he uses that as motivation to keep them afloat. They're playing great basketball, and it's because of him and the rest of those guys. He's taking that next step. Our relationship has been, pretty respectful. Besides the he said about Bronny at Summer League, but other than that,
you guys were able
yeah,
to
but other than that, we've been all right.
We guys able to get past that.
We'll be all right. Yeah, we'll be all right. I think he went on social media and said something about it. It's all good, but Ronnie got a long way to go, but that's another story. So, but the kid, he's playing great basketball, man. And you can't even, this whole MVP thing, I don't understand why his name is not getting talked about some as well. Like, nobody gave them a shot to start the season. And he's having, 30? It's a popularity contest sometimes, I tell you.
You feel like he could be MVP?
Last question.
That's not for me. I'm going to be honest. I don't know the criteria of MVP anymore. I kind of stopped giving a damn about it a long time ago. I got my own personal issues about it, so these guys will tell you why.
Weird that LeBron stopped giving a damn about the MVP chase when he's no longer playing at an MVP level.
Yeah.
Weird how that works.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that passive-aggressive stuff, it just did, yeah. Okay, first of all, Jaylen Brown, was it a sin for him to come out before the season and say, I don't think Bronny is a pro? Is that something LeBron James should get bent about?
Well,
what a joke.
It's a fact, but, yeah, of course he's going to get bent about it.
Okay, yeah, but the Boston Celtics, they are quite the surprise, and to do this, and again, it isn't just not having Jason Tatum. They don't have Al Horford anymore, and by the way, Al Horford has promised that he's going to drop dime on his experience with the Celtics, and I'm guessing it has something to do with the Boston fans, but he's not going to do it yet. You see that? Where he said, I've got my reasons for leaving, and I'll let people know, but not now.
Ooh.
Yeah, so there's going to be some dime dropping from Al Horford at some point in the future. But look, you got to give it up to Joe Mazzulla, and you got to give it up to Jaylen Brown to hang the way they've hung in a year that they could very easily hang it up.
Yeah.
Is admirable.
They could be the Indiana Pacers. They could be the Pacers after losing their superstar, and look what they're doing.
Yes, but they also could get Jason Tatum back and be maybe the favorite in the East.
I think that we've been talking about how tough the West is going to be when the playoffs roll around. The East is getting very interesting because of Boston. And I know it didn't go well for Cleveland yesterday, but since they've added James Harden, there's a different element to that team. The Detroit Pistons appear to be very sturdy. I mean, it's not as bleak in the East as it was looking to be earlier in the season. So I think it could be a really good playoff in the Eastern Conference. But, on the MVP front, and this is just one sampling. I just did a Google search on it. This is from last week on NBC Sports. 25-26 NBA MVP ladder race odds power rankings frontrunners. And this is from a writer named Vaughn Dalzell. Here's his rankings as of February 16th, a week ago. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, number 1, which, if he gets to the threshold, going to be hard to unseat him as the MVP. Nikola Jokic, number 2. Cade Cunningham, 3. Victor Wembanyama, 4. Luka Doncic, 5. Jaylen Brown, the first name under honorable mention.
Wow.
So I wonder if LeBron's comments yesterday, and they're getting a lot of attention for a number of reasons, but the supportive comments of Jaylen Brown and wondering why he's not being talked about more as a legitimate MVP candidate, if that kind of lights a fuse on it. Because we talked about it, I don't know if it was last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, on Coach of the Year. Jordan Knott's in the mix. There's no doubt about it. Joe Mazzulla of the Boston Celtics should absolutely be in the mix. And a lot of the same reasons apply to the reasoning on Jaylen Brown's MVP candidacy. They've done an amazing job. I mean, you look at some of the guys. They're starting Neemias Queta. They're starting Baylor Shireman. I mean, Sam Hauser's getting a lot of run with the Celtics. They've just built a really good system there, and Jaylen Brown's kind of the ringleader of it. So I think, you might see a lot of Boston Celtics love. If this continues, when award season rolls around, they might be getting a lot of it.
Yeah, no, listen, especially if the Sun season is going to kind of hit a little valley here, then because I have been one of the biggest supporters for Jordan Ott's Coach of the Year candidacy, and deservedly so. But if things start playing out in a different way, this is going to probably be Joe Mazzulla's award to lose at that point in time. Yeah,
and J.B. Bickerstaff's going to get some love, too.
And I guess the bigger question is, when you start to look at the Western Conference, the Warriors, a big victory against the Nuggets. The Warriors continue to play well at home. I don't know if that team worries you. I don't know if the Blazers worry you. I think we've already kind of handicapped that the Suns really aren't in danger of missing the play-in at all, because you're not going to drop to 11. That just is not going to happen. But the quality of the teams that are behind you, Clippers, the Blazers, and the Warriors.
And look, they've had injuries. But they've been sort of mediocre for a while now. The Suns, they're 9-10 in their last 19 games. That's a pretty big sample size. And look, injuries, we know. But it is what it is.
They have 24 games left. Would it shock you if they go under 500 for the next 24 games?
No.
Wouldn't shock me either.
No, wouldn't shock me. I wouldn't expect it to be seriously below 500.
Yeah, but
11-13,
something like that.
If you go 10-14, that's 43 wins. That should be good, because if you look at the team in the 11th spot right now, the Memphis Grizzlies. There's like a 12-game bulge right now between the two. 11 and a half games. Yeah, but. Again, avoiding the play-in is something this team really should want to do, because
I think that's going to be difficult.
If you're 7 or 8, you're guaranteed 2 games if you lose the first. If you're 9 or 10, it's one and done possibly. That would be such an unsatisfying result to the season.
That I do agree with that, and I did kind of change my thinking about that after I said last week that just getting to the play-in will be a smashing success. I don't think it'll feel that way in real time. After we discussed this on the air, I kind of had a change of heart that I think that by the time we get to the end of the season, if that's where the season has devolved, it probably won't feel as good as it did, earlier this year. So, but I mean, this is what's in front of them. And, look, I don't know what's going to happen with the Clippers and whether or not they're going to get derailed with whatever is coming down the pike with this aspiration investigation. But you really do want to avoid the 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Right? Because at 7 and 8, you're guaranteed a second game to get in.
At all costs.
At all costs.
Avoid 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Suns and Celtics tomorrow night. Coming up next, Sammy's going to help us get caught up to speed on the big stories in this Monday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Maybe you're like thousands of other people out there and you're struggling with private student loan debt. When you are struggling with that debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of options. I've heard from people in that situation. Not a great place to be. But if you are in that situation, there's a way forward you need to know about. It's called Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do, and they're not judging you in the process of helping you, not grilling you with questions about why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Why Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictional perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't define you. They don't get the final say. Why Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation, give Why Refi a call at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
With a Global Credit Card, you earn reward points for every purchase. Use your rewards at checkout at many of your favorite stores, or use points instead of cash when you shop online. You can even use them to book a flight up to 3 days in advance. New York, Vegas, Albuquerque. From groceries to getaways, redeem your way. Apply for your Global Credit Card now at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns this weekend split the back-to-back. Saturday, Jalen Green's buzzer beater lifted the Suns to a 113-110 double overtime win against the Magic in a game where the Suns lost both Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night, the Portland Trail Blazers were too much for the shorthanded Suns in a 92-77 loss. They'll look to bounce back Tuesday night as the Celtics come to town. Spring training got underway from Salt River Fields this weekend. The Diamondbacks are off to a 1-2 start to Cactus League play, but they're back in action this afternoon at 1:05 for the Cleveland Guardians. And the Arizona Wildcats notched a huge road win against second-ranked Houston over the weekend, 73-66. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in the Lotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:30. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Cebulka, and we're going to start with, again, we've been using the word interesting for the Phoenix Suns weekend all morning long, and so that's where we'll start. So Dillon Brooks, broken hand. Jordan Goodwin, calf strain. Booker is out at least another week now. But Jalen Green hit a game winner on Saturday. What stood out more from Jalen Green's weekend to you? Was it his game winner or literally everything else from Jalen Green?
Yeah, listen, I think we all got the Jalen Green experience over the course of 2 games and 98 minutes or 106 minutes of basketball, whatever it is. I think the bigger thing is the game-winning shot because, as Vinny pointed out, if he's never had one of those before, getting one of those can change everything about a player's career and his trajectory, especially when you do it in front of a new audience. Now, to do it after a night when you've missed 20 shots, it kind of lessens it a little bit. But I personally, what I'm hoping is that moment is going to kind of sort of, I don't know, open up the horizon, if you will, for Jalen Green's time in Phoenix.
We've seen glimpses here and there. We've seen some of the explosion. It was good to see him get his first dunk on a breakaway too, and it was a highlight dunk. I think there's a lot of people quick to judge Jalen Green, which is unfortunate, especially because of what he's coming back to.
Right.
He's being asked to shoulder the load right now offensively, and I'm not sure that's fair for a guy who's played as little as he has. The percentage is not there. He was 6 of 16 last night. Better than 6 of 26 from the night before. But to me, it's impossible to ignore what happened. And I was listening to the post-game show Saturday after he hit that shot, and there was a very angry caller who seems to be obsessed with Jalen Green, regardless of what he does in games. And Tim Ring was hosting, and he said, we're really going to give Jalen Green a pass for how bad he played? It was like, yeah, we are, because he hit a game-winning shot. It's going to be an uphill climb the rest of the way. This is almost a throwaway season, in my opinion, for Jalen Green. But hopefully he can find his comfort level. That way, when players around him get healthy, he'll be in a more comfortable role and be able to contribute as a second or third option as opposed to the guy.
Yeah, and so before the weekend even, we on the show talked about the importance of maybe the Suns getting up to that 6 seed. And now we're here Monday of, okay, let's hold on to the 7 or 8. So just how did even this weekend change the expectations of this Suns team?
I don't know if it changes the expectations, but what I think it does do is, because I think the expectations are still try to win and get that 6 seed or better.
Right.
Now, actually getting that's going to be a much bigger problem here. So I think what you first have to do is you first have to kind of reconcile the fact that Dillon Brooks is probably going to be gone for a big chunk of time, and then you're going to have to kind of rally everybody around that fact and challenge everybody to prove that this team wasn't just about Dillon Brooks. It's not going to be easy because I think what the Suns have been doing has been maximum effort with little on the margins for error. And now I think the max effort up until this point, I think the team has hit a little bit of a wall. And I think that now having to do it without Dillon Brooks for a good chunk of the schedule, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and I think you're not going to have Devin Booker for the next 2 games, tomorrow night against Boston, Thursday against the Lakers. We haven't had an update on Jordan Goodwin, but we know how teams operate now with calf injuries. They're incredibly cautious because of what those calf injuries can lead to. As Bick said, Brooks is going to be out for a while. I think you take your lumps in these next 2 games and cross your fingers that because they have a little break after Thursday night. They don't play again until Tuesday. There's no action over the weekend for them. So, and going into a game against Sacramento on the road on Tuesday, hopefully that can be kind of the return for Booker. Devin Booker.
Yeah. Okay, so the USA men's hockey team won the gold medal first since the Miracle on Ice team 46 years ago. What does that mean, winning a hockey gold medal against especially, the likes of Canada?
It means a lot. It's a huge feather in the cap for USA hockey to piggyback that women's gold medal win over Canada, and it's been a different path for the U.S. women as opposed to the U.S. men, but Canada has kind of flexed its dominance over the United States in hockey for a really, really long time. People always say, "Wow, is this going to be the big push that hockey needs in this country?" Not necessarily, because I think we've seen things that have lit the fuse. But in case if the fuse gets doused and you don't follow this up, it'll just be another example of, "Wow, that was pretty cool when they did that in 2026, wasn't it?" It's all about sustained success, and you hope that this is maybe the beginning of it, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, listen, I really do caution against this because we've seen this at many times over the course of history where one sporting event has a transcending kind of feel to it, an outcome that really inspires people, and you try to draw these large inferences from it, what it's going to mean, what it's going to change, and generally these are just great moments in time to be enjoyed and to be savored. That's what they are, because that game is not going to it's not going to change the way casual fans feel about the NHL overnight. If it's a gateway and a way for them to get in the front door to check it out, you'll get some that love it, but again, it's hard to duplicate what Team USA and Team Canada put on the ice yesterday, and it was magnificent what they put on the ice. But you can't manufacture that, and so just enjoy it, savor it for what it is. And if it leads you to check out more hockey, great. If it leads you to kind of get on board with efforts to get a team back in this market, fantastic. But I don't know what it's going to have other than, look, this country has been developing more and more hockey players. The idea that Canada owns this sport is no longer accurate.
100%.
True, especially when you get the pros involved.
Yeah.
But again, moment in time, Bick said it right. Once upon a time, 12 years ago, I thought T.J. Oshie was going to be the next giant superstar, American superstar in hockey because he had a big Olympic goal, and that was the last time he played in the Olympics, and he's had a nice career, but obviously didn't turn into anything. It is right now a moment in time that needs to be built on.
It is crazy that now all these guys are going to go back to their selective NHL teams and just beat the crap out of each other in the rest of the NHL season.
Yeah.
So, there you guys go. Happy Monday. All rebooted.
How about the American heroes that are going to take their gold medals back and play for Canadian teams? Like Connor Hellebuck.
Yeah,
I thought it was so good. How about the Toronto Maple Leafs wishing Ashton Matthews congratulations?
Ashton?
Or Austin.
Well, that's how I say it, because my accent.
Right, that's how you pronounce it?
Austin?
Okay.
Long Island accent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted on this Monday morning. Coming up next, we'll get an early look at the Diamondbacks in spring training, and we'll talk some Olympic hockey, too, with our next guest, the one and only Todd Walsh. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Corbin Burnes comes back and pitches the way he basically has his entire career, which again, not a given coming off the injury, but the way I worded it was potentially. If he does, your rotation is Corbin Burnes, potentially Zach Gallen being really good, potentially Merrill Kelly just being Merrill Kelly as your number 3. I think we're all pretty happy with what Ryan Nelson has done. If he's your number 4, and then Erod or Fott or whoever, Soroka's your number 5. That is. Yeah. If Corbin Burnes comes back healthy and good to go, that is a top 6-7 rotation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the court, on the field, on the diamond, in the hockey rink, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player. But when you get on the roadways, the three magic letters are BMW, the ultimate driving machine, one of the most exhilarating driving experiences you are going to find on the planet. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Go visit my friends at Chapman BMW. Get the hookup. Roll out of their lot in the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, Arizona's premier destination for luxury and performance. This is an award-winning family-run business. For nearly 60 years, they do everything differently in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. Proof that it's a great place to work and a great place to buy a vehicle. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their two locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. They've also got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, for having something in everybody's price range. And remember, this is no joke, folks. Every member of this listening audience, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Make sure you ask for GM Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He is going to hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Welcome to adversity, folks. The Suns are dealing with it now. We'll give you all the latest on the injuries on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2. Find us on the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, here on 98.7.
We continue on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Diamondbacks, a few days into their Cactus League schedule, of course. The rousing victory by the United States hockey team. Who better to talk about baseball and hockey with than our next guest, the one and only Todd Walsh, D-backs broadcaster and hockey maven, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Todd, good morning.
Wow, you complete me. Thank you for that.
You want to start baseball or hockey?
Hockey.
All
please.
right.
Thank you for $200.
All right. Hockey for 200. The clue is obviously a huge win for the United States. We were all reminiscing. For those of us that were around in 1980 and can remember what we were doing when the Miracle on Ice happened on that Friday and that Sunday, how do you compare the two, Todd?
Well, first of all, I don't think this one was miraculous. The first one was, clearly.
Yes.
And if you guys hand me a stuffed animal at the end of this interview, I'm going to throw it right back in your face.
Thank you.
My God. What? Who thought of that? There was a meeting somewhere, by the way, in Italy, and someone said, I got an idea. We'll hand them a stuffed animal. It'll be great for their kids. No, I'm sorry. I want to follow up on what you guys were just saying before the break because I have a little caveat to what you said. I do agree that these are transcendent moments and savor them. I've been sipping from the bottle of champagne for 46 years in the Miracle on Ice. But I do think that this is the natural carryover for something that I think Mike Tirico touched on NBC yesterday, which was a great point that a lot of these kids grew up in the shadows of Sidney Crosby's golden goal and how painful that was and how Canada just turned the dominance factor up another notch or 2 or 10. But if you look at recent history in the international world of hockey, what the United States has been doing, they've been winning World Juniors, and that's a massive event. They've been winning World Championships. And I know that Hockey Canada was doing things that USA Hockey figured out that they had to do. They had to take a long look in the mirror back in 2010 and say, what are we doing wrong? And it wasn't just about selecting the right players. It was how they treated the players and treated the families that had to, uproot themselves and go to a foreign country or whatever it was. So they had to mimic them, and they did. And now they're bearing the fruits of it. Does it relate to, as you guys said, more attendance? Who knows? Ratings? Who knows? I've seen that before, but I just think this was not a miracle. It was a job well done for both the men and women, and they can crow about it all they want now for as long as they can, and then see if they can sustain it.
All right, the 3-on-3 overtime period was quite something, especially when you're dealing with skaters of that level. What do you make of it? I know it feels a bit gimmicky. I'm not here to criticize it. It was the rules that were in place. It was certainly exciting. What were your thoughts as a hockey guy?
Well, as an American, I thought it was awesome. But I know what I would have thought if the U.S. had lost, I think initially. But I was expecting this question, and I was expecting some of the comments that I saw on social media. But here's my take on it. Would you have rather seen 5 periods of hockey where these guys are exhausted and they can barely complete a shift just to try and hope they get a scoring chance or somebody makes a mistake? Or do you want to see high-octane hockey back and forth and the greatest players on the planet trying to come up with that golden goal? And I think there should be a rule now on the Hughes goal that you have to pick it up from Connor McDavid, the best player on this planet, who has speed at the center line, over the blue line, coming into the net. You know it's over. And Jack Hughes is the guy that tries to stop him, and he slows him down just enough for the Americans to create the offensive play coming off the back end. I watched Mike Sullivan's press conference yesterday, and he was talking about, and you guys know this if you've watched the NHL and the 3-on-3, the great chances come from the defensive side, and that's exactly what happened. You had McDavid going one way, and the USA coming up with a stop and going the other way, and it's over. I'll take that over 5 periods and intermission hosts wearing their ties on their head and all that other garbage. I'll take that. No, I will. Seriously, I will.
That's fantastic.
Of course, I'm sitting here looking at a team that won a gold medal, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, but and you kind of prefaced it. We're talking to Todd Walsh here this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You prefaced it by saying, as an American, you loved it. And we kind of talked about this earlier in the show. A lot of the reaction from the north of the border on social media was, oh, enjoy this, the gimmicky gold medal. The better team was evident for the first 60 minutes of hockey. But yet, had Canada won, they would have been doing the proverbial patting of the heads of the Americans. Oh, nice try.
And we would have been doing the
not
exact
there.
opposite too, though.
Exactly.
Look, all you had to do is look at those guys in the silver medal line with their stuffed animals, and you know exactly how they felt. And the women. Here, you know what? There's something we left out of this, and I got a text at 4:41 this morning, and it's a thread of some other obsessed Miracle on Ice guys that I grew up with. They're all back east. 4:41 in the morning, I get a text, and it's a tweet. It says, water covers 70% of the earth. The other 30% is covered by Connor Hellebuck. That's right. We hear that in hockey all the time, but I know a guy that has been in this sport for 1,000 years. I think I've said this to you on the show a handful of times over the years, that the sport should be called goalie. And that's exactly what happened. So for Nate McKinnon to tweet, "Oh, we know who the best team was," are you not including the goalie?
Yeah.
He's still on his head. And you go into a 7-game Stanley Cup final, and you're going to say at one point, well, one of these days, one of these games, one of our goalies is going to stand on his head. And we saw that yesterday. And I'll take 3-on-3 and that high octane moment over.
Yeah. One last thing about that 3-on-3, the line changes are a trip to me, because you see the Canadians, they get one rush up the ice, and Nathan McKinnon's going a million miles an hour. Now they're all gassed. I was wondering if there'd ever be a play in a 3-on-3 overtime where both sides need a line change and the puck just sits there on the ice by itself.
just watch it go. That would be great.
Yeah.
And by the way, I thought of this before they put the medals around, and I should have thought of it earlier, but when I saw Mike Sullivan, ex-Coyote, John Tortorella, ex-Coyote assistant coach, the Kachuk boys, Austin Matthews, Clayton Keller, and Tage Thompson.
Wow.
And all I could think of is Arizona hockey is right there.
Wow.
The best team in the world right now, and look at the numbers and the names that I just rattled off, and there's a lot of texts that were sent out last night, and I just cherish the fact that we had a chance to see these guys in one way or the other over the last 29 years. So just remember that a huge portion of that team has a direct tie to this sport and the state.
Mm-hmm. Todd Walsh, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Diamondbacks also at it already at Cactus League. A few games in the books. I know the big story over the weekend, Todd, was the Merrill Kelly situation, getting pulled from a live batting practice. Kind of glazed over as minimal. What do you think the concern level is with Merrill at this point?
I think it's always at a level that you pause and you take the smart course of action and err with caution. Clearly, I'm going to be very, very interested to see how that plays out. My heart stopped when I saw that news, but I also know we're still in February. I was feeling that way about Clayton Keller. Then I saw him out there swinging the bat with one hand. So I'm just going to wait and watch. The other part of all that is Merrill's been there and done that before and worked his way through things. So my personal level of concern is I'm cautiously optimistic, but my God, I just don't want to hear about another pitcher being hurt. I can't handle it.
How about it? Any other observations, anything else you want to say about the baseball team? I know we only got a few games in the Cactus League books, but anything you're thinking about?
Yeah, and I want to say this. You guys, your entire website and your operation does an unbelievable job covering this team at times like this when there's so many stories going on. I just want to tip my hat. The stuff that you post on social media and on your website and the guests and the commentary you have is really second to none in the absence of an actual television network that does sports in this town. I commend all of you, but I love something I saw from Mike Hazen on one of the videos that you posted about defense and how important it is starting right now. And he was talking about late inning errors that cost games. And to see that they're so dialed into the attention to detail of that right now tells me that there was some really, really hard conversations that were probably had in the offseason and coming into this. And on top of that, as you guys all know, defensive blunders late in games, to me, start with pitching. Because when you start walking guys in the 7th and the 8th inning, guys are starting to stand there on their heels and going, don't hit the ball to me now, and then all of a sudden 2 runs are in. So that, to me, is the first bellwether moment where I say, man, okay, they're not hiding from what happened, they're attacking it.
Good stuff.
Todd, great stuff as always.
Brother.
Thanks so much for joining us today, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hey, can I have like 6 or 7 stuffed animals for my neighbor's kids? You guys have any?
Did you see the way Nathan McKinnon looked at his? I don't think I've ever seen anybody look with such disgust.
Yes.
Like, what is this?
Somebody put on
to make me feel better?
Somebody put on social media a screenshot of that and said, I guarantee that animal no longer has a head.
No, exactly. And you guys know that in every locker room, there's one central garbage can. And I can only imagine what the Canadian women and men's garbage cans were littered with when. Anyway.
See, Todd, I kind of felt for the guy who was handing those out. Yeah, you look at the athlete's reaction, but being the guy to hand those out to a silver medalist, oh my goodness.
That's so true. Thanks for calling. It's good to be back.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Todd.
guys.
We'll talk soon. Todd Walsh,
Okay.
Diamondbacks broadcaster, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the first one of the week to kick off the second half of the Monday show. Bick's got your blast. Fire! It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is off the charts. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and yes, the best women's basketball players on the planet are running it back in Season 2 of Unrivaled with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as the biggest names in the sport take the court and redefine the game. If you're unfamiliar, Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players. It's the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. Season 2 of Unrivaled, higher stakes, expanded teams, even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This is not your regular season. This is Unrivaled, and the schedule continues tonight with a doubleheader from Miami. Lunar Owls and Nafisa Collier taking on De'Erica Hamby and Vinyl, followed by Brianna Stewart and Mist facing Paige Beckers and Breeze. Games are on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. So very easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had a very interesting weekend Saturday night with Booker still sidelined, won a double overtime thriller over the Magic thanks to a game winner from Jalen Green to win it 113-110, but in the process lost Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night the Suns felt the absences in a 92-77 loss to the Portland Trailblazers, and now the Celtics will come to town tomorrow night. Spring training rolls on as the Diamondbacks Diamondbacks and the Guardians will play this afternoon. First pitch will be at 1:05. And in case you missed it, United States hockey is golden. An overtime goal from Jack Hughes sealed a 2-1 win over Canada for their first gold medal in 46 years. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. This President's Day, experience the noble way. Simple lease specials, honest pricing, and a name trusted since 1951. Visit EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
For the most part, we have been treated to one of the most satisfying and surprising seasons in Suns history, and yet the current team has given us a pair of unfortunate and ominous milestones. They've already delivered the worst regular season loss in team history earlier in the year against the Thunder, and last night they scored a meager 77 points, the lowest output in nearly a decade. Even worse, both of those milestones bested or tied marks from the 2017 club, a 61-loss team that was about the most dysfunctional in franchise history. Even worse, the Suns are now in jeopardy of losing that magical mojo that connected us all for the past 4 months. And mostly it's the injury to Dillon Brooks, who broke his hand over the weekend, an injury that could require a 6-week absence, and an injury that could mean a dramatic change in collective performance, because we all know the intangibles and the non-measurables Brooks brought to this team on a daily basis, the kind of stuff that cannot be easily replaced or replaced at all. Look, we have talked a lot about the importance of Devin Booker being fully realized when he's not available, and now it's going to take the very best of Booker to make sure we don't feel the very same about Brooks, to make sure a magical season doesn't evaporate before our very eyes. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
The identity doesn't change, play same style. It's just our defense is going to have to be better, offense is going to have to be better, everything's just going to have to be, just our margin's different. Possession game was huge last night. Will be again tonight with how these guys play. And then we're just going to have to find new ways as it continues to progress. Jalen working this thing back into the fold. And then whatever we have for that night, whatever it takes, kind of like this group has done, we'll find those solutions.
That's Jordan Ott pregame last night talking about the identity staying constant even without Dillon Brooks for an extended period of time. If you missed it, Saturday, it wasn't anything that was very noticeable on when it happened, but Dillon Brooks left the game after about a 7-minute stint in the first quarter. Never came back. In fact, in real time, Bick, I mentioned this earlier in the show, Jordan Ott's dissatisfaction with the offense, the way the ball was not moving, and the shot selection early in that game, I thought Dillon Brooks' extended time on the bench, even though he wasn't on the bench, not that I had a view of it, I thought it was like a punishment for kind of bogging down the offense.
Yeah. And there's been more of that recently than there has been all year long.
Yes.
If we're going to be honest about this.
True, but it turns out Dillon Brooks suffered a broken left hand. He is still undergoing testing, as Bick said earlier. Timetable normally on a similar type injury due to, according to reporting, about 6 weeks.
About 6 weeks.
Huge bummer. And we'll get more information as it becomes available. And I respect Jordan Ott saying, look, our identity doesn't change. But that's kind of a pipe dream, isn't it?
It really is, when he's so integral to what that identity is and how it became what it is.
Yeah.
And now from having a guy on the court that disrupts and disturbs and agitates opponents like very few players ever have been able to do, you just can't replace that. No, there's nobody else on the team capable of doing that.
Well, it's the rare combination of all that, the agitation, the edge, the intimidation,
the
if you will,
plus
21 points a game,
the craziness,
and a guy who's willing to take big shots. I mean, that's huge as well. So, with all due respect to Jordan Ott, he's done a wonderful job this year, and hopefully, he's right. right now, engaging those comments, it's impossible to say the identity doesn't change without Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, it really is. And so I don't know how they're going to survive this. I mean, they will survive it. There will be basketball games, and they will be played, and the Suns will fill a roster, and they will compete. And you can probably make up the 21 points he's been averaging. You can probably make up the rebounding, but it's all the other stuff, the keeping everybody locked into a maniacal level on every given day. And then and forgive me for those who are tired of me drawing the Dennis Rodman comparison, but I had the luxury of covering him and writing a book on him, and the element of crazy. In doing a lot of research on that book, there were a lot of players who just were uncomfortable sharing a court with Dennis Rodman because they had no idea what he was capable of. And when you've got that level of unpredictability, when you've got that loose cannon in your midst on a court, in a battle, in a competitive arena, it makes a difference.
Yes.
There's a vibe and all sorts of stuff that player brings to the court, as we have now noticed on every team he's played for.
That's the thing, is like Jalen Green now coming in sort of as Brooks is going out. Green can match the scoring. He can make up for the scoring that you're losing with Brooks. The intangibles, though, are totally different.
Absolutely.
And that's the big issue.
On the subject of identity, though, last night what we saw from the Suns in that loss, it wasn't just Dillon Brooks. The four players who, with all due respect to those who played, but the four players who supply the lion's share of this team's identity were all in street clothes last night. It's Brooks, it's Booker, it's Grayson Allen, and it's Jordan Goodwin.
Yep.
Those guys are the table setters. And you saw what Grayson Allen, not from night to night. I mean, they struggle against San Antonio offensively without Grayson Allen. It was still a struggle against Orlando, but again, you don't win the game without Grayson Allen's 27 points because he stretches the floor, and he's an elite three-point shooter. Last night you don't have him. You see what happens to the offense. You just don't replace those guys. And look, Royce O'Neal's in a bit of a rut right now. Colin Gillespie nearly single-handedly brought his team back into the game. I was marveling at the fact that for as badly as the Suns' offense had operated, they had a chance to get that lead down to single digits pretty late in the ball game. Didn't happen, but a lot of that had to do with Colin Gillespie. But he's not played his normal brand of basketball as of late either, at least as consistently. So this is going to be a struggle. There's no doubt about it. Jalen Green did play back-to-backs. He has played 3 straight games for the first time all season long. He did hit the game winner on Saturday to bury Orlando. And last night he talked about being close to being all the way back.
I think I'm getting pretty close without, going out there and without thinking about anything or being cautious in general. I think I'm getting really close.
A couple of other observations. It came up, and look, we talked about Ryan Dunn's struggles. He's been very up and down, mostly down this year. I think most people would agree that it's been a regression in year 2 for Ryan Dunn. They've tried other players in that 6'8" forward range. Nigel Hayes-Davis was brought in for that reason. He's not here anymore. Isaiah Livers was not good last night in the opportunity that he got. I think Amir Coffey is a guy that's still finding his way with a new team. I would not have any problem right now in this stretch for Jordan Knott to start and lean on Rasheer Fleming a little bit more.
Ooh, not a bad idea. I'm not against that idea. I'm really not.
He still shoots the ball confidently from three-point range. I don't think he's an elite three-point shooter, but
he'll give you some of that defensive edge you need badly.
Yes.
I'm not against that idea.
He's got pretty good length for that size. I just and you see the rotations and the substitutions. Jordan Knott is trying to find something that clicks right now.
Yeah.
And there were stretches last night where there would be a simple inbounds play on a dead ball, and the Suns weren't operating correctly because they had never played together. Those groups had never played together before, and nobody really knew what position they were playing. And that's how much stuff is being thrown at the wall right now.
And the amount of offensive fouls that were called on the Suns yesterday. And again, I know Jordan Knott had an issue with it after the game, but it's also when you're juicing your rotations and changing things up, and the other team gets into drop coverage, there can be some inconsistencies.
Yep.
And I think that manifested itself last night. It manifests itself in a lot of ways in basketball. All the dirty details all get exposed when your rotations get severed like this.
Toumani Camara is a very good defensive player. I think he drew 4 or 5 offensive fouls himself by Suns players last night. But if it's me, and Jordan Knott doesn't think this way, and he's made it clear that he doesn't think this way, on day 1 of identity setting and training camp, I'm teaching, if you run into a screen, throw your head back and fall to the floor, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to get the call.
Right. Yeah.
Toumani Camara is way too good a defensive player to flop as much as he does. That was disappointing. Not the difference in the game, obviously. You can't win a basketball game when you score 77 points. Not in the NBA and not in 2026. Coming up next on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. I'm scrambling here. In a spring training already filled with injuries. Oh, goody. Another injury for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That and more. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
With 3 seconds to go, Brea is going to try a deep 3, and it rims around and comes off, and that'll do it. Suns fall tonight to the Blazers. 92-77, the final score. Portland picks up its first win in Phoenix since 2022, ending a 5-game losing streak in the series here in the Valley.
A lot of injuries and a rough night for Suns shooters. More reaction to this one on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, so by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. You've seen the television commercials of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know if that vertical leap is real or if that is artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on your opposition, namely the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what Sweet James will do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're a law firm full of award-winning, extremely talented attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. They've got extensive trial experience, which gives Sweet James a ton of leverage when negotiating settlements with those insurance companies that know they can't play games, they can't nickel and dime, they can't deny when dealing with Sweet James. This is why Sweet James and his accident attorneys not only win 98% of the cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the biggest settlements in America. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is Liberty GMC the place drivers come to for service?
Dave, it's all about convenience and savings. And with our President's Day service specials, it's a great time to come in. You can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you'll be back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get free wiper blades with any oil change and buy 3 tires and always get 1 free.
Plus, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month for 36 months. Buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Luke. What stood out to us from the first weekend of spring training games? We're talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning, Whitman. We appreciate everybody watching, listening, following the show in Whitman this and every morning.
He had mid-back tightness, left mid-back tightness. And he just felt like the smart thing to do, the responsible thing to do would be to just hit the pause button. I was over on field 3. I didn't get much information. I didn't see it. So I got to hold off on making any further comments. But for right now, just left mid-back tightness.
Mid-back?
Yes.
The tests?
Yes, he'll get some tests here in the next 24 hours.
Torey Lovello, I'm back on Saturday talking about mid-back tightness that he is referring to is Merrill Kelly. Projected opening day starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Scratched from a live batting practice session on Saturday. Is there a big concern level? Here was Torey Lovello on that.
How concerning are you?
Well, anytime somebody comes off the mound like that, right, the concern is legitimate, but Merrill knows himself so well, and I just appreciate that he didn't try to go full throttle and get to that next level if there is anything wrong. So for right now, I'm gonna say that minimal.
All right, so minimal, but still not ideal. It's throwing off the schedule a little bit for Merrill Kelly. When you have a projected opening day starter and somebody that you give $40 million to in free agency this offseason, you want things to go swimmingly, and that's not the case for the Diamondbacks. So while it might be skirted past by Merrill Kelly and the Diamondbacks, this is not the way they wanted to start the spring.
No, but this is baseball, and this is what happens with pitchers all across the league. I guess you could take solace in the fact that this wasn't not necessarily an elbow or forearm tightness. This is the middle back area that he complained about tightness in. I don't know if that makes a difference, but you don't hear a lot about major arm surgeries coming out of back tightness. So I'm hoping this is nothing more than maybe Merrill Kelly had a bad night of sleep. They're going to get the results today, by the way, so we'll know a lot more, I think, after today what exactly this looks like. And so I'm just going to hope that it's much ado about nothing. Yeah. It happened at a time where if it is nothing, there is nothing but time to get back. And if it is something, then maybe Torey Lovello's got to go and canvass 32 people to figure out who's going to be the opening day starter.
Oh, no. Not that. Merrill Kelly.
Who do you give it to? If Merrill Kelly can't make it, you've got to give it to Ryan Nelson this time, right? You can't just hand the ball to Zach Gallen, can you?
Did you see the comments from Torey? Not to derail your point, and we'll get back to it, but this is related. Torey Lovello said he believes that Michael Soroka can help this team the most by being in the starting rotation. You saw that quote, right? My first thought was, oh, no.
They're banishing Ryan Nelson.
They're not going to do this again to Ryan Nelson, are they?
Listen,
I'd have a problem.
Yeah, so we'd all have a problem with that. They're already they lean way too hard on this let's respect the veteran kind of thing. It's way too easy. It's too often way too easy the reason for making tough decisions. Oh, I'm loyal to him because I've known him a long time, so he's the guy.
But on that front, and cart way before the horse here and thinking pessimistically, would it not be amazing on some degree that if after all was said and done, Zach Gallen was your opening day starter again? After the weird offseason he had, Strange. Merrill Kelly did speak to the media on Saturday as well, shared his own concern level.
I don't know. I don't have a concern level, I guess, is a good way to answer that, because I don't know. We don't know at the end of the day what it is. I mean, the last week and a half, I've been throwing, been doing everything normal, and it didn't kind of rear its head until today. So I'm going to take that as a good thing. The fact that I've felt it for that long, but I've still been able to do everything, I'm going to take as a good sign. But yeah, I guess I'm going to have to circle back with you on that answer until we actually know what we're looking at.
Yeah, so like you said, Vic, results coming today. Hopefully it's much ado about nothing, maybe just a little pause, and Merrill Kelly can get back to her routine once that mid-back soreness is gone.
Yeah, and now we're going into week 2, basically the first full week of Cactus League play. It was, I guess, an interesting weekend. If you were concerned about the Diamondbacks outfield, I think there's proof that maybe there are answers. Ryan Waldschmidt looks good. Alex Thomas and his new swing looks good.
Jordan Lawler hit a home run over the weekend. Yeah. So
Nolan Arenado hit a home run on Friday. So yeah, listen, don't make the mistake of reading too much into these Cactus League results. This is just practice. This is all warm-ups for this team. But a couple of young players, particularly in the outfield, they bear watching because they know jobs are open. Yeah. And you're going to learn a lot about these guys. If Jordan Lawler flames out now with jobs just waiting for him, that's an issue. Ryan Waldschmidt, he understands. Torey Lovello even said on this radio program last week, he will determine his future. You know what that means? He's got the opportunity to blow right through AAA, to play Major League Baseball before stepping foot in AAA.
Yeah, which is not a path that a lot of players take.
Nope.
I was in the car yesterday. I was headed to the Suns Arena, and I was listening to the Diamondbacks broadcast. And it was during the 6th inning where the D-backs rallied, got back into the lead. They scored 6 runs in that inning. Waldschmidt was part of it. And the thing I couldn't get over, and look, again, it's spring training, the acoustics, what they are. The crack of the bat on his double. Do you want me to play this for you real quick?
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Meckler racing.
That was a good Bickley crack of the bat. Let's hear it again.
Good. Here's the pitch.
Whoa.
That's good.
I'll sign up for that.
Yeah, me too. Pencil him in. Opening day starter.
I saw his first at bat, his first plate appearance. He hit a ball like 115 miles an hour off the bat. That would have been like the 5th highest exit velocity on the team last year.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, early results, pretty good at that outfield position. We'll see if that continues today. D-backs are on the road in Cactus League play, quote unquote, for the first time. They're in Goodyear to take on the Guardians. 1:05 is the start time for that ball game. Want to remind you that you can join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. It's a 4.2-mile run/walk, and it honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, we'll talk more Suns basketball. They're in a bit of a rut offensively. Can they get out of it? Kellen Olson, Suns insider from Arizona Sports, will join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead 2-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a 6-run 6th inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 3 decades paying it off, and a lot of people reconcile it because they think they've got a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, learned a couple of real alarming things. Number one, wouldn't be until year 22 when he actually paid more principal than interest, and at the end, planned he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a better way. On a Life Changer loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all of your debt. You do it without changing a nickel of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great things that come with the Life Changer loan. Thousands of incredibly grateful clients right here in the Valley. Highly recommend you check it out if you're in the market for a new home or if you're looking to refinance. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit, but I can guarantee you this much. If you are a good fit, you're absolutely going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click BuyFordNow.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns this weekend split the back-to-back. Saturday, Jalen Green's buzzer beater lifted the Suns to a 113-110 double overtime win against the Magic in a game where the Suns lost both Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night, the Portland Trail Blazers were too much for the shorthanded Suns in a 92-77 loss. They'll look to bounce back Tuesday night as the Boston Celtics come to town. Spring training got underway from Salt River Fields this weekend. The Diamondbacks are off to a 1-2 start to Cactus League play, but they'll be back in action this afternoon at 1:05 for the Cleveland Guardians. And the Arizona Wildcats notched a huge road win against second-ranked Houston over the weekend, 73-66. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Welcome to adversity, folks. The Suns are dealing with it now. We'll give you all the latest on the injuries on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2. Find us on the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, here on 98.7.
Yeah, Suns mustered up 77 points in 48 minutes of basketball last night in a loss to the Portland Trailblazers. They are injured, but nobody's feeling sorry for them. It's part of the deal in the NBA with the Celtics and the Lakers coming to town to Mortgage Matchup Center here to talk Suns basketball with us. Our Suns guru from Arizona Sports, Kellen Olson, joins us on the Arizona Sports line. Kellen, good morning.
Kellen.
Good morning, guys.
I found it ironic last night that we saw maybe the worst offensive performance by this team in a decade on the same night where we finally got a half-court winner on the half-court shot for $10,000, Kellen. Maybe the Suns should have signed up that guy.
That was the most pure shot that went in all night on either side. Where was that
really,
guy for the game?
It really
Put
was.
him in either jersey. Oh, my gosh.
The offensive struggles are well documented. Jordan Ott's not running from it. He's talked about, hey, this has been an issue for a while. And when you take away a Devin Booker and really take away Dillon Brooks, different type of offensive threat, I mean, this is going to continue until one of those guys gets back, don't you think?
Yeah, 100%. I think Grayson is the guy that you hope he's back on Tuesday, and he's the guy that can sort of get some stuff going. But I think you really saw how much of the onus falling on Jalen Green is going to hurt this team in the short term, just because Jalen has missed the majority of the season, and he's still ingratiating himself into what they do, their style of play, how they run things, and so on. I think that Jalen looked a lot more comfortable and a lot more like he was fitting in like everyone else when he was alongside Book, when he was alongside Grayson and Dillon. But it's a different story when he's out there just with Collins. So I think that they're in a situation offensively, at least right now, where they're going to need at least Grayson back but then probably Book back to start to look not more competent, because we're not going to see them score in the 70s again, but at least to the point where they can rely on their offense some night. It's going to be their defense just about every night. And I thought for most of the game, their defense got back on track last night. It's just once they were not hitting any threes at all, they were doomed.
Now, as it relates to Jalen Green, you know this, in the NBA, there's an art to making split-second facilitating decisions. How have you seen Jalen struggle with that, and what do you think it's going to look like now that, as you have pointed out, he's got this expanded kind of canvas and palette to flash his offensive game?
Yeah, that's the wall in front of him, Dan, that's going to keep him from being a truly fantastic player if he ultimately just kind of ends up keep playing at this level, which is still a good, useful player, don't get me wrong. But when you look at what he's doing on like that last dribble, right? So like when he's deciding to either pull up from mid-range, pull up and take a three-point shot, or attacking the defense from there, is he going inside? Is he drawing a foul? Is he trying to dunk on someone? Is he finishing through contact? Or is he making like that nice little dump-off pass, the kick-out pass to the corner? We've seen Devin Booker for, 7-8 years at this point make that pass in his sleep, and that's one that Jalen is still figuring out, and is a really hard sort of moment to purely get down as a scorer and just an overall ball handler in the NBA. And that pass and that sort of decision that we've seen, it sort of driving or making that pass, is something that Jalen was doing better when there was less attention on him on the floor. But I think we've seen him struggle with that over the last couple of games. I think even if you look a couple games ago to when he played a really masterful game, every single shot that he made outside of one was outside of the paint. And that's where you need to see him get into the teeth of the defense more. What can't happen is games like last night where Jamari Bouye, the smallest guy on the floor, has the biggest paint presence on the team. Like, that can't happen. They need more guys on the team beyond Jalen, beyond Jamari, to get inside. That's where Grayson's going to help, but more guys need to be more aggressive than just those two as well.
Kellen Olson, our Suns insider from Arizona Sports, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. We're talking a lot about injury with this team, and one guy that hasn't really been injured this year, knock on wood, is a guy with a very extensive injury history in Mark Williams. He's been a picture of health, except for the back-to-backs early in the season, but the play has been inconsistent. Last night, he played less minutes than Kaman Malawach when it was all said and done, and didn't have a great game, struggled with the big men of Portland. What do you make of Mark Williams' play, and could it be a product of maybe just playing more minutes than he's ever really played in an NBA season?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Vince, and I think that's the really difficult part of evaluating him this season, because I think it's very easy to look at last night, for example, and say, okay, well, double overtime win, like second game of a back-to-back, like he's still kind of getting it. And it's like that part of the sentence where it's like you'd love to get past that, and it's just when do we get past that in terms of our evaluation of him. What I can say is back-to-backs or not, his defensive play has gone way down over the last 2 months, and that's the part of his play where you watch him, and it's not necessarily an effort thing or an engagement thing. I think there are some possessions there that are like that, don't get me wrong, but teams are just going at him over and over and over again and having a lot of success. Like, you can be a very casual fan, and you'll notice whenever Oso comes in, the defense plays differently. Whenever Oso checks back out, the defense plays differently, and the numbers back it up. I had the numbers in the story on ArizonaSports.com last night that in the first, 6 weeks, 2 months of the season, their defense was great when Mark was on the floor, and it was not so great when he was off. Those numbers have completely flipped, and they need to be much better because, again, we're talking about where this team needs to be at its best offensively. They're just not going to have their nights. That's totally understandable. They got to make their money on defense right now, and he's got to start with that more than anyone else.
All right, so what are some of the things other than defense and rebounding and scoring that the Suns are going to have a hard time replacing with Dillon Brooks?
I think that's the scary part right now, Dan, is that we're not going to be able to identify it right away because we just talk about all of just the things that we feel like we're gushing with Dillon about over and over again, like the culture driver that he is, how he helps them have an edge and how he wills them to victories and stuff. But that's not something that you're able to identify as much when they're in these sort of losing efforts. I will say without Dillon, and just while they're more shorthanded in general, what we're starting to see a lot more of, and we saw in back-to-back games now, is their weaknesses really being pronounced. We have seen them play against teams that are bigger than them and much longer than them and not seen it be nearly as much of a problem as it was in those two games. And that's what made this season special in a lot of ways to watch, is that this team has always had these weaknesses from a roster makeup perspective, but they've been able to make up for them because they've maximized their strengths in such a great way and then, again, cleaned up those weaknesses and not really have them be shown as much. But when you're not playing as high of quality of basketball, when you're this hurt, those weaknesses are going to start to flare up in a major, major way. There were probably, 35, 40 possessions last night that it felt like ended just because they were too small. They couldn't get by anyone. They were too enveloped by how big Portland was on the perimeter. That's something that thought we were going to see more often from this team, if we're being honest. And now you wonder if we're hitting that wall with the weaknesses of this team, or it's just more likely what it is, which is a situation they're in. It's the injuries, and they just have to get healthy.
Well, with Dillon out, at least we can put the technical foul talk on hold for a month to 6 weeks. We know he won't pick up any T's in the interim.
You should get credit for that.
Yeah, I should. Kellen Olson.
We'll see from the bench, guys. He's gotten one from the bench so far this year.
That is true. That's always a possibility. Kellen Olson, our guest. Last night, and it's really a stretch of basketball right now where we're seeing the year 2 regression of Ryan Dunn, especially on the offensive end. And I heard your conversation with Tim Ring on the postgame last night, and you talked about a lack of confidence, and I think that's evident when you watch Ryan Dunn. But with the injury issues that the Suns have right now, he played over 30 minutes last night. Is that penciled in every night, or do you think Jordan Knott might be willing to give somebody like a Rasheer Fleming a little bit more run in this time, Kellen?
That's the interesting part of this for sure. I wrote a story about him pregame on ArizonaSports.com if you want to see some more of the numbers. It talked about it a ton last year, and just his complete non-zero production at Virginia offensively, and for him to be a reliable player offensively last year was such a huge step in the right direction for him. He starts the year in the first 9 games of the year averaging 10 points a game, which doesn't sound like a lot for a player like Ryan. It meant a lot, and ever since then he's scored in double figures twice. He's averaging 5 points a game since then. He's got to be able to produce more offensively in the ways that he was last year, in the way that he was at the start of this year. In those 9 games, guys, he was shooting 31% from 3, so it's not like all the threes were going in and that's the only thing he was doing still. He was producing in other ways, but then defensively you watch him as well, and he's just not as impactful as he was last year, and that's where it's got to really start for him. And I do think we're at the point now where, at least in these couple of weeks, you look at him, you look at Amir Coffey, you look at someone like Haywood Highsmith who's going to get healthy in a couple of weeks, and then Isaiah Livers, Rasheer Fleming. There is competition for him. So when this team you hope is fully healthy in the last week or two of the regular season in April, you do wonder, is he still going to have his 15 minutes a game then? These are big moments for him. I think Jordan has shown a lot of faith in him and has continued to give him minutes. But if the Suns continue to lose games, players like him who have been ineffective for most of the year, players like Mark who have really seen their play go down in the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, I do wonder if those changes start to happen.
All right, last question for you, Kellen. I think the idea of jumping up in the standings might be on hold with the injuries right now. What do you think about the three teams directly below the Suns and what danger points they might present? Clippers, Warriors, and the Blazers.
The Clippers are obviously the one to watch. Kawhi has just been playing like a Terminator for the last few months. Benedict Mathurin appears to be a guy that's at least going to be extremely productive for them and able to give them scoring, and they still haven't gotten Darius Garland back. I think Golden State is the one we're all just sort of curious to see about over the next couple of weeks. I think we're all kind of keep checking them and seeing like, okay, are they going to win 3 or 4 straight? Are they going to start to sort of bounce back and find some momentum here? Portland is the team that I expected more from this year. Obviously, I thought that they were going to be one of the surprises in the West, and maybe that comes when they get fully healthy. But Avdija throws out his back again last night. I'm sure you guys have all been there. I've seen my dad move like that about 3,000 times in my life, where he turns the corner wrong and then he looks at me and he's out of commission for the whole day. So maybe he's dealing with that the rest of the year. They didn't have Shaedon Sharpe last night. So I think all three of those teams, Dan, have the potential to jump the Suns if the Suns flip. But at the same point, the Suns should be okay if they just play 500 ball the rest of the year. But that's a challenge sometimes.
Kellen, I don't know if there's a way to research it, but the stat that blew me away last night was I'm pretty sure in the history of the NBA, there's never been a team that's given up 80 less points than it did in its previous game. But that's what Portland did last night.
That was remarkable. Yeah, it was 150. It was in the 150s, right?
157 against Denver, yeah. They give up 77 to the Suns. Oh, the NBA. What a story. Kellen, thanks as always for the time and the insight. We appreciate it, man.
Late February basketball, guys. You gotta love it.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Kellen Olson, our Suns insider. You can read all of his stuff on ArizonaSports.com. You can hear him on the Suns pre and post, Empire of the Suns podcast, and Arizona Sports at Night. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. The Winter Olympics now in the history books. Good showing by Team USA across all sports. We'll give some takeaways from the 2 weeks next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gambo, we want to see all of you, especially when you wear the schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Put
this
that
is
away.
A large. This shirt. You want to look at? You want to go look at the tag? Go ahead. Look, if it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not.
Look at the tag. Look at the damn tag.
This is a medium.
Look at the damn tag. Schmedium boy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, when it comes to the great combination of basketball and pizza, Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over 50 years, has you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Of course, Spinato's the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury, and they've brought it back for its third year, the Spinato's Pizza Competition. It works just like the game we've all played, horse. And you can enter, show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The next and last qualifying competition is coming up Thursday, March 19th. Mark it on your calendars. It's at Spinato's Central Phoenix location, 7th Street in Missouri. Again, that's the last qualifier. Winners from all the qualifiers will face off at the championship event in Gilbert in April. It's also a Suns watch party on March 19th. The team will be in San Antonio facing the Spurs. So come on out, even if you're not competing, and watch the action on all of Spinato's TVs. Hang out with fellow Suns fans, and of course, enjoy all the delicious food on the menu at Spinato's. For locations, menus, and all the information on this year's pizza competition, head on over to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, Then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Luke. What stood out to us from the first weekend of spring training games? We're talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's everything. Like I said, the USA Hockey Brotherhood means so much. Look at these guys. We're such a team. We've been together for 2 weeks. We're such a team. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we're so proud to win for our country.
Jack Hughes, the golden goal scorer for Team USA, speaking with NBC after Team USA beat Canada in the gold medal game in overtime, 2-1. It was very emotional. The reaction was great. I initially, in watching the game live, the ending happened so suddenly with the shot, and that's what happens in 3-on-3 hockey, that I was like, change the camera angle. The camera angle was on a weird shot for about 5 seconds after the goal, and then finally they caught up. And when you saw the alternate camera angles of just the reaction, it very much reminded me of 1983 when Jim Valvano of NC State didn't know how to react after the shot went in and they won the national championship and he was looking for somebody to hug. That's kind of what Jack Hughes looked like.
Okay.
I'm not sure where to go, what to do. He threw his helmet into the stands. Just an
Probably going to want that back.
Probably going to want it back, but just an unbelievable moment. And obviously,
and the fact that Jack Hughes and his brother both were instrumental, and that his mom was involved in the women's team.
Yeah.
So Jack and Quinn Hughes' mother is the MVP of the Olympics, by the way.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people thanking the Hughes family and the Kachuk family for having so many kids. Because it was obviously instrumental into the United States winning the gold medal. And look, it was the last event. It was the marquee event. It couldn't have been scripted better in terms of drama and the athletic competition spirit to close out the Olympics. But it's going to be a lasting impression, certainly. And Jack Hughes, one of the breakout stars of the Olympics. Early in the Olympics, we talked about the Norwegian biathlete. Sturla won a bronze medal and then confessed to cheating on his girlfriend.
That was a highlight or a low light?
Both. It can be both, right?
Yeah.
I was not familiar with this story, but you clued me into this. It wasn't
this
just
is
the athletes.
fantastic.
An Australian sports reporter named Danica Mason was doing a live hit back on Australian television from Milan Cortina, and apparently had imbibed a little bit before.
Like literally, the price of coffee over here is actually fine. It's more the price of coffee in the US that we are going to have to get used to. I'm not sure about the iguanas. Where are we going with that one? But anyway, the fact that we've got so many athletes who are willing to compete as well after her as well. She is just one of those athletes that you keep in their mind and you just look at them and go, what an inspiration.
No, I agree.
She has a long road ahead of her.
I agree with you completely, Danica.
All right, so she's a bit schnockered.
Yeah, a little bit. And so she fessed up. She came out and apologized and said, listen, I miscalculated. I thought I had more time, but I didn't eat, and I was at a high. Oh, you've got.
I've got her apology.
Okay. All right.
I only want to play it just because you can hear the difference. And I've never heard Danica Mason deliver a report before.
Right.
Listen to the difference in the voice.
I just want to take a moment, if that's okay, just to apologise. Look, I totally misjudged a situation. I shouldn't have had a drink, and especially in these conditions, it's cold, we've got altitude, and not having had dinner probably didn't help as well. But I want to take full responsibility. It's not the standard that I set for myself.
And apparently, still employed.
Well, listen, and the Aussies, they're anything but politically correct. It's one of the, it's seriously, if you spend any time there, it's the thing that jumps out at you. The people are amazingly direct and funny. They don't have any time for political correctness. And so she came out and apologized, and they basically said, okay, you're good, we get it.
She was nearly fired for not being drunk enough.
Yeah, that's it.
They found out she was drinking Australian beer, so she was fine.
Foster's? Why did I do that as Gambo? I guess every time I say the word Foster, I gotta go George Foster.
I want to hear Gambo do an Australian accent. Obviously, I've joked about it for the 2 weeks. The amount of curling that was shown on American television was amazing, but there's a reason why they do it. People go nuts for it.
I guess. I think they rode that horse too far and too long this time around, to be quite honest with you.
I think also part of it was that with the time difference, it just happens to be the live stuff that was on TV was a lot of curling.
I saw it.
I'm not buying that.
I saw it on all different times of the day.
I'm not buying that. What I am buying is that they didn't have confidence people were going to watch any of these other sports.
Yeah.
Other than hockey and figure skating and curling.
Basically,
that's fair. But I mean, it was a pretty banner year for Americans between figure skating, hockey,
the
and
hockey teams. Yeah.
Mikaela Shiffrin.
Listen, I think finishing second in the medal count is stupendous. I think for the United States, that's really, really good. Now, obviously, Russia was not invited to these ceremonies, like they are often not invited to the
Those
Olympics.
Invitations get lost in the mail a lot,
all the
don't
time.
they? Wow.
Really does.
What is going on? Wait, the Olympics were this week. What's going on?
Where is our hockey team?
Maybe we should get P.O. Box.
Maybe we should stop fighting wars and compete in Olympics.
And doping our athletes.
Right. Canada, by the way, it wasn't just the disappointment of yesterday. Canada only had 21. They finished 11th in the medals. They finished behind Japan in the medals. They finished behind Germany in the medal count.
Did they finish behind Italy? How did Italy wind up?
They did. They finished well behind Italy.
Did they end up third?
Fourth.
Not known for their Winter Olympic prowess usually.
No, they hauled in the most bronze, but as you said, Jared, as the host country, you get spots in every discipline.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah.
My favorite ever was Athens because that 100-meter dash was like all the elite, biggest, best athletes you ever saw in your life. And then in lane 9 was Georgios Papadakis. This hairy, 5'8" guy,
Jarrett Carlin.
He's still running the 100.
Still running.
You were totally relating to your ghost Papadopoulos, weren't you?
Yeah.
But that happened in the Winter Olympics. It wasn't a host country, but I mean, they made a movie out of it. Eddie the Eagle Edwards, remember that?
Yeah, I do.
The English ski jumper.
Well,
he was so far behind the skill level of everybody else that it was
charming,
equal parts charming and difficult to watch.
It was like the ray gun in the last Olympics.
But she's a world-class breakdancer.
But she qualified because she was sort of the only one in her region.
Yes.
She did. Now, so the next Olympics are in America now. Probably.
The winter?
No, the next summer Olympics. The Summer Olympics. The next Olympics that are coming up in 2 years.
The Americans probably. The Americans aren't going to have trouble qualifying.
Yeah, I think
they'll be okay.
Summer Olympic events. Yeah. The fortnight is over. Now, no more curling for 4 more.
Yeah.
We should go all do it though. We should do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm down with it.
Whoever that person said that.
Yes, I would like to get because again, due to my sports bar attendance, I've never seen curling with the sound on. I don't think I'm missing much, but I also don't understand the rules completely. I'd like to get a better understanding of it before I rip it to shreds in 4 years. Coming up next, we'll hit some social studies. It's the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Shorthanded Suns flatline offensively again and lost to Blazers. Playoff blip at 2026 WM Phoenix Open didn't spoil a great week, tournament chairman says. And for 3, Suns rookie Kaman Malawach hits first career NBA deep ball and lost to Trailblazers. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
President's Day has passed, but you still got a great opportunity to take on some serious President's Day savings happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata. If you need space in an SUV, you could select 2026 Buick Enclave models. Over $6,000 in savings plus 0.9% APR financing and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for over 75 years. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for details. These offers do end March 2nd, 2026. So hurry in. These President's Day savings won't last. If you want it, Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
When you play pro sports, you learn fast that every win starts with a goal and the discipline to follow through.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and even though I'm not running the floor anymore, that mindset never left. I still like having a plan, a target, something I'm working toward. That's a big reason I teamed up with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. It stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, but I call it the Get Out and Live Loan because once I dug into it, I realized something I wish I'd understood earlier. You can get out of debt faster using the income you already make without tightening your lifestyle or changing how you live. No gimmicks and no waiting for the perfect rate. Just a smarter way to spend fewer years in a mortgage so your money starts opening doors instead of holding you back. If being debt-free is one of the goals you're working on, you need to check this out. Text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had a very interesting weekend Saturday with Devin Booker still sidelined, won a double overtime thriller over the Magic thanks to a game winner from Jalen Green to win it 113-110, but in the process lost Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night, the Suns felt the absences in a 92-77 loss to Portland, and now the Celtics will be in town tomorrow night. Spring training rolls on as the Diamondbacks and Guardians will play this afternoon. First pitch will be at 1:05. And in case you missed it, United States hockey is golden. An overtime goal from Jack Hughes sealed a 2-1 win over Canada for their first gold medal in 46 years. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. On February 25th, dine at any Babbo's 7 Valley locations to raise money for pancreatic cancer research in honor of founder Ken Pollock. A huge baseball fan. Support the cause. The details are at babboitalian.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning, 9 o'clock on a Monday. It means it's time for Social Studies. You can find us on X at Bickley_Murata. That's where we post these questions daily. We're on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports if you want to watch us every single day. But all right, the first question today is for Diamondback fans. Which starter needs to have the most impactful season and why? And the 4 options we've given are Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, or Corbin Burns, and then in parentheses, win back. Feel free to do other.
I'd like to see all of them have impactful seasons. If it's only one, they're screwed. I'm going to eliminate Burns from the conversation.
Yeah.
As I think he's the most consistent, but he's also going to miss the most time. I mean, I think if Zach Gallen has a bounce-back year and pitches like Zach Gallen did the first 5 to 6 years of his career, they might be onto something. So I'd vote for him.
Yeah, him or Merrill Kelly gets my vote. I'll vote for Merrill Kelly because he was signed when the Diamondbacks had money and options. It wasn't a last-second thing like Zach Gallen. He was signed to a 2-year deal, and you hope that he's healthy and that what he's going through now is nothing. That's where I'd vote. But either one works for me.
Yeah, so Zach Gallen got 58% of the vote. Corbin Burns, actually 16. Ryan Nelson, 14. Merrill Kelly, 10. And then Daylight Film said, foot. Where's Brandon? Gallen seems... Foot? Where's Brandon?
Do that the whole segment.
Gallen seems like the layup choice, but he's only on a 1-year deal. That may take him to another team next season if there is one. And Brandon's here for a while and he needs to step up. Daryl Lee said Ryan Nelson. My reason isn't this year. He's been the best pitcher on this team for 2 years in a row now. We need him to take yet another step so we have maybe a true succession plan because the others might not be around much longer. Okay, so the Phoenix Suns over the weekend, 1-1, Jalen Green game winner, and then only 77 points last night. Right now, Suns fans, what song, title, or lyric best represents the team?
There was a song back in the 2000s by Amy Lee of Evanescence, and what was the name of that band? I can't remember the name of the band, but remember the song Broken? Broken! My offense, it's broken.
Yeah, how about the one that jumped to mind would be Queen's Another One Bites the Dust. How about that one?
Yeah, that's what Christopher Wallace said.
Oh, okay.
By the way, last night, Colin Gillespie went down and took a nasty fall and came out holding his wrist. I thought, this has just reached the point of cruelty. Now, he played through it, and he was still holding his wrist, but he walked toward the bench a little bit, and he had a big smile on his face when he was communicating with Jordan Ott. So I was like, all right, maybe it's not that serious. But I thought they were in for it on another front.
Because he had dealt with a wrist issue previous, like in the last couple months or something. So he went. I felt the same way.
Seether was the name of the band that I couldn't.
Seether.
Amy Lee and Seether. Yeah.
Okay. Tom Foss says, you can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. We won split over the weekend, and considering the status of injuries, it's pretty good, especially a double overtime win. Felt great, but then last night's loss. So that's a good one. And then Daylight Films, Everything is Broken by Kenny Wayne Shepherd. PCA said, Stuck in the Middle with You. And then Daryl Lee's was good. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, we're living on a prayer.
Oh, some Bon Jovi.
Some Bon Jovi, always good. And then C Backer 44 says Hell's Bells, and some good responses there. And so lastly, with the Olympics coming to an end, both hockey teams getting gold. This is a good question because there are a lot of options. What is the greatest moment in the history of the Olympics other than the miracle on ice, and why?
Oh, okay.
Any Olympics?
Yeah.
Summer or winter.
I would say, would you say?
Summer or winter, so
okay,
any Olympics.
I would say I would have a couple of them. Number one, the Usain Bolt race where he turns and smiles and mugs at the camera while he's beating everybody by 10 lengths. It's like the human version of Secretariat.
Yeah.
Or Muhammad Ali lighting the torch at the Olympics in Barcelona.
In Atlanta.
Atlanta, that's what I meant. Barcelona was the arrow guy.
That was really cool.
But nothing compared to Ali. That was fantastic.
The first ones that came to mind, Jesse Owens. Any number of Michael Phelps moments.
The relay.
Kerry Strug. That's a pretty big one.
I can't even, it's so funny, Michael Phelps, I don't remember any specific moment other than he won a lot of golds. All I think about with him is how he used to warm up by going like this.
No, he went under his head.
Oh, under his head?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sammy's got it a little bit.
Yep.
With those 9-foot arms that he had.
Yes, exactly. Again, some other good responses. Eddie V says, Caitlyn Jenner, after winning the men's decathlon in 1976 in Montreal, then running and waving with the American flag after the race, the Wheaties then selected Jenner to represent the brand on the front of their cereal box. Is that still, did that used to be a massive thing? If
Yes.
you were on the cover of Wheaties?
Yes. Oh, yeah, it was the thing.
Yes.
Because now, it's, no one very rarely eats them, but no one really cares about it, I think.
Hey, I will stand no Wheaties disparagement on this show.
Okay, fair.
You need your fiber. Come on.
Well, I will tell you this. In having to do a lot of television work for NBC, who has the Olympic rights, by the way. So the broadcast compound's in a certain place, so I used to go over there all the time. And I remember, I think it was the Olympics in London, maybe Beijing, but it was right before Bruce Jenner had transitioned. And I remember he was doing an interview right next to me, and I'm looking at him going, why does he look so strange? How's that for an Olympic memory, Jarrett?
There you go. And then Stephen Ruiz was funny. We kind of talked about it. But watching the Canadians accept their silver medals like they were being told that their house is burned down, then having to happily accept a stuffed toy was delicious.
Ricky's got a good one, too. Rulon Gardner. 2000 wrestling, great story. American wrestler defeated Russian Alexander Karelin, who had been undefeated for 13 years and not given up a point in a decade. That was a big one. That was really cool.
Unreal. And then Shaun White, because he was, I didn't love the Winter Olympics, but I would watch him. He had the long red hair.
Flying Tomato.
Yeah, Flying Tomato. He was always great.
And Bradley said 1968 Mexico City. John Carlos, Tommy Smith on the podium.
Yeah. So there you guys go. You can find us at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata Instagram and Facebook. And if you're watching on YouTube, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sammy. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by connecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, and you can donate and learn more. Just text the word GEAR, GEAR, to 620-620. Coming up next, can the NHL capitalize on a memorable Olympic hockey experience? That and some more reaction from the gold medal winning game next. Bickley and Murata mornings on this Monday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Meckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Advanced Window Products. We all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. In fact, if you're an Arizona homeowner and you have been in your home about 15 years, chances are your windows might be shot, which can lead to a lot of bad things like warping and condensation and a huge spike in your energy bills. And if that sounds familiar, got some great news for you. My friends at Advanced Window Products running a great February sale I'll tell you about in a second, but they are a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. They're celebrating their 40th year in business, which means they will be here tomorrow. A family-owned business that treats customers like friendships, co-owned, by the way, by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. I know they replaced all of my windows. They look amazing. If you're interested in doing this, contact me. I will send you some pictures of the finished products. And at Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And during that February sale, you're getting $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need fewer than 10, they will prorate that discount. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. ProShay.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is a big deal, especially in truck country.
No doubt, Dave. During our President's Day truck event, get up to $12,250 off in savings on the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, score $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD, or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. Our lot is loaded, and now's the perfect time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Welcome to adversity, folks. The Suns are dealing with it now. We'll give you all the latest on the injuries on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2. Find us on the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, here on 98.7.
As we continue on this Monday here on Arizona Sports, want to say good morning. Thank you to our audience in Sun City. We appreciate all of the support coming from Sun City this morning.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around the car. United States with numbers. Watch across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Kenny Albert on NBC with the final call. That's the way that action sounded in the United States of America. I like to do this from time to time. Did you hear what it sounded like on the CBC?
Oh, yeah, I did.
In Canada?
I certainly did.
I've not heard this yet, but
okay.
I want to play it right now. This is from the CBC in Canada.
Now Werenski shuts it ahead. Almost turned over. Now almost a 3-on-1. Back was McKinnon in front. John scores. Jack Hughes has won it for the United States.
And then the long pause. Not a bad call for a losing call, but you could certainly hear the difference in the emotion.
Hard to speak when your heart's up in your throat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
By the way,
what a game.
We haven't mentioned the play Werenski made to just gather that in, and that pass he made cross ice to Hughes was pretty slick.
That's what they do, man.
Yeah.
That's what hockey players do. Their hands are phenomenal. What they do in terms of corralling pucks and all that stuff, it's an insane level of skill.
In the
really
third
is.
period, watching the game, there was about 9 minutes left, and at that point of the game, Canada was dominating the play. They were, doubling the number of shots. They were really putting a lot of pressure on Connor Hellebuck, who was just standing on his head. Ed Olczyk said, with about 9 minutes to go, the American team might have one chance left, and that is to stem this tide, survive this storm, and get it to the 3-on-3. I think they would settle for that. And man, did that turn out to be prophetic.
Yeah, no, he was right on the money about that. Then there were announcers guessing who was going to score the game winner. And I forget which one. I think somebody picked Jack Hughes to pull it off.
Yeah.
It was an amazing ending, and when you got to that 3-on-3 format, you knew it was not going to last long.
No,
it's too dramatic.
And with the caliber of player,
yeah,
on both
too much
sides.
space for players of that caliber. Even when you got a goalie and two goalies, really, because Binnington was almost equally as good as Hellebuck, but. Yeah, there's just too much space for operation there.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but Team Canada obviously had a couple of great chances before they tied the game. They had great chances afterwards. I understand why they think they dominated play, but that doesn't mean anything.
No.
The beauty of sports is what do you got in the scoreboard when it's all over?
That's it.
That's it.
And for Nathan McKinnon to be one of the guys to say that after the game, we all saw it unfold. He had a golden opportunity, and the guy's an absolute sniper. He had pretty much an empty net and whiffed on it. And the still shot is even more damning. So, I mean, I think Canada pressed to get it done in regulation, and they couldn't because maybe they had the same thought that Olczyk did, was this goalie standing on his head, and if we get to a 3-on-3 situation, couple trips up and down the ice, anything can happen, and we saw that.
And that's exactly what it did. So, listen, it was that was high-stakes hockey at its best. This wasn't just a gold medal. There's obviously a lot of geopolitical tension and drama that has gotten folded into this mix when these two countries play, and I hope it doesn't overshadow the beauty of what we saw in that game. It was riveting hockey. Riveting hockey.
So when Todd Walsh was on us with us earlier, he was rattling off all the names of the people with Arizona connections, and he said all he could think about watching that game was how there was not hockey here. Did you guys have that? Did that make you yearn for the Coyotes being back or anything?
I did not have that feeling because very rarely did the Coyotes, all due respect, play that level of hockey.
Yeah. We got a taste of it in one postseason.
Yeah,
2012,
exactly.
We got that taste of it.
Exactly, but it did make me realize again how much I love hockey at that level. Now, it doesn't always get to that level. It does during the postseason, and that's why I think that it's if there's anything that yesterday's game will do, I would think you would see a spike in postseason ratings.
Yeah, it also, I mean, not that anything changes in big, result hockey. Those guys are warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was lauding people that, don't know how hockey works. When Bennett's stick gets up into the face of Jack Hughes and knocks out his teeth, that was a huge play. And I thought that was going to be the opportunity for the Americans to win because they had the 4-minute, double minor penalty, and they couldn't capitalize, and then they committed a penalty themselves. But everybody compares hockey to other sports in that instance. If this was a basketball player, he'd be in the hospital. He wouldn't play for a year and a half. Yeah, hockey players are different. We know that.
Hockey players, they realize at a very early age that they are not going to have good teeth until their 40s.
Yeah, when they retire.
When they retire. and then every decade until then, it's going to be Chiclet City. That's what you're going to have. So a lot of these guys have temps that get knocked out a lot.
Yeah.
Listen, you will not find the NFL comes close, but there's a lot of guys in the NFL in the confines of a single NFL play. You're going to get probably 85% going full blast. There's a lot of guys looking to take shortcuts. That doesn't happen in the National Hockey League. There's a reverence for the game. There's a reverence for the history. There's a reverence for the trophy that you will not find in any other sport.
Yeah, and going back to Jared's point on the Arizona connection, it was kind of cool. I was curious, with the 3 Arizona-born players on the team and the other connections with Keller and Mike Sullivan.
Austin
Matthews, who wasn't born in Arizona, but
essentially
learned how to play hockey in Arizona, which is a big feather in the cap for Arizona hockey, but without the NHL team. But it is kind of cool to see 3 Arizona-born players. I mean, that's up there with Minnesota and Michigan and Massachusetts for representation on this team, and those are the traditional hockey hotbeds. I wasn't overwhelmed with the feeling like, wow, I wish I could go to a hockey game now. But the next time around, if we get that chance to have I just think it's going to be so much better.
Yes.
I think there's going to be so much learned from the mistakes of the Coyotes organization, the ownership groups, arena location, all of those things. And I would be stunned if Arizona someday gets another hockey team and it's as poorly run as the Coyotes.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. One of the reasons we ended up with the situation we did in Arizona, and this was not exclusive to us. For years, hockey had the lowest entry point for ownership. So you got a lot of dudes who were $20,000 millionaires who came in with all sorts of balance sheets and assets, all sorts of things, pretending to have wealth that they did not have. And you could get away with that in hockey because the get-in price was so much lower than the other major professional sports.
It was still in the millions.
Yeah. And now that's no longer the case. Now everybody wants to get connected with a professional sports franchise for obvious reasons. The valuations continue to go through the roof, and there are plenty of billionaires, unfortunately, in this world that will pay the price, and hopefully you'll get a billionaire that will spend on your hockey team.
Yeah, but
I do agree with you. I think the next time around, whoever is behind this, and we already know there's a group,
yes,
right, that is kind of spearheading this these efforts, led by Thomas Galvin and Shane Doan's wife. But they ain't going to miss on the ownership component next.
No.
That is, I can guarantee that. And I do agree with you. The next time around, it's going to be markedly different.
Yeah. Let's just hope it's sooner rather than later. Let's go.
While we're young.
While we're not so young. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the ASU men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all of the info. Coming up next, it's Monday. We will hand out some hardware. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
As far as Dillon Brooks, I don't know how much to read into that last night, but they didn't look right without him. I don't want him to change the way he plays. And that's why this is frustrating that he's already at 16, because just playing the way he plays, he's going to get some technical fouls. Like, I think we've all long accepted that. And some people probably want him to change the way he plays now, too, because every other tech gets him suspended. I don't want him to change the way he plays, but it's just not worth his time to argue with the officials, because every time he walks away with a tech.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great incentive to get in your car and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance in the East Valley right now through the end of March. Great special going on. Go purchase a 75-inch or larger Samsung QLED or OLED television. They will give you an additional Samsung television, 43 inches, for free. You're going to walk out the door with 2 televisions when you just purchased one. And by the way, I purchased the 83-inch OLED television from Waltz. It is ideal for live action sports. If you don't know, Waltz is a Valley institution. They've been serving the Valley since 1957, back when Eisenhower was president. They've seen a lot of trends come and go, but what has never changed, their commitment to you, their customers in Arizona. They're giving you great selection, major name brands you're looking for, an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Their service and expertise is unparalleled. And while you're there, drop my name. You're going to get additional incentives, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Your call. Just drop my name when you're at Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns this weekend split the back-to-back. Saturday, Jalen Green's buzzer beater lifted the Suns to a 113-110 double overtime win against the Magic in a game where the Suns lost both Dillon Brooks to a broken hand and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night, the Portland Trailblazers were too much for the shorthanded Suns in a 92-77 loss. They'll look to bounce back Tuesday night as the Boston Celtics come to town. Spring training got underway from Salt River Fields this weekend. The Diamondbacks are off to a 1-2 start to Cactus League play, but they are in action this afternoon at 1:05 for the Cleveland Guardians. And the Arizona Wildcats notched a huge road win against the second-ranked Houston Cougars over the weekend, 73-66, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll Question. What stands out from the Suns' first 3 games out of the All-Star break? Is it life without Dillon Brooks? Is it the offense with Jalen Green? Or the significant rookie minutes?
To me, it's the offense. I mean, the Suns in their last 3 games have shot 37, 34, and 36%.
Yep.
They're shooting about 28%, I believe, from three-point range. Not sustainable numbers.
Yep.
That to me has been the biggest struggle. And Jordan Knott kind of alluded to that yesterday.
Vic, you agree?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, yeah. So life without Dillon Brooks is 71% of the vote. Offense with Jalen Green, 17. I think those kind of go hand in hand, so I'm not surprised those are the 2 vote leaders.
Well, I think the bigger problem on offense is not having Devin Booker than Dillon Brooks, but
Yes.
that's the way it was termed. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
Always hardware.
Before we hand out our Monday hardware, an update on the Dillon Brooks situation from Shams Charania, who broke the news on Saturday. He's updating it today, tweeting return timetable for Suns guard Dillon Brooks. Well, he's more of a forward, really. After suffering a broken left hand, 4 to 6 weeks, sources tell ESPN. So, at least a month of life without Dillon Brooks. This is kind of the timetable we've been pinpointing this morning. So, a little bit more of an official nature from Shams through his sources. 4 to 6 weeks on Dillon Brooks. Hardware. It's how we do the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. Bick, your first award.
My first award is the Well, We're Still Waiting award. I'm giving it to the Phoenix Suns because you might have seen over the weekend the Lakers unveiled a statue of Pat Riley outside of their arena. That means there are now 15 statues outside of Crypto.com Arena. 15 statues. And I would like to remind the Phoenix Suns there is a statue of Jerry Colangelo in a warehouse sitting there. And I bring it up because Jerry Colangelo was in studio with us last week. And when I asked him his goals going forward, his answer was what, Jarrett?
Stay alive.
He's 86 years old, and he also recounted a conversation with Kevin Johnson, who was wondering why he wasn't at the basketball All-Star game, because Jerry Colangelo was doing what, Vinny? He was having a medical procedure done.
Yes, he was.
So you consider all these things. Could we please get some urgency to this? We know the statue will not go in front of Chase Field because of the relationship between Ken Kendrick and Jerry Colangelo. We know it belongs in front of the Suns Arena. I would really like the Suns to step up and accept this. I would like local media who have benefited from Jerry Colangelo to get on board with this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, worst comes to worst. I mean, they're very apt to put up statues, as you said, in L.A. Why don't we just have it shipped?
It's already paid for.
That was actually my first award, too. I had a different name for it.
Okay.
And
double up.
It's pretty fitting.
Double up.
It's called the This Is Gonna Set Dan Bickley Off award.
But why is it just me?
No.
Why is it just me
I
who
don't
gets set up by this?
15 and 8 of them are Lakers statues. So now it's Pat Riley, Elgin Baylor, Kobe Bryant, Chick Hearn, Shaq, Jerry West, Magic Johnson, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The Suns have had a rich history themselves. And not one? And one that's done can't be displayed?
I know.
I don't
It's
get
ridiculous.
the argument against it.
There is none. There is none that
That's
makes sense.
I didn't realize there were so many non-Lakers ones. Wayne
Oscar
Gretzky,
De La Hoya.
Wayne Gretzky,
Wayne
Oscar De La
Gretzky,
Hoya.
yeah.
I don't know what.
By the way, the statue, 8 feet tall, 500,
Just like the real Pat Riley.
510 pounds. It features Riley wearing an Armani suit, which he sported on the sidelines as Laker coach from 81 to 90. He also had a press conference there over the weekend. Did you see what he said, too, when he became a young broadcaster? Chick Hearn, who was the play-by-play announcer, encouraged and forced Pat Riley to do the New York Times crossword puzzle every day to improve his vocabulary.
It's pretty good.
I thought that was a pretty good story.
That's excellent.
All right, my first award is Short Month Long Bill Award, and it goes to me and February, because my February, in the span of 10 days, has included a weekend at Disneyland, which is quite pricey, followed by me smashing into...
That really set your family back, huh?
Go ahead. Continue.
I'm joking, Jared.
Followed by running into something in the road and having to get new wheel and tires. Followed by this past weekend, in which my hot water heater broke. And had to be completely replaced.
Where was your hot water heater located?
In the garage.
Ooh,
Luckily,
thank God.
not in the house, but it
All
did
right.
flood. But yes.
You know what they say, Jarrett? When it rains, you get wet.
I was just talking about this with somebody over the weekend. When your hot water heater breaks, it never happens in the summer.
Never.
Ever. It's always in the winter.
Must have something to do with something.
By the way, I still, on that front, Jared, I still don't have my car back.
What are they doing to it?
I don't know.
I think they stripped it and sold it for parts. You might never get it
You
back.
think I've heard from this place yet?
Anyway,
guess who I'm calling after the show? Hey, can you throw me a freaking bone here?
My first award, I'm going to television with the My God, This Is Good award, and I'm giving it to the show A Knight of the Seven Kingdom. As a big Game of Thrones fan, I think Jared and Bick,
You
you
better
are
not
too.
give me any spoiler
No,
alerts.
I
Okay.
haven't seen the most recent one either.
All right, okay.
But I'm just saying, as a big Game of Thrones fan, I enjoyed House of Dragon. It's fine. You get some nostalgia. But something about Sir Duncan the Tall and Egg make me really rekindle what I loved about
Great
Game
point.
of Thrones.
It's because House of Dragons, everybody, the
Yes.
acting is all the same.
Yes.
Everybody is just leering at each other. There's no human to it. Nothing.
Yes, no, in this one, and
I'm with you.
And I can
It's a
see we've lost
phenomenal
Vinny on
show.
this, but it's the best show out right now.
It's fantastic.
So good.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And Jared, I've been telling him to get on it. And he's not doing it.
I got so turned off by the House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
I just, like, at a certain point, I'm like, too much incest.
Sure. Yes. Watch this. Watch this. Seriously.
Okay.
I totally agree. You're gonna really love this. My final award is cover your ears, Cardinal fans. I'm giving it to Ben Johnson, who said Lions players are going to be blown away by Drew Petzing.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want to say.
I mean, being blown away can go one of two ways. We were all kind of blown away by Drew Petzing at times last year, too, weren't we?
Now, Ben Johnson and Drew Petzing are very close friends, and, it's a business where, friends take care of one another, but
I'm
I'm
curious
with
to
you.
see what it looks like
Yeah.
because
Oh,
there's
yeah.
a lot of weapons to work with in Detroit. They got, based on last year's roster, really good wide receivers, really good tight ends, really good running backs, a more than capable quarterback in Jared Goff, who's completely underrated. Very curious to see what that looks like. My last award is the You Know What? You Earned It award, and I'm giving it to Vincent Trocheck of Team USA, of the New York Rangers. I don't know if you saw this in the celebration. Cameras were panning all over the place, and it might have been during Canada, the presentation of the coveted stuffed animals. but it panned to the USA contingent, and he had turned around and he was communicating with somebody up in the stands.
Yeah.
And if you read his lips, he said, "I'm going to get blanked up tonight."
Wow.
You know what? You earned it, Vincent.
That was like the women figure skater winner. Let's bleep and go after she won her gold. All right, my last one is also a hockey one, and it is the end of an era for Dan Bickley's Cousin Award. And it goes to Jaromir Jagr, who is still playing professional hockey.
Wow.
Who is 54 years old.
He's the same age as me.
Who played this year in the Czech Republic League and said that his career might be winding down. Somebody, I guess, online asked him, is he going to come back for next year? And he said, I don't know, maybe if I was 15 years younger. If he was 15 years younger, he would still be 40 next year.
So just a little backstory to kind of show how funny Jarrett's award was. Back during the 1992 NHL Finals, I was covering the Blackhawks. I walked into the Penguins locker room, and Jaromir Jagr, who had a glorious mullet, and it was me at my mulletiest mullet, right? The most mulletiest mullet era of my life. I walked into the Penguins dressing room, and Jaromir Jagr said, "Look, it's my little brother."
That's hilarious.
And that was what year?
92.
Yeah,
34 years ago, and he's still playing.
That's fantastic.
You got a last one, Sammy?
Oh, yeah, sure. I said my last award was the I Guess I'll Do It Myself award, and I was going to give it to Anthony Del Orso for his last 2 games for the Arizona Wildcats. 22 points on the road at Houston. The Cats got a massive win, and just an absolute resurgence of Anthony Del Orso.
Sun Devils couldn't get it done over the weekend. GCU suffered a terrible defeat Saturday night. Props to the Wildcats, so that's a big-time win.
But I don't know if Big Monday continues and Bill Self's streak is still intact, and they're playing Houston tonight, and Houston's lost 2 straight. There's a lot on the line in that game tonight.
Is Darren
Kansas got
Peterson
blown
gonna
out
play?
in their last game.
Huh?
Kansas got blown out in their last game.
Yeah, with Darren Peterson deciding he was going to play that day.
Yeah, and then
Big
now there's a
12
lot of
is
still
crazy.
photos of like the team huddling up, and there's 4 guys in the huddle, and there's
not in
Darren
it.
Peterson walking down the court.
So
like, oh, that guy's
Buyer beware on
special.
him.
Oh, how about it, man? How about it?
That is Hardware. We'll close out the Monday show with some final thoughts next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double, and the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Maybe you're like thousands of other people out there and you're struggling with private student loan debt. When you are struggling with that debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of options. I've heard from people in that situation. Not a great place to be. But if you are in that situation, there's a way forward you need to know about. It's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do, and they're not judging you in the process of helping you, not grilling you with questions about why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictional perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation, give Y-Refi a call at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
You don't feel me anymore.
You remember this tune, right, Beck?
I do not.
You don't?
Nope.
All right. I'm going to fast forward to the chorus then. There we go. I think. Early 2000s. Seether and Amy Lee. This is the song I was trying to recall. Broken is the name of the song. Due to the fact that Dillon Brooks, now we got a timetable. Shams Charania breaking it today from ESPN. 4 to 6 weeks. I think there's 7 weeks left in the regular season for the Suns, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So most of the regular season wiped away for Dillon Brooks due to the broken hand suffered on Saturday. That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
There was one moment having to do with the Olympic hockey celebration that, wow, got a reaction from me, got a reaction from a lot of people. Team USA was very much inclusive of Johnny Gaudreau's family. Of course, tragic death. He and his brother were killed while on a summertime bicycle ride. Johnny Gaudreau is very, very instrumental in American hockey. His parents were there. His family was there. When a couple of players
His kids were there.
went up into the stands and then came back down on the ice with his young children and had them pose in the picture.
It was amazing. Yeah, it was great.
That was, to me, the moment of the Olympics. And, man, you got to talk about touching stuff.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah, that was really, really a great way to end the Olympiad.
And now, so the celebration happens. We mentioned it in Hardware. Vincent Trocheck. I'm sure he wasn't the only one that wanted to get bleeped up last night from Team USA.
Yeah.
The NHL season resumes Wednesday night.
Oh, boy.
I noticed that, too.
It's been shut down for 2+ weeks, and now they're right back at it.
And none of those dudes who were playing will be load managing. I guarantee it.
The All-Star break time off was almost as long as the Olympic time off. Ridiculous. They're coming back like...
I forget who said this, but I love the quote about the Team USA. The guy, whoever said this, said, you get players who drink milk and players who drink whiskey. We've got a lot of whiskey drinkers on our team.
I was like, we're saying, like, does this now bring more interest into the NHL, the regular season, the push for the playoffs and all that stuff? It probably will, at least at first, maybe. I was wondering if they made the NBA a winter Olympic event, which it should be because they play in the winter.
Wow.
Could it have the same effect? Because we talk about how could they make people interested in the regular season? Because always after the dream team, people are always like, all right, NBA.
It's an interesting thing you're saying. Basketball is a winter sport just based on the NBA calendar, though.
Yeah.
Right. Basketball is an outdoor sport at its roots, and it's not a winter sport. So in terms of visuals, it doesn't look like it belongs in the Winter Olympics.
Well, listen to me, though, because I hadn't even thought of that. Jared kind of blew my mind when he said that. What if they had everybody playing on white courts and you had to wear a coat?
There you go.
Or just play outdoors, right? Shovel the court, play with chain nets.
Well, explain to me why they now added football to the next Olympics. In the Summer Olympics, explain that one.
What kind of football?
It's flag football.
Right.
But
That's
still,
not football.
It's not. But I mean, in what way is that a summer sport?
When's flag football season?
That I don't know.
All right. An impromptu start, sit, cut here.
All right.
Start, sit, cut. A rim with no net, a rim with a chain net, or a rim with a ripped net?
I love this question.
A ripped net?
Yes. Like it's just hanging on, like half of it's hanging off.
On the south side of Chicago, I grew up exclusively with chain nets. I love chain nets.
I hate it all.
Starting chain nets.
But I'm still starting it over the other two.
It's just great. If you shoot the ball perfectly and pure, it pops and stops at the bottom of the net for like a millisecond and then drops.
It's got to be start chain net, and then for me, I'm sitting the no net. And then I'm cutting the half
rip net
because it gets stuck in it sometimes, but the no net is
the no net's awesome.
I hate the no net.
It's terrible.
It's
the
like,
worst.
It's like the weird. You can sometimes not tell if it went in or
that's,
not.
that's the whole thing. You can
have
shoot
to have
the ball.
some sort of indication that it went through.
That was an air ball. No, it wasn't. It was a swish. You idiot.
This is a great. I love this because growing up playing tons of basketball, the nets in like the games, some nets would be very small, and it would just, you know what I'm talking about, those clean cut small nets.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Some were very long, and it would take forever to take the ball out. Stuff like that. It's I love it.
Interesting enough too, because I had this thought. Speaking of nets, before there was nets, I mean the origins of basketball were peach baskets. The Suns' offense looked like when they scored a basket last night, they should have paused the game to take the ball out of the peach basket. That's how bad it was.
That's how bad it was.
For me, the chain nets always came with the double or like fortified rims. That was a bad combo.
I think the Suns
Makes you
should
a
have
better
gone.
shooter.
I think yesterday, honestly, they should have gone to two-handed set shots from the perimeter and underhanded free throws. Go way old school.
You have to get to the free throw line to shoot underhanded free throws. And I had this determination over the weekend, and it's been brewing for about a week or so. I have a new ultimate pet peeve in life.
Oh, really? A new one?
In life.
This has gone to number one?
It's gone to number one with a bullet. When you verbally greet somebody in a situation where you are interacting with them in some way, could be just walking past somebody in a hallway. It could be somebody like going through a routine where, I don't know, going through security at a sporting event.
All right.
And you deal with the same people all the time, and you greet them verbally, and they just don't even acknowledge that you're there. It happened to me at work, walking the other way with somebody. Hey, good morning. Not even a grunt.
Oh.
I told you about this. I'm not going to name names. And then...
Was it Luke?
It was not.
Oh, okay.
But then, like, you greet somebody who's doing a job that you appreciate, trying to keep the arena secure. Hey, how's it going? Not a sound.
Are you sure they heard you?
Yes.
Were they wearing earbuds or something?
I'm going to say this, and I don't want to sound like I'm Joe Chivalrous, okay? But I do believe in holding doors for people, particularly females.
Oh, this is another one.
I cannot tell you how many doors I have held in the past year and had stone silence by the person.
0 people say thank you.
0.
Yep.
It's staggering to me.
Whereas I appreciate, it's not necessary, but I appreciate the kindness of the gesture. You are slowing down yourself to hold the door open to make it easier for somebody else. If I see that and I'm more than 2 or 3 steps away, I will actually start a half run.
Oh, yeah.
To grab
that's
the
the
door.
worst.
Say,
Yes.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Right. Well, Vinny, it's a new way. Kindness and empathy, it's for the weak.
You know what?
Losers.
Yeah, so I'm advocating something different. If you're like us and you're an actual human being who functions in society, do the opposite today.
Yeah.
Go out of your way to do something mean or rude.
Drag someone back through an open door and push them out and close it behind them.
Slam the door in somebody's face.
There you go.
Thanks to Kellen Olson and Todd Walsh for joining us. We'll catch you tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
One thing sports taught me is how to look beyond the moment, to think about what comes next. Hey, it's Tom Chambers. When I retired from basketball, I learned quickly how important it is to have a long-term plan, not just for money, but for peace of mind. That's why I partner with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. Goal stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. But to me, it's the Get Out and Live loan because it helps people work towards something huge, retiring with their home paid off sooner, using the income they already make. And here's the truth. When retirement gets close, it's not about chasing interest rates. It's about whether you're still carrying a mortgage when you want more control over your time. Goal helps shorten that timeline so retirement feels more real and a whole lot more comfortable. If you want to see how it works and whether it fits your situation, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. Raceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns had a very interesting weekend. Saturday, with Devin Booker still sidelined, won a double overtime thriller against the Magic thanks to a game winner from Jalen Green to win it 113-110. But in the process, lost Dillon Brooks to a broken hand, who will be out 4 to 6 weeks, and Jordan Goodwin to a calf strain. And last night, the Suns felt the absences in a 92-77 loss to Portland, and now the Celtics will come to town tomorrow night. Spring training rolls on as the Diamondbacks and Guardians will get underway this afternoon at 1:05. And in case you missed it, United States hockey is golden. An overtime goal from Jack Hughes sealed a 2-1 win over Canada for their first gold medal in 46 years. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery, Arizona. Eat for a cause. February 25th, visit any Babbo Italian Eatery, all 7 Valley locations, and 100% of the profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction items at BabboItalianEatery.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Jacked up. Ready to broadcast.
That was all right there in that 2 seconds right there. Huh?
Here we go, man. What do you want to talk about?
Well, what I want to talk about, we're going to talk about in 10 minutes.
I see.
Okay. I want to talk some Olympic hockey. We're going to do that in 10 minutes.
Okay.
But there's a lot, obviously, going on. We're going to start with the Phoenix Suns, but Todd Walsh is going to join us in about 2 hours to talk Olympic hockey because, yes, Todd Walsh is a big baseball guy, obviously, but all the years I worked for the Coyotes, I worked with Todd, and one of the years, I want to say, we can ask him when we have him on, he got a bunch of the Miracle on Ice guys to come to a Coyotes game in winter one year. I think it was heading right into the Olympics.
My goodness.
And it was great. Like all the pregame interviews we did, all the postgame were all with, Mike Ruzioni and all those guys from that team. So it was fantastic. And obviously he's going to be a little fired up after what happened yesterday in Italy. But let's start with the Suns, Wolf, because we're on the verge of this potentially going sideways. That's what it feels like, doesn't it?
It does feel that way, yes, but continue, please.
Well, it doesn't mean it has to go sideways, but Dillon Brooks now has a hand fracture. Most people estimate that on being about a 6-week timeline for an injury. There's 7 weeks left in the regular season, essentially. Now like 6.5, but 7 weeks from when he got hurt left in the regular season. They're also not playing with Devin Booker right now or Jordan Goodwin. Grayson Allen didn't play yesterday. And, I mean, at a certain point, you got to have guys that can score, too.
Yeah, no, right now it really is a difficult proposition for the Phoenix Suns. Something is happening. Ron Wolfley reporting. Something appears to be happening
My sources.
Here. The Suns are lost, and I do believe that they're lost in the forest of injuries. I really do believe that. It's very, very difficult, once again, to go out and have any type of continuity.
Luke, you can have a culture. You can have a culture, but you need dudes who can go out and actually model that culture. Your best players to go out and model that culture. And right now, that's been a very tough proposition for the Suns.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick your conversation here. We're going to have all of them today. We can start with the Dillon Brooks injury, but there's a bunch of them. You don't have Devin Booker right now. He's being reevaluated in a week. They've got maybe a schedule break here. Not in terms of the teams they're playing. They have the Celtics and the Lakers here at home this week. But then on Thursday, they play the Lakers. They don't play again until next Tuesday after that. And there's not a team out there that could use a break more right now than the Suns. But 77 points last night? I mean, I understand Devin Booker's out, but 77 points is – you are going to beat 0 NBA teams ever. You might not beat some college teams with 77 points.
Yeah, just, again, 77 points. I think of that, and I think of Devin Booker being out, Dillon Brooks being out, Jordan Goodwin, even Grayson Allen being out. They look like a team that is lost right now, and I know why they're lost. It makes an awful lot of sense why they're lost. They do not have the guys to lean on that they have had to actually make this run and be a surprise in the association. And right now, it's getting to a point where, again, when is Dillon Brooks coming back? Oh, my goodness. It could be right before the playoffs.
Yeah.
Playoffs? We don't talk about playoffs.
I think we sort of have to come to terms with the idea that we can't wait around to see this team at full strength because it's going the opposite direction. It's not like, if we could just get Jalen Green back, we could see this team at full strength. Now it's like, can we see this team at partial strength? Because right now the team doesn't even look like the team we have seen this season. I mean, the starting lineup last night was Royce O'Neal, Ryan Dunn, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, and Jalen Green. That's not – look, those guys all have value. Those guys have all done some amazing things. Jalen Green is now, finally starting to play. All this talk of, hey, when you get Jalen Green back, he finally comes back and everybody else is gone.
Yes.
He's looking around like this isn't even the team I watched.
Once again, I'm sorry, but I'm having a difficult time even trying to evaluate the Phoenix Suns when you don't have Devin Booker, you don't have Dillon Brooks, those two guys specifically.
It almost feels pointless.
It almost feels like, what are you talking about? It feels pointless, specifically with those two guys. Now, again, they did really, really well, and they were the surprise of the association earlier without Jalen Green. It was Devin Booker and Dillon Brooks, basically. And, Grayson Allen, of course, I'd have to throw in there as well. But, it's a situation right now where it's tough to even try to evaluate these guys. But something just is happening with the team as well. It's really hard to put your finger on it other than the injuries. They haven't been able to reproduce how they started the season after they started, they lost the first four of their
they're 1-4
4
to
or
begin
5
the year.
games. Yes, they lost to start the season. After those first 5 games, the Suns had become one of the bigger surprises in the association. I think the Spurs, you'd have to probably put them first. Yet, I think the Suns were right there in the conversation. And in November, they had an 11-3 run. Also a 13-5 run from the end of December into January. They have played very, very well, but they're not surprising teams anymore. And I think that is the difference, Luke. Honestly.
Yeah, they are 1-2 since the All-Star break. You were hoping to maybe come out of the All-Star break strong. Is it understandable? Yeah. Right now they don't look like the same team because they don't have the same players, but they're 1-2 since the break. 2-5 in their last 7, 3-6 in their last 9, 9-10 in their last 19, going back to January 11th. So that's not what got this team where they are. And teams go through lulls, and they're not the number 1 or number 2 team in the NBA. I get it. But if this many players are going to be hurt, it's hard to believe that all of a sudden they're going to just rediscover that identity and snap back to what they were overnight. It's going to take some time.
Yeah, boy, the number you just dropped, the 9-10 in their last 19 games.
Yeah, now that's a quarter of the season.
Boy, can you imagine, though, would you have taken 9-10 in their last 19? Oh, you're telling me they're going to be a 500 team? So
at the start of the season,
at the start of the season, we would have been like, yes. But I do believe it. I honestly think that teams are getting up to meet the challenge of the Phoenix Suns in their intensity level. You know, we've been talking about this, all the other coaches that have been talking about the Phoenix Suns and how the Phoenix Suns play. I guarantee you, they are surprising nobody. We've been talking about this, obviously, for weeks, but now it's a situation where coaches, they can get up in front of their team and say, you better ball out or you're going to be embarrassed tonight. And who do you think that helps? Does that help everybody that the Phoenix Suns play? Yeah, I think that it helps everybody, whether they're a bad team, a mediocre team, or a good team.
Yeah.
I think it helps everybody get ready and take them seriously. The Suns are surprising nobody. And because of that, they're suffering from it.
Yeah, this
right
is a
now.
bad spot to be in because teams are geared up to play the Suns, and then they're coming out into these games like we can't take this team lightly, and it's not even really the Suns. They're playing the Suns bench.
That's right.
You know, here's Jordan Otts before yesterday's game talking about what the loss of Dillon Brooks does to their identity.
The identity doesn't change. Play same style. It's just our defense is going to have to be better. Offense is going to have to be better. Everything's just going to have to be, just our margins different. Possession game was huge last night. Will be again tonight with how these guys play. And then we're just going to have to find new ways as it continues to progress. Jalen working this thing back into the fold. And then whatever we have for that night, whatever it takes, kind of like this group has done, we'll find those solutions.
Going to have to be better. Defense is going to have to be better. Offense is going to have to be better.
What was his quote last week? We have to be more perfect.
That's one of the reasons why you need your better players playing. Just a fact.
All right, we come back. Hopefully you did not miss the gold medal hockey game yesterday morning. We're going to get into that and what it means for U.S. hockey and probably Canadian hockey as well when we come back. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
With 3 seconds to go, Brea is going to try a deep three, and it rims around and comes off, and that'll do it. Suns fall tonight to the Blazers, 92-77, the final score. Portland picks up its first win in Phoenix since 2022, ending a 5-game losing streak in the series here in the Valley.
A lot of injuries and a rough night for Suns shooters. More reaction to this one on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Maybe you're tired of not being able to smile for the camera when you get the family together, or maybe you want to bite into that turkey leg at Thanksgiving, whatever it may be. You know what? Hey, listen, choosing dental implants, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make as well. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. That's right, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Shorthanded Suns flatline offensively again and lost to Blazers. Playoff blip at 2026 WM Phoenix Open didn't spoil a great week, tournament chairman says. And for 3, Suns rookie Kaman Malawach hits first career NBA deep ball and lost to Trailblazers. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Shout out to Cave Creek. What's going on, Cave Creek? How are we doing up there in Cave Creek?
What up, Cave Creek?
Fix this microphone before the show. It's going to happen. All right, Wolf. Well, 6 a.m. puck drop yesterday morning. 5 a.m. according to Devin Booker because he was in Portland.
How did that taste?
Worth it, though, as it turns out. Worth it to get up and watch Team USA win their first men's hockey gold medal since the Miracle on Ice, which is still crazy to me because it's not like U.S. hockey is so far behind Canadian hockey, and yet it has been 46 years.
It is truly incredible. When you think about it, Basinonians, you go all the way back to Squaw Valley, 1960, where Team USA won the gold medal, Squaw Valley, and 20 years later, Lake Placid, USA, won another one. Team USA, baby. You better believe it, men's hockey, they won then. And then, of course, skipped a generation, and now all of a sudden, here it is in 2026, Milan Cortina. They win the gold once again, 3 gold medals for United States hockey. And for me, the game on Sunday, as it was for everybody, was just beyond exhilarating.
It's the way you have to beat Canada. That there were a lot of people saying that specific Canadian team was the best Olympic team ever assembled. Not that it's a bigger deal than the Miracle on Ice, obviously, because the U.S. has NHL players too.
Yeah.
But if you just look at the raw talent of NHL players that Canada has, and especially the guys they can run out there in a 3-on-3. So I find it funny today that there are a lot of people north of the border being like, well, if it wasn't 3-on-3. Well, 3-on-3 allows you to put Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, and Cale Makar, who are all going to be first ballot Hall of Famers out there. And they were all out there when the U.S. scored. That's the crazy thing.
Just what it really reminded me was just how big a goaltender can be when you consider Connor Hellebuck and what it was that he did and the saves that he made. 42 shots on goal. 42 shots on goal, and he gave up 1 goal in the game. 42 shots, and he made some saves that were ridiculous. It reminds me just how critical a goaltender is to the success of a hockey team. Very similar to the success of a football team and a quarterback. It's very similar. Watching a goaltender go out there and dominate a game the way that Hellebuck did, and the saves that he made. Isn't that right, Mr. Taves? The save that he made.
So many of
them. It's incredible.
The goals, so this is a stat that I know a lot of GMs and coaches in hockey use. Like, this is an advanced metric, but it's kind of the way that a lot of them measure goalies, is goals saved above expected. And for Connor Hellebuck yesterday, it was 4.63. It's 4.63 or 4.68, which is an absurd number. It basically says Canada, based on their number of shots and their quality of shots, like where they were on the ice, should have scored about 6 goals yesterday. Wow. And yet you watch the game and you're like, yeah, they probably should have. And then when you consider, like, that doesn't account for the skill of the player, that stat. That just accounts for, hey, this team had this many shots, and this is where they took them from. When you consider who those players are, and yes, Canada was missing Crosby, and that is a big difference because he comes through in small moments, and like, he wins faceoffs, and he does a lot of stuff. But they still had McKinnon and McDavid. They still have a beyond an all-star team. And for Hellebuck to make all of those saves, it's crazy. It's crazy. And then for Jack Hughes to score the game-winning goal, it's so hard to find the highlights, right? Because then the Olympic Committee doesn't want you to have the highlights, so I obviously taped the game. If you go back and watch it, there's a 12-second stretch where Jack Hughes actually makes 2 plays that are bigger than his goal before his goal, because if he doesn't make the first 2 plays, the game ends before he even gets the goal.
Yes! And once again, the 3-on-3, I was with you on that. It totally favored Team Canada, of course, and yet there it was, Jack Hughes. Jack Hughes going 5-hole when it appeared when the puck was on his stick, there was no 5-hole. And boom.
He didn't even, and he said this, I think, later. You could tell on his reaction, he didn't know it went in at first. You know, you're just like, great play by him to get in position, to figure Jack Eichel's going to go dig the puck out of the corner and throw it out in front, and then just shoot. No, I mean, the way you've been shooting in practice, you're trying to pick corners or whatever. Like, when you shoot, you can't sit there and be like, okay, hold on, where do I go? You're not going to beat their goalie that way. But he just fires it in. Then you could tell as he turned away, he was still looking back like, wait, did that just really go in? And then just chaos after that.
It really was so exhilarating. I mean, jumping around the Wolfley compound, there it was, Vetter James as well. The Warrior Queen, all of us just, you've got to be kidding me. 46 years. Wow, that blew my mind too, Luke. Yeah. That blew my mind because 1980, there I was. Oh, my goodness. I was a senior in high school. And you're thinking to yourself, oh, my goodness, this has never happened before. And to see Team Canada fall apart when it mattered the most. And it wasn't like they were playing poorly. They were not playing poorly. Yet at the same time, man, Team USA, in the end, they made all the plays and won it.
It was probably the best game I've seen Canada play in these Olympics, oddly enough, because some of the games, like they beat France, I don't know, 10-2 or whatever, like big deal. Like they knew they had that game locked. They weren't playing at the level they played at yesterday. There were the first 2 games, now looking back, where they played Czechia and they played Finland, Canada, and they fell behind and had to come back and win. Both of those games, you felt like, okay, they're going to come back and win. And certainly, like the Finland game, Finland just like hid in the corner for the final half of the game, hoping they could hold on. That's where the U.S., and I talked about this on Friday, not necessarily knowing if the U.S. would win, but the one thing the U.S. has that these other countries don't have against Canada when Canada can bring the best of the best is the U.S. doesn't play scared against them. U.S. had the lead, Canada tied it. Canada got power plays. USA killed a bunch of power play, which is unbelievable to kill a Canadian power play with that lineup.
Why do you think that is, Luke? Why do you think Team USA is not wowed by Team Canada?
Because they've all grown up playing together.
Exactly, right?
They all know each other.
Yes,
they played in the Four Nations thing last year.
Of course.
Like how big the Four Nations thing was last year. The U.S. outplayed Canada, but Canada won. You could argue yesterday Canada outplayed the U.S., but the U.S. won.
Yeah.
But it's funny to me to hear.
They did outplay.
Yeah, but that's hockey. That happens
True.
a lot.
Exactly. But they did. When you think of 42 shots to 28, I believe.
And high-quality shots, too, not just throwing them in from the blue line.
And that was the other thing about it, too, I really enjoyed, is it's not like Canada was struggling, was in a funk or anything like that. They were 6-0 as well. Canada. And Connor McDavid, it's not like he was struggling. He scored 13 points in those 6 games.
No.
Okay.
They gave him the MVP, which I'm sure he really wants.
I know. So, again, it's a situation where what a win this was for USA Hockey. Just huge.
I'm always interested, just my background, to see how the NHL markets this going forward, because a lot of people in the moment, a lot of longtime hockey people are like, that's great. Now a bunch of people are going to watch. They're going to flip on a Dallas Stars game next week and be like, wait, this isn't the same thing. It's not. You're not going to recapture overtime U.S.-Canada for the gold.
Way.
But the intensity in that overtime, that is playoff hockey when playoff hockey games go to overtime. But the problem, and I've been saying this, I feel like since I was 6 years old, the NHL doesn't market their players. They're getting better at it, but they never used to. They just market them to their own fans who are already hockey fans. So if you're somebody who watched that game yesterday and you're like, oh, okay, and maybe I'll get into this, but you don't know any players in the NHL because the NHL only markets like 2 or 3 guys.
Yes.
Interested to see what they do with this because, as you said, a whole generation has passed since the last time the U.S. won gold, but the U.S. got a lot better at hockey in that generation.
You're
That's
right.
what makes it crazy.
That's what I'm thinking about. What kind of impact might this have on U.S. hockey? You stop and think about it, man. This is going to impact a whole generation that is to come. Growing up, watching that game the way we watched, I'm pointing to me, not you. But even though you were alive, how old were you?
I wasn't.
No.
This is my first men's Olympic gold medal.
Unbelievable, man, to think about the impact that had on USA Hockey after Mike Eruzione.
Yeah. I mean, people still talk about it, and they're always still going to talk about it. That's still the big deal. But the one yesterday is a pretty big deal because it was Canada and it was best on best. And I'm telling you, Jack Hughes steals the puck from Connor McDavid. Otherwise, McDavid probably scores. Then Eichel bobbles it, and it's going right to Cale Makar. Makar would have scored. Hughes takes it from him and chips it forward, and then Hughes ends up getting the goal from Eichel.
Incredible.
All in 12 seconds. And he's the one that took the penalty at the end of the game that almost cost them in regulation. And he lost several teeth.
Yeah, and it looked so cool after when he was being interviewed with his teeth.
The image that they keep showing of him with the flag missing the teeth looks like it's from 1980.
Love it.
All right, we come back. What stood out most from the first weekend of Diamondbacks spring training games? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead 2-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a 6-run, 6th inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting.
Consulting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The heavily depleted Phoenix Suns struggled shooting the ball en route to a 92-77 loss to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The 77 points were the fewest the Suns have scored all season and since 2017. For more on the rough night last night, read Kellen Olson's latest on ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks continue Cactus League play this afternoon at the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch from Goodyear is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, Wolf, we're into spring training now.
Yeah, baby.
Games in.
Yep.
D-backs Guardians today.
How about that? All the way in Goodyear.
That's a good stadium out there if you've ever been.
I like that stadium. They've changed it a little bit this year. It sounds. I haven't been out there this year, but I've heard they've changed it a little bit this year, or at least in the last year or two. But I remember being out there when they first opened it. It's very. It's actually the first foul ball that I ever randomly got, and I was in line ordering chicken strips, and the ball just bounced, and all these people ran into each other, and it just rolled over to me, and I was like, "Do one of you want this? I just want my chicken strips."
Okay.
They have Skyline chili out there. I had it on a hot dog.
Yeah.
No bueno for me.
Okay, yeah. All right, good.
Never had
you didn't
Skyline
like
chili.
it. Yeah, Skyline.
Nah, it wasn't my favorite.
Was it just chili on the hot dog, or was there like
they piled all the cheese? You know how they like pile cheese on it?
Yeah, no good.
It wasn't for me.
All right, that's fine. Well, the Diamondbacks are going to be out there today, so you can go have one of those hot dogs that Rick hates. But
yeah, the Guardians 3-0, I believe, as a matter of fact, huh?
you know what they say about spring training records?
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah. This is awesome. You know, people love this already. This is big. Did you know that Alec Thomas is hitting .667 and leading the Arizona Diamondbacks in regard to his batting average?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I
Okay.
did, yeah.
Leading the Diamondbacks, of course, in hitting. And also, too, Nolan Arenado, Jordan Lawler, and Jorge Barroso. They're tied. Tied for most home runs on the team. Did you know that?
This is all good stuff right here.
You know, think about it. After 3 games right now, people love numbers. The game of baseball and numbers, they're never going to be separated ever. They love it. One is tied with the other. Your name is your number in football. Your name is your number, and your number is your name. That's the old saying, coaching axiom. in football. It means that anyone could watch you play. Anyone could watch you play and go, oh, man, that 42 he's fierce. That 42 is physical. That whatever it might be. You could watch a player play and you knew what he was like. Well, you know what? Your name is your number in baseball, and your number is your name. And it's the number of how many at-bats you have and what's your batting average. And it's just amazing the way that people associate a name with what a guy is hitting or what a guy is doing throwing or pitching. It's incredible to me.
Well, Lawler's slugging 2,000, so I don't know what everybody's panicked about for this season.
Yes.
I mean, granted, he's had 2 at-bats. One of them was a home run, though. So there you go.
You're going to put that in the positive column, are you not?
Well,
I mean, of course you are.
I feel like a lot of it with Lawler is confidence.
Yes.
Right? I mean, so it's got to, I don't know, is there a player that you're watching more closely or you actually care about their numbers in spring training more on the Diamondbacks than Jordan Lawler?
Yeah. It's not Nolan Arenado.
No, it was cool that that Arenado homered on Friday.
Sure.
That's great. Nolan Arenado knows what he can do in this league. I think on some level he's probably being a little underrated coming into this season by a lot of people. He's not prime Arenado, but he's going to be able to hit this year. He'll be fine. Jordan Lawler doesn't know for sure that he can do it at the major league level. So if he goes out there and puts up big numbers for the next month, he's going to see those big numbers.
Yeah, you know what? Also, too, once again, you know that I'm big on confidence. I am so big on it. It's so important to the success of a professional athlete. And even when some of your best players are in a funk, their confidence can be impacted. It can actually happen. Now, it doesn't happen to all of them. It doesn't. But it can, because they're human beings, and we all understand that and know that. I just wonder about Alek Thomas getting off to a good start. Just a good start. Is confidence something that you would say Alek Thomas needs? Yeah, Basin needs. I think he does, especially after going through the offseason that he has and changing his approach at the plate. I think this is going to be a big deal for Alek Thomas. And that's why if there's one guy you'd love to see get off to a good start, even if it's quote-unquote spring training, it'd be Alek Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas is a confidence guy. He's talked to us on this show about this.
That's
true. He doesn't hide that, and I think that's a lot of young players. The only reason I'm even more focused on Lawler is because Thomas has had big moments at the plate in the majors. Jordan Lawler really hasn't yet, and they need both of them this season. I mean, they really, truly do. They need Jordan Lawler and Alek Thomas if they're going to be able to make any sort of serious run at a wild card spot or a playoff spot. And then you get in the postseason. That's the great mystery of this team. I sound like Aaron Rodgers. The great mystery of this team, though, is if this team somehow gets into the postseason, you figure you would have Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck by then, and that would mean Zach Gallen's pitching probably like the Zach Gallen that he's been most of his career, not the beginning of last year. And obviously your outfield would be hitting. So I don't know. It's a season that could go really poorly if they don't start well. But if they can start okay and tread water until guys get healthy, they could be kind of dangerous. But you need a guy like Jordan Lawler to hit, and he talked about his change of approach after the game on Saturday.
Going in with committing to an approach and just kind of battling and making kind of in-at-bat adjustments, and then you saw the result.
And they talked about the in-at-bat adjustments.
Definitely. I think the more you play the game and the more you face various pitches and various pitchers and slots, arm slots, everything, you have to be able to challenge yourself and adjust depending on how you feel and what information you're gaining within the at-bat. So I think I've definitely improved on that.
Yeah, you know what, honestly, I'm thinking of the season that he had last year, or really didn't have, when you stop and think about Jordan Lawler, and the fact that I thought he was going to really take a big step last year, of course, and when he had that opportunity, it never really matured. It never really happened. It never really came to fruition for him. And because of that, I sit here and I think, man, what could this season bring for Jordan Lawler? This could be a huge breakout. That's what I'm going to call it. I'd call it a breakout season for Jordan Lawler. This guy's got so much talent. We've heard Mike Hazen talk about him. Mm-hmm. We've heard the entire organization, Torey Lovello, talk about the unbelievable talent of Jordan Lawler. And when is it going to come to a head? When is it going to happen? And for me, I think there's a real possibility this could be the year that all of that talent settles down and suddenly becomes the norm.
He's still only 23. Now, I know. I mean, at a certain point, you have to show signs of evolving into what you're supposed to be. If he goes out there and hits 168 again this year, then you got some real issues. By the end of the year, you may have missed on him. But I would say people shouldn't just jump to that conclusion and expect that to be the case, because this is a guy, and you just heard him talking about his adjustments. We've heard and seen him make adjustments at different levels in the minors, and then just tear the cover off the ball once he does it. Now, look, AAA is not Major League Baseball. I get that. But the pattern of him, getting to a new level, okay, maybe not hitting quite the way you expect, and then all of a sudden adjusting. And like last year in the minors, he hit .313 with 11 home runs and 259 at-bats. He had 50 RBIs, 81 hits in those 52 runs scored, stole 20 bases. There was a reason that there was a lot of hype when he got called up last year, because he was destroying minor league baseball.
Yeah.
He just couldn't hit when he got to the majors.
Yeah, which was a problem.
Which is a big problem.
It's a big problem, indeed.
So that's not nice.
So when are we going to talk about Merrill Kelly, Basinonies? That is a question that I ask right now openly near the end of this beautiful
I would
part
guess
of the
right around
program.
11:31.
Okay, so we are at some point in time. We are going to talk about Merrill Kelly because, once again, I'm a little perturbed. I am. The whole Suns thing has got me just, you've got to be kidding me. And now all of a sudden the Diamondbacks, we're starting out as well. And the only thought that comes is, you got to be kidding me. It just, man, it's getting frustrating right now. Is it not, brothers?
There's something. Yeah.
I just, man.
ASU was all beat up this year. The Cardinals were all beat up this year. And I think it affected each team, to a different extent. But still, I'm over it with the Diamondbacks losing players already early this season, too. You brought up the Suns. So when we come back, got to have this conversation. Is it possible that nearly 60 games into the season, we're seeing this team now start to lose some steam? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't have guys leave and break out somewhere else. Hassan Reddick broke out in Philly. Zach Allen broke out in Denver. You had these guys. You can't have Walter Nolan or Will Johnson or Robinson. You can't have these guys break out on another team. It's up to Rallis to get the most out of these guys now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
Make your next round unforgettable at Verado Golf Club. Both the Founders and Victory courses are in peak shape, featuring pristine, overseeded fairways and the best greens of the season. Play where breathtaking scenery meets everyday value. With stunning vistas and impeccable conditions, both courses are a must-play and among the best in-season values in the Valley. Experience Phoenix's most memorable finishes at Verado Golf Club. Tee times fill fast, so book your round today at veradogolfclub.com.
D-backs single game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Welcome to adversity, folks. The Suns are dealing with it now. We'll give you all the latest on the injuries on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2. Find us on the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, here on 98.7.
The boys behind the glass, of course, bouncing a little bit, I would say.
Command and control?
Yes. Got to bust a move, apparently.
You're not going to start dancing?
No.
You're not going to do the Dougie?
No, are you kidding me? Where's the Warrior Queen? Is she in here?
Maybe you should teach him how to Dougie.
I mean, that is the only time you're ever going to see me on the dance floor.
I'm on it.
All right. Jamal's going to teach you how to Dougie during
Okay,
the break.
great, yeah.
No, good. That needs to actually, that can't be during a break. That needs to be on camera for all to see.
No, thank you.
Digital team's going to run in here like, no, I got to get those clicks.
Yeah.
All right, here's Jordan Ott after the game
Luke pulls the curtain back.
After the game on Saturday, talking about a dramatic win over Orlando. It kind of feels like the Suns are on this 10-game losing streak. They're not, although they're losing a lot more than we would like right now. But they did win on Saturday, courtesy of Jalen Green hitting a crazy 3 in double overtime. Here's Jordan Ott.
I mean, I think I have a pretty good memory. I think I have a bad memory, but a good job of just moving on. So I'm sure we've been all a part of something like that. This is what we talk about, though. You find any way you can to win, and then you move on. In the standings, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have anything other than your win-loss. So incredible resilience by the group again.
Yeah, that was a game where Jalen Green couldn't hit a shot until he hit the game-winning shot.
Yeah.
And that's
struggling.
It's a nice win, but then they followed it up the very next day with 77 points, which is their least amount of points in a game, Wolf, since 2017.
Yeah, man, where do you start on this? It really was. It looked so disjointed for the Phoenix Suns. It looked like they were struggling, and not just their offense, but struggling even on the defensive end of the floor as well, playing a lot of different bodies. Come on, Malawach actually got some significant minutes, and I thought that was good. We're going to talk about that later, I think, in the broadcast. Rasheer Fleming as well. But, yeah, the Phoenix Suns, they're in a bit of a spot right now.
We're 58 games in. After the All-Star break, teams like, some of the teams they're about to play coming up, the Celtics have been a good story this year. They've exceeded expectations just because of the Jason Tatum injury. But like the Lakers are the sort of team that might start playing better. I don't know if the Lakers specifically are that team, but there's a lot of teams in the NBA that when you get to this point in the season that are good and they were maybe supposed to be great, but for the first 50 games, they just kind of coast along as good and then they turn it on this time of year. The Suns are going to see some of those teams coming up. So you knew this was going to be more of a challenge as the season went on anyway. To your point earlier, they're not sneaking up on anybody anymore.
Yeah.
And then also all the guys out of the lineup. And you have to ask the question. We're 58 games in. I gave you the numbers before. They're 9-10 in their last 19. They're 3-6 in their last 9. They just scored 77 points yesterday. Are they losing some steam here?
Yeah, that is a question right now. I think maybe they're losing some steam. There's no doubt in terms of the win-loss column. Absolutely. To be 9-10 in their last 19, that was something that we haven't seen. And I laugh at that because if they would have started the season 9-10,
they've been all over it.
We'd have been all, this is the greatest thing ever. And, again, I think they're a little bit lost right now. And I think they're lost right now because of all the injuries that they're suffering. The good news is we know that hopefully Devin Booker is going to get better. Hopefully he's going to come back. And Jalen Green, we're starting to see Jalen Green actually log minutes out on the floor. But, man, it's hard to see this team take a step back, and I think they have because of all the injuries. That's first and foremost. And number two as well, because I think they are getting the other team's best. They're not surprising anybody.
Yeah, it's hard to diagnose specifically what it is because a game like yesterday, just forget it. Like, you didn't have Booker, you didn't have Brooks, you didn't have Allen, you didn't have Jordan Goodwin. Like, you had so few of players. If you're Jordan Ott, don't just forget it. Figure out, something. But overall, if you were at full strength for tomorrow's game, we would just forget about yesterday's game. But you haven't been at full strength really all season.
Yeah.
And now you're actually at the least strength you've been at all season, and this is not the right time to do it. And all year it's kind of been like, hey, Dillon Brooks missed a couple games. Okay, is he the reason they're having success? Okay, Brooks missed some games. You know how important he is. Okay, well, they're winning without Jalen Green, and Grayson Allen's in and out of the lineup. Now it's just like everybody's out, basically, except Jalen Green. And, Green had that huge game winner, but he was 12 of 42 over the weekend.
This is the part right here, Basin, on is where, once again, I want to just metaphorically, of course,
metaphorically,
gouge my eyes out and roll on the ground. Yes. It's just, can a brother get Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks and Devin Booker on the floor?
Can we
get them on the floor together?
Just have those three guys.
We're not asking for much. No, we're talking about three dudes. Can we get three guys on the floor together? What? Somebody's got to do this. The Webb Flowers sitting over there right now, they don't look busy. They don't look busy right now. Jamal, why don't you get them on that right there? How many minutes has Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, and Jalen Green logged together
this season?
Season. How many minutes have they actually been on the floor together? How many minutes have the Suns played, and how many minutes have they actually been on the floor together? It just, man, it makes you want to start. Can a brother go into the disappointments room? Walk in there.
Oh, we're going there in a little bit. Don't worry. It's got to be. Man, it's got to be like less than 100 minutes, doesn't it?
I'm just guessing right now. I don't even know where to start. But at some point in time, it's just can you get those three guys on the floor together and then see how the Suns would play, what the rotation would be like with those three guys out on the floor together? Because, again, I would imagine, especially at the end of games, they would be out on the floor together. Those three guys trying to finish games. What would the rotations look like during the game, during the second quarter, midway through the third, whatever it was? I'd love to see what the rotation would look like and what kind of chemistry they could build between each other. But, man, it just has not happened. And it's stunning the way that it hasn't. Guys getting hurt as Jalen Green comes back, Devin Booker goes down.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just punch in, I'll punch out, and we'll see you hopefully at this point, you can still make the playoffs. You can still be a top 6 team. It's not like they've fallen so far back in the standings, but you're going to have to win games too. I mean, now they're 2 back of Minnesota and the Lakers. They were so close. They've tied with those teams for the longest time. And I give them credit for finding a way to survive on Saturday, certainly. But if you can only score 77 against Portland, something is wrong.
Yes.
And it's not hard to see what's wrong, but just because it's not hard to see what's wrong doesn't mean it's not wrong.
You know, how bad was it, Basinonians, with 3:48 to go in the first half, okay? 3:48 to go in the first half. The Suns were 1 of 16 from 3. 1 of 16, man.
That good?
I know. Portland was 3 of 18, by the way. It wasn't like they were lighting it up either. But the Suns were 1 of 16. They were shooting 31% for the game and 1 of 16, which is 6% from 3. Just how bad is that? Now, they finished the night better, shooting 26% from 3 at the end of the game. But, man, they were done at that point in time.
Well, this is according to Shams within the last hour or so that Dillon Brooks, the timetable is 4 to 6 weeks. So basically what people were thinking. But
okay.
He said after suffering a broken left hand, 4 to 6 weeks, sources tell ESPN. So not a shock, but just shocking in the sense that all those conversations of, well, you know, can Dillon Brooks, can he rein in the conversations with the officials because they can't afford to be losing him for a game every, 3 or 4 or 5 games because of suspension. And he just gets hurt and he's out for basically not the rest of the regular season, but a lot of the rest of the regular season. We're not going to see this team at full strength.
4 to 6 weeks. Yeah. Where does that put that right? I mean, could he miss
I think there's 7 weeks left in the season.
Okay.
Roughly.
All right. There we go. So then 4 to 6. That's Luke Lipinski reporting on that based on our needs. But, okay, that is a good thing right there. I'm going to put that in the positive column that he at least is going to come back. The negative is, once again, even if Devin Booker and Jalen Green get into a rhythm, now all of a sudden you're going to bring Dillon Brooks back right at the apex, hopefully, of the season, where you're going to, here we go, we're going to get into the play-in or playoffs or however you want to characterize it. To me, I just can't believe you can't get 3 guys out on the floor together. Drives me nuts.
This sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yes.
Couldn't get 3 guys on the floor together last year. I'm wrestling with 2 realities here. One of them is this team's going to be a lot better when Devin Booker comes back. And the official update from the Suns on Saturday was he'd be reevaluated in a week. Again, that's from Saturday. So they only have 2 games between now and next Saturday. So that is a reality, and that's a good thing. I mean, when Devin Booker comes back, they are going to be a lot better. They're not going to score 77 points in a game when Devin Booker's out there. He'll score 77 himself if he has to. But I'm also wrestling with the reality of we're not going to see this team at full strength or know what they can look like at full strength, maybe ever this season, but at least not until the postseason.
Which is stunning to hear you say that.
But do you disagree?
No.
I mean, we're not going to see it now. All right, when we come back over to football, pretty big name running back that should be available this offseason. Could he be in the Cardinals' future? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You know what I love about All Pro Shade Concepts, man? Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors, Basinonians. The installers also are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. Their work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. It really is super cool. What I love about All Pro Shade Concepts as well, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cable shades, man. Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation today. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like sonata complicated. Our no-surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop. Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop. A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with the broken hand he suffered Saturday against the Orlando Magic. The heavily depleted Suns return to the court tomorrow night when they take on the Boston Celtics at Mortgage Matchup Center. And the Arizona Diamondbacks continue Cactus League play this afternoon at the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch from Goodyear is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, and even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. Time for a little football.
Yeah.
It's always time for football.
Yeah.
Breece Hall. What do you think about Breece Hall?
You know, I really like Breece Hall a lot, Basin Orleans. I do. This is a guy that I think, he's 5'11", first of all, 220 pounds.
So you're already in.
I laugh because anytime you're under 6 feet tall and you weigh 220 or more pounds, you're a rolling boulder out on the football field. You are very, very difficult to get under and tackle. And I like Breece Hall. I'm not saying he's a power runner, but he's a guy that is very, very good. He's an every down back. He's a guy that you can hand the ball off to 20-plus times a game, and you can also throw him the ball. He's very good coming out of the backfield. Had an excellent year, I think, last year, as a matter of fact, in terms of coming out of the backfield and catching the ball. So, for me, I'm a fan of Breece Hall. Now, having said that, Basin Earnings, there are two things that I really don't know, and it makes me uncomfortable talking about any professional athlete, especially in the National Football League. But what's he like in the locker room? Mm-hmm. That's number one. I want to know, what is he like in the locker room? I don't know. I've heard good things for the most part, but I just don't know. That is the fact. And what is he like in blitz pickup? Those two things.
Well, it's going to be tough to tell on the first thing because he's been on the Jets his whole career.
That's right.
So that's just tough for anybody. It's the same conversation even with Robert Saleh when he was available as a head coach. And apparently a lot of teams look past his time with the Jets. I would have as well, just because they've been a mess as long as they have been. Breece Hall, I was surprised to see this because I remember him at Iowa State, and he was just a wrecking ball. Last year was his first 1,000-yard rushing season, believe it or not. Now, he's only been in the league 4 years, and the first year he only got to play 7 games. And even with that, only playing 7 games his first year, he still averages over 1,250 total yards because he's such a good receiver out of the back. Like, he's pretty much, you can pencil him in for about 500 receiving yards every year, at least like 450 every year.
It's pretty good.
So he is a guy that's going to get you. He's put up basically 5,000 total yards in 56 total games. He's going to get you 90 yards a game. The other question is, do the Cardinals even need a running back?
Yes, they do. They do need a running back. Why do you say that? Because of James Conner?
I know a lot of people since he got hurt have had the mindset of, okay, but that's probably just it. It's the business of the NFL. He's probably not back with the Cardinals. But, until he's not, I don't know. I don't know how big of a priority running back is.
I know. I'm totally with you on that. I don't know what his injury status is right now. But if you're telling me James Conner is going to be a cap casualty, as some people are surmising, I'd be interested in Hall, no doubt about it. He has everything the Cardinals need to become an every down back. And that is something that I also wonder how Mike LaFleur values that. There are some head coaches, and it's starting to shift in the National Football League a little bit. There are some head coaches, and this has always been the case, Basin Orleans, for the last 25, 30 years. This has always been the case in the NFL. There are coaches that believe, I want a running back by committee. That way we're going to keep them all fresh.
Yeah.
Their odds of finishing the season, it's better. We're going to keep them all fresh, and suddenly we'll know when to put guys in, what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are, and when not to. And, there's some coaches that love that running back by committee room. And there are other coaches now where the pendulum is coming back once again, more towards the middle of the pack, that love a guy that can go out there every down. Now, why might that be something you'd be interested in? Well, you know what? A lot of it has to do with being able to run the ball, a really, really good running back who can run the ball, especially in a north-south fashion, in between the tackles and run-down situation, and then a guy you could bring in and throw the ball as well using play action. Because if you can have the same running back once again, it's just not, it's less of an indicator for a defense to be able to pick up and read what it is you're doing.
Yeah. And the other thing, it's not like you brought up Mike LaFleur and what does he want? He was in New York when Breece Hall was in New York, not for a ton of time, but in 2022.
His rookie year, right?
His rookie year. So LaFleur was there. So this is one of those situations where if the Cardinals went out, and the reason we're bringing this up is Breece Hall's name has been linked to the Cardinals in a few different just reports and rumors, whatever. Not that like they're about to sign him, but it could make some sense. He doesn't seem all that locked in on staying with the Jets. There was a lot of talk that he was going to get traded during the season, actually, from the Jets. In fact, he was talking with the New York Post on Saturday, and they asked him about his future with the Jets.
I don't know. I've addressed this for the last 6-7 months now. So, right now I'm just kind of whatever happens, happens.
Here's more from Breece Hall.
I'm just where my feet are and letting, God and my agent handle everything else. Yeah. I feel like my play speaks for itself, considering, the situations I've been in the last few years. I'm going to get everything that's coming to me, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, he's not too worried about it right now. Trusting God, that is a good way to go, Breece Hall. Let me just say right now that I believe that the blitz pickup part of this equation, those two things. What's he like in the locker room? And from what I understand, he's a pretty good locker room guy, but I always hesitate when I talk about that because, again, I don't know. If I were in there, I would know. And this drives me crazy because I do know there are some guys who have this reputation of being really, really good in the locker room. And guess what? That really is not the case if you're actually in the locker room. So I can't say with certitude what it's like to be in the same locker room with a guy like Breece Hall. Not sure. It sounds pretty good so far, but I'm not sure. And yet, it's so important. If you're going to have one back, if you're going to go with an every down back, that back better be able to do everything. Running the ball, I think he checks that box. He's a pretty good runner, especially when you're talking about the tackle zone, the zone scheme.
Yeah.
He's really, really good at that. And because of that, that's something Mike LaFleur and the Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay tree, especially Sean McVay, really loves that zone scheme.
He would fit this offense.
He would fit that offense, no doubt about it. So, again, he's good coming out of the backfield. Can he hold up in rundown situation with play action? Can he hold up as a blocker?
There's a story on ESPN talking about 5 pending free agents that the New York Jets have to decide on. Breece Hall is the first name on there. And in that story, they link him to the Cardinals as a potential, the Cardinals being a potential suitor. And they make the Mike LaFleur connection, certainly. But that stuff's important. It's funny sometimes you'll hear well, this team could really like this player. But if that player doesn't fit what they do, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Breece Hall fits what the Cardinals would do. Now, the flip side is there's not a lot of really good 25-year-old running backs available, and he's probably going to command a lot of money. So that's why it goes back to the conversation of how big of a need do the Cardinals see this position as right now.
He's 24 right now. He doesn't turn 25 till May. How about that?
Okay. I forgot who I was talking to for a second. All right, we come back to basketball. All of a sudden, a lot more responsibility seems to be falling on Ryan Dunn. Is he a reliable option for the Phoenix Suns right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Meckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns Celtics. The fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Fountain Hills. What's going on, Fountain Hills?
What's up, Fountain Hills?
What's everybody doing out there in Fountain Hills?
Fountain Hills, Arizona.
Somewhere Max Starks is driving around being like, hey, Fountain Hills.
That's right. What up, Max?
Are we playing a lot of Blink because they were here last night? Did you guys get to go?
No.
I
did
had a
see
pass.
Switchfoot on Saturday at the Cardinals climb.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Were they climbing?
We were going to stay, and then we left.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was like a 30-minute set.
Yeah.
I thought they were at innings too. Maybe not.
They were
Okay.
yesterday.
All right.
Yeah. So they did back-to-back shows here in Arizona.
Nice. Well, Blink was supposedly good last night. Did I have a pass to go? Yeah. Could I go? No. That's fine.
Okay.
How many times have I had tickets or a pass to see Blink 182 and not been able to go? 3. Off the
Where
top
were
of my
they
head.
playing?
Tempe Beach Park.
Oh, okay.
I would have gone if you had, let me know.
Well, I gave the pass to somebody. I didn't think you could go.
Yeah. Why wouldn't
This is why you should always be asking me every day if I have Blink 182 tickets.
Okay, I will. Every single day I'll
3
schedule a
times
text.
I have had them. Just not
You know,
been
the
able to
Cardinals
go.
climb was super cool as well.
Yeah.
That was, man, the
Yeah, how'd that go?
first annual. The first half went really, really well, man. That is going to be something that I think we're going to see for many, many years to come if we don't nuke each other into oblivion.
Well, I like option A better than option B in this scenario. $2 million, over $2 million raised, right? Rick, you were there, obviously, because you saw Switchfoot.
Yeah, I did the advanced trail on like Wolf, and lots of money raised for charity. That's the most important part.
Yeah, $2 million plus is quite a bit.
So many guys walking around beating their chests because they did the advanced trail.
What constitutes the advanced trail? Were you like on the roof?
Oh, it was. I did like 3 levels of stairs at that stadium.
Yeah, it was doing, especially the upper deck.
Yeah,
that's where it really gets long and steep as well.
Oh yeah, those upper deck.
We had the
seats are
Warrior
great.
Queen with us, as a matter of fact, and because of that, we're going to go intermediate.
I like it. Family events.
Yeah, of course.
All right, before we get into the Suns, I will also just say this, and I don't know who's behind this or whose fault it is, but you have such a big moment like that Olympic hockey game yesterday, and nobody can watch the highlight of the golden goal because it's not available. So, like, on all these TVs since we've started the show, here's just a still photo. Here's what it looked like when Nathan McKinnon missed the net. Here's the puck near the net. It's like, why can't we just, for something that big, you can't just release the footage for a day so people can, you're trying to grow this, right?
Okay, so who's got it? Is it NBC?
I don't know if it's NBC or the IOC.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know who it is.
You know what? Let's get it together, guys.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, sort of.
I don't need to see a sketch artist's rendering of what Canada looked like after Jack Hughes scored with half his teeth.
The 5-hole.
Such a great game. Back two gold medal wins over Canada and hockey, both 2-1 in overtime in the span of like a couple days. Fantastic. All right, for the Phoenix Suns, and there's a story up on ArizonaSports.com today looking at this, and we're going to talk to our own Kellen Olson a little bit later on in the show about this as well. But with all the injuries, there's all of a sudden a lot of responsibility on Ryan Dunn. And Ryan Dunn has kind of been the forgotten son this year, Wolf, in so many ways. When they were, I mean, they've never been at full strength, but when they were at close to full strength, it was, hey, here's these new guys that have come in, Dillon Brooks coming in doing this, and here's these other guys they brought in, or here's guys that didn't get to play much last year, like Colin Gillespie, that are stepping up, or here's Royce O'Neal thriving, in this new situation. He was here last year, but Ryan Dunn, he's played, but he kind of, I don't know, would you say he's taken a step forward this year? I wouldn't.
He is definitely not taking a step forward, I think, Luke. And again, that is just my assessment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not an NBA scout, nor do I try to play one on the radio. But I will tell you right now, especially with Dillon Brooks now, the injury to Dillon Brooks, I thought Ryan Dunn would be the benefactor of that. I thought this was going to be the guy that Dunn can do an awful lot of what Brooks can do from a physical defensive end of the floor perspective. Mm-hmm. And the mentality, of course, that actually comes with that. I thought Ryan Dunn would fit in and get the opportunity maybe to take a step forward. But, man, just especially yesterday, watching him play yesterday, Ryan Dunn appears to have lost a bit of confidence.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It does.
Played 31 minutes yesterday. The opportunity is there. It's weird. Last year he did a lot of really good things. And last year was a different coach. And last year, if he made one mistake, he was just gone. Again, they have a much better coach this year. But either way, as a rookie, last year you're out there and you're like, okay, you're doing some good things. Oh, you made a mistake. Okay, you're just going to disappear forever. This year, he's not playing as well. But all of a sudden, the opportunity's there. And it's not even really opportunity. Like, they need him.
Yeah.
It can't be like, hey, Ryan, here's a chance. Walk through this door. It's like, if you don't walk through this door, we're going to score 77 points against Portland. So walk through the door, please.
Yeah. And what's also interesting is this was the year. This was the year, I think we all would agree, this was the year where we thought, okay, Ryan Dunn, this guy is going to take off. That was my guy at the beginning of the season. I thought Ryan Dunn was going to be the guy that would take that next step.
Yeah.
He was so solid last year, and you could see it fundamentally. His three-point shot, you could say, okay, he's going to get this thing. He's going to get on top of this. He's going to get better next year after laying the foundation. And it has not happened. And I'm wondering if this is starting to weigh on him now. The fact that it hasn't happened. And now the lack of confidence. And I'm wondering how much that's impacting everything he does on the floor.
Yeah.
You can see it. He's just not as sure.
Yeah. And, last night, 1 of 9. You got to go back to where we were when they drafted him. When they drafted Ryan Dunn, the thought was, okay, he's not a great shooter. If he can just shoot well enough to stay on the floor, he is going to be a great defender.
Yeah.
And then he was, not that he was a great shooter last year, but he was a better shooter than expected.
Yes.
And all of a sudden he was on the floor and the team wasn't winning, but he was one of those guys last season ended. You're like, okay, I don't really know if the coach or the GM or this or whoever's going to be, KD going to be Beal. But you knew Devin Booker was going to be back and Ryan Dunn and Oso. That was basically what you knew you were coming back with, unless you had to attach Ryan Dunn to trade somebody. So he was one of the few guys you felt like was a true building block at the end of last season, and yet he's kind of gotten lost in the shuffle this year. And now I don't know. I've never looked at him, and I don't think they should either, and I don't think they do, as somebody you can count on for scoring. That's just not his game.
Yeah.
He may score, but it's not somebody you want to be counting on for scoring.
Yeah, he is Exhibit A, Basinonians. He really is. I talk about it all the time. You got a guy that is really talented. He is physically gifted, especially on the defensive end of the floor. Athletically, if you look at him, he's got everything he needs to be a shutdown guy, to be a Mikal Bridges. He's got everything he needs. And then all of a sudden, you start to make mistakes. I mean, even on the defensive end of the floor last night, he made a couple of mistakes and some glaring mistakes, and cost the team a couple of possessions as well. And you could your heart goes out to the guy because he's trying. You look at him, oh my goodness, he's out there and he's giving the effort. But the look on his face, he got into it again last night. This is what, the second time in the last week where he's had a little bit of a dust up out on the floor. I think that is the frustration that is pouring out of him.
I think in a lot of ways and by they I don't really mean the Suns, because the people in charge of this aren't currently the Suns, but they did a lot to stunt his growth last year, and yet he continued to. By the end of the year, you felt like he had a good rookie year, all things considered, but it's been rough this year. Real quick, here's Ryan Dunn after the game yesterday. He was asked about handling the ball more.
Yeah, it was a little comfortable. They have really good on-wall defenders, so it's just great reps for me just to get it and get more confident. People get across the floor and not getting ripped a little bit, which is great. But it's just going back and filming and watching and just working out and see what I can do to get better.
All right, well, if you suggested maybe a trip to the disappointments room earlier in the show.
Yeah.
All right, let's go there next. You want to?
No.
How frustrating is it that the Diamondbacks already have suffered 4 key injuries in spring training?
What?
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gambo, we want to see all of you, especially when you wear the schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Put
this
that away.
This is a large. This shirt. You want to go look at the tag? Go ahead. Look, if it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not.
Look at the tag. Look at the damn tag.
This is a medium.
Look at the damn tag. Schmedium boy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review. review.
If you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 to its signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with the broken hand he suffered Saturday against the Orlando Magic. The heavily depleted Suns return to the court tomorrow night when they host the Boston Celtics at Mortgage Matchup Center. And the Arizona Diamondbacks continue Cactus League play this afternoon at the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch from Goodyear is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to replace your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. What is it a victory Monday when you win gold for the first time in 46 years?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yes. Right. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
What, are you waving the gold medal around of USA hockey?
Yes.
Overall, we did well in Milan and Cortina as a country.
I would say no doubt.
I feel like Norway. Did Norway finish with the most?
Yes. Let me get on the medal count here.
Okay. But they win like 75 cross country medals every year.
Yeah, but once again, you're talking about a country of what, 5 million people? You've got to be kidding me.
They had like 17 people.
Well, there's a lot of snow there.
Well, yeah. I realize that. Yeah, thank you. Realize that. Yes, Norway.
Either way, we won the biggest ones. I couldn't actually tell you the U.S.'s exact total medal count. But all I know is they won men's hockey and they won women's hockey, and I know women's figure skating is a huge the biggest sports to us. I feel like we finally won. So there you go.
We were second to Norway with 33 overall medals.
Really?
They had 41. And then gold medals, we were also second to Norway, 18-12. We were tied with them in silver medals, 12-12, and then they had us beat on bronze, 11-9.
Yeah, because they win 75 different biathlon things. Like, hey, here's Hans, and he can walk on skis faster than you. And one guy got 6 gold medals for them.
Yeah. I thought, okay, well, get over it, Luke. I mean, the guy was good, okay? Give him his due.
He was. If he was here right now, I wouldn't be able to catch him.
I thought that Team USA winning the gold, beating Team Canada, I thought that was the 13th. I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was the only one I shouldn't say it's the only one I cared about, but it's the one I cared the most about. And we're going to have Todd Walsh on in about 45 minutes. And really at this point, I'm just counting down to talking to Todd about this because we have talked Olympic hockey for so long, and now it finally resulted in a gold medal for Team USA. Let's go before then, though, Wolf, into the disappointments room. Okay. Are you ready for this?
Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
So the Diamondbacks, and this, none of these might, well, one of them's, Andrew Saalfrank's out for the year. They've played 3 spring training games. Pitchers and catchers reported, not even 2 weeks ago, Andrew Saalfrank is done for the year. You have Corbin Carroll with the hamate injury, although he is taking one-handed batting practice already because he's the Predator, and why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
You had Adrian Del Castillo dealing with an injury. Now you have Merrill Kelly dealing with, what's it officially being called, back tightness? Is that what we're calling it?
Is that what it is? Okay, great.
Back tightness that needed an MRI.
Stop it!
Here, before we go into the disappointments room, here's Merrill Kelly on what his concern level is.
I don't know. I don't have a concern level, I guess, is a good way to answer that, because I don't know. We don't know at the end of the day what it is. I mean, the last week and a half, I've been throwing, been doing everything normal, and it didn't kind of rear its head until today. So I'm going to take that as a good thing. The fact that I've felt it for that long, but I've still been able to do everything, I'm going to take as a good sign. But yeah, I guess I'm going to have to circle back with you on that answer until we actually know what we're looking at.
Starting to sound like us. Hey, Merrill, what's your concern level? That's a segment on our show at this point. What's your concern level? And he was one step away from, I'm going to put that in the positive category.
Yeah, you know what? I was kind of not concerned about it until I heard him talk about it. And that made me think of the disappointments room, as a matter of fact. Baselonians, does anyone have a baseball bat? You have a bat you could hand me? Give it. Okay, there it is. Yeah, thank you.
Sounds like you really caught that bat.
Did injuries happen in 2025 for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Just a couple, yeah. Just basically the whole team, yeah.
First of all, Corbin Burns. Then there was Justin Martinez, I believe. Okay. I don't know if we need that sound effect. But AJ
Wait,
Puck.
that didn't really happen?
Did he go down too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Puck, yeah.
AJ Puck.
Okay.
I mean, do you believe this, Luke? What is going on right now? Once again, here's Merrill Kelly. I got something in my back. You know what? The fact that I've been dealing with it, and now it's come to a head, he feels positive about that, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
That's putting a positive spin,
I guess, man.
on something that
I don't want
an MRI could reveal.
I don't want my pitcher dealing with a back issue.
Would you say that's important when you're pitching?
I would, but I would also say I don't want my quarterback dealing with a back issue. And didn't Matthew Stafford just win MVP? So.
That's not bad. You know what? I'm going to ignore what you just said because that was kind of positive.
Yeah, sorry. I'll say that outside the disappointments room.
Can we just have 5 guys that we expected to be in the rotation? Be in the rotation? Can we just have 5? It's all, 5 guys that we expected to actually be in the rotation, be in the rotation.
You swung and you missed. God,
Take the kill, Rick. I'm in the disappointments room. I got a ball bat.
Anybody that's not watching on YouTube is like, okay, they're just losing their minds. Anybody watching on YouTube sees Wolf swinging and then the sound effect like 3 seconds later.
I mean, now all of a sudden, here we go with Merrill Kelly. Rick, that one, once again, the whip thing, I don't like it.
Is that what that
and then,
is?
yes, and somebody, the disappointments room has one individual in it, and that's you, Basinonians. It's got you and a mannequin in it with a ball bat, and all you're doing is hitting the thing.
And a whip.
Yes. Can we do away with that, please? Just give me the ball bat sound. I mean, just want to start the season with a healthy rotation. I don't know. Look, do you have anything you want to add to this?
No, I think this is going pretty
Okay,
flawlessly.
what about command and control? Do you guys want to say something?
Well, you've got Merrill Kelly dealing with an issue. That's not good. He's supposed to be a big part of the team.
Mid-back tightness.
Yeah, you've got Corbin Carroll dealing with an injury. That's not good. He's supposed to be a big part of the team, obviously.
Corbin will be fine.
I think he's going to be fine.
He looked like he could hit with just using one hand.
That's right.
Andrew Solfrank, possible closer, done for the year. Not great.
Not great.
Adrian Del Castillo, good depth piece, dealing with an injury.
Yeah. And look, all of this would be like, oh, okay, man, this almost seems unfair. And then you take a step back and you're like, wait, they already don't have Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, or Justin Martinez.
Yes.
Because the Diamondbacks injuries were so bad last year.
Brutal.
That they carried over to this year.
Yes.
Last year, we were like, well, I'm not going to have Corbin Burns for the first half of the season. Next year.
Boy, it sounds like Luke just stepped into the disappointments room. You know.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't want to go in I'm staying out of the room with the whip, but if you have that bat, I'll go back in there.
By the way, wouldn't it be cool, Basinonians? I mean, this is a business idea right here. What if you were a guy who is a disappointments room developer? That's all you did.
This could be you.
Think about this. Somewhere in the compound, Basinonians, you got a room. You got one room, and it's padded walls. Just nothing but padded walls, man. I mean, even a 10 by 10 room you could have. And suddenly there's a mannequin there, and you got the ball bat, and it's, you don't get a lifelike one. You get something that looks more like a dummy.
You get like a tackling dummy.
Yeah, like a tackling dummy.
Yeah.
And you take the bat, you just whack the thing. You know how cool that would be just to release all that stress?
Wolf, do you know about those, like, smashing rooms?
No.
If you're dealing with some anger or something, you can just go. There's rooms that you can go to and pay a little bit of money, and then they give you a baseball bat, and then you just smash things.
It's not. See, now that guy's already beat you to it, but you could still beat. Now Rick has Rick's whip house apparently, but you could beat him to the disappointments room. I think.
That's a ball bat. I'm sorry. I think that's it's just an aggressive one. I don't think it's a whip.
We may have to hear it again before we go to break.
I've been on the air for like 20 years.
Okay.
And I've talked about the disappointments from
Somebody took your idea.
A long, long time.
Yeah.
Somebody did that.
Yeah.
Because Basinonians, I will promise you right now, I was talking about that years before this new, what is it called again, Rick?
Like an anger room or a smashing room or something like that.
Smash hut.
Right.
You should get a free trip through.
Yeah, it happened about a decade ago where they started actually these anger rooms, whatever they were.
As long as you know if you're going into the anger room or the escape room, because if you're like,
it's not the anger room, it's the disappointment room.
Okay, all right.
Okay, you gotta characterize that correctly. Right. It's not about anger. It's about being disappointed.
Would you ever do an escape room?
No.
I was gonna say, I cannot imagine Wolf doing an escape room.
Thank you.
Wolf would just run through the wall at a certain point.
Right.
Like, all right, we've been in here for 43 seconds. I'm done.
Time to get out of here.
All right, when we come back, we saw some of the Suns rookies getting extended minutes last night. A good thing or a bad thing? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Consider this your green light on a new or pre-owned Ford, Basinonians. That's right, going on over at Santan Ford. It is Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, a Chevy, or GMC, maybe even a Toyota? This is your moment then, Basinonians. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Man, maybe you're downsizing. That's what it is. Well, if you are downsizing, Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks as well. The right size at the right price just for you. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time offer. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, right off the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and after the Dillon Brooks injury, how can the Suns keep their mojo intact? We'll discuss our basketball team. Tune in. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Trying to figure out if Rick's just playing this because Jamal didn't know who Aerosmith was that one time and didn't have the Run DMC answer.
Yeah, he didn't have this, but it's not. It's in our rotator, but
Okay.
I made sure to remind him that this was the one that he missed.
I can never tell if you guys are arguing behind the glass or if you're just like taunting each other or if this is like a veiled shot at Jamal.
Honestly, the safe guess is to assume that we're always arguing.
Okay, it's kind of what it seems like. And then occasionally it spills out onto the air. It's great.
Especially when Jeremy walks in back there as well.
I feel like Jeremy's like narrating it, right? Or like,
Exactly.
What's the officiating it? Like, hey,
Yeah,
kids calm
Jeremy
down
walks
here.
in, and all of a sudden, boy, you got trouble.
Jeremy
He does.
ran out.
He is a third voice a lot of times on the arguments.
like the deciding factor?
Yeah, I'll bring him in to make the decision between the two of us.
I'm sure he loves that. Hey, come in here. We've been arguing in this closed space for 2 hours.
man,
You tell
that's
us which
great.
one's right.
But this time it was just boring work stuff.
Oh. Nothing like boring work stuff on a Monday. All right, Wolf. Well, coming into this season, a lot of people wanted to see Common Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming, and maybe even Kobe Brea get some minutes. Hey, let's see what these guys can do, right? First couple weeks of the season, it was like, yeah, it's great you guys won, but like, when do we get to see Malwatch? And then at a certain point, it was like, the Suns win all the time. We don't need to worry about seeing the rookies right now.
Yes.
Unfortunately, and I don't mean
I endorse that message.
Well, yeah, that was a lot more fun, wasn't it?
Yes.
Last night, the, I guess, quote, silver lining, it's not even really, okay, but you got to see Malwatch and Fleming. Like, those guys will play when they've developed and they're good and they're ready to go, right?
Yep.
Like, we were all excited about the Malwatch pick, and I think most of us, I know I love the Fleming pick because they were aggressive and they moved up to get him at the start of the second round when it seemed like all these other teams wanted him. Man, I really liked it a lot more when we were watching a playoff team out there, not being like last night there was just, I watched Fleming get 22 minutes and Malwatch get 16, and it was just kind of like, Kobe Brea even got 2, and it was just like, this is because they don't have any players left.
Yeah. It's a situation. We were talking about this last week, I believe, talking about, hey, listen, it's good that they're not getting a lot of minutes for Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming. And the reason being, of course, is because they're winning games. They're in games to win games. And they're a surprise in the association. And, because of that, you're not being able to develop Kaman Malawach or Rasheer Fleming, maybe to the degree in which some Suns fans would like to see. Having said that, I thought Kaman Malawach last night was good and bad. It was really, really good. I think you could see him produce and be productive, and yet you could see how much more room he has to grow. You can see it. He's thinking, especially on the defensive end of the floor. And
but he should be. He's raw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's 19 years old. And because of that, I'm happy to see him out there, get an opportunity to develop a little bit. But once again, let's hope this is a spotty situation and not a regular, consistent thing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need him. Well, you shouldn't need him. You haven't needed him yet this year. And he's 19. And you brought back your G League team when Matt Ishbia took over and was like, hey, why are we cutting corners on a developmental team? Like, you know what I mean? So you had the perfect situation going. You're just winning a bunch of NBA games. It's not like Malwatch is 25 and it's like, hey, whenever you're ready, buddy. He needs the G League is perfect for him right now. If you're not going to be winning, or if you don't have enough players at the NBA level, then go ahead and play him. And last night they scored 77 points. They didn't have enough players. He played a career high 16 minutes. Fleming played a career high 22 minutes. Kobe Brea played 2 minutes, but had more points than Ryan Dunn and Royce O'Neal combined. Like, that was last night's game for you, okay? But that's not what this season is supposed to be about anymore. That's what people were calibrating their expectations for back in June and July of, okay, we're not going to be good, but we're going to get to watch the development of Kaman Malawach. If you want to watch them develop, go watch their G League games, because that's what it's for, and it's perfect for him right now.
So can I ask you this? Not that it really matters, and it sounds like a producer question based on audience, but it's not. But I would like to know, just curious. And once again, command and control, you guys can weigh in on this as well.
Bring Jeremy in if you disagree.
Just a situation where, who are you more impressed with? Kaman Malawach or Rasheer Fleming?
Malawach.
Not that you had to be more impressed with either of them.
Easily Malawatch.
Okay, come on, Malawatch. Why? Because of his production, right?
I liked what I saw yesterday. The three was cool to see. I liked that he was able to stretch the floor. His rebounding really impressed me. He seemed like a guy that was determined to get rebounds.
Seems like a natural rebounder.
Yeah,
he does seem like
which
that.
the Suns, I think, at times this year have struggled rebounding the ball. And when he was out there, that seemed to be an area that they weren't struggling with. And then he had a dunk or two that were powerful. So I mean, I was talking to Kevin Zimmerman, the co-host of Empire of the Suns. He was a little bit less enthusiastic about Kaman's performance, but I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was the best we've seen him this year.
I would agree it was the best we've seen him, but it was also you're not ready to win games with him playing a key role yet, which again is not a knock on him. You weren't even when they drafted him, it wasn't supposed to be, hey, Malawatch's going to lead them to wins in 25, 26. Jamal, what about you?
Well, what else is new? Rick and I disagree, but okay, I will say I was impressed by both of them. But Rasheer and Rasheer,
you took my answer, Jamal.
Rasheer impressed me a little bit more, just because I'm not as much thinking of the now as I am the future, because Rasheer is the guy that I'm going to be wanting to guard the best player on the opponent team, on the opposite team. And I think him ripping Drew Holiday that one time, and then getting ripped by him immediately right after that. But just
Drew Holiday.
Just the level of defense that Rasheer brings, and then if he's able to consistently hit the three ball, I think he's going to be a very, very crucial piece of this team.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it really was. I was impressed with both of them. I will say that you can see Kaman Malawatch literally thinking his way through it. You could just see him. And again, the kid is so young. I give him all sorts of grace and all sorts of room to grow. But Rasheer Fleming, I have to say, he really got my attention because you could just see how whippy and long and athletic he truly is. And if you tell me he's going to go 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, he made 2 threes. He looked really, really good. Long and athletic. Athletic like you're going to be somebody else's nightmare at some point
I think if you're talking yesterday specifically, I was more impressed by Fleming. There are things like Malawatch, just who Malawatch is, you're like, there's some serious upside here. It's raw right now, but there's serious upside. But that to me wasn't any different yesterday than it's been, all season when he's out there. It's like, okay, yeah, this guy's really big, and there's a lot of things that he could potentially do. Fleming, though, it's like there's a little bit of an unknown there. Like, can he really do in the NBA what he was doing in college? Because there were stretches in college where he was pretty dominant.
Yeah.
Like when he set his mind to doing something, it wasn't like, oh, he's the best player on his team. Like he was one of the best in college basketball at certain different things throughout last season. And I don't expect him to be the best in the NBA, but you watch him sometimes and you're like, if he puts it together at the NBA level, they got something here.
Yeah, no, to both these guys, I really think they flashed a little bit again. And I'm talking about the talent level that is there, the athleticism. I can see a young guy in Kaman Malawatch. He is going to benefit greatly from every minute he gets on the floor, especially at the NBA level. So let's hope there's a lot of blowouts, that Kaman Malawatch gets to run out onto the floor where the Suns are beating somebody by 20.
That'd be nice.
Not the other way around.
No.
Okay, can we get Devin Booker ready?
Please.
Can we get Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks? Can we get all three of them on the floor at the same
You can't
time?
have Dillon Brooks for 4 to 6 weeks.
You gotta be kidding me.
Real quick, because we never get to hear from Malawatch. Here he is after the game. He was asked how much he has grown mentally this season.
A lot of biggest percentage of this game is really mental, and I really try to take care of my mental health, no matter what's going on, just staying positive through everything. And that's what I've been doing the whole season.
The thing is, he's 19 and he's more mature than all of us.
I don't think he's more mature than Rick.
Wait, what?
Okay, yes.
When I said all of us, I really just meant Rick. I was just putting us in there. No, I mean, he sounds very mature for 19.
Let me change that. Then Jamal.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Now you've touched off an argument between those two as we go to break. All right, when we come back.
Jeremy?
Good to see them both play last night and get extended minutes and flash, like you guys were all saying. I don't need to see it again this season, though. You know what I mean? Like, this season's about being in the playoffs, and, man.
I'm with you on that.
Like, maybe winning a series in the playoffs. All right, when we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-360-7900. You know, I thought that I had things in good shape, man, until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look. It turned out there were some opportunities, brothers, that I was truly missing. And now I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they're going to put your needs first. I trust them with the future, Basinonians, and you should too. One of the reasons why you can pick up the phone and give them a call. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk and not a sales pitch. I'm big on that, brothers. I left that meeting feeling a lot better. They're fiduciaries. Their advice is built around what's best for you. Pick up the phone and give them a call. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated. And with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragutataya Yaminayat. Yeah, I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with the broken hand he suffered Saturday against the Orlando Magic. The heavily depleted Suns return to the court tomorrow night when they host the Boston Celtics at Mortgage Matchup Center. And the Arizona Diamondbacks continue Cactus League play this afternoon at the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch from Goodyear is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. On February 25th, dine at any of Babbo's 7 Valley locations to raise money for pancreatic cancer research in honor of founder Ken Pollock, a huge baseball fan. Support the cause. Details at babboitalian.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It did smell good. It was barbecue, I believe.
Oh.
They ripped that.
It is noon on a Monday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. You have mentioned barbecue and inadvertently mentioned hamburgers earlier in the show, too.
Yeah.
You don't even realize you did.
You don't have one, do you?
If I did, I'd be eating it right in front of you.
Yeah.
It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, which in this case is pure air. Rick, what do you got?
Okay, I didn't really get that
We
one.
don't have any food. There's no food.
That's true. Okay, gotcha. Now I get it. Let's start with the Winter Olympics. Team USA men's hockey took home the gold medal yesterday with a 2-1 overtime victory over Canada. With the women's team's win on Thursday and the men's team's win yesterday, is the United States now the country to beat in international hockey?
Yeah, right now. I don't know how you can say otherwise. I mean, international play in hockey is huge for the players. Like they'll pretend they're not hurt if they get hurt before the Olympics so that they can go to the Olympics. And you'll watch guys, the World Championships every year are in May, basically, or they're when the NHL playoffs are going. And so, like, if a guy's NHL team gets eliminated from the playoffs, a lot of times they'll just jump over and represent their country in the World Championships. The World Junior Championships are huge. So there's all these. We saw the 4 nations last year. That was the first time that happened. There is a level of competitiveness internationally that is consistent in hockey that other sports really just aren't necessarily built to have, not as often as they do. The U.S. has bridged the gap over the years, but yeah, I mean, the U.S. women's team is just flat out better than Canada's, and the U.S. men's team is right there, and they finally got past them yesterday.
Yeah, it's really, really hard for me. Canada, of course, has the most gold medals out of any country in hockey. Mm-hmm. And because of that, it makes it really difficult to say that Team USA is now the power to beat internationally. But it's difficult for me to dispute anything that Luke just said in regard to saying, hey, they went out, they earned it, they won it, they got the gold, and because of that, yeah, I don't know how you would surmise anything else than, yeah, they're the team to beat at this point in time right now. But I mean, when you look at it historically, it's Team Canada.
Look, Canada's got an amazing program. They've got, especially when you go best on best, that format is built to favor Canada. Like, that's why they do that. So I'm not saying the U.S. hockey is better than Canada, but they just won the gold medal and Canada did.
That's right.
So it's like talking about a team that just won the Super Bowl and saying some other team's better. Well, the team that won the Super Bowl is better right now.
That's right.
The Phoenix Suns split their games over the weekend, losing yesterday to the Trailblazers and winning a double overtime thriller on Saturday over the Magic. However, the bigger story from the weekend was Dillon Brooks leaving Saturday's game with a broken hand. According to Shams Charania, he's going to be out for about 4 to 6 weeks. So who needs to step up the most with Dillon Brooks sidelined?
I mean, my answer would be guys that aren't currently playing. So if I have to go, I mean, in situations like this where you are losing key pieces or missing key guys, I always, even when it was the big three last year, the year before, I always come back to it being Devin Booker. And I know we played that cut earlier with Jordan Ott's like, hey, our identity can't just change because Dillon Brooks is out. I get that. He's got to say that. He's got to believe that. And ultimately, for them to have success, he's got to be right on that. Because they're not going to have Dillon Brooks for a month or a month and a half. But they need Devin Booker because he can affect the game so many different ways. And they don't have another player that can affect the game in the ways that Devin Booker can.
I just want to say this quickly. Of course, any team, and I'm sorry I'm not going to really directly answer your question, Rick, but any team, sport you're talking about, it's a combination of talent and toughness. That's it. You have to weigh and measure your talent and your toughness. When I think of the talent with the Phoenix Suns, I think of Devin Booker. When I think of the toughness, I think of Dillon Brooks. And the fact that both those guys right now are out and injured, it makes it a tough proposition. What was the question again, Rick?
Who needs to step up the most?
Yeah, there we
sidelined?
go. It's not going to be Devin Booker or Dillon Brooks yet. Ron Wolfley reporting. How about Jalen Green? That'd be
my
nice.
sources.
He did step up at the end of the game Saturday. I know everybody was mad at him, but he did step up and win that game at the end.
Yeah, of course, it was a very difficult game, I would say, for him overall,
I mean,
from a shooting perspective.
12 of 42 over the weekend. He's going to need to clean that up a little bit.
Yeah, which is nice.
We'll stick with the Phoenix Suns. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, what stands out from the Suns' first 3 games out of the All-Star break? Offense with Jalen Green, life without Dillon Brooks, or the significant rookie minutes?
Life without Dillon Brooks.
Yes.
It's not, I don't even
Agreed.
think on that one. The Jalen Green's points that, good for him. But no, this season isn't about, hey, did you see how many points Jalen Green scored last night? And I don't want to see the rookies right now. So it's 100% to me is life without Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. And that is the leader by a mile. 73% life without Dillon Brooks, 16% offense with Jalen Green, and 11% significant rookie minutes. All right, last one for you guys. The Arizona Diamondbacks began Cactus League action over the weekend, winning Friday over the Rockies and losing Saturday and Sunday to the Rockies and Angels. What stood out to you guys the most from the first 3 D-back spring training games?
Arenado hitting the first home run, just because I am interested to see what he can do. There seems, and maybe this is more of a national thing, but anywhere you hear people talking about the Diamondbacks and they bring up Arenado, it's like, oh yeah, he's cooked, he's done.
Yeah,
whatever. He's not
right.
He's not prime Colorado Nolan Arenado. It's fine. He doesn't have to be Colorado Arenado. He just needs to be what the Diamondbacks need him to be, and I think it's going to be better than we've seen the last couple of years. But Jordan Lawler is, anytime he does anything of significance, that's going to be at the top of the list for me this spring.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Alec Thomas. We're talking about 3 spring training games.
Yes.
And
make bold predictions based on
we're
these.
starving for baseball, and this is why we love the game. We want to see it. We cannot wait. But I'm going to say Alec Thomas, man. He's hitting .667 so far in 3 games, of course.
Which is nice.
He's tied with Nolan Arenado with 2 RBIs to lead the Diamondbacks in spring training. So I'm gonna go ahead. He's a couple of extra base hits already for Alec Thomas. Here we go. 2 RBIs. I love it, man. I'm gonna say Alec Thomas because if there was one guy coming back from who was a regular last year or played for the Diamondbacks last season, I would have to say Alec Thomas could make a huge impact going forward. He could. Just how well he plays defensively in that center field spot, it's a big deal. And Alec Thomas, if he just got back to being clutch for the Diamondbacks at the dish, and I think he'd make a massive impact.
I think we're out there next Tuesday, aren't we? I think next Tuesday, D-backs Mexico. I think that's the game we're going to be out there for. I was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Club of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, just text GEAR to 620-620. All right, when we come back, I've been waiting for this segment. I've been waiting for this segment since I think I first met Todd Walsh. So I don't even know when that was.
Okay,
That's
good.
as Will frantically looks
like,
for the
where's
show,
the show
sheet. All right,
Toddy.
the U.S., are they the team to beat in international hockey now going forward? We're going to ask Todd Walsh. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double, and the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 top fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady, metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
All right, quick shout out to Mesa before I forget. What's going on out there, Mesa?
How you doing, Mesa?
I'm waiting for this segment for a while, Wolf. Todd Walsh is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. All the times that Todd and I would talk hockey over dinner out in Glendale or at Mullet Arena, or we would talk international hockey, or we would talk the impact of USA hockey on growing the game, or the number of Arizona players on this U.S. hockey roster that just won the gold medal. What's going on, Todd?
It's remarkable. It's remarkable. I mean, I saw John Tortorella on the bench, assistant coach, former Coyotes assistant coach. He embraces Mike Sullivan, huge part of the Coyotes history, very popular player, one of the great guys. And then Tage Thompson skates by, and Clayton Keller's out there, and look at Chuck Brothers and Austin Matt. I mean, it goes on, and I just think all of us here in Arizona have a piece of this moment, because that's part of the DNA of the hockey culture and the community that is the state of Arizona right now, with its head cut off in terms of the NHL. But hockey is alive and well here.
No doubt about it, Toddy. When you think of the game, the gold medal game, when you think of the game, where do you begin?
I don't think the word miracle comes up here. I think this is part of what felt like an inevitable conclusion at some point, because, Luke, you were just talking about it. I mentioned this earlier today, but Mike Tirico, I thought, zeroed in on something at the end of the hockey portion of the telecast, where he went right to 2010 and Sidney Crosby's golden goal. And that was just so painful for American hockey, USA hockey, to digest. And it lingered, and Canada cashed in on it and rode that wave. But all along the way, there were young kids growing up in the States that were starting to play hockey that started to taste victories, and on the international level. There's nothing like the World Junior Championship. You can't really talk about it till you're in it and you absorb it, and you get the sense of just how big this tournament is. Well, USA has got a handful of golds there. They're winning world championships, and they stood toe-to-toe with Canada, toe-to-toe, and I love what Eddie Olczyk said. Maybe they survive and get into overtime and get into the 3-on-3 where they will, they've got a shot. And that's exactly what happened, and it was just a great feeling. And for those of us who are born of a certain age, Ron, the Miracle on Ice lives again, just in terms of the joy and the feeling. I mean, I watched the Netflix documentary last night. I purposely waited till the anniversary of the Miracle on Ice, and I sat there and bawled my eyes out and sent Ken Morrow, who's a friend of mine, a text at midnight and said, I don't know how I can love you anymore as a man and as a hockey player, but I do. And if you haven't seen it yet and you think the movie Miracle is great, go watch The Real Deal, because it just put chill down your spine.
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny you say that, because I was saving it till after the Olympics, and now I feel like I know what to watch tonight. Yeah, you mentioned the World Juniors too. I mean, for people that don't follow it, that's like if college football had like a hard fought all-star conference championship every single year, where the conference it's so much national pride, and the U.S. has won 2 of the last 3 of those, which is a pretty good sign. Walshy, you brought up 3-on-3 overtime. The play by Jack Hughes where he first steals the puck or prevents a goal probably from Connor McDavid. Then Jack Eichel turns the puck over and he chips it away from Cale Makar. These are all Hall of Famers, by the way, that could have easily scored for Canada. Then races up the ice, gets in position to score the goal. I timed it. That was all in the span of less than 12 seconds, where he made 3 plays to save the game. And I was telling Wolf, I heard on a hockey show driving in today, somebody bring up this great point of he has to know, no matter what he does in his career, he's never going to top what he did. Basically, they were talking about the goal yesterday, but I would say in those 12 seconds, because he saved the game twice. Where does he go now?
Well, I know that I saw a tweet. Apparently his brother asked him at 12:30 the night before, did you see this? Hey, what are you doing? And he said, I'm dreaming about scoring the game-winning goal. Mm-hmm. Now that just stops you in your tracks. The other thing is, I watched the press conference after with Mike Sullivan, and then the players came out. But Mike was talking about that play, and he was talking about, look, we thought going in, we knew 3-on-3 was going to be important somewhere in this tournament. It was twice for them, correct? Mm-hmm. So the key is knowing that when they play it in the NHL, that offensive chances are so often generated by great defensive plays, and McDavid had him. Mm-hmm. McDavid had him. And he didn't know what to do, but he did the one thing that was left to do, and that was just getting his way for a split second, and there it goes. And the other thing is, when I think back 46 years ago, Al Michaels starts his countdown at 12 seconds. He says, "You got 12 seconds left." And then Mike Ramsey just destroys a Russian on the boards, and the puck comes free, and it comes around, and then it goes off, and the rest is history, and the game is over. There's just so many interesting parallels to it. I'm glad they didn't extend it into full period intermissions. The closing ceremonies would have happened before that game would have ended. Guys would have been running out of gas, and we would have been talking about oranges being delivered to the locker rooms and pizzas, and is there a doctor in the house, and IVs, and guys just hoping for a mistake. This was high-octane hockey with the best players in the world, and you just characterized the moments that happened in just those 12 seconds. So I'll take that any day of the week, and, there's an American victory at the end of it, so sold.
Yeah. So, Toddy, where do you go when I say Connor Hellebuyck?
I go to Brad Treliving, who is part of the Team Canada, and obviously the general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs and a longtime Coyote assistant general manager, who always used to say to me, he's one of the great people in the sport, we should just change the name of the sport to goalie. And he's right. So when I think of Connor Hellebuyck and I think of the people that are whining about 3-on-3 and stuff like that, or a player saying that we know who the better team was, then I don't care what player said it, and I know who said it, and I think he's one of the best players on the planet.
Yeah, he might be the best, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'd want him on my team. But I know he said that in the heat of the moment. But how can you discount what the goalie did then?
Yeah.
And if you're going to say in a 7-game series, we just got to get our goalie to steal a game and stand on his head in the Stanley Cup Finals, and I can say that in the gold medal game, can I? Just don't give me a little doll at the end of it to appease me. Just let me take my silver medal and I'll go on. But anyways.
That's true. You referenced Nathan McKinnon like 3 times now, and anybody hasn't seen the video of when you have to stand there and accept the silver. So he's already upset because in hockey you just lost to get the silver, right? Yeah. He missed an empty net. He probably is currently the best player in the world. He knows sometimes the team that plays the best doesn't win in hockey. That happens a lot, actually. And then they hand him a doll, and he just looks at it like, what is this?
Well, and that also happened in the women's medal ceremony to the Canadians. And, I get it. I don't know what I would have done either. I think I could have promised myself a viral moment. That's what I'll say about that.
I have to ask you specifically about this, Todd, because you talk about Connor Hellebuyck. He's been so beat up in Winnipeg by that fan base because he can't win the big game. Well, he wins the big game, but it's for America.
He has to go home.
And Austin Matthews, not like he was amazing yesterday, but Austin Matthews is one of the best goal scorers in the NHL. He gets so beat up in Toronto. I mean, all the players in Toronto get beat up if they don't win the cup every year, and they haven't won it in 60 years. He wins finally, but it's for America against Canada. Like, how are those guys supposed to go back now?
Oh, man. Well, here's what I do know about both fan bases. While they can be smug and arrogant and all those things that go with really, winning and being such a part of the soul of hockey, and you don't know that either until you're going across Canada for years, and you just get a sense of what this sport truly means. I mean, it is almost indescribable, but they're also the smartest fans around, and then they have a heart and soul, and they're gonna. I mean, they may give them a rise 1 or 2 times, but they're going to acknowledge what they did. There is no doubt about that. And I go back to something former Coyote Chris King said to me in year 1 traveling. I think we went to Maple Leaf Gardens twice that first year, and I'd never been to the Gardens and never been on the road in the NHL. And he said, "You're going to love it. There's 17,000 general managers you get to play in front of." And he's right. And when you go in there and watch a game in Canada, and just when the crowd cheers and doesn't, when they sort of gasp at the same time, you're looking around like, what just happened? Oh, somebody turned the puck over in the neutral zone. Yeah, I'm mad. You know what I mean? It's really, it's an eye-opening experience. Trust me when I say that.
Walshy, always great to talk to you, man,
Toddy,
but especially
man,
today.
you,
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, there's only one other person that has called me Toddy on the air. One other person besides you, Ron Wolfway.
Yeah.
And that is the late, great, I'm going to cry here, the late, great Herb Brooks. And I talked to him one year in Pittsburgh when he came back to coach the Penguins, and we sat down and I asked him about Sports Illustrated naming the 1980 team the sports moment of the century, and they did it at a ceremony at Madison Square Garden. And he looked at me and don't ask me where it came from, and he said, Well, Toddy, let me tell you, I'll never forget it as long as I live. So you're in rarefied air.
Okay.
I just want you to know.
Toddy, I've told you that for how many years? Wow, it's been a long time, man. But thank you, brother. Really appreciate you coming on.
I was very excited when you called. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. That's Todd Walsh joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Man, I didn't even make the 12-second connection that he was talking about with the Al Michaels call at the end. I went back and timed it yesterday, and Hughes steals the puck from McDavid or they lose. And then Eichel turns it over and he chips it away. All he can do is chip it away from McCarr or they lose. And then he gets up. It's all 12 seconds. And then Walsh just points out that it was a 12-second countdown at the end of the game in 80.
Pretty incredible. He's such a historian. That's what I love about Toddy. Knowledgeable.
I knew he was going to drop stuff on us that we didn't know. All right. Thanks to Todd Walsh for joining us there. When we come back, how are the Suns supposed to make up for Dillon Brooks' extended absence? We know it's 4 to 6 weeks now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
With 3 seconds to go, Brea is going to try a deep three, and it rims around and comes off, and that'll do it. Suns fall tonight to the Blazers, 92-77, the final score. Portland picks up its first win in Phoenix since 2022, ending a 5-game losing streak in the series here in the Valley.
A lot of injuries and a rough night for Suns shooters. More reaction to this one on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Davis, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment Advisory Services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with the broken hand he suffered Saturday against the Orlando Magic. The heavily depleted Suns return to the court tomorrow night when they host the Boston Celtics at Mortgage Matchup Center. And the D-backs continue Cactus League play this afternoon at the Guardians. First pitch from Goodyear is at 1:05. And that is what is trending now.
Welcome to adversity, folks. The Suns are dealing with it now. We'll give you all the latest on the injuries on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2. Find us on the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, here on 98.7.
Thanks to Todd Walsh for joining us last segment. Knew we had to have Todd on today.
Sure. What's up, Toddy?
Kellen Olson's going to join us in about an hour or so to talk about the Suns, but we're going to talk Suns right now, Wolf, because they're in one right now. They're in a tough spot. It's not that they've lost 2 of 3 out of the All-Star break. It's not that they've dropped 10 of their last 19. It's not that 6 of the last 9 they've lost. Devin Booker's going to be back soon, I would assume. He's getting reevaluated this upcoming weekend. They have 2 games this week before he comes back. But Dillon Brooks, according to Shams Charania earlier today, 4 to 6 weeks is the timeline with his hand fracture that he suffered on Saturday.
That stinks.
Yeah. At least it wasn't the hamate bone, right?
It's kind of wishing it was the hamate bone, maybe, because maybe you'd be able to come back a little bit sooner. But listen, for me, this is really, really tough. Dillon Brooks has become the face, would you not say, the face of the Phoenix Suns' resilience in 2025-2026. Okay, now we all know Devin Booker is the face of the Phoenix Suns. We all understand that. I'm talking about the turnaround. Dillon Brooks is right at the beating heart of that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I've told you this. I've struggled with how to sort of say this. I think I finally got it about a week or 2 ago, and now it's out the window for a month and a half. But Devin Booker is the face of the Phoenix Suns.
Yes.
To me, when he retires, he's going to be the all-time face of the Phoenix Suns. And there's a lot of all-time greats in this organization, but he is the face of the Phoenix Suns. Dillon Brooks is the face of the 25-26 Phoenix Suns because this just one, and Booker's still right there next to him.
Yes.
But when you think of how different this year is and the turnaround, it doesn't happen without Devin Booker, but that's just a given. But Dillon Brooks is like the spark that ignited it, and they look lost without him right now.
Yeah, that was the one thing I wrote down. What are they going to miss about Dillon Brooks? And, oh, my goodness, you had to start with the talent and the toughness. And both of those things are separate. They really are. They're different things. There is the tangible that is there, the talent, the raw talent. And when I say talent, I'm talking about how tough he is in terms of how he plays, like on the defensive end of the floor. If you watch him, the effort that he gives offensively and defensively, that is a talent. Going out and being able to produce and hit shots, that is a talent. And he's done an excellent job of doing that. And then just the intangible that he brings. There is the skill that he brings to the floor, defensively, offensively. And then there is just the intangibles that he brings to this team. And I don't know which one is more important. I really don't.
Yeah.
The intangible is that big of a deal to me.
Especially on this team that needed something this year. Like if Dillon Brooks just came in and, hey, this guy's a good scorer, okay, I don't think they have the record they have right now. You know, it's not like they just needed more talent. In fact, on paper, they have less talent this year than they had last year. And they're a much, much, much better team this year. And that's the intangibles, and that's the toughness, and that's the leadership, and it's just the unique quality he has where there are guys on this team that follow him around that are just like Colin Gillespie and some of these other guys are like, hey, what's Dillon doing? Okay, well, you can see them mimicking what he does and how he plays. Ryan Dunn does it too. There's quite a few of them. I guess my question to you, Wolf, is how much of an impact can he potentially still have? Because he's not playing, and it's tough to lead when you're not playing. But just as far as maybe the attitude of the team, can he still impact that? Because he's going to be around them.
I think he can. I really do. It's just how will he say it? How will he choose to actually walk up on a dude? This is, you know how big I am on this. It's leadership. It really is based on things. This is true leadership is about challenging your teammates and being able to walk up and being accountable to your teammates. This is the reason why I think Dillon Brooks still has room where he's got to grow and he's got to settle in because you are accountable. You know what? I'm going to keep you accountable as a team leader. Dillon Brooks is going to keep a lot of guys accountable when he's out there playing. It's easy to do.
Yeah.
But when you're not playing, it's very difficult
to
hold somebody else accountable when you're not doing it. Yet at the same time, Dillon Brooks, when he does get back, this is going to be also where, you know what, you have to be accountable, Dillon, to your teammates. And that means you can't just mouth off whatever you want to and get technicals. You can't do it. You've got to be disciplined when you come back. So it's a situation where right now I think he's still going to be able to impact, especially some of the younger guys, like a Ryan Dunn.
Yeah.
Still going to be able to impact that, the mentality. This is who we are. Go do it. I think he's going to be challenging guys. It's just not going to have the same impact.
But you're right, though. I mean, you're losing his production on the floor. You're losing all the intangibles on the floor, and you're also losing his ability to lead in the heat of the moment. You know, if something's going sideways in the third quarter
Big
for
time.
somebody. You just – and the reason I asked you is because you always talk about how you really can't – even James Conner. How much could James Conner really lead when he was hurt this year? And James Conner is one of the best leaders in football. So you're losing that with Dillon Brooks out this long, but he is around the team still. And that attitude, he doesn't just turn that off when he's not playing.
Here's the whole thing. It's not just Dillon Brooks where this culture has been nurtured.
True.
That's the great thing about it. This is who the Phoenix Suns are in 2025, 2026. This is who they are. And Jordan Ott has done an incredible job nurturing that culture and building that culture. This is the expectation of how we're going to play. So go do it. He's the face of that because he's the guy that models that the most, I think, Dillon Brooks. But it doesn't mean that everyone else around him has forgotten what Phoenix Suns basketball is all about.
I do have to ask this. I'm going to ask all three of you right now before we go to break. Does Dillon Brooks get a technical before he comes back and plays again? This is the one player you have to ask that question with.
Yes.
I think he does. Yeah. Jamal?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd be honestly disappointed if he didn't.
Well, because I was thinking, like, okay, he's probably not going to for the first few weeks, but then you get to like week 4, week 5.
He's going to be frustrated.
He's going to be frustrated because he's had to sit and watch. And at that point, it's going to be so late in the season, it's going to be like, I kind of have one to burn. So, yeah, Dillon Brooks probably going to get a technical before he plays again. All right, when we come back to football. How big of a priority is running back for the Arizona Cardinals this offseason? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't have guys leave and break out somewhere else. Hassan Reddick broke out in Philly. Zach Allen broke out in Denver. You had these guys. You can't have Walter Nolan or Will Johnson or Robinson. You can't have these guys break out on another team. It's up to Rallis to get the most out of these guys now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they like to say, Basinonians. Yeah, they really do. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Why do I know that, Basinonians? I know that because it is built on the back of the Lee family. That's right, Tim Lee, the owner-operator who started the company all the way back in 2012. He runs it with his sons, Garrett and JT, right here in Phoenix. They take a military-like approach to every move. They're going to be reliable. They're going to show up. They're going to be on time. This is a full-service solution for you. Local and long-distance moves, residential and commercial moves, professional packing services. Man, they even have secure climate-controlled storage in Phoenix and in Mesa. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Flipping over to Cardinals, Wolf. This really wasn't supposed to be a position group that we were going to have to talk about this offseason.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't. But, we had the story earlier where Breece Hall was being linked to the Cardinals. Hey, maybe this is maybe they would make a lot of sense for Breece Hall. He's going to be a free agent this offseason. Doesn't really sound like he wants to go back to the Jets. They, they could right now use a running back. He would fit their offense. He's good. He's what you said, 24 right now. He's played for Mike LaFleur before with the Jets.
Yeah.
I have seen some mock drafts that have Jeremiah Love going to the Cardinals at 3, which I'm not using the number 3 pick on a running back, although some people, like Daniel Jeremiah loves Jeremiah Love.
Yeah. You got to say that carefully, right?
Jeremiah loves Jeremiah Love. How's
Yes.
that? Yeah, I think he has him as the number 2 player on his big board. Anyway, there are running backs being linked to the Cardinals, but the Cardinals have James Conner and Trey Benson right now.
Yeah, and again, I know that there's a lot of people out there that dismiss James Conner. We all think that he's going to be released because of the salary cap situation and the fact that it's not going to be inhibitive to do so. So I think a lot of people are looking at it from that perspective. It's really, really tough for me because Trey Benson is a huge question mark going forward. Is he ever going to be able to stay healthy? Is he ever going to be able to develop the way that we all thought that he was going to and take that next step, of course, in his professional career? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is on that. It's a massive question mark. As a matter of fact, the entire backfield for the Arizona Cardinals is a massive question mark.
Yeah, and it wasn't supposed to be.
And you talking about the quarterback position, would you say that's an important position for any NFL team based on names? It is the position. Just say it. Admit it. And then the running back as well. And I'm thinking of, we were just talking about Dillon Brooks and the way he impacts the Phoenix Suns in a tangible kind of way and all the intangibles that he brings. Man, the same thing can be said for James Conner. And that's where it really got sideways on the Arizona Cardinals last year. James Conner has this massive impact on the field and off the field for the Cardinals. And right now, it looks like he's not going to be there.
It's another part of what was so frustrating this past season and why the injuries are still a big deal, even though I don't think any of us believe they missed the playoffs because of injuries. But the injuries just made it, for a lot of guys, a waste of a season. If nothing else, okay, so you lose James Conner. Sucks. James Conner's a favorite. Nobody wants to lose anybody. You especially don't want to lose James Conner. I felt like the air went out of the season when James Conner got hurt, and that was really early in the season. The record wasn't even bad when he got hurt, and we were all just like, oh, okay, great. The only thing that was supposed to come out of that is at least by the end of the 2025 season, you would know what you had in Trey Benson.
I felt really good about Trey Benson, too.
I have no idea what they have in Trey Benson.
And then all of a sudden saying, you know what, I'm going to take that next step. And, James Conner, here's the opportunity. It never happened.
No, I'm looking at the 2024 draft class and just looking at the running backs, okay? And this is it's not even like a commentary on like, oh, this guy's better than Trey Benson or, oh, this guy's better. It's just listen to the guys that have more carries than Trey Benson, okay, from the 2024 class. Blake Corum, already pretty solid for the Rams. Jalen Wright has more carries. Bucky Irving has been a monster. Ray Davis in Buffalo has more carries. Braylon Allen has more carries. Audric Estime, Tyrone Tracy, Kamani Vidal. All these guys have more carries than Trey Benson. And nobody, I remember LaDainian Tomlinson when the Cardinals took Trey Benson was like, I don't even want to talk about him because I just want to draft him in my fantasy football team.
Yes.
And I would think LT knows some stuff about running backs. It's not a question. It's not like, they got the wrong guy because he's not good. He just hasn't played.
Yeah.
We're 2 years into this now.
Did you see Javonte Williams, too?
Yes.
course. Javonte Williams signed by the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He was playing on a one-year contract, a $3 million contract.
Yeah.
1 year, $3 million. It was a prove-it type contract. Oh, my goodness.
He proved it.
Do I love Javonte Williams?
Yeah,
honestly.
you brought it up a few weeks ago.
Love the way this guy runs, of course, and he's built low to the ground as well. Very, very similar to some other guys that are coming out. Jonah Coleman out of Washington, as a matter of fact, 5'9", 228. I just love saying that. Because I know, once again, how difficult that is to try to tackle a dude who's 5'9", 230 pounds. You better hope you can get your head up and still get underneath his
how are you
head.
supposed to even do that? 5'9", 230 is absurd.
It's so, especially when he gets down low and he's going to hammer you. You know what? I'm really, Jonah Coleman is going to be somebody that I'm going to watch, just regardless of where he goes.
Just to watch him play.
Just to watch him play and see how he develops at all, because I love that, man. You're built low to the ground, and he's got the acceleration that he does. I love it.
Since I was looking at the 2024 draft, I was just naming running backs who have more carries than Trey Benson. Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Drake May all have more carries than Trey Benson, too. And that's the fact that we even have to have a conversation about Breece Hall, or that you even have to consider, hey, what if Jeremiah Love, is that amazing? Do you have to look at him? This position was supposed to be solidified. You can't account for James Conner getting hurt. I don't want to see him go. I understand his cap hit is big. I understand the business of the NFL. I understand when he got hurt, there was a pretty good chance that he might not be back next year. They haven't let him go. So, I mean, maybe that doesn't happen, but I understand it. I'm sure he understands it. But you were supposed to know what you had in Trey Benson. And this is all pretty relevant real quick here, Wolf, because NFL free agency is like 2.5 weeks away.
Yeah.
So they have to have identified this. I'm sure on some level they have. But you can't go into next year and just be like, okay, we're going to let Connor go, and Trey Benson's our guy. Like, is he? We haven't seen it in the NFL yet.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I don't know how you would look at Trey Benson at this point in time and say he's anything but a question mark. I think that is he's got to prove it. This is a prove it situation going forward. I do believe Trey Benson could be a guy that could be very, very good at the NFL level. I do believe that. I just don't know that. And see, that is the problem. There is thinking you know what you have, and there is knowing what you have. And the difference is dramatic, especially going into a free agent period. And then, of course, it's going to be the draft as well. So there's a lot of questions that still linger.
This is Breece Hall talking to New York Post over the weekend because he should be available here.
I really wanted to say, a piece to a championship team. That's my biggest thing. I want to be, one of those guys that could come in and be the piece that a team needs. And whether it's here or someplace else, I just want to be able to, be myself in the right situation.
Talking about his training this offseason.
Not too much. I was, for a while, I was going to the facilities, getting treatment, getting my body back right. And then I started out doing some workouts just this last week, and I'm pretty sore right now. I'm like, sheesh. But, I'm about to run it back there.
He's coming off his first 1,000-yard rushing season in the NFL, but in 4 years, he has over 5,000 total yards as a receiver. And that first year, he only played 7 games. So it's over 5,000 total yards in 56 games.
Yes, it's really interesting because Breece Hall is a guy that I think is going to fit like a glove in terms of the zone blocking schemes that are out there. This is something that I think Sean McVay is really, really big on. Now, can I say, Basinonians, the Rams actually have installed a little bit more power scheme as well? Just not just 12 personnel and 13 personnel groups, but actually down blocks and pulling the offensive line a little bit more than what they have done in the past. Zone scheme is something that a Sean McVay team has been heavy on. Kyle Shanahan's a little bit more of the power scheme, a little bit more of that. Down blocks and pulling that uncovered lineman with kickouts, a little bit more than what McVay is, but both of them big zone scheme guys. And because of that, Breece Hall runs that zone scheme, the tackle zone in particular, the stretch play, whatever you want to call it. He runs that thing like a bad, bad man.
The story on ESPN that had Breece Hall linked to the Cardinals, they listed off some other free agent running backs that are coming up, okay? Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, who just re-signed with Dallas. Travis Etienne, Rico Dowdle, Kenneth Walker III, Rashad White, Isaiah Pacheco, all potentially out.
Kenneth Walker, the third.
That'd be nice. Just take him from Seattle.
Cha-ching.
Hey, Kenneth, have you ever done anything big in football? All right.
You were pretty good in that Super Bowl.
Remember when you won MVP? When we come back, what did you make of how Jalen Green played over the weekend? There were some big ups, some big downs, too. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, brothers. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you've got some back or neck issues, you might want to gather around the transistor and press the ear right now. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. I have been a professional football player and done an awful lot of damage to my back, and it's one of the reasons why I love recommending the spine surgeons at DISC. Of course, they treat a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. DISC offers spine fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Man, maybe it's time for you to get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand-smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongosaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with the broken hand he suffered Saturday against the Orlando Magic. The heavily depleted Suns return to the court tomorrow night when they host the Boston Celtics at Mortgage Matchup Center. And the Arizona Diamondbacks continue Cactus League play this afternoon at the Cleveland Guardians. First pitch from Goodyear is in just a few minutes at 1:05. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Spring training rolls on. We saw Jordan Lawler go deep this weekend. We also saw Merrill Kelly go for an MRI. We're talking D-backs baseball on the Burns and Gambo Show at straight up 2 o'clock here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports Channel on YouTube, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, final hour of the show here on a Monday. And an up and down weekend for the Phoenix Suns.
Yes.
They go 1-1 against Orlando and Portland. Jalen Green is playing pretty consistently now, but his play isn't all that consistent right now. He ends up hitting a wild buzzer-beating game winner in double overtime on Saturday to beat Orlando. But for the weekend, he shot 12 of 42 from the field. Not ideal.
Yeah, no, it wasn't great. But, once again, this is what a great player does. I talk about it all the time. He plays his best when it matters the most. And I realize that there were a lot of moments that mattered, especially against Orlando. A lot of moments that mattered before that. But to come down to that one shot and be given that opportunity and to be able to come through in that situation, once again, that's what great players do.
Yeah, one of the things that has been talked about so much this season is, okay, when Jalen Green comes back, the knock on him is kind of what we saw this weekend. He can hit a huge shot. He can get you points, but he's not going to be efficient about it, and he might not be able to help you as much in other ways. One of the stories that was kind of developing this season was like, on this team, he's going to have to contribute in other ways. And if he's not hitting shots, he doesn't get to hoist up 26. He went 6 for 26 on Saturday.
I know.
But hit the game winner.
Yes.
But that's not sustainable to win games like that, obviously. But one of the thoughts all season was like, well, you know what? If he doesn't have it, he's not getting that many shots because Book will just take the shots, or Dillon Brooks will take the shots, or he's going to be forced to fit in with this team, and it seems like it's what he wants to do. But none of those key pieces are playing right now, so all of a sudden he's just back out there like Jalen Green, the guy. You just give him the ball and let him shoot 30 times.
I know. Right now when I think of Jalen Green, I still think of a guy trying to figure his way into the rotation and what he's going to be and how he's going to contribute. I think of moments as opposed to minutes, if that makes sense. And that's why that moment of hitting that shot, what an unbelievable shot it was, too.
Oh, it was a nice shot.
I will say that. To win the game on Saturday, it was huge. I think moments right now for Jalen Green are bigger than the minutes that he's actually logging. We'll have to see him develop, of course. And I want to see what that looks like with Devin Booker. I want to see what that looks like with Dillon Brooks. Well, guess what? We're not going to be able to see that now for what? 4 to 6 weeks?
4 to 6 weeks at least for Dillon Brooks.
Man.
Devin Booker gets reevaluated this upcoming weekend, so hopefully sooner than later with Book, and that'll make a huge difference. I mean, as much as we were talking earlier, how Devin Booker's the face of the Suns, but Dillon Brooks, you can make a case as the face of the 2025-26 Suns. If you're telling me they can only have one guy back soon, it's got to be Devin Booker. This team can't win without Devin Booker.
Here's the worst thing about this, as I see it, Basinonians. Even if Jalen Green stays healthy, even if Devin Booker gets healthy, they're going to go into the postseason. If they make the postseason, they're going to go into the postseason, and Dillon Brooks most likely is going to come back. And it's going to be a situation where maybe they get a couple of games before the play-in or before the playoffs, whatever they do the rest of the way, of course. I think they're going to have a very small sample size of Dillon Brooks, Devin Booker, and Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And that kind of leaves me very uncomfortable.
Me too, but let me ask you this, okay? And this is not like a rhetorical question where I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and be like, let's see how you answer this, Wolf. I'm just genuinely wondering this right now as we're talking. We've wanted all season for them to have their full team together for at least a few weeks before the playoffs, and we're not going to get that now. But if there was a player that could just step in right, 2-3 games before the playoffs or right as the postseason starts and give you a jolt without necessarily disrupting how you play, wouldn't that be Dillon Brooks? This is operating.
He does take a lot of shots, though.
He does, but
or this season, let me just say that specifically.
This is all through the lens of I get Devin Booker and Jalen Green playing together for the next 6 weeks or whatever, 5 or whatever, however many. There's 7 weeks left in the season. Let's say Book misses another week. So the final 6 weeks before the season, which is not a given, but let's say you get Jalen Green and Devin Booker playing together and the rest of the team, Jordan Goodwin, I'd like to have him back too. Can I at least have Jordan Goodwin back?
What's up, Goody?
Maybe Grayson Allen. And then if there was a player that you could re-inject into this team right before the playoffs, because he has played 50 games already this season, I think Dillon Brooks would be the one. It's just going to be really hard to even get to that point. Now, they're going to make the play-in because half the bottom part of the West, they're all tanking. But it's like, do you want to be the 10 seed and have to win your way through, or do you want to be the 7 seed or maybe even the 6 like you look like you should be?
Yeah, it's just really, really difficult to imagine a successful postseason when you're trying to figure out how you're going to play these guys. And how they're all going to play together when their sample size. I'm serious. It might be one handful of games that they actually get together.
Oh, it's not ideal.
Ready to go. I know.
I don't want it this way, but if you're telling me one guy had to be the guy who gets re-injected in at the last second, I think Dillon Brooks could fit in.
And honestly, once again, Ron, calm down. Remember what the expectation was going into this season. They have superseded all expectations so far, even right now. So if we ever get in that situation going forward, how many games are left, Rick? Rick is my games guy here, Basinonians.
24.
Yeah, 24 games left, doing math live on the air. Okay, 24 games left. Yeah, I would love to see them finish well, finish strong, and then get into the play-in, get into the playoffs. Hopefully, that would be number one.
Playoffs?
Don't talk about playoffs. Yet at the same time, can you imagine if they actually did get into even the play-in? I'm going to be out of my mind again. But I will admit the expectation has been pulled back a little bit.
I need to see them in a playoff series now. They don't have to win it, but because we now know this team is good enough where they should be in a best-of-7 series. That's just we really haven't even seen them at full strength this year, and they have played, and to the point right now where they're still the 7 seed. I need to see them in a playoff series. Otherwise, it's going to be like a really unfulfilling ending to the season. If they're the 10 seed and, hey, we're playing the Clippers in the first play-in game and we lost because the Clippers are getting hot right now, and that's just the way the season ends, the season's too good for it to end like that. Real quick on Jalen Green, and there's some positives in here and there's some negatives, okay? But since he came back on February 7th, the Suns have played 6 games. He's played in 5 of them.
Yeah.
The only one he missed was the second half, the Oklahoma City back-to-back with Dallas. Okay, so he's played in 5. And over the weekend, he played 37 minutes on Saturday and then played the next night and played 22 minutes. And he's averaging 15 points a game. But he's shooting 35% from the field and 23.7% from 3.
Yeah, but I expect that to get – I think we all do expect that to get better.
It's
the more minutes he logs,
yes,
of course.
Yeah. But that's kind of lost in the shuffle. He played 59 minutes this weekend.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
As I thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount and head on over to the contest page on arizonasports.com for the information. All right, when we come back, a little NFL. Should Jackson Smith-Njigba be the highest paid receiver in the NFL? Jackson Smith-Njigba believes so. We'll get into that and some other stuff next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gambo, we want to see all of you, especially when you wear the Schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Put
this
that away.
This is a large. This shirt. You want to look at? You want to go look at the tag? Go ahead. Look. If it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not.
Look at the tag. Look at the damn tag.
This is a medium.
Look at the damn tag. Schmedium boy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. real results.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns Celtics. The fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Monday, just going around the NFL with NFL free agency in about 2.5 weeks, 2.5-ish.
Yeah.
It's 2 weeks from Wednesday. Is that legal tampering, or is that like the real deal? I think it might be legal tampering.
Yes,
either way.
Legal tampering.
We're so close to legal tampering. Jackson Smith and you just be like college football.
Just do away with it.
College football legal tampering is 365 days a year.
Just call it tampering.
Yeah, maybe just call it like organized.
You're just tampering.
Yeah,
that's all you're doing.
Tamper. That's all you're doing. These players aren't available, and they're on other teams, and a GM's not even allowed to mention another team's player's name in an interview.
Isn't
but
legal
go sign
tampering
them.
an oxymoron?
It is.
Of course it is.
One of the biggest oxymorons. Jackson Smith and Jigba on WFAA Saturday talking about his contract.
Yeah, I'm really not too pressed right now to get it done. I know my time is coming, and when we get it done, it's going to be a great deal. And, God's timing's perfect timing. So whenever that may come, we'll be ready for it. And, I believe I deserve to be the highest paid in my position. And just what I give to the game and the community, I give it my all. And I think that's worth a lot more. But I would play this game for free. I love this game so much that, the money and everything, like I said, I would play this game for free, but you don't have to. And I'm learning to be a good businessman, and, we need that check at the end of the day.
You almost hear his agent screaming in the background.
Yeah.
I'd play this game for free. What?
I'm with you, JSN. I am with you right there. Yes, all glory to God, first and foremost. No doubt about that. Yet, having said that, this guy, he's very, very confident. This is exactly the way that you want your wide receiver to be. I believe I deserve to be the highest paid. He is. To me, he is the best wide receiver in the league. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Yeah.
My sources.
Who would you even put? I mean, I guess Puka. I think I'd rather have JSN long term.
I would agree with that, only because of the ability to get vertical. Now I know, Puka is a great player, and I absolutely love everything that he brings to a football field. Yet at the same time, I think JSN is more of a deep threat, and then everything else as well.
And I feel, and this might not be fair, but I feel like the way Puka plays, he's also more of an injury risk, although he plays through all the injuries. So I guess as a team, you don't necessarily care as much.
Yeah.
I'm looking through the top 6 receivers in the NFL last year, Wolf. One of them's a tight end named Trey McBride.
How about that?
But the other 5, JSN, and I just think passing the eye test, he would be number 1 for me. Jamar Chase is 4th on this list. He might be number 2, and then Puka and Amon-Ra St. Brown. George Pickens is actually 3rd on this list, and the Cowboys just franchised him today, or they're going to franchise him. So there you go. And speaking of the Cowboys, Javonte Williams was a guy that you had mentioned. You mentioned him earlier in the show, and you had mentioned him a few weeks ago as if the Cardinals are going to look to add another running back, maybe he could be somebody. Well, Seems like that's off the table now. Here's Sean Sharif from 105.3 The Fan earlier today.
Javonte Williams gets signed. It's a 3-year, $24 million extension that includes 16 guaranteed. He turns 26 in April, and he's got less than 860 career rushes. Ran for 1,200 last year, the most by a Cowboys running back since Ezekiel Elliott in 2019. So Javonte Williams, 3 for 24, 16 guaranteed.
Boy, that is, you know what? That is a nice deal for Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams is going to be RB1, of course, with the Dallas Cowboys, and now he's got a little bit more security going forward. Love to see this. Love to see a guy that works hard, does the right things, makes good decisions for the most part for his career, and goes out and plays hard. And Javonte Williams has proven he deserves that contract.
Yeah, he was a guy that, one of the biggest issues with him early in his career was just staying on the field. And I mean, there were high expectations of him when he got to Denver, but he just never really was. He didn't miss like a ton of games, but he was just questionable or in and out of a lot of games. Never really put it together. Last year, absolutely put it together, and maybe that was the Cowboys' offense because Cowboys' offense is pretty good. But 11 rushing touchdowns, 1,201 rushing yards. That'll get you paid.
Yeah, one of my favorite guys coming out just because of how he was built. The way I love a running back that is built low to the ground, man. It's one of my favorite things. It's so difficult to tackle him. Jonah Coleman is one of those guys. I was talking about him earlier from Washington as well, coming out in this year's draft, 5'9", 230 pounds, okay? They list him at 228. I'm going 230.
Do it.
Okay, a couple of donuts, and all of a sudden he's 230.
It's not that hard.
And then you try to tackle him. It's very, very difficult to do that, to get underneath a guy that is built that low to the ground. I love his acceleration. He doesn't have a great 40 time. It's not like he's going to take it to the house. But for the most part, Coleman is a really explosive in-the-box type runner, getting that next step and moving the chains more than scoring touchdowns.
Yeah. Also, before I switch over here to this Baker Mayfield story, I want to shout out Surprise. I meant to shout out Surprise.
Oh, hey,
Surprise! Surprise! I had some friends that were out there for a baseball game.
Surprise, you shouted it out.
Yeah, well, it's more of a surprise if you throw it out there in the middle of the segment. So, quick shout out to Surprise. Here's Baker Mayfield speaking over the. This is during Super Bowl week, actually, about the rivalry with Kevin Stefanski. Because remember when Atlanta hired Kevin Stefanski and Baker immediately was on X. I don't think he posts a ton on X, but he definitely did, and he had some strong words for the coach of one of Tampa's division rivals.
What would it take for you to share a burger with Kevin Stefanski?
Maybe we'll have one after a game in Atlanta. I don't know. I have 2 opportunities next year to see if I can share a burger.
There's no beef to squash.
There's stuff there, but it's not like it's beef. We've worked together. Anytime you know somebody, you want to beat them, whether it's a good or bad relationship.
Are you viewing those games as a revenge game?
No, not really. Not a revenge game in the sense of Atlanta, but we lost the division for the first time in 4 or 5 years, so any divisional game will be a revenge game.
Is that like part of a commercial? There was a lot of beef and burger references in there.
Yeah, wasn't it? Didn't Baker Mayfield, wasn't he the one who posted, I can't wait to play you, coach?
Yeah.
2 times?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he is the one who, yes.
Yeah, so, again, there's a little beef that might be there, and the expectation, it's going to be really, really, listen, he's a competitor. That's what he is. I don't think it's anything more than that. Hopefully it's not anything more than that, than just going out and competing. Do people have games that are highlighted on the schedule? Yes, you better believe it. Even I highlighted some games against certain opponents that we were going to play with, especially when the Philadelphia Eagles put a $500 bounty out on me in a game, as a matter of fact, for anybody who could knock me down to the ground.
How did you find out?
Because I had a buddy of mine actually playing for the Philadelphia Eagles who came up to me before the game and said, just keep your head on a swivel.
That's a good buddy.
And here's why.
There you go. And then also, Wolf, we just wanted to address this before we go to break. The just horrible story about Rondale Moore over the weekend.
Oh, my goodness.
Somebody that we've all talked to, certainly. A guy who started his career with the Cardinals, good dude. Just a terrible story.
Self-inflicted gunshot wound is what they're calling it right now. This really was this was devastating to actually get this news of Rondale Moore. He was so respectful and quiet. It makes me think of so many other kids that are out there, and I call him a kid. He was a man, and at the same time, you see somebody hurting Basinonians, love on them, come around them, and strengthen them with your love and your goodness, if at all possible.
Well said, Wolf. When we come back, we'll flip back over to basketball, and Kellen Olson will join us to make sense of what the Phoenix Suns are right now and where they are headed in these final 24 games of the regular season and beyond. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The Goal Loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns forward Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand he suffered Saturday against the Orlando Magic. The heavily depleted Suns return to the court tomorrow night when they host the Boston Celtics at Mortgage Matchup Center. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are continuing Cactus League play right now at the Cleveland Guardians in Goodyear. The score is currently 0-0 in the bottom of the second. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns. Now.
Yeah, good time to have Kellen Olson joining the show on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about the Suns. 24 games left in the regular season. What's going on, Kellen?
Hi, guys.
What's up, Killer?
Be honest, did Rick tell you we were just going to talk about hockey for this whole time to get you to come on, and now you're realizing you have to talk basketball? That's what I thought.
Oh, I do? Oh, okay. I could talk about the Hughes brothers for a full 45 minutes if you need me to.
Kellen was like one of the first people here when they put out the U.S. roster to come running up and show it to me. Well, because I think it was during a show, actually. We are going to at least start, though, with basketball, Kellen, and let's begin with the Dillon Brooks injury and knowing now that it's probably 4 to 6 weeks. It's obviously very impactful to this team. How do they mitigate that and still, not lose the momentum they built through the first 50 or so games?
Yeah, it sounds simple and it sounds like, well, no duh. They're just gonna have to wait until they get healthier, and then from there we can kind of assess where they're at. It's so difficult to analyze how they're like. It's easy to see right now why they're missing Devin Booker, right, because of what he does for the offense. But for Dillon, I think it's a lot more of the intangible stuff. I do think that a lot of what he does offensively, look, like they spent half the season without Jalen Green. Now they're going to spend a little under half of the season without Dillon Brooks. So I think naturally from an offensive production standpoint, the two will replace each other. They score in slightly different ways, but they're going to be replaceable in that way. It's just everything else that Dillon does and provides for the team and gives them on a night in, night out basis. Are you going to be able to replace that? He hasn't been the defender he once was. He himself was critical of the way that he was defending just before the All-Star break, like in one-on-one spaces, even off the ball, he hasn't been as good as you would hope. So it is replaceable in that sense too, even on that end. But it's just everything that he brings the team on a night in, night out basis. And I think a lot of people tend to look at that and think like all of the tough guy stuff, all of the like mixing it up every single game. And like, yeah, they're going to miss that, but it's just more like the confidence that guy has. He clearly makes everyone else on the team more confident because he just is absolutely fearless and totally believes in who he is as a player and how good that he believes that he is. And that rubs off on his teammates in a major way. I think that's been the signature thing about this team this year is how confident every single guy is. And it starts with him. So are they going to remain as confident? Are they going to remain as like braggadocious without him? We just like don't really know if we're going to still see that same energy out of them. You would assume we did, but he did a lot to lead that charge.
So Killer, what does that do for your expectations for the Phoenix Suns and making it into the postseason this year?
I think, again, it comes down to when Booker's back. I still think that they can make the top six. I don't think that that's out of the question right now. I think that there's still a semi-realistic chance at that. But if Book is out for another 2 weeks as opposed to being back on Tuesday in Sacramento, then that sort of changes things, right? The good news there, they've only got 2 games this week, Tuesday and Thursday, and then they don't play again until Tuesday. So they're going to have those 4 full days. So Booker gets reevaluated this weekend. If he's back next week, great. But if he misses more time and this injury takes more time, then it just becomes harder and harder to imagine this team not so much catching a team in the top 6 because Minnesota's been an absolute adventure just when it looks like they're starting to get it going. They have a terrible loss. The Lakers have had their fair share of ups and downs, and then the Rockets are really on the decline right now as well. So any of those 3 teams could slip up enough to give the Suns an opportunity to jump them. It's just a matter of if the Suns are going to be able to play good enough basketball. there. And I think that really does all come down to when Book is back. Even if Jordan Goodwin is sidelined for a serious amount of time as well, it's really about when Devin Booker is going to be back, and we'll just have to wait and see next week to see when he is.
Talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, we've seen what Jalen Green play 5 of the last 6 games, 59 minutes over the weekend. Had the big buzzer beater in double overtime, but shot 12 of 42 from the field. What do they need him to be realistically, but also best case scenario, for this team to actually do something in the playoffs?
Needs to get to the basket. Even in his hot shooting day 3 games ago, in the first game of these 3 straight that he's played, when he shot the ball really well, only one of those field goals was around the rim. Everything else was a jump shot. And that's something where you need him to continue to get into the teeth of the defense. And the thing about him getting in there is that when it puts his real decision-making to the test, whether he should finish at the rim, look for a foul, make the right pass, those kinds of things. And like that decision-making, like when to lean on his jumper, when to go in, and then when he gets in there, what decision to make, that is sort of like the wall in front of him to become like a great, tremendous player. And improving at that will be big for him over the next couple of weeks or over the next couple of games, however long Devin Booker is going to remain out, because he just isn't a good enough shooter right now to be relying on his jump shot as much as he does. If Devin Booker's taking that many mid-range attempts, you take it because he's one of the best mid-range scorers in the league. But Book can also make those passes. We've seen Book make those passes for 7-8 years now. It's still a process for Jalen learning that. And I think some of what we're seeing right now with the offensive play as well is he's a guy sort of leading the offense right now. Colin Gillespie hasn't really played that floor general role too much for this team this year. So when Jalen is leading the offense and you're relying on that decision-making almost entirely and relying on that rhythm almost entirely, it can get really scattered. And I think we saw that in each of these 2 games. It was before Dillon got hurt, it was 14 of their first 17 shots were taken by Brooks or Green. And I think there was like an average of 1 pass per possession on those 17 shots. So it's one of those things where Jordan Ott, their head coach, is going to be intense in the film today, going over the offense and seeing how many possessions where they could have just been better about getting things moving. You did see it at points last night where the ball did get moving. They need way more of that.
Killer, what has happened to Ryan Dunn?
Man, I don't know. This has been a weird one to watch, Wolf, because he improved so much from Virginia. Like the jump from what he was in his last year at college to what he was as a rookie was one of the highest that I've seen in my time sort of covering the Suns. It was really impressive how much better that he got offensively, and then defensively he was fitting right in. Like he was heavily impacting like at least a dozen games on that end. And then he comes in this year, first 9 games of the year, still looks like the same guy for the most part. But ever since then, he just has not been that guy. Like I have the full numbers up on ArizonaSports.com. Like sure, he's never going to be a scorer, but he can't be putting up 2 games of double figures in his last 41 games when he's still playing a serious role on this team. And you look at all the injuries that they've had right now, it points to him as the guy to step up. And it starts with defensively, because I think that he's been like good to fine this year, but they did not draft him in the first round to be good or fine. They drafted him to be exceptional defensively with where he was as an offensive player. Jordan Ott said it himself last night. They don't assess him by his offense. They assess him by his defense. And that's where he's got to be way better, because, look, there are guys on the team to replace him. Amir Coffey, Isaiah Livers, Haywood Highsmith, Rasheer Fleming. Those are guys that are going to get more opportunities, I think, if Ryan continues to play this way. I think that Jordan Ott has shown a lot of faith in him, and he should. I think it's been the right decision to try and let him play through this funk that he's in right now. But to your point of, like, the standings and stuff, like, if we're in April, like, if you're in a playing game and you've got a dozen, 15 minutes to give him or one of the other wings right now, you would probably lean in the other direction right now, even if you want to develop your young guys and give them a chance.
Yeah, 1 double-digit point game since November 16th is wild. All right, Kellen, before we let you go, what was your reaction when Jack Hughes scored in overtime yesterday? Were the Olympics everything you wanted them to be?
Yeah, they were incredible. I love the Olympics, and then especially we've talked about this ever since we've known each other, that both of us really get around Team USA, and you and I would rant to each other about Bettman and like not letting the NHL guys get in there. You and I were furious every Winter Olympics came up and we didn't get to see them. Like I remember where I was 16 years ago when Crosby scored.
Me too.
I remember me and my friends throwing things and how irate that we were and how much hockey was still a serious part of my life back then. It's of course faded in the last couple of years because of our team not being
Wonder
here.
why.
anymore. Yeah, something happened, but it got me really back into the sport and really got me just back into the Olympics, like you said. And the game was everything that we hoped it would be. I not only wanted to beat Canada, but I wanted them to have the feeling that we had 16 years ago and we gave it to them. It made me so happy that McKinnon was like, we know who the better team was. Yeah, Nathan, the team that won, you idiot. It's too bad that you guys couldn't score on a 5-on-3. It's too bad that your two best players couldn't score on a breakaway. Oh, that's so unfortunate, guys. We'll see you in 4 years when you can try again.
It's true. The 5-on-3, Canada not scoring on the 5-on-3 is like the most mystifying 2 minutes of. Yeah, anyway, we could do this for hours. Kellen, thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
USA.
That's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Maybe we should have just kept him for the next segment.
Yeah.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. The 4.2-mile run and walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an Arizona State Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. And the reason we could have kept him is because, let's finish up the show with some final thoughts on Team USA's golden win over Canada in overtime yesterday. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, zero money down, and zero payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include a no protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn. Designed for everyday use, it supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
When it's time to party, we will party hard.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and after the Dillon Brooks injury, how can the Suns keep their mojo intact? We'll discuss our basketball team. Tune in. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
46 years, Wolf, since the last men's hockey gold medal for Team USA.
Unbelievable.
Always a flair for the dramatic when they do it, too, huh?
Still unbelievable when I think of 1980, and I think of Micah Ruzioni, and I think of him scoring the game-winning goal, beating the Soviet Union. Do you believe in miracles? I can't tell you how many people would walk around after that and say that to each other
I'm sure.
out of nowhere on the bus. Do you believe in miracles? You're right. Everybody did it. It was incredible.
It's crazy to me that the last time they won gold, like I wasn't even born. Now they've won this one. But here's the thing, Wolf.
That blew my mind, I gotta tell you.
Well, so Todd Walsh was on the show earlier, and he brought up the Netflix, the special on the 1980 team. It came out before the Olympics, and I was gonna watch it right before the Olympics, and this is like, okay, the Olympics are going. I'll watch it after. We've all seen Miracle. And in one of the biggest storylines early in Miracle is how you have all these players from Minnesota and Boston, like these two hockey hotbeds in the U.S., right? That kind of had to get along. You know, it's just a group of all these guys from Boston, these were Massachusetts, and all these guys from Minnesota. And this year's roster came out a couple months ago now, and I think Michigan is the most represented state on the roster in terms of just like, hey, these players are born in Michigan. I don't know who's second, but I can tell you the Arizona fingerprints on this roster are a lot more than most places, which is sort of crazy for a second. Like, if you really think about it.
How so?
So you can do the whole Clayton Keller used to play here. You can do the Mike Sullivan used to be here. John Tortorella used to be in this. You can do that for sure, and that's real. But you could also do that for a lot of different teams and states, right? But when you talk about players that are actually like from here,
from Arizona. So you got Brady Tkachuk and Matthew Tkachuk. Okay, now makes sense.
There's somebody out there from St. Louis saying, "Well, yeah, but they grew up playing in St. Louis." Fine, but it's Keith Tkachuk's kids. Like,
yes,
there's direct ties to Scottsdale and the Coyotes.
We're going to claim them.
I'm claiming the Tkachuks for this. Sorry, Austin Matthews, because then you get the same people who are like, "Well, technically he wasn't born. He grew up playing here."
Yes.
So somebody counts.
Yes.
Austin Matthews and the Tkachuks, and Tage Thompson is from here too, who was huge. Literally, it's huge. It's taller than everybody.
When you said that, I have to tell you, that really shocked me. Arizona, you don't think of Arizona as the hotbed for hockey.
I'd love
especially at that level.
I'd love to see the breakdown by state, because I'm guessing having 4 key players that spent their formative hockey years or were born here because of hockey in the Tkachuk's case, I'm guessing that's more than most states in the U.S. I mean, probably some major hockey states.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably more than New York. It's probably more than, I don't know, it's probably more than Pennsylvania. Like, it's probably more than a lot of hockey states.
It's just, once again, you know me, I love to parachute in from 30,000 feet, and I love that. That's a great place to start, the impact that hockey has had here in Arizona. But for me, it's just thinking of 1980 and thinking of how impossible that is. You should know, Basinonians, that back in 1980, of course, when the Team USA hockey won the gold, they beat the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, those were all professionals, as far as I'm concerned.
And they all played together.
They all played together, and the Soviet Union, of course, paid them. I'm sorry. They took care of them. They paid them handsomely in terms of homes and where they lived, and they gave them everything they needed. Back then, you couldn't be a pro. You couldn't play.
Yeah.
You couldn't be a pro. Think about that for a minute and play in the Olympics. You could not do it. And here all of a sudden, you had a bunch of college kids Team USA.
Who hadn't played together.
Who
That's the
had
other
not
part.
played together, that beat that team. It was an incredible accomplishment. I don't say that to lessen this accomplishment in any way, shape, or form. But it's something you should keep in mind as well. They were amateurs in 1980 who beat this Soviet Union team that was basically a pro team.
I don't know that you can recreate that moment from 1980, but yesterday's tied to it just because it's the last time the U.S. had won a gold medal in men's hockey. Which is something I've known my whole life, but it's still crazy. I mean, all those years when the Olympics roll around and I was working with the Coyotes or whatever, and be like, they still haven't won gold. And then there was, 2010? Kellen brought this up last segment, and I absolutely remember where I was in Payson, Arizona, randomly watching the game when Sidney Crosby scored for Canada for them to beat Team USA. The U.S. has been right there. This format, the way it's set up, where it's best on best, benefits Canada more than anybody because they're best when you put them together. I mean, again, look at the three guys that were out there for 3-on-3.
Say it again.
Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
Connor McDavid.
Okay.
Cale Makar. Arguably the three best players in the world right now. Now, you could argue Sidney Crosby may go down in history but right now, and he's also on Team Canada, by the way. So, but those three guys, you could argue that Canada in the 3-on-3 format with the gold medal on the line had the three best players in the world on the ice and lost. And that's what's great about it.
You know what's awesome about it, too? Team USA's reaction. Again, and does that ever get old? Does that ever get old to see that?
No.
Especially a bunch of guys that are professionals.
Everybody throwing the sticks and the gloves up in the air.
Losing their mind. And yet, weren't you doing that at home as well, Basinonians? Were you not doing that, watching that Sunday morning? Oh, my goodness. Getting ready to go to the Lord's house. And yet, at the same time, you're like, boom!
I almost punched my wall. Or I almost, put a hole in my wall because I all I did was, yeah! And then I slammed my hand into the wall.
The intensity level was skyrocketing. And I know that happened everywhere.
As somebody who just loves the game of hockey and wants to see it grow, my favorite part about this, it doesn't have anything. I have nothing against Canada. A lot of my great friends working, growing up, are Canadian hockey people, and they have a great program. They just got beat by the U.S. twice.
Hey, our northern brothers, man.
But the part I really like the most about it is because you have a different audience watching the game of hockey yesterday, and it's not the same in the NHL in that you have national pride when you get to the playoffs, but the overtime specifically, where Canada nearly scores, and then there's a turnover, and if they just tip the puck away from Jack Hughes there, they probably almost score, and 6 seconds later they lose. That is overtime hockey in the playoffs,
and who's the guy who made them lose?
Jack Hughes 3 times, basically.
It was just incredible to actually see him go 5-hole as well on that in terms of Binnington. The goalie went 5-hole on him, and yet, it wasn't there when it was on his stick.
No.
And he still went 5-hole, and boom, the legs open. Incredible.
The interview with him where they were they're running around the ice, and then they're coming back to get the medals. Did you see the interview with Jack Hughes? When he shot it, you could tell he didn't know for sure that it went in. And a lot of times when you shoot it, you feel good that it went in, right? But it's probably just the moment. He kept looking back really? Really, that went in? There's a great image where he's skating away from the goal looking back to make sure it went in. Because if it didn't, he needs to get back on defense. It's 3-on-3. And the whole bench knows it went in. And there's just stuff flying in the air, and they're all losing their minds. And, it was great. And it sets the stage for – whenever these two teams play again.
I do wonder what it's going to do for hockey here in the United States of America, because there's no doubt about it. When they did it in 1980, it exploded in the U.S., and I think it's going to happen again.
I believe it. I'd be surprised if it didn't.
The next generation.
The gap between the U.S. and Canada, and I'm talking all the way grassroots level, World Juniors, all that stuff, God, even 20 years ago was so much wider than it is now. And I have not, a lot of times during the playoffs, because Canadian hockey fans are so crazy, if a team, I'll listen to a couple Canadian shows or whatever during the playoffs. I haven't been able to bring myself to do that yet because Has anybody checked on that country? Have they shut down for the day?
No, they're just coping.
Okay.
Massively. Like their tweet after the women's final, which was silver shines just as bright.
Well, I'll say this to them now. Peace and strength.
That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gimbo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
It's impossible to say the identity doesn't change without Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know how they're going to survive this. I mean, they will survive it. There will be basketball games, and they will be played, and the Suns will fill a roster, and they will compete. And you can probably make up the 21 points he's been averaging. You can probably make up the rebounding, but it's all the other stuff, the keeping everybody locked into a maniacal level on every given day. It makes a difference.
Yes.
There's a vibe and all sorts of stuff that player brings to the court, as we have now noticed on every team he's played for.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is turning heads everywhere, and now you've got a President's Day event to match.
You've got it, Dave. President's Day is the perfect time to go electric in a big way. Right now, get up to $9,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV or lease it for just $749 a month. This is a bold ride with serious savings, but only for a limited time.
So shop and buy online all the time by going to LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are in action right now, taking on the Cleveland Guardians in Goodyear. The score currently is 2-0 in favor of the Cleveland Guardians because of a couple RBI doubles. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up 2 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
It's a gold medal flex right there, Gambo, is what
it's
that
a gold,
was. It was a gold medal flex.
Gold medal performance is what I'm waiting for today. We got to get a gold medal performance.
So when we're done with the show, somebody is going to hand us a gold medal and a little teddy bear. Is that how that goes? That was the first.
The teddy bear thing was a little baffling.
That was the first medal ceremony I had watched the entire Olympics. Like, I watched the events or whatever, so I hadn't seen a medal ceremony. And the looks on the Canadian players' faces.
The McKinnon, yeah.
When they got handed a teddy bear, it's like, WTF is this? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like,
right.
It's okay,
right.
Like, I'm pissed enough that I got a silver medal, but you're handing me a teddy bear.
Yeah,
great.
Give it to your kid. It's a keepsake from the Olympics.
I'll never forget, as long as I live, the looks on the Canadian players' faces as they were giving him the silver medal. There was not one who smiled. There was not one who was happy. There was nothing. Well, they were just so angry. It was great. It was so much fun to watch.
We almost led the show with it, so I don't want to.
I know.
I wanted to lead the show with the Olympics, but we got big news on Dillon Brooks, so we'll get it in the next segment. It is always odd to me that they make you stay on the ice and watch the other team celebrate and get the gold medal and stuff like that. So I've always thought that was a little weird.
You're right. We're going to talk
tennis, the same thing.
We're going to talk about the gold medal match.
Let's interview the loser of Wimbledon. I just want to go home.
And we're going to make you be gracious for 5 minutes when you're really just pissed off and you want to go inside the locker room and smash a bunch of things to hell. We'll talk about the gold medal match coming up in a few minutes. But yeah, let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Our top story of the day today is that Dillon Brooks, according to Shams Charania, the return timetable for Suns guard Dillon Brooks after suffering a broken left hand is 4 to 6 weeks. Sources tell ESPN.
Yes, I spoke with the people in the organization earlier that they believe that it could be 4 to 5. Dillon's tough. He's going to want to get back quickly. So they're hoping it could be shorter than it's definitely 4, but maybe it's more 4 to 5 than it is to 5 to 6. But obviously very disappointing. He played just 7 minutes against the Magic, and I was watching the game, and then he came out and he didn't come back in. And I had to go back and rewind it like at halftime. At halftime, I went back and I rewind them trying to see where did he hurt it? Where did it go wrong? And I really couldn't pinpoint it, but I did see on some of the plays where he's kind of like fidgeting with the hand a little bit, just kind of moving it around. But he was like defending his ass off and everything. Right before he went out, it didn't look like he was in pain or withering. Then he doesn't come back, and they report, that he's not returning and he's got a broken hand. And now we know it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks that Dillon Brooks will be out of the lineup, and the hits just keep coming. It's been tough for the Phoenix Suns this year with all the injuries, Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and now Dillon Brooks. And, look, here's the reality. We're just not going to see this team play at full strength all year. No. We're just not going to get it.
No, 4 weeks. I did the math earlier today. 4 weeks is on March 21st.
Okay.
and there are about 11 games left. 6 weeks is on April 4th, and there's about 5 games left. So if you're telling me 5 weeks now is like, if that's kind of what they're thinking is going to be the maximum here, or that he might be able to come back a little sooner. Now you're talking about 7 games left, 8 games left, depending on when he's able to do it. That's what we're looking at for
just
Dillon
to
Brooks.
get in shape for the play-in tournament or the playoffs, whatever it's going to be. I mean, to me, that's what it is. It's just to give him 5, say whatever it is, just so he doesn't go in rusty in that game. Try to shake off the rust because he's not going to play for a while now. He's not going to play for a long time. He's not going to probably not practice a whole lot. He's got to heal. So I would imagine, like, if you could get him 5 or 6 games to kind of shake the rust off, that would be a good thing.
And that's going to be the other side of this coin, too, right? Like, we can sit here and project and go, okay, 4 weeks is this, 5 weeks is that, 6 weeks is that. And I see you working the phone over there right now.
Yeah.
I know you're doing the Gambo thing.
He is going to have surgery.
He's going to have surgery?
Yeah, I'm just finding out now. He is going to have surgery.
He is going to have surgery on the hand. Okay.
There
but
will
that
be
doesn't
surgery.
that doesn't change the timeline. It's still, they're still thinking 4 to 5 weeks is when he'll be back.
I'm being told that he is going to have surgery on the hand. The timeline is it does not change the timeline.
Okay.
No.
The problem is twofold. Number one, it's when you get him back, and do you have enough ramp-up time for the playoffs? Problem number 2 is, what do the playoffs look like when he comes back? What are you going to be able to hold on to? You're, 2 games ahead of the Warriors right now in the loss column for the 8th seed? You're 5 games ahead in the loss column from the Clippers and the Trailblazers for the 9th or the 10th seed?
Yeah.
When they get him back, where are they? And I know nobody can predict that, but he is Gambo. I mean, like, you know this better than anybody. Devin Booker's Devin Booker. Mm-hmm. His level of importance to the team cannot be put into words. But Dillon Brooks is the tone setter. He's the heart. He's the soul. He sets the pace. He sets the tone. He gives them their edge. We saw last night. Now, granted, last night they were missing everybody. They were missing $96 million worth of payroll last night in the game. And because of that, they put up a 77 points, which was the lowest they had scored in a game since Earl Watson was their coach, and he got fired 3 days later.
Right? I remember that.
That's how long ago it was.
The 3-day firing.
When they scored 77 points in a game. That's how bad it was. Can they survive this without Dillon Brooks?
Yes. Survive. You're not flourish? No, survive. So you're at, can they survive? Yeah, they'll survive. Jalen Green's back. He's going to help. You've got Book. You've got guys that are playing very well right now. You've got Colin Gillespie. You've got Goodwin. You've got Oso. You've got Mark. You'll survive. Are you going to get to a 6 seed? Probably not. So now it depends on what you define survive by. Flourish? Excel?
Okay,
no.
Okay,
survive? Yes.
I'll define it.
They'll survive.
I'll define it for you.
They'll stay in the 7 seed.
Thriving is getting to a 6 seed.
Not going to thrive. They're not going to. My opinion, I think that this really hurts their chances to get up to 6.
Surviving, I think, is staying at 7 or 8. Because I think they'll survive. Because I look at 9-10, and 9-10 suddenly becomes a totally different equation.
Is it 7, 10, 8, 9 playing?
No,
it's 7, 8.
It's 7 plays 8.
7 plays 8.
9 plays 10.
And then the loser.
The loser of 7, 8 plays the winner of
9,
10.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
So
if
7, 8.
If you fall to 9, 10, 1 loss and you're done.
1 loss and you're done.
You have to play 2 to win 1 if you're in 9, 10.
7, you're guaranteed 2 home games if you lose the first one.
Yes.
8, you're guaranteed 1 home game if you lose the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think they'll finish in the 7-8 spot.
Whew. I'm worried.
Yeah, I am being told Dillon Brooks will be undergoing surgery.
Okay.
I'm trying to find a date for you, but he will have surgery.
Yeah, I'm worried they're going to drop to 9-10. I'm worried they're going to fall there. And the schedule it's fairly forgiving. And as long as they get Devin Booker back in no short order, and as long as Grayson Allen can stay back in no short order, then they'll probably be. But it's just like Cambo, this is one of those things where it's the players on the floor and the talent they bring, but there's also the intangibles. And I just can't sit here and say I know for sure how they're going to do without Dillon Brooks intangibles. I understand we've had our complaints about Dillon when it comes to his on-ball defense. It hasn't been the best. the ball sticks with him too much. He doesn't pass a whole lot. His shooting has been kind of suspect. But leadership, tone setting, I don't know how they're going to do without that for 4 weeks.
You hope that
I'm really worried about it.
Yeah, somebody needs to step up and lead, right? I don't know. Who's that person? Who's that person?
Well, you know what? Okay, I'll tell you who I think would have been a good nominee for the mantle. He's hurt too.
Goodwin?
Jordan Goodwin.
Yeah.
And he's got a calf injury. They haven't said anything about that. Now, they haven't said anything about you're doing your reporting on Dillon Brooks. We haven't heard boo about Jordan Goodwin. And he got off that court a New York minute on Saturday.
Terrible.
You're into that calf, and he was like,
he was in the locker room in about
Bye-bye.
a New York minute.
See
just
you later.
Right off. Yeah.
And which
that was brutal.
That scares you to death, too. I'd have said him or Gillespie are the two kind of like tough guys who can take over as the tough guy for no Dillon Brooks.
The good news, if you want the good news, is here comes the mush. Here comes the mush, da 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 da. It's all right.
Well, thank God the Beatles didn't go with that. I don't think that song would have been a hit if the
Here
title
comes
were,
the
Here
mush.
Comes the Mush.
You don't think it would have worked so well?
No, I don't think it would have worked so well.
Okay. You've got the mush. You've got all these teams that don't want to win basketball games. So you are playing a bunch of teams. You got 9 or 10 teams that are trying not to win. So you're going to try to win. You're going to be shorthanded, but you've got teams that aren't really trying to win.
Yeah.
So that is a benefit to them to make sure that look.
Not this week. They've got the Celtics and the Lakers this week. Oh my God! Avert your eyes. Don't look.
Okay, but after that,
it gets pretty mushy. After that, it gets pretty mushy. Yeah, no doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, well, we're going to try to duplicate the U.S. men's hockey team effort yesterday with our own gold medal winning show today. It'll be up to Lauren and Jamal if we get there next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
With 3 seconds to go, Brea is going to try a deep three, and it rims around and comes off, and that'll do it. Suns fall tonight to the Blazers, 92-77, the final score. Portland picks up its first win in Phoenix since 2022, ending a 5-game losing streak in the series here in the Valley.
A lot of injuries and a rough night for Suns shooters. More reaction to this one on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the local protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less responsible for excess wear mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. Two Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Won't you fly free, bird, yeah.
Hey, it's Luke. Is there a way for the heavily depleted Phoenix Suns to beat the Boston Celtics? We're previewing Suns Celtics tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts around the car. United States with numbers. Watch across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
First of all, we got to tip jar this. We got to tip jar a little free bird. I watched so many reels, and one of the best ones I saw was, I don't know, this Olympian who was kind of like complaining about America, something like that. And then they immediately go to Jack Hughes. I love America. This is for USA. I love this country. It just fired me up. It was great to see that. They started with the one guy, and then they went to Jack Hughes. And, oh, what an incredible game. I know you woke up early to see it. I woke up and I turned it on. I probably got up at like 8, so somewhere in the second period. And then I watched it all from there. And my God, just I've been on a high ever since.
Yeah.
I've literally been on a high. I cannot stop looking at all of the interviews and reels and replays of the game, and then watching these little, like midget hockey team playing, and
youth hockey team.
Youth hockey. Did I say no? I'm sorry. Youth hockey team. This youth hockey team. But they call it midgets.
I'm sure they do.
I'm sure they do. Not that type.
They were kids.
Right. They call it like youth and midget hockey. Yeah.
They weren't little people. They were
right.
children.
They weren't little people, and they were like, and they were playing in a game, and all of a sudden somebody says USA won. They all stopped playing and they celebrated.
I love it when he gets worked up like this. God is the best.
Yeah. I was. This is really special. Like, this is really, really special to win the gold. In 1980, I was a 14-year-old kid in New York. Grew up playing on ponds and sumps when they would freeze over. They got a blizzard right now. My buddy called me today, 25 inches of snow in Long Island. We grew up playing on sumps and ponds. I played ice hockey in New Hyde Park at a rink that Bill Chadwick owned. So when I was 14, I was playing on 2 hockey teams. I was playing on a deck hockey team with a lot of my friends. We were called the Centeridge Flames. And we played at the Plaza Deck Hockey League. And then I played ice hockey with a whole other group of people in New Hyde Park. So I grew up playing ice hockey. 1980 was one of the incredible moments of my life as a sports fan, like one of the most incredible moments. Matter of fact, I even tweeted out a picture. I kept all the newspapers, people like 25 cents, a stunner, then Bedlam. And that was the headline. U.S. tops USSR in Olympic hockey. They were the USSR back then.
I saw the pictures.
An American dream is a golden reality. I went and I found it because I kept them all. Like, it meant so much to me as a kid when the USA won the game against Russia and then came back and beat Finland for the gold medal, because we were hockey players. Like, we all played hockey. We, like, days like today in New York, we would be skating in a sump or a pond somewhere.
Right.
We would make the nets ourselves. We would use 2x4s and like fish wire and make the nets and drag them out onto the ice and play for hours. And so when they won that one, I know for me it was just like I'm on like a high right now that they won that game.
Yeah, and for me, obviously having grown up here in Arizona where hockey was pretty scarce, at least back when I was a kid, it's all over the place. Now, I didn't have that quite same reaction to it, though I certainly remember 1980. I remember watching it yesterday. I mean, number one, it's so rare in our life as sports fans when events live up to hype. You know, when you say, oh, this is going to be big, this is going to be big, this is going to be big, and it's actually big. It's actually bigger than you say. This was bigger than what we said. I mean, this was even more. Number two, and I'm saying this just to be honest, I'm going to assume at this point you're glad Canada beat Finland so that U.S. could beat Canada.
Yes. Yeah.
You were happy Finland. You were rooting for Finland against Canada.
Yeah.
But now I would assume you're very glad that Canada beat Finland so that U.S. could beat Canada.
I always want the easiest route. And let's make no mistake about it. Canada's the world dominance.
Of course.
They were. Not anymore. We've got the gold. They don't. But Finland would have been the easier route. Not only because I've been to Canada too. I like Canada, but I love Finland. Finland was the easier route to win the gold,
and that's fine. That's fine. But
yeah, meant more.
This was why you get up and you make the coffee.
Yes.
This is why Devin Booker tweeted out that 5 a.m. wake up call was worth it, right? Because it's the U.S. versus Canada, and then you add to the fact that in best matches, Canada had won 15 straight against the United States, right?
Yeah, so they have more talent.
This is not like I read one kind of accounting of the game and said, look, make no mistake, the women, okay, that's a rivalry because they both win some and they both lose some.
Yes.
Canada has owned this.
Owned it.
For a decade and a half. They have owned this and so to finally get that breakthrough, to finally have that moment on the biggest stage, that's why all those peewee teams are losing their mind. That's why all those sports bars up in Minnesota were losing their mind about this, because this has been something you've been pounding your head against this wall for 2 decades, and you finally broke through yesterday on the biggest stage. It was really cool to see.
Yeah,
and then there's all the local ties too, right?
Local ties with Austin Matthews and then Brady Tkachuk and Matthew Tkachuk. 4 local ties that played here. Very happy for Austin Matthews. Very happy for him. Obviously, the Tkachuk brothers, I knew them since they were little kids. I texted Keith just a little while ago. We have Keith on the show every now and then. I'm still very close friends with Keith Tkachuk. I've actually played hockey on the ice with Roenick and Tkachuk and Dally Drake and Tocchet. And so growing up and loving the sport the way I did. And the Coyotes, look, let's be honest, the Coyotes, they turned a lot of people off because of the ownership, not because of the team and the players and stuff like that, because they had crappy ownership that didn't care about anything but revenue from land and not about the team. And that really sucked. Like, it really sucked for those of us that love the sport, that we got stuck with the crappiest owners in the history of sports that could care less about the product on the ice and the team, and they only cared about developing land and selling it. So, they soured a lot of people on the sport. But it's a great sport. And to watch the USA do this, it brings me right back to 1980, Lake Placid, and just the memories of that game and what it meant to us. That was in the midst of the Islanders winning 4 straight Stanley Cups. It was the heyday of hockey for me. Denny Potvin was my favorite player. And then Kenny Morrow, who was on that USA Olympic team, ended up going to the Islanders and winning Stanley Cups. So it was just incredible. Like I said, I really am. I feel like I'm on a high, and I've never been high before in my life, but I feel like I'm just on a high since they won that game, because you're right, beating Canada means more than beating Finland.
Jack Hughes talked about that, toothless and everything.
I can't even believe this. I mean, it's such an unbelievable game. USA-Canada, that's such a good game. They have so many great players. We're a great team. That's exactly how we wanted to go. We wanted to go through Canada and beat them, and it could have went either way tonight, but that's an unbelievable win for the Americans.
Connor Hellebuck after the game.
It's a dream come true. I love this group. We've had so much fun over here. We've grinded, we've battled. This is some of the best and most fun hockey I've ever played. It still hasn't truthfully sunk in, so, I'm looking forward to celebrating in the next 24 hours, and who knows how long it's going to last. this is surreal. It's around my neck, and it's a dream come true.
That picture,
that save
of his stick save.
Oh my God!
It's just
somebody put like a shadow of like Johnny Gaudreau up, like helping him make the save, and that was an incredible moment too with the two kids, with the two kids coming out, the Gaudreau kid, Johnny Hockey. Like it is, it was truly just an amazing experience, and just. I think as an American, right, like, the pride you have when you hear those guys talk about the USA and how important it is to represent America and how much they love this country. It's like it's needed. It's necessary. So to me, that fired me up, too, just hearing all those guys, talk about hockey.
Yeah, it was a wonderful moment, and now the NHL fires back up, I think, on Wednesday.
Right.
And my wife was watching the match with me, and she's like, so let me get this straight. The goalie, he plays for a Canadian team. I'm like,
yeah, Winnipeg.
Yeah. And Austin Matthews, he plays for a Canadian
Toronto.
team. I'm like, yep,
Did you
he sure
see
does.
the Winnipeg Jets Twitter account?
No.
They were hysterical. They were like, this is what it's like to play against him. I hate it.
It's just such
he was great.
It's
he
just
had
such
to stand
an odd
on his
dynamic,
head.
right? Like he was unbelievable.
But Jim Craig was the same way against the USSR.
Yeah.
And that was during the Cold War, and these two, we hated each other. So, like, when Jim Craig standing on his head to make all those saves in 1980 was incredible, and then you just saw it right there with Hellenbach. It was incredible.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show,
fired up.
Could the Arizona Cardinals get the best free agent quarterback on the market? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead two-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a six-run sixth inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. I believe everybody should have a financial plan. I believe everybody should have a retirement plan. And that's why I tell you about the best in the business, Stuart Willis. He is a fiduciary, so obligated to put your best interest first. Not anybody else's, but yours. Having a financial plan is something that you can execute. It's like having a game plan in a football game. You don't want to go into a football game out of a plan. Imagine the offensive coordinator not knowing what to do, or the defensive coordinator. We're just going to show up and play. It doesn't work very well. You got to have a plan. And if you execute that plan properly, you're going to get to where you want to go. Now, your financial advisor is there to make sure that you execute that plan and to put the plan in place for you that's a reasonable plan. So that way there are reasonable expectations to grow your money and live the life that you want to live. 5 locations in the Valley. Get a free portfolio review right now. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
Low T? Start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are in action right now, taking on the Cleveland Guardians in Goodyear. It is currently 5-0 in favor of the Guardians in the bottom of the 5th. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could the Arizona Cardinals somehow land Jordan Tyson in the NFL draft? We'll be talking Cardinals tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tip jar, 2 Princes from the Spin Doctors, please.
Oh, yeah, well, I know this song. This is very popular, right? 90s?
Yeah, early 90s. 1, 2.
What's the name of it?
Princes kneel before you. 2 Princes by the Spin Doctors.
Yeah.
It's a good song.
Yeah, good tune. Good tune.
It's a good tune.
Yeah.
We were so excited to relive the gold medal moment yesterday.
Fired up. Still fired up. Can't get off my high right now from them winning.
We did forget to say hello to Chandler in the last segment. So our apologies to you, Chandler.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you for listening.
Congratulations to my 2 countries, 2nd and 3rd in the medal count, USA and Italy.
That's U.S.
2nd and 3rd for the medal count. So excited about that.
Indeed. It was a real successful Winter Olympics,
Yes.
obviously, for all involved. So as we welcome you into this Monday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show, the Scouting Combine.
Can I jump in?
Oh, yeah, please.
Surgery today or tomorrow for Dillon Brooks.
Okay, so you had that.
I know you, yes.
I asked you about that during the break.
Yes.
So Brooks is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Your sources are telling you they're hopeful it's going to be closer to 5 weeks, but he is having surgery today or tomorrow on his broken left hand.
It's going to be today or tomorrow on the broken left hand.
It helps that it's not his shooting hand. I mean, I got to imagine that is going to expedite this somewhat. But still, there's the risk of re-injury. There's, I'm sure, a lot of pain tolerance involved. If it is 5 weeks, and I just looked this up again.
Yes, it'll be today or tomorrow surgery. 4 to 6 weeks. They think it could be 5, so that could be a week earlier.
Okay, so if it's 5 weeks, then, and I just had this here in front of me. Here it is. 5 weeks would have him back on or around March 30th, with Memphis up next and 8 games remaining in the season.
Okay.
If it's 5 weeks,
I'll take 8 games.
There's 8 games left in the season when he comes back.
Yeah. Like, here's the good news. He's going to come back. Okay, as bad as it is. The hard part about this, now, we're big on the what-ifs in Arizona sports. And I think I'm going to add this. I mean, what if this team had been healthy all year long? We never got to see them healthy. We never got to see them as a group. We never got to see Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, and Jalen Green all play together for any extended period of time. We didn't say it.
Nope.
And we're not going to.
Nope.
We're not going to. So that kind of sucks because who knows how good this team, because I said it, I thought there was another level that they could have got to. because they hadn't played together, and we're just not going to see it
Yeah,
this
and
year.
that's going to be the concern is that even if they do get him back with 8 games to go, and even if everybody is still healthy, boy, 8 games is a real quick acclimation time before you start the playoffs. And again, I think the bigger concern is where are you in the playoffs? Are you 7? Are you 8? Have you dropped to 9 or 10? And what do you have to do come playoff time? Because 8 games, 5 weeks, 8 games, that's not a lot of time for you to get acclimated, assuming you've got everybody to fit into the program. So it just became a lot more challenging for the Phoenix Suns. In the meantime, there was a story, and this was over the weekend, from Tony Pauline, who's an NFL insider. He's been doing it for a while. He's not with a traditional like ESPN or NFL Network, though I should point out that Tony Pauline was very right and very first when he reported on the Cardinals' interest in Clint Kubiak and how they were going to have an interview with Clint Kubiak. Even though Clint Kubiak likely didn't want to go to the Cardinals were going to wait and have a conversation with him anyway.
Yes.
The guy kind of knows his stuff. Like, he's been around for a while. Tony Pauline was writing a column about Tua Tagovailoa and what his decision-making process is going to be like, writing that the Dolphins' immediate plans for the future of Tua could be publicly announced before the end of the Combine, which is this week. Then he wrote the part that's going to interest Cardinal fans. The overwhelming belief, he writes, from people I've spoken to is that the Dolphins want Malik Willis, the former Green Bay Packers backup who is slated for free agency. People I've spoken with believe Willis ends up with the Arizona Cardinals as they are expected to cut ties with Kyler Murray.
Lunch.
Oh, that would be yes,
lunch.
That would be lunch.
Number 1 pick in the draft, Malik Willis.
Lunch. Yes, that would be lunch. That's right.
Get a little lunch there. Listen, I like that.
But you still owe me a lunch
from the shirt.
Yes, from the shirt.
Okay. Yeah, I paid off one
you
lunch.
paid off the Seattle one. I just want to remind you about the shirt.
I paid off the lunch for all of us.
Yes.
And I still owe you a lunch because the shirt.
A small lunch.
Yeah.
Just like a sandwich from down at the deli.
Sure, whatever you want.
Medium. So what are you wearing? A small today? What do you got?
Oh, this has to. This cannot. There's no way this could be. You think this is? Hold on. All right, go ahead.
That is a large. That's a large. Not a medium, a large. That one day you just happen to be wearing a medium. Let's talk about Malik Willis.
Listen, if you're going to not punt on next year, okay? I'm in favor of punting on next year.
Okay.
And go get myself one of the top kids in the draft. I'm in favor of punting on next year. Michael Bidwell's not going to want to do it. The organization's not going to want to do it. I think it's the right thing to do, but it sucks because it's another year of losing a lot of football games and your fans get disgusted because they're paying a lot of money. So I get it. I understand it, but that's what I would do because I want long-term success. I want long-term success, and I think that comes with if you can get the top pick or the second pick in the draft next year. So I would tank the season. That's me. Now, if you're not going to do that and you're going to try to win, to me, the best guy out there that can give you a combination of helping you win now, but also give you a guy who could be a big part of your future is Malik Willis. It's not Aaron Rodgers. It's not Russell Wilson. It's not Kirk Cousins. It's like, it is not any of these 37-year-old to 40-year-old guys who've got 1 year left in the tank tops and their stopgap issue. Give me, to your point on Mac, I'll take Mac Jones. You know why? Because I think Mac Jones gives you the potential to be your quarterback for 5 or 6 years. I'm looking for sustained success. I'm not looking for this BS once every 10 years the Cardinals have a good season because they stepped in it, okay? I'm looking for some sustained success like freaking Seattle's had.
Yeah.
I'm tired of losing all these games. I'm tired of covering this team, then they can't win. I'm tired of going 0-6 in the division every year. And it sucks to come in and interview a coach every Monday after they lose again and again and again and again. I'd like to see them have sustained success, but I think you're not going to do that with an old guy. I think you could do it with a young guy that has talent and upside. And if you feel that Malik Willis is that guy or Tyson Bagent is that guy, by all means, go get those guys.
Yeah.
Go get them.
It'd be a bold swing for the organization. And the organization, quite frankly, hasn't made very many bold swings. It's been a while. They used to have a master's degree in bold swings, whether it was the Hollywood Brown trade, the DeAndre Hopkins trade, the J.J. Watt signing, the Chandler Jones trade. Like, remember, it didn't always work. In fact, most of the time it didn't work. But for a while there, they got real good at you know what? We're going to watch this. Oh, yeah? watch this. Here's J.J. Watt.
Right.
Oh, yeah, watch this. We're going to go get DeAndre Hopkins. Look at what we're doing, right? They haven't done that in a while. Malik Willis, I mean, he doesn't have the name value of any of those guys that I just mentioned. It's a bold swing because he's going to be expensive and he's really unproven. And it's a risk, man. It is.
It's a Kevin Cobb type risk, isn't it?
100%. It's boom or bust, baby, where you're taking a big swing and you're either going to hit it in the cheap seats or you're going to weakly tap out to the pitcher. It's one of the two. There's no in between.
Was reading a story on Packers Wire, and it referred Greg Rosenthal, went as far as to rank him as the number one player on his top 101 free agent list for this year. The top further evidence that Willis is unlikely to return to Green Bay. He's not returning to Green Bay.
No, he's not.
He's because somebody's going to pay him $35 million a year. It says in 11 games, 2-1 record as a starter, 78.7% completion rate. That's pretty good. 972 passing yards, 6 touchdowns with no interceptions. This is the guy that you would take. Now again, it may not work, but
it's just such a small sample size, right?
But but the sample size is good, right?
What's
Yeah.
in the sample size is great. It's fantastic.
You go to a restaurant, you have an appetizer, you get some calamari, and it's like, oh my God, this calamari is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this calamari is so good, but it's just the appetizer.
I hope the rest of the meal is as good as the calamari. I'm hoping that, man, if your calamari is good,
your calamari is unbelievable.
Your eggplant parmesan has got to be to die for.
It's
right?
going to be to die for.
It's going to be fantastic. And that's the
your
hope here.
tiramisu is going to go through the You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like
tiramisu? Is that how you say it?
Tiramisu.
You said like tiramisu. I thought
tiramisu.
I thought tiramisu. That's how I've always said. Okay, you threw me off there.
Well, you're gonna have a lot of that in a couple months.
You always say Italian things correctly, so I thought maybe. Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? I thought it was tiramisu. I didn't realize.
Don't get me into the cold cuts. The gabagool.
Prosciutto. Gabagool.
Do you say mozzarella?
Not because I've been doing the show with you for 15
God,
years.
I freaking hate it.
Mozzarella.
My wife says mozzarella. I want to.
I say mozzarella now. I walk around the house and say,
it's mozzarella.
Do we have any mozzarella?
Mozzarella. Yeah. My wife says, can you take out the mozzarella? I'm like, you know how much that annoys me when you say that. You know how much it annoys me when you say mozzarella.
There's only 2 players the Cardinals can get in this offseason that bring any level of intrigue.
Mac Jones and Malik Willis.
Those are the only 2.
Yeah, I agree.
That's it. Everyone else
Daniel
is like,
Jones? No, Daniel Jones? Guys, I took the Giants to the playoffs.
Okay, you know what? There's 3. I just think he's unattainable.
Probably. They're going to keep him.
And you know what? Mac Jones is probably unattainable. I don't know if San Francisco's going to trade him in the division. Malik Willis?
I'd like Mac Jones because then I could play Bobby Darin's Mac the Knife every time we talk about him. Mac the Knife. That Chuck babe. Come on, Jamal. That's a great song. And the line forms on the right. Now that Maggie's back in town. Look out, old Maggie's back. I'm on a USA high.
Yeah,
you guys are looking at me like I'm on a USA high. Gold medal. Beat Canada. I'm on a high. I'm sorry. I'm a little off today.
You're fine. I'm
a little off today. I'm very happy that USA won the gold.
Look, the 3 of us are in charge of holding the kite string so Gambo doesn't just blow away today. That's our job. Right? Like Gambo's way up here, and we're just holding on to that kite string as tight as we can, hoping that you don't just blow off into the wind. So
I'm going to try not to.
Please do. Oh, this
I do love Mac the Knife by Bobby Darin.
This isn't going to help. So we're going from USA high to U of A high.
Down goes Houston!
Gambo's just going to blow right away.
Houston, you've got a problem.
Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
You know, this weekend, my wife started talking about her next vehicle. She started talking about, okay, the next vehicle that we could get for her. She's had the Navigator for a while now. And, now the kids are grown up and out, and she's thinking about the Lincoln Nautilus. I'm like, I love the freaking Nautilus. I'm like, that is a great vehicle. Let's do it. So we are going to go test drive a Nautilus pretty soon, within the next few months. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. Patrick Heigl and the group at Sanderson Lincoln, truly second to none. They've got their Lincoln Certified Sales event going on right now. You can get 2.49% financing for up to 48 months on all certified Lincoln vehicles, including Black Label. Now, if you don't know what a Black Label Navigator or a Corsair or a Nautilus or Aviator is, head on over to Sanderson Lincoln and say, what's a Black Label? You're going to find the experience is truly amazing. If you want that luxury experience, you're going to get it at Sanderson Lincoln. I love the Navigator. We've had Navigators in our family forever, but my wife now is starting to look at the Lincoln Nautilus. Again, we'll test drive it and try it out. Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, or the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Bick. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon. Typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Here's Lauren, back from her fun weekend in Los Angeles, though disappointing because the Illini lost to UCLA in overtime.
What the heck? How did that happen? Come
we
on.
stopped playing defense.
Come on. Mick Cronin's team is about to crumble and fall apart. How do you lose that game?
Because they didn't crumble or fall apart.
You guys were looking at a 2 seed.
We were looking at a 1 seed.
You were looking at a 2 seed.
Still might.
No.
No,
we're
Actually,
we're 2 seeds still.
Yeah, they're not going to get a 1. It actually helps Arizona that UCLA won that game because Arizona beat UCLA. Just saying, it does help Arizona that UCLA won.
Yeah, Arizona's resume is.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good.
It's pretty airtight whether UCLA beat Illinois or not. But yes, point well taken. Anyway, welcome back. Good to see you back on the other side of the class. What's our poll question?
Were those 45 minutes, just too much.
You were gone a long time. I mean, we barely survived on Friday without you. How we got
Did you make the plane on time?
I did make the plane on time. Yes, thank you.
How we got to the finish line, I don't know, but we made it.
I don't know.
We
On a
made it.
Friday show?
I know, it was tough,
Oof.
but you're back, and now we're all back, and so away we go. What's our poll question today?
Our poll question today is based off of the plethora of injuries that the Phoenix Suns are dealing with. So we're asking, where will the Phoenix Suns finish at the end of the regular season now? A top 6 seed, a 7 or 8 play-in seed, a 9 or 10 play-in seed, or out of the postseason entirely?
I think they're going to drop to 9-10.
Oh, wow.
I think they're going to drop to 9-10.
7 or 8. They're not dropping a 9 or 10. They're not dropping a 9 or 10.
I've been clearly...
Jalen Green's back.
Clearly. Yeah, 6 of 26 the other day against the Orlando Magic. Woo.
Hey.
But that game winner was fantastic.
Until it mattered.
Oh, my goodness. Clearly, I've been very wrong about this basketball team. So if I'm wrong again, I'm wrong again. I'm worried there's a little bit of a slide coming now without Dillon Brooks. But I'm going to guess 7 to 8 is leading the way at about 35%.
7 or 8 is leading the way at 55%.
Okay.
Then 28% going with 9 or 10 seed, 12% going with out of the postseason entirely, and 5% going with the top 6.
I got a 5-game lead on Portland.
Yeah, who beat you? And that's the question.
Did the Suns win 2 out of 3 against Portland? They have the tiebreaker?
Yeah, they do have the tiebreaker.
Okay, so that's basically a 6-game lead.
Yeah.
They're not going to lose. They're not going to. Portland's not passing them.
Clippers might.
Clippers aren't passing them.
I mean, they could.
They could. I mean, they could, realistically.
Yeah, the Warriors are only 2 back in the loss column, but they're
freaking Nuggets last night. Come on.
But
the Nuggets lost to the Warriors.
I'm not doing us any favors.
Not doing us any favors, exactly.
That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. I know you're more of the U of A basketball savant than I am, and you've watched more of their games than I have.
Love them.
That was outside of the victory in Storrs, Connecticut.
Yeah.
And I dinged that one a little bit because they were missing 2 of their best guys that day.
Yeah.
That was the best U of A win of the season.
That was a great win.
Houston on Saturday. That was they just out Houstoned Houston.
Yes. Yeah.
They were more physical. They were in their face. They bullied them around. They made Houston do things they didn't want to do.
It was so
that
awesome.
Was such a good win for U of A.
Yeah,
basketball
I took some
on Saturday.
screenshots during the game. Houston was 46-1 at home since 2023. Best winning percentage in Division I. 46-1 at home. They don't lose at home.
They do not.
Arizona became the second team since 2000 with 3 wins against AP top 3 teams in a regular season. They beat Florida, they beat UConn, and they beat Houston. All of those teams were ranked in the top 3 when they beat them. There is no better resume in college basketball. Nothing against Michigan or Duke or any. There is no better resume than what Arizona has. And I said to you last week, I think that they'll lock up a number 1 seed if they go beat number 2 Houston. Now, you still got 4 games to play.
Yeah.
One's against Baylor, one's against Colorado. So if you win those games and say you even split with Kansas and Iowa State, you'll end up as the Big 12 champion with 3 losses. Nobody will have 2 losses. You'd have 3 losses. You'd be the Big 12 regular season champ. And and I would assume you get a number 1 seed and you're in the West.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the Big 12 tournament to go, and if something were to happen there, that would be, disaster. I think it's close to a lock. I don't think it's quite there yet, but I think it's getting close to a lock. I know the selection committee over the weekend, and this was before.
Yes.
This was before Michigan lost to Duke, and this was before U of A beat Houston. But over the weekend, they did their bracket reveal on Saturday. Michigan was the number 1 overall seed. The 4 number 1s were Michigan, Houston, Arizona, and Iowa State. Michigan was the overall number 1. Houston was the 2nd number 1. Arizona was the 3rd number 1.
But
Iowa
then 2
State
of those
was
teams
the 4th
lost.
number 1. But then 2 of those teams lost.
Right.
So I think they're really, really close to locking down a number 1 seed, which all of that's going to do. I mean, not that it'd be any different if it were a
More
number
pressure.
2 seed. Oh, my God, yeah. I mean, it's just the pressure on them in March is going to be. Now, this team seems uniquely qualified to be able to handle that pressure.
Go on the road
that
and
is
win
a
in Houston.
hard place to go play. Storrs, Connecticut is a hard place to go play. Beating Alabama, essentially in Alabama, was a hard place to go play. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, their resume is just
UCLA
dotted.
in LA. It was in LA.
You know, Florida was neutral court. I think it was in Vegas, if I remember right. Their resume is just dotted with these very impressive away from home moments where you would think they're about as tournament ready as any U of A basketball team we've seen in recent memory. I'm just saying, if they end up with a number 1 seed, as I would agree with you, they're getting real close to. Boy, does that ramp up the pressure for them to end this streak of 25 years without a Final Four.
Got to get to the Final Four. You know, and anything less than the Final Four is going to be a huge disappointment. More disappointing than any other of the previous Arizona teams. They've got to get to a Final Four. Now, they did this without Koa Pete, but Jaden Bradley, the senior point guard, has been outstanding for them. Calm, cool, collective. They did a great job of breaking Houston's press at the end of the game. And, and getting the ball down and getting fouled and getting to the free throw line. No Koa Pete in that game at all. I think the biggest sign for them is Del Orso coming out of this slump. Like, Del Orso getting out of this slump and playing some really good basketball helps them because he gives them a big-time shooter. Braden Burry's had the freaking flu, man. He was sick as a dog, and he went out there and gave it everything he had and really helped them as well. So, and they had foul trouble throughout the game, too. Krivas was in foul trouble. Awaka was in foul trouble. They had to play small. They had to play small because their guys were in foul trouble, and they still beat Houston.
Karchenkov played really, really well, I thought, in that game. Sam Vassane, who covers the NBA, tweeted out after the game, it just feels like this Arizona team has 6 or 7 guys who will eventually play in the NBA.
Yes.
Pete, Barrys, Krivas, Karchenkov, Bradley on a 2-way. Aristotle, Walker, Del Orso, maybe get a cup of coffee or more. Great talent ID by the Zona staff. And then there's, you mentioned the crazy stat about beating the top 3 teams. Okay, this is a bit of a fine-tuned kind of stat here. But according to CBS Sports Research, Arizona's top 3 wins. Okay, so you mentioned they had top 3 wins.
Yes. So that would be, I would say it's Houston, it's UConn, and then what would the third one be?
It was Houston, UConn, and Florida.
And Florida.
At the time, they were ranked in the top 3. Right. Have all come with 3 or fewer made threes. Okay?
Is that crazy?
Arizona's record against top 3 teams with 3 or fewer made threes this year, 3-0. Everybody else in the last 5 years, 2-72.
Oh my God!
You don't beat.
That is a great stat.
You don't beat top 3 teams
without shooting the
without
3.
At least making a few threes.
Right.
Not U of A. They're 3-0 this year against top 3 teams with 3 or fewer threes. Nobody does that
because they get up. They've got guys that listen. They missed some free throws in that game, which was really frustrating. But they're usually pretty good at having enough guys. Karchenkov can hit the free throws, and Bradley and Burries. They got guys that if you get the ball to them and they get fouled when you're ahead, they're going to make their free throws.
Merrill Kelly got an MRI today. Everybody hold your breath. Find out what happens next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of Buckets, our brand new outdoor food and beverage outlet next to our Top Tracer range. Buckets and the 21 Bay Top Tracer range provide a beautiful setting to enjoy yourself day or night with a cold draft beer or a canned cocktail and a recently lit putting green, open till 9:30 p.m. It's the perfect venue to work on your game or entertain your group or organization. For more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Dillon Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are in action right now, taking on the Cleveland Guardians in Goodyear. It is 7-0 in favor of the Cleveland Guardians in the top of the 7th inning. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
What did you find out about Merrill? What's going on there with the MRI?
Nothing yet. We are still getting some information together, and he's feeling good, and I will say that, and we're going to remain as hopeful as possible that once we get the information that's necessary, that we'll give you guys a very complete and detailed evaluation. But as of right now, we're still getting information. Through the weekend, things are tough. People need to read things, and we couldn't get all the information we wanted instantly, so we'll get that as soon as possible.
Still waiting on news about Merrill Kelly. Removed himself from a bullpen session or a live BP session. I can't remember exactly what it was on Saturday. Felt his back start to tighten, didn't really loosen up, and he pulled himself, got himself right out of there. MRI was supposed to be on Sunday. They didn't get the results in time to tell us about it after yesterday's game, and they didn't get the results in time to officially announce anything before today's game out in Goodyear against the Cincinnati Reds. So we wait to see whether Merrill Kelly is in any jeopardy of, is he going to miss a week, 2? Is his opening day start in jeopardy? That would really suck for him if he's not able to be the opening day starter for the first time in his career. He was obviously very excited about that.
I know.
That'd be really bad.
I know. That would be devastating. Look, Merrill has been fantastic for this team ever since he got here. They traded him. They got a lot back for him. I even like what the kid Drake pitched the other day and pitched pretty well in the 2 innings he had. I think that was very impressive because I think he's got a bright future as a starting pitcher. They end up re-signing Merrill to the 2-year deal. He wants to come back here. But we've had some instances with Merrill in the past, but it was always cramping. It was always the cramping. Drink the Pedialyte, Merrill. Drink the Pedialyte. Whatever you got to do.
Pickle juice.
Just like come up with a way. Like that was the frustrating thing. So this one's a little more scary, and it's odd that we just haven't heard anything yet. But all eyes will be on that because now this is where the depth comes in too. You're going to need your 6th starter. You're going to need your 7th starter. Soroka wants to start. He talked about it last week. I can help this team. I'm better helping this team as a starter than a reliever. Well, if Erod and Fott and Merrill and Galley and Nelson and Soroka, they all can't start. You're not going to have a 6-man rotation. But if somebody goes down, if Merrill's got to miss a game or 2 or any extended period of time at all, you feel better about your depth now?
He talked, this is Merrill on Saturday talking about his concern level.
I don't know. I don't have a concern level, I guess, is a good way to answer that, because I don't know. We don't know at the end of the day what it is. I mean, the last week and a half, I've been throwing, been doing everything normal, and it didn't kind of rear its head until today. So I'm going to take that as a good thing. The fact that I've felt it for that long, but I've still been able to do everything, I'm going to take as a good sign. But yeah, I guess I'm going to have to circle back with you on that answer until we actually know what we're looking at.
Torrey today was asked the question about Merrill's opening day start and whether it's in question. Here's what he said.
Nothing changed on that regard. I haven't made a comment on any other opening day starter than Merrill, and I want to keep it that way. So once we get to that point where we say, hey, look, we got to pivot, we'll make some different choices and different evaluations at that point. But for right now, everything's the same.
Okay. I mean, at this point, yeah, until you get the MRI results, you don't know. I mean, if his MRI checks out and he's okay and he takes a few days off and he comes back and pitches, so they'll get him on schedule to pitch the opener. And if not, then he won't. If it takes a week, maybe they could bump him and make him the starter again. What do they open up against? The Tigers? Is it the Tigers?
The Dodgers on the road. They open up.
No, but the home game. The home
game, I think, is against the Tigers.
Yeah. It's like you get him ready for that. Maybe that would be something. You pitch the home game. I don't know. Here's what I think. I think that this starting pitching staff has to pretty much stay intact for the most part to keep this team competitive. I think they'll score runs, but I think the starting pitching staff has to really stay intact. They're not going to be able to afford a lot of injuries. They got some depth. I understand that, but Merrill Kelly's a terrific pitcher. You don't want to miss him for any extended period of time.
Well, especially at the top, right? I'll buy the depth that they have at the bottom, especially with, if Cole Drake pops, he pitched over the weekend. If Mitch Bratt pops, he pitched over the weekend. There are a couple of other guys. Soroka, I believe, is pitching tomorrow. You mentioned him a second ago. He says he's going to be a starter, that they'd be best suited if he was a starter. Okay, let's go out and see it. Like at the bottom, I think you can lean on that depth a little bit. And if you have to cycle through guys, if something happens to Erod, if something happens to Fott, okay. But at the top feels like a very fragile thing, right? The top is Merrill, and it's Zach, and it's Ryan Nelson. And even on their best day, that's not the best 1, 2, 3 you're going to find in the National League, right? There are other teams who have much, much better than that. No disrespect to those guys, but they just do. And so you've really got to protect your top 3 guys and hope that you can get 30 starts out of them this year, 31 starts out of them this year to kind of maintain that integrity at the top of the rotation. Certainly, at least until you get Corbin Burns back.
Yeah, I agree. And, again, we don't know what level Corbin Burns is going to be able to pitch at when he comes back. It's probably more likely that he's back on track at 100% next season than this season. But if you can get something out of him, I think that will be good. Look, there's a lot of unknowns. Zach Allen, which Zach Allen are you getting? The one who was miserable all season last year, or the one who pitched really good at the final 10 games? Eduardo Rodriguez. Mm-hmm. Like, is he ever going to be more than like a number 5 starter? Like, they paid a lot of money. They paid him a lot of money to be more like a 3. Brandon Pfaadt, how do you have such good velocity on your fastball, and you don't walk anybody, but you keep getting hit the way you get hit? Like, take the jump. Like, they paid you money because they thought you could be, like a Ryan Nelson type, right? Well, there was a time when Brandon Pfaadt was ahead of Ryan Nelson, not anymore. So there are some definite unknowns. I think the one guy you don't really have questions on is like Merrill Kelly. I kind of know what to expect out of Merrill.
Merrill the mainstay. That's why the nickname is there. Zach Gallen threw over the weekend. Torrey Lavello talked about how much adding him means to everything.
Yeah. Maybe with Merrill situation, we feel good about having that depth. We talked about the depth last year. We didn't have any beyond 6, 7, and we had watched guys emerge, so we know that it's going to be very, very important for the depth. But getting Zach back into this mix means we're going to be a really good starting rotation. Where it falls for us, I don't know, but we have some choices.
He threw a bullpen over the weekend. Everybody loved it. Everybody said he did. It went well. Again, this is early. We still have 5 weeks to go before opening day. And you're right. It was against the Tigers on Monday. Is going to be their home opener after 3 or 4 quick games in L.A. against the Dodgers. But Zach is going to be crucial. And then something else happened over the weekend too. A bunch of things happened over the weekend, which we'll kind of get into over the course of the day. A potential surprise candidate in the bullpen, Dre Jameson, throwing a real easy, clean.
I was happy about this.
97 to 100 miles per hour. And, and I mean, like, knock on wood, everything looks good with him so far. He's had a lot of health issues in the course of his career. So how much you want to trust him is kind of, get it, it's going to be a little shaky. But if he's there and if he's available, he might add another dimension to this bullpen, potentially.
Yeah, 97 to 100 on the fastball. The vertical movement was unbelievable. This is a really good sign because he's a guy that has, we've seen him and we know how talented he is. And the Diamondbacks last year were really starting to focus on trying to get some of those guys, Murillo and Jameson, guys, and the guy they got from Baltimore, who's, got a great they're starting to rely on some of those guys that could really bring that heat. Because for a few years, they went without that. They had a lot of finesse pitchers in the bullpen. Paul Sewald was one of those guys. He wasn't going to blow the ball by you. He was going to pitch, and he was going to strategically get you out. He can move the ball up, down, corners, hit that. He knew how to pitch. But the Diamondbacks now have enough guys in their bullpen out of the 15 guys that could potentially be bullpen guys where they've got some guys that really throw the heat, and Dre Jameson's one of them.
Yeah, and so that becomes, given that the bullpen construction is kind of a big question mark, I would assume there are spots up for grabs. I would assume there are spots there that can be claimed, and we'll see how guys do at claiming them. Now, one of those guys that we think have a spot, I mean, who knows? He might even be the closer to start the season. I saw one projection that suggested that he would be. Ryan Thompson got beamed in the back of the neck over the weekend. Torey Lovello talked about him pregame.
He's good. He took one off the shoulder, right? Went down, and he was pissed about it. He's a competitor, and those are the things that a lot of people don't see. He's a great human being. He's a nice guy. But there's a tenacity that he has, and he walks around with when he's on the mound. So he got back up there. I know K-Rob had apologized to him a few times, but he's doing just fine. I saw him in the training room today. He looks good.
I searched through my notes real quick, though, because you talk about Dre Jameson kind of triggered a memory. There is one little different wrinkle to the Diamondbacks this offseason. They hired an assistant general manager who is specifically in charge of
pitching.
overseeing pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy, and I hope I'm saying his name right, Jeremy Blake, who was the Pirates' director of pitching development. They want to bring somebody in to kind of oversee the pitching and look specifically at the pitching. How can we get more? How can we get more velocity?
Different than a pitching coach.
Exactly. How can we get more velocity and health, and how can we do a better job with our pitchers in making them overall better pitching staff? Because let's be honest, the Diamondbacks have not had a good pitching staff the last couple of years. Their overall numbers have been terrible.
They've been more known for their offense.
Of course, yeah. So this might be
the shift,
part of a different slant and a different shift.
There's no question. Yeah, there's no question. When I first heard about this, the hiring of this guy, I was like, okay, it's interesting. It's just they need to get more into their pit. Think about all the guys that they brought up. Think about all the pitchers that they brought up that you kind of felt good about, and that they didn't really turn into. And I'll just give you like a Tommy Henry. Like when Tommy Henry first came up, I'm like, oh, this guy's going to be good. And then he wasn't. Brandon Pfaadt should be better than he is right now. So there were a lot of guys in the system that you looked at, you're like, okay, this guy could be really good, and it didn't work out.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo on this Monday, the Phoenix Suns have some injuries they need to fight through. How are they going to be able to fight through those injuries? And do we look to Saturday's game as perhaps a little bit of a guide as to how they're going to fight through? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That's it on the line to right center field. Meckler racing, can't reach it. That's going to fall. Thomas scores. Waldschmidt hustles into second. It's a sliding RBI double, and it's now 6-5.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and after the Dillon Brooks injury, how can the Suns keep their mojo intact? We'll discuss our basketball team. Tune in. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
A shout out and a tip of the cap to Litchfield Park on this Monday afternoon. Hope you had a good weekend out there in Litchfield Park, and thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo
They
show.
still celebrating that gold medal in Litchfield Park?
I hope so. We all should be celebrating that gold medal and a successful Winter Olympics for the entire United States team.
Exactly.
They did very, very
well. Second in the medal count.
Second in the medal count, yeah.
Italy was third.
Mm-hmm. Was it Norway first, right?
Norway was first, yeah.
Norway.
Yeah, they have nothing to do. The winter is 11 months long in Norway.
What else are you
I've been to
do?
Norway in the summer and froze my ass off. It's cold.
Yeah, so in
It's
the winter,
cold in
there's
the
really
summer.
nothing to do but perfect your skills at Olympic winter sports. Meanwhile, over the weekend, the Suns split a pair, losing last night to the Portland Trailblazers in one of the all-time most frustrating games you're going to see in terms of your offense. Saturday, though, was kind of the game where Bill Simmons called it a rock fight on Twitter, one that he was strangely intrigued by because it was such a tough watch, but it was also, given Dillon Brooks' injury, given that Devin Booker was unavailable, given that Jordan Goodwin left, this win, Gambo, might be your path to how you're going to survive it. Here's what it sounded like.
Royce gets it, holds above his head, fakes, looks, gets it to Green. He'll try a three in the right corner. He got it at the buzzer, and the Suns win! 113-110, the final in double overtime.
First thing I thought of was like, that was a very important game for the Suns, and it was a very important game for the Magic. The Magic are in the same position as Phoenix. They're in 7th seed in the East. They're a game out of being in 6th. They're fighting to get out of the play-in and get to that 6th seed. And Philly's ahead of them. Miami's right behind them, then Atlanta and Charlotte. So they're in that same spot as Phoenix if you look at the standings. They're in that same 7 spot. So that was a dogfight. That was one of those games where the Suns had it, then they didn't, then they had it, then they didn't, then they had it, and they finally won it. When they got up 91-80 on Jordan Goodwin's wide open 3-pointer with 7.5 left, the Magic called a timeout. And out of that timeout, they just destroyed the Phoenix Suns. Just destroyed Phoenix.
Yes, they did.
I almost couldn't believe what I was watching. I mean, and Goodwin gets hurt. He's limping into the tunnel with 3:47 left. The next thing you know, it's like you're in a fight for your life because 91-80, they go on this run. And it was what was it 94 night. They go on this run to just make a game of it, and then eventually, Banchero finds Black to make it 96-94 with 139 left. Then Allen turns it over. They get the fast break layup. It's 96-96. There's 56 seconds left. It's a tie game. You were just up by 11, and now it's a tie game, and you're fighting for your life in that game. You go to overtime. And then even in the first overtime, Orlando scores the first 5 points. You're like, oh, my God, this is incredible. This run that they're on is just incredible. It was 21-5. It was a 21-5 run over a 10-minute stretch. But then Grayson Allen got hot. And then Grayson Allen saved their ass. And then Jalen Green hit that shot, and they end up winning the game.
Yeah, Grayson Allen saved their ass. And getting him back is – and I think it's understandable why he didn't play yesterday. Coming off the ankle injury, he played all 10 minutes of the overtime. Everybody had to play a lot of minutes. I'm sure they want to be a little careful with him so nothing flares up. And so on the second night of a back-to-back, he didn't play against Portland while he did play against Orlando. Getting Grayson Allen back and keeping him back is essential to this thing staying together until they get Dillon Brooks back.
Yeah.
Getting Devin Booker back as soon as possible obviously is essential. Getting some word on Jordan Goodwin. I know we're all like Dillon Brooks focused. He broke his hand early in that game Saturday against Orlando. He's going to be out 4 to 5 weeks. You've reported he's having surgery today or tomorrow. Right? So obviously he's going to be out of sight, out of mind for the next month or so. In the meantime, hopefully Jordan Goodwin isn't out that long. Hopefully Devin Booker's hip injury can get him back soon. Hopefully Grayson Allen can stay back. And then Jalen Green is the mystery. Because not so much the mystery necessarily. He just has some stuff to figure out. That game Saturday, he was awful in that game. He was awful
until he wasn't.
Yeah. And so the very end, when he's hitting this fadeaway 3 in the corner for what he said was his first game winner in the NBA and maybe the first game winner he's ever hit in his life.
Yes.
Yep. It was painful. He was 6 of 26 from the floor.
But then he drove by Banchero.
That was a huge play.
With 33. It was huge. Suns are up by 1. That was the first big basket. He drives by Banchero. He scores. This floater that he just threw it up, and you could have counted till 10 before it came down and went in the basket. They're up 110-107. Then with 1.1 left after Orlando tied it on the Jalen Carter 3, Grayson Allen lost him. He lost him. He had him, and then he let him go, and the ball went into the post a little bit. Then it got kicked back out by De Silva, and Carter hits the three. Now you're like, okay, we're going to another overtime, but then Jalen Green hits that shot. What an incredible play, because he was able to sneak around Black, who was covering him. He was able to sneak around him. Inbounds by Royce, who's very good at those inbounds play. He wiggled away from Black, and he ends up hitting that shot, falling down, and it goes in. It was just a thrilling win for Phoenix.
The worry here is that, again, not knowing when you're going to start to get some guys back, knowing that Dillon isn't going to be coming back anytime soon. And Jordan Ott said it after yesterday's game. He said, look, I'm not going to point to the injuries or the fact that we were on the second night of a back-to-back after we played double overtime on Saturday. We've been struggling offensively for a while. And I'm kind of paraphrasing what he had to say, but that was basically it. We have been struggling offensively for a while. This isn't a one-game thing. And the worry is, yesterday, 77 points. We joked around. The last time they scored 77 points in a game.
How long ago was that?
Earl Watson got fired about 3 days after that. It was the opener to that crazy season in 2017 when he lasted 3 games and
you know what I remember about that? Not how many points Phoenix scored, but how many points the other teams scored.
Right. I know.
Because it was like,
that's fair.
Well, 130 or 140. Those first 2 of the 3 games that he coached, the other team put up like these mind-boggling numbers.
It'll change when Booker comes back, and it'll change when Allen comes back. So hopefully they don't have to handle this for too much longer. But goodness, without those guys yesterday offensively, it was painful. It was painful.
Yeah.
It was painful watching Jalen Green. Connor Gillespie got it going, especially in the 4th. He was okay. You had to lean on the rookies a little bit. We'll talk about them a little bit later. And
I thought Amir
more
Coffey was giving him a little spark, a little bit.
It's just there wasn't much there. And so now you're figuring at least this week until you get Devin back. You got Boston coming to town on Tuesday. You got L.A., the Lakers, coming into town on Thursday. And offensively, you've got 2 hands tied behind your back until you start getting guys back. I just don't know, like unless Jalen Green just goes nuts or Grayson Allen comes back and like solidifies things. It's been such a struggle for them offensively lately. They're going to be hard pressed until Devin walks back in that door and brings a level of calmness to the offense, I think.
You're probably right. And listen, there was a lot of heavy minutes played in that game against Orlando. Ooh. There were a lot of heavy minutes played in that game. You almost felt, and I said to you on Friday, I'll be very happy if we're in here Monday and we're talking about a split. I don't care about winning both games.
Okay.
I'm happy about the split.
I'm interested in that now, though. Given the Brooks and the Goodwin injury, would you still define yourself as happy?
It's just a different conversation. I'm happy that they split the 2 games and they got a win in one of those games because it keeps them where they need to be.
I get it.
But I'm not, overall, you took it on the chin.
Yeah.
Goodwin's hurt. Brooks is hurt. You had to sit Allen out in that second game. They've been very careful with certain guys. There was a lot. Go look at them. Like 3 guys at like 44, 45 minutes. And
it was
tough. It was tough.
Allen had 33. Green had 37. O'Neal had 46. Gillespie had 45 in that game. Royce had 45 in that game.
Right.
Oso played 29. Grayson played 33. And you could tell by the end of the game, everybody. Eddie Johnson said this during the broadcast. Everybody's burned. Everybody's gassed. Everybody's exhausted. Like every possession, it was just you could just see it. Like the drives that Orlando was making to the rim, they were exhausted. The Suns were just settling for long threes.
Going right by
they were exhausted. Everybody was just so tired in that game.
Yeah.
It was a miracle.
So you almost felt like you were going to lose to Portland. I did. I felt like you were going to lose the Portland game.
Yeah, I thought so too. And
I'll be and listen, I'm not expecting it, but I'll take a split in these next 2 games.
Oh, if you can get a split, I think that's a gift from the basketball gods.
Yeah,
if you can get a split.
Love to take splits right now until guys come back.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, Monty Ossenford is going to take the podium tomorrow in Indianapolis at the Scouting Combine. What do we want to hear him say? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This could be a huge breakout. That's what I'm going to call it. I'd call it a breakout season for Jordan Lawler. This guy's got so much talent. We've heard Mike Hazen talk about him. We've heard the entire organization, Torey Lovello, talk about the unbelievable talent of Jordan Lawler. And when is it going to come to a head? When is it going to happen? I think there's a real possibility this could be the year that all of that talent settles down and suddenly becomes the norm.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2 Vision RLE. SUNSDILE.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-378-7241. 800-378-7241. Again, that's 800-378-7241.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongousaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are in action right now, taking on the Cleveland Guardians in Goodyear. It is the top of the 8th inning. The Cleveland Guardians are up 7-4 on the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Inching closer and closer to the Cardinals' decision. Of course, we already had one when it came to Mike LaFleur being named the next head coach. The next decision comes with Kyler Murray, free agency, who they're going to sign, who they're going to not, the future and things like that. And this is a big week for all of that because it's the NFL Scouting Combine and starts in Indianapolis. I believe those in the organization who were going were on their way today. I was already talking with Lauren a second ago during one of the breaks to see if we're going to be able to get our hands on the Monty Austin-Fort at the podium sound from the Combine, the Mike LaFleur sound. I don't know what they're going to say. I'm sure they're going to speak in generalities and try not to paint themselves into a corner.
Of course.
You know, that's that. But it is the first time, now that the coaching search is behind us, it is, I believe, the first time that we've heard from Monty Austin-Fort when it comes to roster building decisions.
Well, you turn your attention to that now.
Coaching
staff made that you fired Gannon. You made the decision to hire Mike LaFleur. You built a staff with Mike LaFleur. And now you've got to assemble a roster. You've got to decide what players are going to get cut, what players are going to get traded, what are you going to do with quarterback. Now you got to go about evaluate all the talent in the draft and free agency. So that's the next step. And, honestly, I'm glad the other process is over because it's tedious and it's long. It's kind of boring for the most part.
You're not wrong.
Sitting there waiting week after week. I mean, how many times do we sit there for weeks just like, hire a coach today? We're going to have a coach on Friday. We're going to have a coach on Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, it took so damn long. They were the last team to hire a coach. So, I'm glad it's over. Now you start talking about the players. You start talking about the guy. I mean, last year we talked about, Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. We talked about the players that they can get. And so that's the more exciting part, to start talking about players who can come in.
And it's not, even though it's the scouting combine, it's not just the draft and it's not just guys running around doing the underwear Olympics. There are going to be agents there. Preliminary, off-the-record, back-channel conversations, I'm sure, are going to be, if they're not already started already, they're going to start there in Indianapolis. You're going to start planting some seeds in terms of how you're going to roster build this week if you haven't started it already. That's why I liked what our colleague Doug Haller wrote over at The Athletic. Doug, who does, we praise his work all the time, does a fantastic job over there at The Athletic. The task in front of every writer and every market for The Athletic was one hot topic for every team at the 2026 Combine.
Okay.
I clicked on this link and I thought this is going to be about Kyler Murray. Because everything is about Kyler Murray these days, right?
Right.
Like everything you read about the Cardinals. Doug didn't go there. Doug wrote, and I quote, Arizona's quarterback situation is the obvious talking point, but let's focus on GM Monty Ossenfort. Over the last year, his reputation has taken a significant hit. Hired in 2023, he steadily overhauled Arizona's roster, avoiding overspending on flashy free agents and building through the draft, only to watch everything fall apart last season. Arizona's injuries were unfortunate, but the roster's lack of depth was jarring. How Ossenfort survived, unlike coach Jonathan Gannon, was head-scratching. Fans don't have the patience for another rebuild. Ossenfort has to figure out the quarterback situation, identify an immediate difference maker with the draft's number 3 pick, and find a way to keep Arizona competitive in football's toughest division. What's the plan?
Can we take that one by one?
Please.
The 3 things. What was the first one?
First thing was he has to figure out the quarterback situation.
Okay. Yes. Not the easiest thing to do because it's a terrible draft. You've got to. Do you want to spend the money on a free agent like Malik Willis?
Right.
Do you want to draft a quarterback in the second or third? Like, there's a lot that goes into place there. I don't think this is an easy decision. But I would say, if you're sitting in that room, you're probably ultra focused on Malik Willis right now if you're them. If you don't want to go through the rebuild, you're probably focused on him being your starting quarterback.
Identify an immediate difference maker with the draft's number 3 pick.
I love this. You know why?
Yeah. You've been on this hill for 2 weeks now.
I am going to lose my mind if they trade the 3rd pick and trade down. I don't care. You've got to – Pro Football Focus last week did the top 101 players in the National Football League. There were 24 players in the NFC West that were in that. 24 out of 101 were in the NFC West. Only one was an Arizona Cardinal. The other 23 were on Seattle, the Rams, and the 49ers. Mm-hmm. There is a void of top-end talent on the Arizona Cardinals. It's time to start getting great players. Not quality. It's not quantity, but quality.
And find a way to keep Arizona competitive in football's toughest division. What's the plan? And I'm glad Doug wrote about this, all right, because I think this speaks to something I feel like you and I have been talking about for a while now, in that there's this idea of, hey, this season's not going to be very good. Let's just chalk it up to it's going to not be very good. Let's use this year as kind of a rebuild to get you to year 5. And something we've talked about for a while. I don't know if Monty Ossenfort's in a position to be able to afford luxuries like that. I don't know if Monty Ossenfort's in a spot where he can afford another 4-win football season or 5-win football season and think that he's going to be able to keep his job through that. That's a really, if you're going to look at the totality of a 4-year record and say, okay, you've averaged, and I'm just going to ballpark this here, 6 wins per season, whatever it ends up being over a 4-year span. You're going to tell me that general manager gets to choose the quarterback of your future based off of what? Based off of longevity, based off the fact that you don't want to make a switch, based off the fact that you don't want the awkward, hey, we hired a coach under a GM, but the GM's no longer here, and now we don't want to hire a new GM who's just going to want his own guy a coach. I mean, it makes for an incredibly.
Bingo.
But I mean,
But think about
that's
this.
a terrible reason.
It is. And
That's a terrible reason.
I don't disagree. But if you fire Monty after next year because the team wins 5 football games and you're not happy with the development of the players, you are bringing in a new general manager who did not hire the coach.
I know. But it's
like you are.
It's awkward. But to me,
if you want to go down that way,
that is the lesser of two evils versus, hey, Monty, you just won 5 football games. Go pick us a quarterback for the next 10 years. I think that is more filled with danger. I think that's more filled with risk than the idea of firing a general manager and keeping the coach.
You think there's any way they give that Monty's got 2 years no matter what the outcome of next year is?
No.
You don't.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I don't think he's built up enough equity to be able to afford that kind of runway.
But he does have a new coach.
And I know.
And if he could sell Michael Bidwell on, hey, listen,
so you
know,
do? You think he's got the runway to afford?
So I would say to you, and I'm thinking about this, I would say there probably is a point of no return if next season is just absolutely. So here's my point. If you are going to go all in and sign Malik Willis and spend $35 million a year on Malik Willis, you say, we're going to win now. We got the best quarterback. We got the number one free agent available on the market, the number one free agent. As I bang the table and my phone falls down. I got the number one guy. And you go out there and you win 5 football games, arrivederci. You're gone. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Now, if you come in and and you're not able to get a quarterback, I don't know. I wonder if you have more leeway.
I mean, the only thing, and I don't know the answer to this, if there's an acknowledgement behind the scenes between Michael, Monty, and Mike LaFleur, hey, look, this first year, we got to kind of rebuild the patient here. We got to let some guys go. We got to bring some guys in, and this is more like a 5-year plan than it is a 3-year plan. Maybe that buys him another year, no matter what the record. I just have a hard time believing that a general manager with what would be a 4-year record that Monty Austin's for would be if they only won 5 games a season. I don't know how he survives. I don't know how any. I don't.
So then you're hiring a new coach who has no ties to a coach who just gave a 5-year contract.
You're hiring a new general manager.
A new general manager
no ties
who has no ties to a coach.
Yeah, and then eventually you'll be hiring a new coach who's going to be the guy the general manager wants to hire. Yeah, but that is the mess you've stepped in if you're the Cardinals with what you've done. Because rebuilds in the NFL shouldn't take this long.
But what have we said about the history? The trend in the NFL right now is to not fire the general manager.
It is. I know.
Go look at all the coaches that got fired. How many general managers got fired of those teams?
I know.
One? Was it one?
I think it was.
We had 10 coaches fired. We had 10 new coaches, correct?
It was Falcons were one. I think they were the only one that also. The Dolphins already had a GM vacancy. So I think it was just the one who fired their GM.
Okay, so that means it's eight times a general manager had his coach get fired and he kept his job.
I know, but
I mean, what? But I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I'm not an owner, but there's something going on that the GMs keep keeping their jobs.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Jordan Lawler has started his spring training hot. And I'm not just talking about what happened over the weekend. Like what's going on right now in Goodyear. Jordan Lawler is making himself a little bit of a statement about his spot in the outfield for the Diamondbacks. We'll give you the latest next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest.
What will it look like when you get the Cardinals rolling? What will this offense look like?
I say this, and I just told the staff this about 12 minutes ago. I said, we're going to operate better than anyone in the NFL, and I really believe that because that takes no talent. That's just setting foundations with our cadence, with our formations, with how we break the huddle. Like, that I can guarantee. Like, we're going to operate at an extremely high level. I just firmly believe that, the way that we're going to teach these guys and the way that they're going to take a lot of pride in that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Mitch Bratt and Cole Drake of Merrill Kelly trade make Diamondbacks spring debuts. The return timeline for Suns Dillon Brooks is reportedly 4 to 6 weeks with his broken hand. And somebody paid how much? Josh Rosen's rookie card sells for a crazy amount. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
$26,000 for Josh Rosen's rookie card. I think that's going to be in the reset. We'll gawk about that in a minute. It's. At least we know Josh Rosen's alive. We just got a wellness check on Josh Rosen. Somebody.
We did lose 2 former Cardinals over the weekend.
I know.
Sad.
I know that was sad.
So sad.
I probably shouldn't have made that joke, but that was the Rondell Moore situation.
So
Please, everybody, if you need help, get help. You know, if you need help, there's always someone to talk to.
Reach out to somebody.
There's
anybody.
always somebody to talk to. In the meantime, Jordan Lawler, this weekend.
The 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball, that is hammered. Left field and deep.
And Jordan Lawler gets the Diamondbacks on the board with a solo shot.
Sweeper that didn't sweep, and he launched that ball. A high top spin line drive that found the berm out in left field. Great swing by Lawler.
That was this weekend, and not that we're going to get super excited about what happens in 2 or 3 Cactus League games, Gambo, because we certainly know better than that. Jordan Lawler today, 3 for 4. He's got a home run to left field that went 104 miles per hour off the bat. So far this spring training, he is 4 for 6, 2 runs, 10 total bases, 2 homers, 2 RBI, a walk, and a strikeout.
This is incredible.
You couldn't have asked for it.
No.
Anything better at a Jordan Lawler at the very, very early start of this spring training.
Yeah,
right?
and we'll get to Alec Thomas in a second because that new stance without the leg kick, I think, is starting to really pay dividends for him, too. But there's a reason to the madness. You just don't automatically, my brain was like, Alec Thomas is your best center fielder. How do you not play him in center field? They might be thinking that Alec Thomas is not as good as an everyday player as Jordan Lawler. That if Lawler can just settle in center field, here's your position, don't worry about anything else, just run down balls, and he hits the way he's hitting right now, this is the time. We've said it 100 times. Your time as the top prospect is over this year. It's over.
Yeah.
If you're going to start having the bust label if you don't come through this year and start playing well. This is the time to be a major leaguer. This is not the time to go back to the minors and be a AAA guy. It's time to establish yourself as a major league player. The time is now. If he can continue to hit like that, and listen, I will say this, as much as there's been doubts about him, they have always believed that he could do this. They have never wavered. Whether it's Mike Hazen, Torey Lovello, Derek Hall, they've never wavered on their belief that they weren't looking to trade this guy. If they were, it was going to be extremely high value. They were not going to sell low on him. Even though they had all these other needs, they were very true in their belief that he could be a great player.
Yeah. Now, again, doing it in 2 Cactus League games, there's a long, long way to go. But better this than the alternative. Better this than him a 1 for 10 start or a 2 for 20 start or something like that, right? Because then those doubts start to creep in, and then you need to wonder if you need a plan B or a plan C or a plan D when it comes to the outfield. Jordan Lawler hitting the crap out of the ball is plan A, is absolutely plan A for this team in the offseason.
Yeah.
And it's a good start. He talked over the weekend, so obviously not today, over the weekend about the things that he worked on in the offseason.
Mechanics. Changed a little bit there, not much. Just being athletic. That's kind of my word this year is athletic, whether it's outfield, infield, or in the box. I want to use my athleticism. And after that, it comes down to your plan, which is your approach and your timing. So those are kind of 2 focal points, and when you iron those out and commit to something, good things happen.
And the thing that our buddy Jack Summers noted over the weekend that I think should be pointed out, if you're really going to get in the weeds and inside baseball on this one, the homer he hit on Saturday was off a 79-mile-per-hour slider, a breaking pitch. He has really struggled against the breaking pitches in his major league career, really struggled against it. Off-speed, breaking stuff. I believe it was against a right-hander, so you had some right-on-right action when he hit it. Like, all of it was just like, okay, that's encouraging. Oh, that's encouraging. Okay,
Yeah.
like little breadcrumbs of encouragement.
Corbin Carroll ended up putting up some good power numbers, but I was really concerned with the lack of home runs that they would have out of their outfield. Gurriel's not a big home run hitter. He'll hit some, but he's not a big home run hitter. Alec Thomas and Jake McCarthy were not good home run hitters, and Corbin had some pop for sure, but if Jordan Lawler can come into this lineup and create a little bit of pop, and think about this. We're so focused right now on the MRI with Merrill Kelly and Gallen throwing and the staff. If Jordan Lawler pops and is a really good offensive player, so now you're talking about Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Nolan Arenado, who's going to be able to hit until he's 70. You start to think about the offense and Corbin Carroll and how good this offense could be if he's in. Now, the interesting part to me is, like, where do you bat him if you're Torey? Like, where do you protect him early and have him lower in the lineup? Or do you feel like he's a guy that could bat in the top of the lineup right now? So I'm really interested in that as well, because if he pops, you could think about how good your 1 through 5 can be. If you've got Marte and Carroll at the top, that's your 1-2. Say Lawler's 3, Arenado's 4, could have, Gabby Moreno 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got the potential for a Really good. Think about it. Like, say Marte bats leadoff, Corbin second.
You got Perdomo ninth?
I like Perdomo late because I like to having the two leadoff guys at the top. Now, they may not go that way. I like that. I love him at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
But I think you've got to, because I think Arenado's going to hit. So I think you're really good. If you go Corbin Carroll, Marte, Perdomo, Arenado, I think Gabby's a big key at 5. You might be able to switch that to somebody else, but Gurriel's going to DH, like I said. When he comes back, he'll DH a little bit, so he could be your 6. So I think you got the potential for a really dangerous lineup.
You mentioned Alek Thomas. He's also off.
Swing.
It's early.
Swing.
It's good start. He made some tweaks in his swing that we talked about last week. The front foot, maybe not doing the big monster kick that he's been doing.
Right.
Just a little shorter stride to kind of keep his swing mechanics in check. So far, again, it's very, 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 very early. But the early returns are good for Alek Thomas.
Yeah, this is a big year for him, too, and he's battling for a spot. They traded Jake McCarthy. They're kind of moving him around a little bit. He's playing some left field. But the thing with him is, like, if you go look at Alek Thomas for 4 years, he just doesn't hit. Like, you just got to hit, and Alek Thomas doesn't need to hit 300 to be in the big leagues. But if he hits 255 to 265, he could be a really good everyday player because of how good he is defensively.
Yeah, another guy, real quick, just to mention, and this is just based off of what's going on today. Ryan Waldschmidt. 106 miles per hour off the bat today for his first spring home run. The batting average hasn't been stellar. Again, it's really early. It's a small sample size. He is hitting the ball very, very hard so far this spring. And he's a low-key, off the radar. Not off the radar. He's on the radar. But I think most people thought he wouldn't push for a roster spot this early, and he still very well might be more of a September guy for this team. But he's a guy that if he has a good enough spring, he could be their Blaze Alexander from a couple of years ago, where he's just so good, we have to give you a spot right out of the chute. We'd be crazy if we didn't.
He had the RBI double in the gap in right center yesterday. That was the game Barossa hit a home run. Alek Thomas drove in 2 runs with the double to center field. But Waldschmidt's definitely a guy to keep your eye on. Like I said, I don't think that their plan wasn't to have him start this year, but I wonder if he could put some pressure on him. I think the plan is that he will play this year in the major leagues. I don't believe that they wanted to start him right away.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, reset time. Lauren will get you caught up on everything going on in sports. The 4 o'clock reset is next here on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, local, AC, plumbing, and electric. They truly do it all at Christian Brothers. Matter of fact, I used them recently for some backyard lighting. Yeah, at some backyard, I needed to replace the backyard lights. Mine were kind of old, and I have some new plants put in, and I wanted to have some lights put up against those plants. I didn't want to go with my landscaper because he does a good job as a landscaper. He's not an electrician. He's not an electrician. So I went with Christian Brothers because they are electricians, and there's a lot of electrical work that gets done with that. They did a great job for me installing the lights in my backyard. Ozzy came out, and he was fantastic. I've used Christian Brothers recently. A toilet bowl. It wasn't flushing properly. I had Christian Brothers come out. They fixed the toilet bowl. When it comes to your AC unit, a lot of people got to start thinking about tune-ups for your AC unit or maybe a new unit. They're offering $2,500 off brand new AC units right now at Christian Brothers. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 to its signing. All leases, zero security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
KMPP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are in action right now, taking on the Cleveland Guardians in Goodyear. It is 9-5 in favor of the Guardians. It is the bottom of the 8th inning and 2 outs in the 8th inning. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Stories we've talked about, stories we haven't. Everything going on in sports. We try to cram it as best we can into one segment. Sometimes we don't get to all of it. We do our best. Here's Lauren.
Sometimes we go really long, and everybody gets really mad at us.
I know, and we try.
We get yelled at,
and we always say the same thing. We'll do better next time.
We'll do better next time.
We'll do better next time. We're always striving to improve. So, Lauren, you got it. Take us on a tour of the top stories of the day. What do we got?
All right, well, let's start with the top story that Gambo wanted to start with, but we didn't today.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around the car. United States with numbers. Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
What a great moment. I've been on a high for so long. I know the Kachuk kids. I know both of them. They were kids and babies when they were here, but They used to come to my house when they were little, so it means a lot to me to see them win the gold in USA because I was 14 years old in 1980 when they won it. I was an ice hockey player then, playing at a skate land in New High Park. So it means so much to me that they won it. So just a thriller. And I'm arguing with a lot of the Canadians on social media because they were like, "You guys need to be more humble." No, we don't. The better team didn't win. Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Who won? You score the most goals, you win. The Canadians are whining left and right about this loss, just whining. And I'm enjoying every minute of it. They're crying.
Shocked to hear that you're arguing with people on social media. Absolutely
the best
shocking.
team didn't win. Whoever had the most goals wins. That was us.
The fun part, the funny part about it is that Jack Hughes is still a really young player in this league.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he'll ever do everything the rest of his life that will top this.
Number 1 overall pick by the Devils. And he's been there for 5 or 6 years. Tough team. They're not the old Devils that won all those cups.
And I know that's a big burden to put on a kid at this point in his career, but you just think that might be it, dude. That might be the pinnacle of your hockey. To think that it might be that. It was tremendously fun. I'm glad the matchup we all wanted, and it delivered.
Yeah.
Absolutely delivered.
And I loved how proud he was to be an American. How proud he was to live in this country. I loved that.
Shout out to the Hughes brothers for playing in that matchup. Their younger brother, Luke, who was not on the Olympic team but plays for the Devils, FaceTimed Quinn and Jack after the game and said, "Yeah, Jack's really happy. He doesn't look as pretty as he used to."
Oh, my God.
His tooth knocked out,
teeth. Yeah, 2 teeth are gone. The interview he had with the sideline reporter for NBC, it was the best because he was just so happy. And he was lisping through the 2 missing teeth that he had in the front of his mouth. It was great. Everything about it was just wonderful yesterday.
One of the best photos to come out of the Olympics, him biting down on his gold medal, and it zoomed in to just his mouth, missing the teeth
fantastic.
there.
Great moment.
All right, and some not-so-fun news. After the Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend, the Suns announced that Dillon Brooks will be out for 4 to 6 weeks with a broken left hand. Gambo, you're reporting surgery for Dillon Brooks today or tomorrow.
Surgery. He will have surgery on the left hand, so we are reporting that. And my understanding is the surgery is scheduled for either today or tomorrow. So within the next 24 hours, he's going to have that surgery. So, again, people are asking me, does that change the timeline? No. Does not change the timeline. They're still expecting him back 4 to 6 weeks. I've heard optimistically that it could be 5 weeks. He's a tough guy. If he heals right, that he could be back in 5. That's the optimistic version is 4 to 5, not 5 to 6.
If it's 5, there are 8 games left in the season. If it's 6 weeks, there are 4 games left in the season. If it ends up being the full 6 weeks, 4 games, that's it.
All right, we'll see you on that one. The Suns, they're back in action tomorrow against the Boston Celtics. And another tanking alert.
Uh-oh, what do you got?
Utah Jazz center Yusuf Nurkic will undergo a surgical procedure on his nose that will sideline him the rest of the season.
You can't wear a mask?
On his nose.
On his nose.
You're 7 feet tall. How many people get up to your nose anyway?
Maybe 10.
Come on.
Didn't I also see
Put a mask on?
Cooper Flagg's going to miss another game. I think I saw that on social too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of the funniest memes after the USA won is they had all these all these NBA players looking at Hughes getting his teeth knocked out and still playing, and in the NBA we'd be out for 4 months if we had that happen to us.
If they were on a tanking team, they would. For
sure.
Yeah.
We don't play with an ingrown toenail.
Not if your team is tanking, you don't.
No, and in MLB news, Torey Lovello pregame today on his concern level with Merrill Kelly.
Still feel really good about him maintaining good health. He's worked hard. I'm going to remain as optimistic as possible that we'll get the best news possible. But I know anything is at play here. But Merrill works hard to keep himself in shape, so we're going to remain positive.
I did check on it just a short time ago, and there is still nothing yet on the MRI. I don't think it's going to be that bad. I don't think they're bracing for it to be that bad.
Okay, good.
Bernsey is.
No, I'm not. I'm just, until I hear.
I know, until you hear.
I'm going to be uncomfortable.
I know.
You know, because I really, and I said this earlier and I really believe it, I can handle churn at the bottom of the rotation, I don't think this team can afford a whole lot of. So until I hear something officially either through your reporting or Corey announces it,
that he will only pitch in one game for Team USA during pool play in the 2026 World Baseball Classic before he returns to Detroit Tigers.
Here, and he's going to make $800 million. Or whatever it's going to end up being, right?
Yes.
Right? This is his free agent year? Yeah.
That's that owner's the pizza guy?
Yes, the little
pepperoni you want.
All the pepperoni all the time.
Don't order pepperoni in Italy, please. It's got to be a free agent. Oh, my God, I can't wait to see that contract. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how much the Dodgers are going to give him. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
So excited.
Oh, no.
How much are the Dodgers going to give him?
They probably already got an offer on the table deferred. We'll give you $1 billion.
Tarek, just to let you know.
3/4 of it deferred.
We're going to give you $1 billion in a year. Just the offer's there. There you go. We're not allowed to offer it to you, but we're going to give it to you anyway. $1 billion.
Yes. We've actually deferred the money to pay your kids until they're 90. Yes. Yes.
I, on the other hand, am not excited to see how much Tarek Skubal gets because it's going to be the Dodgers and it's going to be an insane amount. It's going to piss everybody off.
The last of the deferred payments will come in 2099. But your kids will get it, I promise.
And the NFL Scouting Combine is this week. Tomorrow, head coach LaFleur and Monty Austin-Fort will speak at the Combine at 11:15 and noon, respectively.
Ty Simpson is going to throw at the Combine, which I think...
He has to.
I mean, I agree, but they don't... A lot of them have to, and they don't. They wait till the pro day when they can kind of control it. I'm glad that he is, and I'll be really curious to see if it's stock up or stock down after he throws.
Right.
I'm really curious. I think it's Saturday when he throws. So, see, because if it's stock down, maybe you can get him in the second round if you even want him if you're the Cardinals. If it's stock up, there's no way you're not getting him.
No. And a Josh Rosen rookie card recently sold for $26,400
Shut
at
the front
auction.
door!
That is 5 times higher than any other Josh Rosen card has sold for.
I mean,
why?
Even if it is Josh.
Why?
Why? Campos, that is the question.
I mean, can you imagine, like, just think about this. Go home to your wife. Forget about the rah-rah room dinner. Honey, I just bought a rookie Josh Rosen card for $26,000.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it's worse than driving a car out of the lot with the depreciation. Like, if that guy went to sell it right now, I don't think he can get $500 for it.
I wonder if he bought it. I wonder if it's him. I really do. I can't imagine why anybody else would value that card other than Josh Rosen. Doesn't make any sense.
It's got like a kaboom on it, right? It's a different.
Man, it can it could serve guacamole and chips to me every day. I wouldn't care.
Really?
$26,000.
I would maybe care then.
Yeah, I might care a little bit then.
Yeah.
Okay, man. I didn't realize guacamole.
I mean, you got a card that's gonna
was such a needle mover around here.
NFL draft bust rookie card fetches. I'm just reading the story right now. Like everybody's like dumbfounded by this.
Mm-hmm.
Who else but him? Who else but
Fetches
him?
shocking sum at auction.
Yeah.
Panini Kaboom piece. This despite him only logging snaps in 24 career games. Why? I just want to know, honestly, why.
Well, the owner of the $26,000 Josh Rosen card,
I might have
step to the front.
Industry insiders pointed out it's far more likely someone is trying to complete the 2018 Panini Kaboom set.
So it's like the
I gotta have that card.
The Infinity Stones. You need the Soul Stone before you can snap your fingers and wipe away half of humanity. So it's the gauntlet on Thanos' hand. Okay, I get it now. That makes sense.
Kaboom!
Not as exciting. Wish it was Josh Rosen for that one. No. And then in some sad news over the weekend,
very
Rondale Moore passed away on Saturday from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was 25 years old.
It was remarkable reading some of the social media messages from people like Hollywood Brown and Kyler Murray who were like, I just talked to you.
Hollywood Browns. I just got off the phone 3 hours ago.
I just talked to you. We just spoke. But, unfortunately, that's how it is sometimes with mental health and in men in particular. They just don't want to talk about it. And I don't want to presume to know what Rondale Moore was going through. But gosh, you're never alone.
Injuries.
Yeah, and a lot of people calling him injury prone, and his career was a mess. He was always, he was never able to do what he wanted to do because of the injuries. Man, there is always somebody to talk to if you need to talk to somebody.
Yeah, we've got a big mental health problem in this country.
Yes.
And there are a lot of great professionals out there that can help you. So if you're out there and you're struggling, reach out to somebody. Reach out to a friend. Reach out to me or Bernsey on Twitter, man. I've talked to people in those situations before on social media. I mean, before you do anything, reach out to somebody and talk to someone.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We do appreciate it. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, our expectations of the Phoenix Suns, have they changed based off of the injuries they're suffering? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
The 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit hard on a line to center field. That ball's going to get down. It's cut off right before the wall. McLaughlin scores. Here comes Gruber. Throw to the plate. A good one, but not in time. It's a 2-run double. And the Diamondbacks are back to within 2.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
I do love telling you about Lifeguard Imaging. I had a friend reach out the other day, said, yeah, I went to Lifeguard Imaging, me and the wife, and I was okay, but she had some things we have to address. So good thing I found out about this, because now we can go to our doctor, we can show all the results, because we're offering the complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging for free. Now, again, this offer is over. Early detection saves lives. It's proven. It's a fact. 1 in 2 men will get cancer. 1 in 3 women will get cancer. Most will find out when it's too late, which is why the scans can help you get ahead of that for free right now. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns Celtics. The fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The fun may start at 6 tomorrow, but they're already having fun in Levine. At least I think they're having fun in Levine. I hope they are. I don't know
How do you
for
know?
sure. I just, every time I go to Levine, it seems like they're having fun.
They're having a party.
It seems like it's fun.
Yeah.
This is Levine. This place is fun. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo Show.
My least favorite teacher in my life was Mrs. Levine.
Really?
Sorry, Levine. No, my fourth
Really?
grade teacher. Oh, my goodness, she was mean.
Wow.
Oh, she was mean.
What, mean, huh?
Mean Levine, we called her. Mean Levine.
Wrap your knuckles with a ruler?
She
kinda
was
like
just
a Catholic school kind of
She
thing?
hated the world, man, and she hated us kids. She hated all of us. Fourth grade teacher, Miss Levine.
She hated the
hated
world.
us.
That's fantastic.
Hated every kid in that class.
I didn't know what grade I thought you were going to say, but fourth was much lower than I thought it was
Fourth grade.
going to be.
Mrs. Mean Levine. We called her Mean Levine. She hated everybody. Hated us.
Well, because you were calling her names. I mean, I'm sure she was in a
Did you
grumpy
call her
mood.
names to her face?
No, I was in fourth grade. I wasn't that brave. She was mean.
I wouldn't have put it past fourth grade Gambo.
Oh, no, fourth grade Gambo? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yo, hey, Mean Levine.
Yeah.
I don't feel like reciting the alphabet today. Not going to do it.
She hated that I couldn't write in script.
I mean, curse. You mean,
Yeah,
like
curse. I didn't know how to do it.
That is one of those things where, I mean, why did they teach me how to do that?
Yeah,
Other
I don't know how.
Other than assign my name.
They
why,
taught me how to do it,
well, I
too.
know, yeah. Why did they teach
Third grade Lauren.
any of us how to write in cursive? It's just like I'll understand the value of teaching kids math. I get that, problem solving and all that stuff, even if you don't go into a field that features math. But cursive? Who cares?
I went to my mother and I told her to get me out of the class, and she wouldn't. So the next day I went into one of the other teachers' classes, and I sat there, and eventually they kicked me back into our class. So my mother said no. I'm like, I need to get out of this class. And she was like, no. And so the next day I went into another class, and I sat there, and I was like, I tried to force myself into going to another class.
That's funny.
And they're like, you don't belong here. And I had to go back to Mrs. Levine's class.
It was a rough weekend for the Phoenix Suns. They got the split, which you said going into the weekend was
I'll
all
take
that you
it.
were hoping
I'll take
for.
it. Mhm.
But obviously, it's deeper than that. And the Dillon Brooks injury, you're reporting that he's going to have surgery either today or tomorrow.
Yes.
That it's they're hoping it's only 4 to 5 weeks. They're hoping that he heals fast and comes back quick.
Yes.
And all that stuff. But obviously, they're losing their heartbeat guy, and they're still without Devin Booker for at least a couple more games. We'll see when they get him back. I think we're not spending nearly enough time talking about Jordan Goodwin either. Now, I don't know when he's going to be back. Suffered that calf injury. Calf injuries make me nervous because the
Man.
calf is so close to the Achilles, and you hope it's nothing like that, right?
That's so true.
But to watch him run off the floor the way he did without a moment's pause, like, yep, nope,
I'm outta here.
I'm out. I'm not playing. He's so important.
Heart
to
and
what
soul
they
guy,
do.
offensively, defensively. You mentioned it. Like, I said to you, like, okay, Dillon Brooks is out. It's a leadership void on the court. Like, he could still lead, but not on the court. Like, who could that be? You were like Goodwin. Like, but now Goodwin's out, but that injury. About 3 minutes left, he came out of the game. You just saw him run right into the tunnel. It was like, oh boy, this is not good. So I have not gotten an update on him. I've got some feelers out to try to find out what the update is on him. But obviously a big concern right there because this Suns team has never been healthy. My big what if, and we've had a lot of what ifs in Phoenix sports, is we've never seen this team. We're not going to see this team play at full strength for any extended period of time. We're just not. They're going to go into the play-in game or the playoffs or whatever it is, and they're not going to know really how to play with each other because they just haven't done it all season long. Goodwin is different than Book, than Green, than Brooks. Those guys are, more star players. Goodwin is your glue, your role player, like your do everything, intangible.
No doubt.
Not that those other guys, like Brooks, has a lot of intangibles, but Jordan Goodwin is one of those guys that you rely on when somebody's not going right. He's going to step up and get the job done.
Honestly, until Grayson Allen did what he did in the 2 overtimes of that game,
You would have said it was Goodwin.
Jordan Goodwin was the best player on the floor for the Suns in that game.
Yeah.
On Saturday against Orlando. I mean, like he was playing his ass off in that game. So I think, and I'm glad you said all that about him because I think we need to acknowledge his injury as well and hope that his isn't a long-term deal. Now, it's interesting, and we'll get to our poll question at 4:45, but the gist of it is kind of what we're talking about here. Has it changed your expectations for the Suns this year? based off of your answering of the question, it sounds like you're kind of a no, that it really hasn't changed your expectations. It's changed mine. Like, I think you just have to set the bar a little bit lower for this team.
I think you're wrong. My expectations before the injuries were that the Suns could get to 6, past the Lakers and get to 6.
Okay.
My expectations now are that they'll finish in 7. I still don't think they fall further down than 7.
Okay.
My reasoning would be the mush. They've got a lot of games against teams that don't want to win. And if you play hard, you're going to beat those teams. They're not trying to win basketball games.
They've got, after this week where it's Boston and the Lakers, no mush there.
Okay.
Then it's
Count 'em.
It's Sacramento, mush. Chicago, mush. New Orleans, mush. Charlotte, they're playing decent.
They're playing hard.
So they're not mush.
Nope.
Milwaukee is mush. Indiana is mush.
Yep.
Is Toronto mush? They're
No,
kind of they're not mush.
Nope, they're in
not
the playoffs.
Then it's Boston, Minnesota, San Antonio, no mush there. Then it's Milwaukee, mush.
6.
Then it's back to Toronto, back to Denver. Then it's Utah, mush.
7.
Memphis, mush.
8.
Then it's a couple games, and it's Chicago, mush.
9.
Then there's a couple games, and there's Dallas, that's mush.
10.
10 mush games left.
Yeah, that's why. That's why they're going to be fine.
Games.
That's why they're going to be fine. How many games are left overall? Is it 25, 24?
22, I think.
Okay. And almost half of those games.
23.
Almost half of those games are against, teams that aren't trying to win basketball games.
24. I'm sorry.
Now, I will say
24
this.
games. I'm sorry.
I will say my belief was that they were going to win all of those games, maybe lose 1. They might lose 2 of them now. Like, you might just run into a team that just decides to play hard and you don't have your guys, so it might be harder to win all of those games now that you're without Dillon for an extended period of time.
And I didn't mean to speak for you. You're right. You're basically saying you don't think 6 is that attainable. So you are.
I think it's
going to
be hard now.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm. If the conversation is can they get caught in the play-in tournament, it's who's going to catch them. All right, because that's part of that equation. Can Golden State catch them? They're 2 games back in the loss column. I think a lot of that depends on when Steph gets back and how he plays when he does. So that's for the 8th seed. If they're going to drop down to 9 or 10, you have to worry about Portland or the Clippers. I'm not that worried about Portland. The Clippers, I'm kind of worried about. I'm kind of worried that, especially, like, let's say this week goes really bad and you lose both of the games against the Celtics and the Lakers. Well, now you're that much closer to the 9-10 line, and you really puts the pressure on you to take care of business against the mush. I guess, Gambo, bottom line, I just don't know how they're going to react when they don't have Dillon Brooks out there.
Yeah.
He is their pulse. He just is. Not Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks. He is their pulse. He is their beating heart, and I don't know how they're going to do when they don't have him.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. We're going to find out. Like, we have no choice. We're going to find out. This team has prided itself on its quality depth all year long, and now we'll see that depth is going to be tested.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game on February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the info. Is Breece Hall the answer for the Cardinals' running back problem, and just how much is that going to cost? Next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, V's Barbershop, best in the Valley. They've won Best of Phoenix so many times in their 26 years that I've lost track. Honestly, I think it's 20 of those 26 years, 21, maybe even 22 of those 26 years. They are the best in the Valley by a country mile because they've got the very best barbers, because they perform the very best services. They've got the coolest, most unique environment. And I mean, more importantly, I think in this crazy world where it's hectic and you got a lot going on and sometimes you just want to get away, V's Barbershop is a great place to get away and kind of leave your problems at the door, even for just a half hour, where you kind of leave the world behind a little bit. Now that I got rid of this scruffy beard, the hot lather shave is back on the plate too when it comes to V's Barbershop, because if you want 30 minutes of absolute relaxation, a hot lather shave at V's Barbershop is the way to go. I'll be signing up for one of those real quick. Next time you need a haircut, Hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Cleveland Guardians today 9-5. Jordan Lawler finished the day 3 for 4 with a home run, his second of the spring. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could the Arizona Cardinals somehow land Jordan Tyson in the NFL draft? We'll be talking Cardinals tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show on this Monday. Hope everybody out there had a great weekend. As always, we appreciate you hanging out with us and letting us keep you company on this Monday. If you're watching this on our YouTube channel, you can subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube. They've put a lot of investment into making this.
I mean, the investment is through the roof. Like, I'm going to show you the amount of investment we've made. Let me just show you.
Oh no!
Show you.
I was
the amount of investment.
I don't know if you're supposed to.
I'm going to show you
off.
on YouTube. I'm going to show you on YouTube.
If you're watching on YouTube,
the amount of investment we have made.
See that button? We're going to hit. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know if mine works in here. Yeah.
Darn it.
Yeah.
No shooting.
Gambo, I am literally alone. Jamal left less than 10 minutes ago from over here.
I don't think I said it.
You said 3/4 of it.
I don't think I said it.
That's too many quarters.
You said
that's more than half, Gambo.
It's a 4-letter word. You said the first 3.
Okay.
You said. which
That's like when Tori Lavello got in trouble for spelling out the curse words on the air. It's the same issue.
Anyway, what Gambo was showing to YouTube cameras was what they are affectionately referring to as our belly button stickers.
Yes.
They've put these stickers on our desk where they kind of want us lining up our belly button so that we've got the proper shot with the camera.
I mean, listen, of all things, I've got a belly button sticker. Like, are you kidding me? Like, seriously.
It's like when you were a kid, you went to the doctor and they gave you a sticker and you were so excited because you got a sticker at the doctor, and now you got a little belly button sticker right there. So, anyway, I'm
So
sure.
if you could have any sticker you wanted, what would you choose right there?
When I went
Because
to the,
I want to,
I went to the doctor.
No, like if we could change our stickers, like instead of a green dot, what would you have?
I'd want like a superhero.
A
sticker or
superhero.
something. Oh yeah, like if they had superhero stickers at the or dinosaurs. Dinosaur stickers when I was a kid. I was a big fan of dinosaurs.
I'll take a
when I was
Scooby Doo
little kid.
sticker. Let's go.
Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this Brees Hall thing. Rich Cimini, you worked with him, right?
Yeah, we had Newsday. We were together at Newsday.
He's a guy you worked with, right? Yeah. Rich Cimini was doing a piece on ESPN.com. 5 pending free agents the Jets must decide on. The first name that he mentioned was Brees Hall. And Brees Hall's talking very confidently right now, considers himself one of the top backs in the NFL. He would want a deal, presumably, that would put him in the top 5%, or the top 5, I should say, in his salary, because of all the free agents that they've gotten, because of all the running backs that are out there. Cimini is speculating the Jets might not use the franchise tag.
That's a big question right now.
Yeah, which is 14.5. Or but he does say the transition tag might make a little more sense. That's like 11.7. He writes he'll only be 25. One of the reasons why he would be one of the most coveted free agents, the Arizona Cardinals, coached by former Jets offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, could be a potential suitor.
Brees Hall is a big name that's out there. Kenneth Walker is another one. Javonte Williams signed with the Cowboys.
Yes.
He got a pretty average deal. Like
3-year deal with $16 million guaranteed.
$16 million guaranteed. That's it.
I think that was unreasonable at all for Javonte Williams.
Right.
For the 9th leading running back in the NFL last year at over 12,000 yards rushing.
People compared the contract to Saquon Barkley. It's like he got a fraction of what Barkley got. I got it, but I don't know if those, like Barkley got that money, and he did not have a good year last year, Saquon Barkley.
No.
He was not great. I look at Javonte, and he was great for Dallas. He was terrific for them. Then I look at Walker, and I'm like, okay, now he doesn't catch the ball out of the backfield as some of the other guys do, but he's still a great running back. Brees Hall would be fantastic. Brees Hall would be absolutely fantastic. And you solve the issue without having to use a draft pick on a running back. Mm-hmm. Now you can say, I got Trey Benson as my backup. And what you can't do is you can't rely on what you have to get you through because it's not good enough. I think you let James Conner go because of age and injuries. I think you keep Trey Benson because he still hasn't had enough time to show what he can do. And I think you go out and you get a bona fide number one. The question is, do you do it in the draft or do you do it in free agency? The problem with any running back is you look at the wear and tear. Javonte Williams hasn't had a lot of wear and tear on him. Barkley has. So, that's an issue that when you draft a running back, you feel like I've got 5 good years out of this guy because he hasn't had the wear and tear. Mm-hmm. When you get a guy like a Brees Hall, or you get somebody like a Saquon Barkley, if you get somebody that's been in the league for a number of years, there are only a certain amount of hits that you can take. So when you look at Brees Hall, although he's only 24 years old, he's been in the league for 4 years. He's played in 56 games. He's had 755 carries and 188 receptions. That's 1,000 times he's gotten hit. So, he's still fine because he's still very, very young. But you just wonder, I would go for Brees Hall. If you could get him, he's the perfect combination of guy because he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He can, and he runs the ball very well at a 4.5 yards per carry clip. He'd be a great guy.
There are a bunch of running backs out there. Javonte Williams, as you mentioned, is off the table. But Brees Hall's out there. Travis Etienne Jr. is out there. Rico Dowdell is out there. Kenneth Walker III, you mentioned him. He's out there. Rashad White, Isaiah Pacheco, they're also pending free agents. It's a good year in free agency to need a running back. So I do think the Cardinals have a lot of options here. The question for me about spending big on a running back, and I'm not, as crazy as this is going to sound, I'm not hugely opposed to it. I guess I just would want to know, like, at what expense? What are you not signing if you're signing a big money running back? Are you not signing a guard? Because you need one of those. Are you not signing a tackle? Because you need one of those.
Let's be honest. If they trade Kyler Murray, they're going to get this windfall of cash that they can spend. Whether they spend it or not is a different story, but they would have it.
If they trade Kyler Murray and get a middling draft pick back for him, but just get off the salary.
Yeah.
That's $34 million in cap space they get.
Yes.
Then if there's, 7 guys that they can cut that are mostly all pretty reasable.
James Conner, Evan Brown, Akeem Davis-Gaither.
Dalvin Tomlinson.
You can cut a bunch of guys and free up even more money.
Then you're cutting another $50 million. I mean,
Zaven Collins.
You can have $100 million in cap space in a blink of an eye. Now, if you do it that way and you're willing to spend it, you're going to tell me let's say you say, I'm going to go into free agency. And because I spent everything last year on defense, you're looking for, in no particular order, a quarterback potentially. You're looking for a running back. You're looking for a guard. You're looking for a tackle. And you're probably looking for a defensive lineman. Right? Those are if now you're not
keeping Jalen Thompson.
You're not. I don't know. Because if you're not, then you might need a safety too.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking you that.
So I mean, suddenly you're not going to be able to get premium of all of those positions. You're just not. And there's a supply and demand thing. I was looking at the tackles. Man, there's nobody out there. Free agency tackles. It's slim. Defensive interior linemen. It's slim. There's not a lot of guys out there at all, right? Like you.
Yeah.
So
I saw a thing today on the potential price tag for Paris Johnson Jr. and what he could get in free agency.
4 years and $90 million.
It was 4 years and $90 million.
He's not a free agent.
But they're saying they could get him this year. You can sign him this year. He's projected to sign a 4-year, $90 million deal this offseason. Average annual value of $22.5 million. He's 24 years old. 6th overall pick in 23, started 43 games. So 4 years, $90 million. He's gonna get a boost.
Yeah, he's gonna get, of course. And so you think now you start to think about if you're Monty and you're trying to figure out how you're gonna Tetris this, right? You start thinking, okay, I'll draft the right tackle. I'll spend a little bit of money on a premium guard. I'll spend a little bit of money on a premium-ish running back, Breece Hall or one of the other guys I mentioned. If you're going to go for it, you'll spend $35 million a year on Malik Willis for 2 or 3 years, right, to bring him in the fold, and then see what's there on the defensive line, and then go address the other stuff in the draft because and then you're going to really almost have to get a right tackle in the draft if you don't do it in free agency because you have to. This is how bad it is at tackle. I saw a listing today of the top 10 free agents at each position. Jonah Williams was listed as the 6th best tackle on the free agent market.
And he stinks.
No offense, Jonah, if you know what I mean? Like he is, if he's the 6th best out there, we got a problem.
Wow.
We got a big problem if he's the 6th best out there. There's just not a lot of bodies that are available to tackle. And that's why the Cardinals, you can say whatever you want about Paris Johnson Jr., they have to re-sign him.
Right.
They have to. He might not be elite. He might just be
Jonah
good.
Williams is
keep him.
6th?
He was 6th.
God. $30 million with 19 fully guaranteed at signing with a $14 million signing bonus was an absolute waste of money for the Arizona Cardinals. The guy had a history in the injury when he was with the Cincinnati Bengals. That's why the deal was only for 2 years. But, I mean, it was a total waste. What did they get for that money? Nothing. They got nothing. He played in 6 games in 2024, 2 trips to injured reserve, another 9 this year before headed to IR again. He played 15 out of 34 games. And that guy's 6th?
Yeah.
I wouldn't give that guy $1 million based on the fact that he just doesn't play.
When we come back, When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we will continue the conversation about the Cardinals because somebody, in addition to proposing a solution at running back, has now proposed a solution at quarterback. We'll tell you what they're proposing next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
With 3 seconds to go, Brea is going to try a deep 3, and and it rims around and comes off, and that'll do it. Suns fall tonight to the Blazers, 92-77 the final score. Portland picks up its first win in Phoenix since 2022, ending a 5-game losing streak in the series here in the Valley.
A lot of injuries and a rough night for Suns shooters. More reaction to this one on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Always happy to tell you about Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The month of February is still here. President's Day is well in the rearview mirror, but that has not stopped the folks at Liberty GMC and their general manager, Chris Scott, who you should ask for by name when you're there, from trotting out the best deals they've got. The President's Day sale, they've extended it all month long at Liberty GMC. $9,000 off an all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV, 2026 Yukon XLs, lease options begin at $769 a month. The President's Day truck event, that's going on all month. You can get up to $12,250 off on a 2026 Sierra 1500, and the list just goes on and on at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Here's Lauren with an update on our social media poll question of the day. We've been talking about this a lot. Obviously, the top story of the day, Dillon Brooks, Gambo reporting that he is having surgery today or tomorrow, that the timeline is optimistically 4 to 5 weeks, right?
The optimistic timeline, because he's tough and he wants to play, is more like 4 or 5. On the long side, it's 5 to 6. But there will be surgery on the left hand, so we were able to report that, and it will be within the next 24 hours.
And there is a real, significant difference when it comes to the timetable. And what I mean by that is, let's say it's 4 weeks.
Yeah, big difference, right?
There's 10 games left. If it's 5 weeks, there's 8 games left. If it's 6 weeks, there's 4 games left.
That's a big difference.
It's a huge difference,
right?
When you're getting up to this part of the calendar, and I assume you're still checking on no pressure, but Jordan Goodwin and
trying to check on Goodwin, yeah.
Because that one not as important as Brooks, but still very important. So put all of that, bake it into a cake.
Don't leave it out in the rain.
Which is what.
Don't leave that out in the rain.
Don't leave the cake in the rain?
Hey, you don't know that song, MacArthur Park?
Nope.
I took so long to bake it. Da-da-da, I never have this recipe again. You don't know the song? The guy who sang it was in Harry Potter. He was like one of the main guys in Harry Potter.
Really?
Yeah, Richard something or other, MacArthur Park. You've never heard the song MacArthur Park?
I probably have.
Who
but
from Harry Potter are you talking about?
He was one of the main characters in Harry Potter.
Do you know which one?
Yeah, he was like Dumbledore or one of them. He was like one of the big ones.
Okay, I just Googled.
Richard something or other. He sang MacArthur Park.
I just Googled MacArthur Park.
Someone left the cake out in the rain.
And Donna Summer popped up.
And no, it's not him. It was before
Donna
her.
Summer,
Before her.
Donna Summer was not in
Dumbledore. Last time I checked.
MacArthur Park, Richard. His name was Richard Harris.
Yeah.
Now look him up. He was in Harry Potter.
I remember Richard Harris.
No, I know who Richard Harris
is. Yeah, he's from Unforgiven. I remember Richard Harris from Unforgiven.
Yeah. So he sang this song. Someone left the cake out in the rain, and I took so long to bake it, and I'll never have that recipe again. I know it's a crazy song. It's a crazy song, but it's actually pretty good.
He was Albus Dumbledore in the first two Harry Potter movies.
There you go.
No, I know who he is. He's the best Dumbledore. You watch them
He was
and
the
you
best
can
one.
tell the difference. He is.
Yeah.
You could go home now and listen to MacArthur Park. He sang that song.
He was also in Gladiator, Guns of Navarone. Lots of The Count of Monte Cristo. I love that. It's one of my favorite books of all time. Maybe my absolute favorite book of all time.
He died, right?
Count of Monte.
It's a great one. Yeah, he died.
He died. Yeah, Count of Monte
He
Cristo.
only got to do the first two because he died.
Maybe because he died in 2002. God, he's been dead.
You guys never heard the "Leaving the Cake Out in the Rain" song?
No.
God.
And I think
you
that
keep
people would
asking-
side with us.
You can
here.
keep asking. The answer is still no.
I can't believe it's like a popular song.
Poll question today?
A popular song at what decade, Gambo?
It's played a lot. Like people know the song.
If I hear it and I go, oh, that song, then I'll acknowledge it. But I don't believe I know it.
Until then, I'm just confused
Whatever.
on this Richard Harris time.
The bottom line is don't leave the cake out in the rain. That's it. That's all.
See, I was just hoping Lauren was going to bake us a cake because she's such an accomplished baker.
There are salted oatmeal chocolate chip cookies at my house right now.
You didn't bring any in, did you?
No. I ate a lot of them.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm depressed about the Suns, and their injuries, so maybe you can bring some in.
With that
what's the poll
depression,
question? Yes.
Yeah, where will the Phoenix Suns finish at the end of the regular season? Will they be a top 6 seed, a 7 or 8 play-in seed, a 9 or 10 play-in seed, or out of the postseason entirely?
I think 9-10.
I'm going 7-8. I believe. I still believe in this team. I still believe that because of the mush. They're going to play 10 teams that don't want to win basketball games. They're not going to lose a lot of those games. They're going to win those games.
Well, our audience is siding with you, Gambo, because 54% are going with a 7 or 8 play-in seed, 27% of our audience going with you, Burnsy, 9 or 10 play-in seed, and 10% going with a top 6 seed, 8% going with out of the postseason.
So more people are saying a top 6 than they are out entirely. They're not going to fall out entirely.
No.
The gap between them and 11 is
pessimistic
really,
8%.
really big. Okay. That's poll question. You can find it on the Burns.
I still haven't won my bet, I'm just saying.
Oh, you're
I'm going to, but I haven't won it yet.
To win the bet. See, that's going to really piss me off.
You said that, yeah.
I
You
said
told
this
me
on
off the
Friday.
record, yeah.
Did I say it off the record?
Off the record.
I'm going to say it on the record. It's really going to piss me off if Gambo wins this bet, but he only wins it by a game or two. Because we were trending for it to be so much better than that. And I swear to God, if you win this bet because they win 39 games, 40 games, and they finish as the 10th seed, I'm gonna, just based off of what the season was, I'm going to be pissed, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to really be upset.
I mean, I did say injuries are not a factor.
I know.
I believe in this team, even with injuries, that they're going to win more games.
You're going to win the bet. I'm going to owe you lunch. You just might take a little longer than we thought. So not only was Breece Hall connected to the Arizona Cardinals, Tony Pauline, who is a longtime NFL insider, maybe not the most familiar of names, but trust me, he's been around a long time. He was actually the guy who first reported the Cardinals' interest in interview with Clint Kubiak back when we went through that whole thing a few weeks ago. He is suggesting, he's reporting on the Dolphins, and he's reporting about what's going to happen with Tua. And his reporting was basically, they want Malik Willis, but the scuttlebutt around the league is that Malik Willis is headed to the Arizona Cardinals. And that was basically the long and the short of his report.
I was looking at a story today that had him as the #1 ranked free agent on the NFL.com list.
Now, Greg Rosenthal's list that he puts out every year. It's a really good list.
The Athletic has him #9. They have Trey Hendrickson, Breece Hall, Jalen Phillips, 1, 2, 3. They've got Malik Willis, number 9. But Malik Willis was ranked number 1 on this list by Greg Rosendahl of NFL.com, saying he is the best free agent available. So he's one spot again. He was one spot ahead of George Pickens. So it talked about how he revived his career with the Packers, how the job that he did. He's only 26 years old, and this is the guy. And what I like about Willis, and this is why I took him number 1 in our quarterback draft when we were having this draft to say who's going to be the next Cardinals quarterback. We each picked 3. We had a 3-round draft. I went with Malik Willis number 1 because I don't believe in the stopgap 1-year Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson type of guy. Anybody in that older category. I don't really believe that's the way to go. I think that's just stupid to do that. I think it's just stupid. The draft is terrible. So if I looked at Nussmeier or Carson Beck or any of those players, I think I just don't know that if you drafted them, I don't think you drafted them to start.
Agreed.
I think you probably drafted. No. So now you look at, okay, if Kyler's gone, it's really down to, is it Jacoby or somebody else? Now, if Michael Bidwell wants to win and he's adamant that we could turn this around in 1 year, then it's not Jacoby. Jacoby's your backup. Jacoby's a good backup quarterback in this league.
Agreed.
So who do you go to? To your point on Mac Jones, could be Mac Jones, could it be Carr? If you get him out of New Orleans via a trade, he's a little bit older, but he's not old. He's not older than some of those other guys. He has some wear and tear on him, but he hasn't played the last year or two. I think that Malik Willis is the perfect fit because of his age and his ceiling. Mm-hmm. But I do think that the floor is still low, but the ceiling is high. So there's a big gap on how good he can be because the sample size is small.
Yeah, and he and Mac Jones, I really think, are the only 2 guys who could provide anything even remotely resembling hope for the Arizona Cardinals at that position this offseason.
Yeah,
everybody else is going to be a retread guy, a Kirk Cousins type, a Jacoby Brissett type, or like you say, a Garrett Nussmeier, Ty Simpson. Yeah, they're probably not ready to be a starting quarterback in this league type. The only 2 players I think that give you that, okay, maybe this year is going to be better than we thought if they hit their ceilings are Malik Willis and Mac Jones. And so it's interesting that Tony Pauline is hearing that the word on the street, if that's the phrase you want to use, is that the Cardinals might be aggressive in going after Malik Willis. That would suggest by itself an aggressive offseason by the Cardinals, a bold offseason by the Cardinals, not a, hey, let's lay up in the fairway and play for par kind of offseason. No, we're going for birdie here kind of an offseason for the Cardinals.
There was a story on him that kind of looked at Miami. I'm just going to read you a quote here. It says, I have heard that Miami will probably be the front runner to get him. Their head coach was with him in Green Bay. Their general manager was with him in Green Bay. And I keep hearing that is probably his most likely destination. I've also mentioned before, his agent is also Deshaun Watson's agent. So if you're trying to get Watson back on track, then you might not want those 2 guys competing against each other because there was a lot of talk about could he go to Cleveland. So that was the interesting thing. The other part that I thought was interesting about this story I was reading on Willis, it said Willis is different. And tell me if you agree with this. Willis is different. He's been in an NFL system since 2022. He prepared as a starter every week in Green Bay. And when he got on the field, he produced. He's a dual threat weapon in an era that values exactly that combination.
Yeah, he is different. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, cue up Freebird because the U.S. Olympic hockey teams, both of them, took home gold, and both of them did it against Team Canada, which means there's a lot to celebrate next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
The Lund Mortgage team, they're ready to help you right now with all all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it all at the Lund Mortgage team, family-owned and operated, which is what you're going to absolutely love about the Lund Mortgage team. It's the only mortgage company I've used since I have been in the Valley, and I'm telling you, they are ready to help you right now at the Lund Mortgage team. A lot of people looking to get pre-approved for a mortgage, and the reason why is because it's a good time to buy. House prices have come down. Mortgage rates have come down. You're sitting on the sidelines renting. You said, I always wanted to own my own home, build that generational wealth, pay something that's yours, equity that's yours, not somebody else's. Let the Lund Mortgage team pre-approve you for free for a mortgage. Now, if you refinanced in the last couple of years at a high rate, or you got a rate let's look at a refinance. You might be able to save some money. The Lund Mortgage team is available 24/7. Give them a call, 623-889-0130, or online at lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Cleveland Guardians today 9-5. Jordan Lawler finished the day 3 for 4 with a home run, his second of the spring. And that is what's trending now.
Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns Celtics. The fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around the corner. United States with numbers. Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
So proud to be an American with that. So proud. Love it for the USA. Love the pride they took in winning that for their country. Love the goal. Beating Canada, who had dominated the sport for so long. To win that game the way they did was just incredible. In overtime, 3-on-3. What a great play by Werenski. Canada really messed that up. They messed it up in the neutral zone. And then the defender just had a chance to kind of push the puck to the side and let Werenski play it. And then he was able to get the pass off to Hughes and obviously 5-hole, and they end up winning the game. And it's just an incredible accomplishment. The gold medal for the USA. They wrap up the Olympics with that, beating their arch rival, Canada. You remember the last time they played in the
Four Nations.
In the Four Nations.
In the Four Nations, yeah.
And it was just like everything. Look, even Matthew Tkachuk said it, man. There's a lot of dislike between us and them. Yeah. There's a lot of dislike. It's a great rivalry, and it ended up in gold for the USA.
That's the thing, actually, is that it's not a great rivalry. At least it hasn't been. Canada's dominated.
But they've been closer,
It's a rivalry in terms of the hatred and the measuring stick, right? Like USA has always... They want what Canada has. They want to get where Canada is when it comes to that.
It's their sport.
But if the LA Rams have beaten the Arizona Cardinals 15 straight times, we can't call that a rivalry, right? That's domination.
Just seems like the USA has been able to after they won the Olympics in '80 with the amateurs, they weren't Keith Tkachuk won a silver medal in 90.
Yeah.
But they weren't really They still had the amateurs the next 4 years later. They had the amateurs. It was Pat LaFontaine, because I remember that, and they didn't do so well. And then eventually they put the NHL players in with Roenick and Tkachuk and those guys, and they got a silver. But it's been but yes, you're right. It has been a long time since the America was on top in hockey. They haven't been
15 straight matches. Best on best.
Yep.
Where Canada has beaten the United States.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not trying to. I'm certainly not trying to diminish what happened yesterday. That was awesome. I'm just saying, the women. That's a rivalry.
That's a rivalry because it goes back and forth.
They've gone back and forth. They've each got. That's what made yesterday such a big deal. The from a hockey standpoint, the little brother finally rose up and punched the big brother in the mouth.
Yeah.
Right? And it took 15 years to get there okay, that's cute. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, that's great. But we're still Canada. It's still our sport. It still totally belongs to us. That's why, and Cam Koch at Channel 12, if you're listening, Cam, you did a great job on social media yesterday. He scoured the internet and posted all these videos of here's a hockey bar in St. Paul, Minnesota reacting. Here's a peewee team that was playing on the ice in some tournament, and they stopped play just to tell the kids that the United States
went
had
nuts.
won. And they went nuts. They went crazy.
They stopped the game. They were going crazy.
And Cam posted video after video, and that's the reason why. Because for 15 years, they were the mountain you couldn't climb. They were the team you couldn't beat. They were the outfit that you were always told, hey, as good as you guys are, you're never going to be as good as them. And that's what made yesterday so satisfying, was that for the first time in 15 years, for the first time ever, really, you can say, okay, we're there. We're on top of your mountain. We got you. And any efforts by Canada to try to demean or diminish it, it's all, whatever.
I went back.
It's all noise. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Whatever.
I don't have a Todd Walsh garage, but I do have a bunch of stuff that I saved. I went back to my collection of things that I've saved, and I've got the story from Newsday, 25 cents for the newspaper, a stunner, and then Bedlam. U.S. tops USSR in Olympic hockey. An American dream is a golden reality. I have like I kept all of the newspapers. Like even price index soars 1.4%, biggest rise in 6.5 years. Afghan officials defect at the UN. Like those are the headlines in the paper back then. But I saved them because it was such a special moment for me in my lifetime.
Yeah.
When Mike Eruzione and USA beat the USSR and then topped it off with the gold medal game against Finland. It was such an iconic moment for me. I was 14 years old. I was playing ice hockey in New High Park, New York, at a rink called Skateland that was owned by Bill Chadwick, the former referee. And then I was playing deck hockey with my friends in Long Island at Plaza Sports. And we would play in sumps and we would play in ponds. Like we would play hockey. We just did. So for us, it meant so much to us. And not say that this means more, but I felt the same pride and excitement and jubilation and an emotional high after they won that game as I did in 1980.
Yeah, I mean it's different. And I wasn't a big hockey fan back in 1980, but certainly I remember the moment. I was a little younger than you, obviously, but I remember the moment. But it's still very powerful, and it was very powerful to watch the women beat, and it was very.
I was so excited for that one.
It was very powerful to see. Was it Jack Hughes who had said that the first person I thought of was Keller.
Was Keller.
Yeah. Who scored the game-winning goal for the U.S. in the gold medal game against Canada, right? And that was a super cool moment.
In overtime.
No
After
less.
Tying it with 2 minutes left in regulation.
And then you think about the local ties. You think about Austin Matthews. You think about the Tkachuk brothers, right? Like you think about all the era. You see Clayton Keller out there. And every time they mention him as a member of the Utah Mammoth, you kind of cringe a little bit. I know a lot. It has made people here in the Valley, very reminiscent of us having hockey, and very sad that we no longer have it. And hopefully one day it comes back if somebody builds a beautiful building and somebody's willing to own it and willing to pay for it and all that stuff. I mean, I will say it's unfortunate because we never had hockey like that. We never had the commitment from ownership.
No, I didn't care about the
to
team.
Put together a hockey that was consistently dedicated to greatness. You had that one year where they went to the Western Conference Finals against the Kings and Shane Doan and all that stuff. And of course, the early years of Tkachuk and Roenick,
playoffs every
and
year.
Hobby Bulin and playoffs
every year in the playoffs.
But consistently, we never had high level hockey.
No, it soured
here.
a lot of people on it because the ownership didn't care about the team at all. And they only cared about like developments and land and making money, and they didn't care about it. They wanted to go as cheap as they could with the team and not spend any money, and so the team sucked for a long time. And they didn't have good players, and it was just terrible. It was hard to get people to go to the games, and it was like people like, oh, it doesn't work in the desert. Like it didn't work because there was nobody committed to making it work. There was nobody committed to actually trying to make it work.
Nobody was committed to making it good,
right?
And that was hard.
No, you didn't play. You didn't play hockey, and we talked during the break. Like you didn't grow up with hockey. You didn't play it. You didn't know because it's Arizona. But there's so many people that came, that live here that came from Canada or came from Minnesota or Chicago or New York or these areas where it was in our blood. Like we played. Like we were skating on ponds and sumps when we were 6 years old.
No, but I might not have played, but I can tell you this, and I remember this well from when the Coyotes played meaningful hockey. There is nothing more riveting. There is nothing more dramatic. There is nothing more eye-gluing to your set than when a hockey game is in the third period and you're down to like the last 5 minutes and you're watching every shift. You're watching every shot, my wife was sitting next to me yesterday when I was watching the game, and I lost track of how many times I groaned at how many chances Canada had to win that game in the third period.
Hellebuck was unbelievable.
Hellebuck stood on and said there was one shot. I don't remember who from, because again, I'm not the biggest hockey guy.
Jonathan Taves.
There was one from Taves, but there was another one where a different player had the most wide open net of all time, and he just missed it. You remember who I'm talking about? Was it McKinnon? I don't remember who it was. But he was on the left side of the net, and it was just nothing. And he just and when he missed it, I'm like, oh my God. It's just like I was on the edge of my seat. And again, I'm not the big. I can't remember the guy's name. I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but there's nothing in terms of drama.
Yeah,
I don't think you can beat hockey when hockey is at its best. I really don't think you can.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the effect of them winning the gold is on kids and development and things like that, going forward. Like this, I played here for many years. We had a team, we had a radio station team, And we played for years and years. We played at Tower. We played at Oceanside. We played at the old Coliseum. And, God, I had some of the best times. Had so much fun playing in those Phoenix Adult Hockey Association League. So I hope it does give this sport a boost.
I'm so glad Canada won to give us that gold.
Yeah, I know. You said that. You're right. You're right.
I'm so glad Canada
You're right.
won.
And I'm so glad they lost in that game.
It would have been not nearly as satisfying if Finland had won that game. And it was McKinnon. Somebody on the YouTube chat just saying. So thanks for the memory. It was McKinnon.
It was on the left side. Yeah, I remember.
When we come back, how long of a leash does Monty Austinfort have this season? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It's impossible to say the identity doesn't change without Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know how they're going to survive this. I mean, they will survive it. There will be basketball games, and they will be played, and the Suns will fill a roster, and they will compete. And you can probably make up the 21 points he's been averaging. You can probably make up the rebounding, but it's all the other stuff, the keeping everybody locked into a maniacal level on every given day. It makes a difference.
Yes.
There's a vibe and all sorts of stuff that player brings to the court, as we have now noticed on every team he's played for.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union and all of the reasons why I think you should do what I have done and become a member of Global Credit Union. They are changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees like a lot of banks do, they help their members save over $194 million last year. They do it through better rates. They do it through fewer fees, real savings that stay in your pocket. When I talk about being a membership, I mean the commitment to their members, by their members. It's real. It's what makes them special. It's what makes them different. As a member, you'll get perks like early payday. As a member, you'll get 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you don't find very many places anymore. It's all at Global Credit Union. Join at globalcu.org or stop into any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to see for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I know you will feel the difference right away when you go to Global Credit Union. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click BuyFordNow.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Talking the Cardinal Decision here. First, just want to mention, in case you didn't know, the Diamondbacks were in Goodyear today. They were in Goodyear.
That's where they were.
That's where they were. They were in Goodyear. Just thought
I'm
you
sure
might know.
I'm sure there were a lot of people there that were there today.
I'm sure there were not just the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Our old producer Jordan Bird is out there in Goodyear. Could be listening right now for all we know.
I'm probably very happy that the USA won that gold medal.
They probably are.
Number 2, by the way, in the medal count. Number 2 to Norway.
That's right. And
then
your other country.
My other country.
Italy, number 3 in the medal count.
Yes, I have 2 countries.
I coming out of the Olympics, I wish I had watched them more. I do enjoy watching the Olympics. I really do. It's
the next one's in France. The next Winter Olympics.
The next Winter Olympics is in France? Okay.
Italy turned it over to France. I
Oh,
might
yeah,
go.
that's right.
I might go.
Really?
I think I will go.
Somebody sent me a link to tickets that they're selling for LA for the Summer Olympics. That one would be a little easier to get to than France. just a smidge easier. I've never thought about that. Is that like a bucket list thing, like to go to
Olympics?
the Olympics?
Sure.
I guess it probably
Sure.
is, right?
Why not? Sure.
I know.
You have to pick the events you want to go to. Like, what do you go track and field? What do you want to see?
Yeah.
You want to see the boxing?
Maybe go see some Olympics in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but which one? What would you want to see?
What event would I want to see?
Yeah, like what event would you want to see?
I want to go see the swimming.
The swimming?
The swimming. Yep. I'd want to go. That's not the basketball, not the boxing, not the gymnastics, not the.
Okay, if I said to you, one athlete synonymous with the Summer Games, who would you say?
Michael Phelps.
Me too. One athlete
synonymous.
Did I say it wrong?
You did.
Synonymous with the Winter Games.
Dorothy Hamill is the first one that popped to mind. I don't know why.
Mine is Eric Heiden. Like, the first thing that I think about when I think of the Winter Olympics is Eric Heiden. Now, to your point, mine would be either Mark Spitz or Michael Phelps. It might be Mark Spitz first because my brain works a little odd. I kind of go in reverse order. I go further away than I do. So I would say the 2 athletes that resonate with me the most would be Eric Heiden in the Winter Olympics and Mark Spitz in the Summer Olympics.
Yeah, for sure, swimming. That'd be the
there
venue.
You go.
That'd be the venue I'd want to get tickets for. Yeah, for sure.
Go do that breaststroke.
I could watch that stuff all day.
Do it.
I swear, it's so much fun. Okay, that's cool. Scouting Combine starts tomorrow in Indianapolis. The Underwear Olympics, as sometimes we call them, because guys are running around in their underwear and they're doing the testing and all that stuff. I did see where I can't remember who tweeted this, but of all the Sean McVay coaching disciples that are out there, and now that we've got one in Arizona, McVay's not even going. He doesn't even think there's value for him in going to the Scouting Combine. Mike LaFleur is going. Zach Taylor is going. But I think those are the only 2 Sean McVay disciples who are going to the Scouting Combine.
Okay.
So it's not everybody's cup of tea. But
not setting Cliff Kingsbury out there?
Well, maybe Cliff is going because he got hired on the Rams staff.
We don't know what the hell his job title is because they made Shieldhouse the offensive coordinator.
Do we see what his...
Nate Shieldhouse has become the offensive coordinator. Cliff got hired, but I have no idea what his job title is.
He's the assistant coach.
He's just the assistant
coach? Just an assistant coach.
That's it, huh? Wow.
Yeah, okay.
He's the assistant head coach.
Okay, so this is interesting. The Rams sent out this is so off topic, but it's okay. The Rams sent out a tweet with their coaching staff.
Okay.
Sean McVay is listed as the head coach. Cliff Kingsbury is listed as the assistant head coach. Then they list their offensive staff. Then they list their defensive staff. Then they list their special team staff. So Cliff has achieved a status on the Rams coaching staff where he's like the right-hand man to Sean, not even considered part of the offensive staff. It just looks weird to look at.
It does, yeah.
Cliff's not listed among the offensive coaches. He's just listed as assistant head coach. Today in The Athletic, our colleague Doug Haller and everybody at The Athletic was responsible for coming up with a name on this one. But the task that was in front of them was to name the hot topic going into the combine. What is each team's hot topic going into the combine? I credit Doug Haller, and we credit Doug Haller a lot.
He does a
show.
great job. I'm a big fan of him. He does good work.
He didn't take the low-hanging fruit and say Kyler Murray. He said Monty Ossenfort.
Monty
Ossenfort. Not necessarily he's on the hot seat, just that he's the hot topic. What are you going to do this offseason? There are people who think you should have lost your job along with Jonathan Gannon. You didn't. What are you going to do this offseason to kind of justify that in the toughest division in the National Football League with no obvious answer at quarterback in front of you? What are you going to do?
What are you prepared to do, Monty?
And then what are you prepared to do, Monty? Right.
I there's got to be a plan A, B, C, and D. And a lot of that plan is going to depend on, can they trade Kyler Murray or they got to cut Kyler Murray? Cap space is a big thing. What I would say is the most important thing you have to do over anything is to target a quarterback that you think could be your guy for a few years. If you don't think you can get one of those, then I wouldn't. I would just punt till next year and get one in the draft. But if you think there's a guy out there that you look at and you say, I've looked at the film on Malik Willis. I've seen what this guy can do. He's played in 11 games. I've gone through the tape of all of that. This kid can be a bona fide top starter in this league. Then go get him. Whatever it takes, go get him. Mm-hmm. Spare no expense to go get the guy. Everything else will work itself out. You've got to build the offensive line and get a running back. I get all of that stuff. But you need a quarterback. You need somebody that's a quarterback. I think this market would be satisfied with Malik Willis. Satisfied. Now, I think there's still question marks about him because he's an unproven talent with only 11 games. But I think that there is incredible talent there, and there is a really good sample size. So I think that they would be okay with it. They'd be good with that. But that's the first thing he's got to identify. But again, what if you can't get Malik because he goes to the Dolphins? What's your plan B? To your point, what are you prepared to do? Then what if your plan B is, I don't know, Kirk Cousins and he doesn't? What if you can't get Carr? Like, you've got to have a pecking order. It's almost like putting your board together for the draft. I want to see what their board looks like for their quarterback. Who do you want to be your quarterback next year? And if you can't have him, then who do you want? And then if you can't have him, then who do you want? And which one of those guys are you going to get?
Because if you open the ball on these people, Mr. Ness, you must be prepared to go all the way. He sends one of yours to the hospital. You send one of his to the morgue. That's the Chicago way.
You got the shot?
Yeah, I got him.
Take him.
Love that movie. If you've never seen The Untouchables,
then
watch it tonight.
Yeah, then there's something really wrong with it.
There is something wrong with you if you've never seen The Untouchables.
If you've never seen The Untouchables, go watch it tonight.
I everything you said, I agree with you. And how far are they going to take this? And does the question we won't know an answer to until we see them in action in free agency is how much wiggle room does Monty Ossenfort have? Because if they chose the lesser path to getting a quarterback, if they're fine with Jacoby Brissett, if they go get a Kirk Cousins, if they go get some retread veteran, then it's going to make you think that Monty Ossenfort knows he's got a fifth year to fix this. You know, that the fourth year is going to be used to rebuild the roster.
You're so fascinated by this, aren't you?
I totally am. Because
you really are. I can tell you're digging in here.
I'm like a dog with a bone on this one. Like
you were with Michael Bidwell yesterday. Why didn't you ask him? Does Monty get a fifth year or not?
Because we were doing the charity thing.
You were doing the charity thing.
By the way,
please. I'm bringing this up to give you your moment.
And I thank you for that. I know the Cardinals have. It's been a weird offseason and it's been a tumultuous offseason. Man, the Arizona Cardinals did a great thing on Saturday with the Cardinals Climb. That was an outstanding event. They are all to be commended. Michael Bidwell, Mark Dalton, their entire charitable organization over there. There were so many people out there. The donations were fantastic. I think they made more money than they were expecting to for the charities that go to the special needs kids who live in Arizona. Kurt Warner was out there, Larry Fitzgerald. My wife and I hiked. Larry Gatos hiked. Ron Wolfley hiked. There were a bunch of us from the station out there. kudos to the Arizona Cardinals. That was
Great
a
event.
hell of an event they threw on Saturday. Well attended, and I think they're on to something really, really good. So that being said, I spoke to Michael for a few minutes. We didn't talk about whether Monty was going to get a fifth year or not. I'm sorry. We were in a charitable mood. I should have asked him.
You're always working.
I know.
You're always working. Come on.
Sometimes I'm not. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the latest from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Merrill Kelly, and did you hear about Jordan Lawler? Next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who Malwatch is, you're like, there's some serious upside here. Fleming, though, it's like there's a little bit of an unknown there. Like, can he really do in the NBA what he was doing in college? Because there were stretches in college where he was pretty dominant.
Yeah.
Like, when he set his mind to doing something, it wasn't like, oh, he's the best player on his team. Like, he was one of the best in college basketball at certain different things throughout last season. And I don't expect him to be the best in the NBA, but you watch him sometimes and you're like, if he puts it together at the NBA level, they got something here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger. You will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns went 1-1 over the weekend after beating the Orlando Magic on Saturday in double overtime and losing to the Portland Trailblazers last night. The more important Suns news, though, is an update on Dillon Brooks. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Brooks will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Cleveland Guardians today 9-5. Jordan Lawler finished the day 3 for 4 with a home run, his second of the spring. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
All right, welcome back, Burns and Gambo. Diamondbacks were in Goodyear today, taking on the Reds. Obviously, the big topic right now when it comes to the Diamondbacks is Merrill Kelly and his health. Troy Lavello, if you missed it, he was going to throw a BP session over the weekend, and he stopped before he even started because his back was kind of tightening up on him. They were going to send him for an MRI on Sunday. Pre-game, Troy Lavello was asked.
When did you find out about Merrill? What's going on there with the MRI?
Nothing yet. We are still getting some information together, and he's feeling good, and I will say that, and we're going to remain as hopeful as possible that once we get the information that's necessary, that we'll give you guys a very complete and detailed evaluation. But as of right now, we're still getting information. Through the weekend, things are tough. People need to read things, and we couldn't get all the information we wanted instantly, so we'll get that as soon as possible.
And Gambo, just in case they got some MRI results during the game, Troy was asked after the game about Merrill Kelly.
Health front good. No update on Merrill. I know you guys are waiting for that. We're going to get everything into the bucket and then give you guys the exact diagnosis and hopefully, timelines and stuff like that, if there are any timelines.
So there you go.
Yeah, so no timeline yet. I checked earlier today, and there was nothing definite about it. But I do believe that they're. And then we don't know until we get the MRI. But I don't think that they're bracing for the worst here with it. I don't think that they're on the edge worrying that it's going to be the worst. So we'll see. We have to see how it plays out. That would be terrible if he's out for any extended period of time, especially after he got named the starting pitcher for opening day, and how great that would be for him to come back and be the opening day starter. But if he's got to miss some time, he'll miss some time. But right now, again, no results yet on the MRI, and I just checked a couple hours ago.
Okay, yeah. So I would continue to expect that sometime in the next 12 to 24 hours, well, maybe not 12, but 24 hours, that we would hear something official, either through your reporting or they make an official announcement. I would hope for his sake that it's nothing that jeopardizes his opening day start. That's such an honor for him, given
yes.
what his career arc, and to be able to not end it necessarily, because it's not the end of his career, but to be able to be a 37-year-old opening day starter. I mean, that's just cool. And it's Merrill Kelly. We all love him. So I would hate to see anything jeopardize that, and hopefully it doesn't come to that. But this is why, last week when they signed Zach Gallen, they're like, hey, we need more starting pitching. We need all the starting pitching we can get, because you just never know how many bodies you're going to need, how many names you're going to need, and it's moments just like this that make you think that's the reason why, right?
Look, the Arizona Diamondbacks had a bullpen game in a World Series just a few years ago because they starting because of a lack of depth at starting pitching. And I think Mike Hazen at that point was like, I can never do that again.
Yeah.
I will never do that again. I can never do that again. I have to make sure. But you can't address every single area. You just can't. So they focused more on defense this year and starting pitching They tried to make some moves with the bullpen, but again, they had to go very, very cheap with the bullpen. They did not have the money. Now, I think I like the approach. If you said I could take the Gallen money and put it into a closer, or I could take the Gallen money and put it into Gallen, I think I like the approach of getting Gallen. He's got to pitch well to justify it. But they did patchwork the bullpen with a lot of, cheap options, not a lot of money, some unproven guys, and hoping that some guys like Ginkel and Thompson return to form.
No doubt. The other story of the day today was one Jordan Lawler, 3 for 4 with another home run today. Here's Troy Lavello after the game on his potential opening day center fielder.
Yeah, Jordan, like I said, is a little more advanced in the process. He's got big league time, still hasn't really established himself or found that groove that we're all anticipating. But when he has days like this where he controls his own, has some really good approaches, we feel like he's going to, inch by inch and day by day get closer to the type of player we all know that he's capable of becoming. But there's work to be done between now and then. We love what we see in the outfield. And we're not surprised because we have seen this at different points in time in his career. It's just nice to see it on this level.
Yeah, he today for the Diamondbacks, as I mentioned, he had the 3 hits. He played in center. He had the home run. He's batting .667 so far this spring training with an OPS of 2.381, which is obviously unsustainably awesome.
Good.
It won't, but it's early and no one's reading too much into anything. But this is exactly the kind of start that we needed to see him get off to because he's such a vitally important player for them.
Yeah, it's do or die time for Jordan Lawler. Like, you're either going to be a top prospect and burst onto the scene in the major leagues and, be here for a long time, or you're going to be, a role player for the rest of your career. Not that you can't play in the major leagues, but that top prospect, not everybody that's a top prospect makes it in the major leagues as a great player. So, but he's had that top prospect for the Diamondbacks organization for a while. But there is a time you're going to get passed by other players because your time is up. Your age time is up. There's a limit on how long you can be a top prospect, and you had it for a few years. Now it's time to make the major league roster and make an impact on it.
He hit a home run over the weekend, and it was
first at bat.
First at bat, and it was noted by many in the moment that it came off a breaking pitch. It was a slider. It came from a righty. All the things that were kind of like trigger points for Jordan Lawler to not have success at the big league level. And again, this isn't big league level stuff. This is spring training. He could have been facing, God only knows who in that game when he hit it. But that's the kind of pitch that has given him a hard time. Again, we're just looking for early indicators that he's going to have his make it or break it kind of season. Somebody else who had a big day today, Ryan Waldschmidt. And as one of the top prospects in the Diamondback system, he has
had a big double in the gap that drove in a run the other day, and then today
he's hitting the ball hard. It's early, but he's got an OPS that's around 900 so far.
Yeah,
I do wonder as the spring goes on, if he continues to string together good moments, how much he could give them something to think about when it comes to their roster.
Yeah, I do think that they're at the point now where, even they have plans, right? Our plan is that Waldschmidt will come up at some point this year, but we want to get him some more seasoning, in the minor leagues, get him some at-bats to AAA. But there does come a point where if you think the guy's ready, then, and he's performed well enough, then you got to give him an opportunity. And I think that Mike Hazen will do that. I think he's like, we're going to play the best players. Like, you go to the starting pitching. You automatically assume it's going to be Fott and Erod, and Soroka takes a job as a relief pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
What if a Soroka outpitches one of those guys, especially Fott? Fott's got options. Erod doesn't. But, say Erod is the worst starting pitcher in spring training, and Soroka's lights out. Who's to say that Mike Hazen wouldn't be like Fott and Soroka are starters, and Erod's now you'd be right-handed dominant.
In your rotation.
Yeah, you'd be Gallen, Kelly, Nelson, Fott, Soroka. You'd be pretty right-hand dominant.
And potentially your one lefty in the pen or one of your two lefties in the pen would be your long guy, basically, which I don't know if that's ideal either. But, yeah, I think this season, not that these guys are under the gun necessarily to produce a winner because we all know, the division they're in and things like that. But I do think that, look, if there's one thing we've learned about the Diamondbacks, all right, They are an ultra-competitive bunch. Mike Hazen wants to win badly. Ken Kendrick wants to win badly. Torey Lovullo, having been here 10 years, probably you could argue needs to win badly. There's no other criteria by which to make decisions this year. If they break camp and Waldschmidt has himself like a Blaze Alexander kind of spring from a couple years ago, I have very little doubt that he will find his way onto this roster. Very little doubt that he will, especially given how thin they are in the outfield to start with.
But you remember, one of the biggest hangups is when you've got a player that's good and projects the way he does, you need to make sure he gets at bats every day. Yeah. You can't be like, hey, you're going to play twice a week. It's even if you earn it, right?
But
there's got to be a spot for you.
That's the great thing. On this team, there might be.
There might be if they don't.
Carroll in right, and depending on what Alec Thomas does, now you've got 3 outfielders for 2 spots in Lawler, Waldschmidt.
He's got to play
Thomas
4 to 5 times a week to justify it.
Yeah, where you could rotate those 3 guys.
Yeah.
Especially if Carroll's not ready to play at the start of the season, you might be able to get him those at-bats.
Yeah, because if not, then it's not worth it.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll talk about U of A hoops and whether they've already locked up a number 1 seed. And we've got the injury report for the Suns tomorrow against the Boston Celtics. We'll share that with you next here on Arizona Sports.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
1-2. That one swung on and drilled. High and deep. It's got a chance on its way. Gone! A go-ahead 2-run homer for Jorge Barosa. It's a 6-run, 6th inning, and the Diamondbacks in front 7-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks. Brewed for every inning. Best data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their off-season instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Locally, there is nothing on tonight. Lauren, is there good college basketball we need to be aware of tonight?
Kansas, Houston.
I knew that. I knew that because I read a
Kind of
story.
need Kansas to beat Houston if you're U of A, just to make sure you wrap up the Big 12 championship.
Something I was going to throw in the email for tomorrow is I saw where the Kansas kid is defending himself a little bit
Peterson.
for his lack of availability.
Yeah,
I
Peterson.
read a big long story about him today in which he's getting a little uppity about how everyone's going at him, right?
I had a soundbite from Jay Billis in the reset we didn't get to about Darren Peterson. You guys can hear that tomorrow.
Okay, I'll throw that in the email tomorrow. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Depending on how he's going to play tonight, right? In that Houston game? Okay. So that's on tonight. If you're still in the Olympic mood, and I heard Luke and Todd Walsh talk about this today when I was driving in. Apparently Netflix at some point during the Olympics dropped a documentary about the 1980 Olympic team.
I saw that it was on there.
And Todd said, like, if you like the movie Miracle, this is way better because this is the real stuff. And Todd even said, I was waiting until after the Olympics to watch it. Luke said he was waiting until after the Olympics to watch it. There might be never more reason to watch it than there is right now, given that the U.S. just won the gold.
You might remember this, but we've had Micah Ruzioni on our show.
Of course,
because Keith Kachuk is a good friend with him, so I've had Kachuk reach out to Ruzioni to have him on before. So we've had him on, over the years. But I think it's thrilling for those guys, too, because I think the 1980 team, for everything, to see the USA win it again 46 years later, it is bringing a lot of people back to the memories of 1980 and reliving those.
So that might be something good to watch tonight, too. If you're still in that Olympic spirit and you're still, like you say, you've been on this U.S. high all day long.
I have.
Keep the high going all night long and watch the Netflix doc.
I just always think about this. Like, I was alive and 14 years old in 80 when the USA won it. There's a lot of people that are listening to the show now that weren't alive then and don't really know about it. They've only just heard about it.
Of course.
But this is their 1980. This is the one that they'll look back on in 20 or 40 years, and when the USA beat Canada, and they'll be like, yeah, some of these people that I'm talking to weren't even alive when the USA beat Canada, on that overtime goal by Hughes, and that'll be yours. The same way I look at it now.
I guarantee you, there are people listening right now whose reference point for the 1980 Olympic team is the movie Miracle. That is their reference. It's Kurt Russell as Herb Brooks, right? Like I don't even know who played Micah Ruzioni in that, but it's let's go back and look at the IMDb, but that is their only reference point for, and maybe they use that as a launching pad to go back and watch the actual games.
How long ago was that movie?
The movie Miracle was,
that was a long time ago.
2003.
Okay.
2004, I'm going to guess.
So 2004. Okay, good guess.
Okay.
So if you're 30 years old, you probably, unless you saw the movie later,
Yeah.
But you didn't,
You were a kid.
25 to 30,
like,
you didn't see it come out.
My son was a kid when that movie came out. I remember taking him to go see it, and that's probably, unless he's gone back and watched old footage of Team USA, that's probably his only reference point for the 1980 Olympic hockey team.
I still have the newspapers from when they won the gold.
Just real quick, Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns tomorrow against Boston.
Okay.
Booker, Brooks, Goodwin, Highsmith, Anthony, all out.
I'll work on a Goodwin update for you because I know you will. Once I get out of here and have some time.
Jaylen Brown, questionable for the Celtics. They're on the first night of a back-to-back tomorrow. So Jaylen Brown might not play tomorrow for Boston.
So good.
Oh, my God. He's been MVP
so good.
kind of level.
They might get Tatum back.
He's been fantastic. The latest AP Top 25 came out today. Arizona has moved up to number 2. They basically took Houston's spot.
Yes.
Houston fell to 5. Iowa State is number 4. Duke took Michigan's spot. So it's Duke 1, Arizona 2, Michigan 3, Iowa State 4, Houston 5. Over the weekend.
What a great win for Arizona.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Just a great win on the road. They had been like 46-1 since 2022 at home. They don't lose at home. And Arizona beat them without Koa Pete. Just a tremendous win by Arizona. Had a nice little run late, pulled ahead, and then won it by just hitting all their free throws at the end when they needed to.
I think, outside of the game against UConn and Stores, and I think this one was even better because they were missing a couple of key guys for that game.
Yeah.
I think this was the best one of the season. There was even talk, I was looking at some of the Tucson accounts that I follow on social media. There was even talk this might be Tommy Lloyd's best win ever at U of A. To go to Houston and win there when they were 46-1.
He had never beaten them. He was 0-3 against them. He was 0-3 against Houston, so that's a huge win for him. That's their third win against the top 3 team in the country, which, again, nobody has a better resume than Arizona. I think, barring a disaster like losing to Colorado or Baylor, I think it locks up a number 1 seed for them. Beat Baylor, beat Colorado, and win either the Kansas or the Iowa State game. I think they're both at home. And I think you've got it locked up.
I think you said the 2 words correctly. It's barring disaster. And it's disaster either like they're like an 11.5-point favorite against Baylor tomorrow, or is it the next day? They'll be favored. Is it tomorrow? Okay, tomorrow they play Baylor. They're 11.5 over Baylor. Colorado, they'll be a big favorite. They still have Kansas. They still have Iowa State. We'll see how it goes there. I think there's also the Big 12 tournament to contend with. And I think the barring disaster also applies to the Big 12 tournament. Like, as long as they don't do something disastrous in the Big 12, which you wouldn't expect them to, I don't think they have to get to the Big 12 title game to lock up a number 1 seed. I don't think they have to do anything like that. They just have to avoid disaster in these games. And I think they'll get it.
Win 2 games in the Big 12 tournament. You don't have to win the whole thing. You're still going to get a 1 seed. This team could use some rest. You know?
And then when they get the number 1 seed, oh boy, the pressure. I mean, the pressure will be immense on that basketball team.
This is the best team they've had in a long time. It's been 25 years since they've been to a Final Four. They're considered a blue blood because they've won a national championship. They played for another national championship. They send more guys to the pros than just about anybody. But they need to get further than the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8. They need to get to that Final Four with this squad.
They do. And obviously Koa Pete getting back, no, he wasn't playing well when he got hurt, will be of great importance. They kind of need to get whole and healthy again. I think they have established themselves this season as the team to beat in March Madness.
Because of their ability to go on the road and win?
Just because of their resume and the fact that they've beaten UConn in Stores, Alabama in Alabama, UCLA basically in L.A., Florida on a neutral site. Like they've just gone out and they've done it. I mean, they shorthanded. They almost beat Kansas, a couple of weeks ago. I think, number 1, I think you're right. I think they're really close to a number 1. They're not there yet, but they're close. I do think they've established themselves as the team to beat in March, and that carries a heavy, heavy, heavy weight on it, especially for a team that, let's be honest, their March history isn't the greatest. And everybody knows it.
I would say that they will be favored to win the whole thing in most brackets on ESPN and CBS Sports. That they will be the team that most people pick to win it all. Because like what you said, their ability to go win these tough games in tough environments.
A lot of pressure comes with that.
Yep.
It's going to do it for us. We're out of here. We got a big show tomorrow. We're looking forward to it. We'll see you tomorrow straight up 2 o'clock here on the